Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Marvel Infinite Abilities 1 Chapter 1 New Abilities. Open black lens bracket sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Today's power, Beast Perception, has been delivered. Please use it as much as you like. Luo Bing was not surprised by the sudden voice that sounded in his mind. For any normal person, for a month in a row, a string of emotionless electronic synthesis sounds inexplicably sounded in his head, and then an inexplicable addition of ability in his body would certainly not be surprising. Really. Get used to it. At the beginning, he would panic, be afraid, be surprised, and worry about gains and losses. But that was just the beginning. Have you tried for a month? Every day, he will get a brand new ability, which sounds good, but in fact, the correct interpretation of this so-called ability is ability from Otherworld. Look what the hell he's got this month. Master Miyamoto's unique flower watering technique. Grandma Chunwa's soulful square dance. The subtle way of flirting with girls in the Kendo Master Dugu's pursuit of victory. 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto's mischievous drawing skills as a child. Do you think this is excessive? No, Luo Bing can't tell you that. Because, it's not just people he randomly gets. What a beast. Wang Kai's unique peeing position with one leg standing upright. 32 Nirvanas to please the master, 2 Antoine as a cat. Big Wolf's lamb cooking encyclopedia. Who the FK wants to learn to pee with a dog? Something is wrong. Luo Bing felt the malice from all planes. No matter what kind of garbage, he threw it to himself. Beast instinct? Where is the calf? He muttered a swear word to himself, and then stopped thinking about it. It was more important to brush his teeth, wash up, and go to school than this Roushi power, which might hurt his young mind again. 20 minutes to be late. Oh, damn, there's still an exam today. Brother Parker, I copied too much from you last time, and now the whole class and the professors think that I, a transfer student, are an academic bully. I will ask you this time too. He quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face, looked in the mirror, put on his suit, and hurriedly put on his tie. Advertisement: the man in the mirror is a typical handsome Asian guy. Although he is only 17 years old, he is already quite attractive. It turns out that real handsomeness can break racial aesthetics. At least, with this handsome face that makes other male creatures jealous, Luo Bing has a large group of small fans at school, female. Concentrating, she snapped her fingers in the mirror. The light shining on Luo Bing's head through the curtains seemed to be distorted, and then, a brand new delicate hairstyle appeared in the mirror with the special effect of two-dimensional gold glittering little stars. That's right, it's the kind of special effects little star that comes with this. What kind of prince in the two-dimensional animation? This damn special effect stayed for 3 seconds before gradually disappearing. This is also one of the few abilities of Luo Bing that can barely be called ability. It's so sad, this god-level ability from the hairdressing director Qianyu Master is useless except to make him handsome, and it can't increase his strength at all. However, it is a special ability, much better than those hapless dogs peeing. Luo Bing has 3 other skills that are barely usable. Minor cleaning, the complete guide to incentive selling. Whitening skincare, Luo Bing firmly believes that, give him a pair of scissors, he can create a top hair salon, plus a small beauty salon. He even has a great name for his future store, Beauty Salons. In addition, Luo Bing added 3 words in front of the beauty salon in order to highlight the uniqueness of his store and more implicitly show the owner's Asian identity. New Oriental Beauty Salon. High-end, atmosphere, on the grade. Not fooling at all, ding. The 3 slices of bread popped out of the machine, a little burnt. Luo Bing didn't mind, he put it in his mouth, picked up the skateboard behind the door, and shouted to his roommate in the next bedroom with a sound. He hurried downstairs. Next door. A beautiful mixed-race Asian woman with dark circles stared at the notebook in front of her, and her hands and fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard. For a long time, she looked at the black window that popped up in front of her, and raised the corner of her mouth with interest. Rising Tide Organization? What is the origin of this organization that can contact you? In Midtown Manhattan, one of the most prosperous areas in New York, the Empire State Building stands tall. This is an old building, if you compare it with the Stark Building not far away. Luo Bing stepped on the skateboard, and the wheels were sliding fast. His physical coordination ability is particularly good, probably after being nurtured by Chunwa Granny's soul square dance. Advertisement whoosh. There is a constant flow of vehicles, probably due to the rush hours of work and school. The traffic lights at the moment have changed to a frequency, which can more effectively handle the coming and going of vehicles and pedestrians. Damn, I knew I wouldn't stay up so late while looking at the extremely slow beating signal light. Luo Bing hurriedly glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist. Luo Bing took out his most high-tech equipment from his pocket, a flip phone, and called his dear roommate. Telephone. Hello. Sky. Are you awake? It's your damn plugin that keeps me up late to play games so late. When I wake up, help me convince me of the traffic lights. I'm about to debut. Today's test, Professor will kill me. The Asian beauty staring at the panda eyes rolled her eyes and cursed angrily. I haven't slept yet, I'm screaming and screaming. The signal lights are black when it says black. Why don't you let me rob the bank? Don't hang up yet. A meal of braised pork ribs. As soon as he finished speaking, a busy tone came from the other end of the phone. Luo Bing looked down at his watch again, and then looked up at the signal light in front of him. Countdown 43. 42. 41. Bu. The screen flickered slightly, the red light skipped 35 seconds, and it went directly to the last 5-second countdown. Ha ha. Well done, Sky, did not blind my meal in vain. Luo Bing quickly stepped on the skateboard, clinging to the countdown for 1 second, and rushed to the crosswalk. Open black lens bracket crisis. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket crisis. Close black lens bracket. In an instant, a bone-piercing meaning extended from the back of the head to the entire spine, and Luo Bing suddenly stopped the skateboard. Whoosh. A lightning-fast red sports car galloped past 5 centimeters in front of him, and the cracks driven by the high speed tightly wrapped Luo Bing's body and ruffled his delicate hairstyle. Almost. Really close. Luo Bing has already felt the threat of death. If he hadn't made an emergency stop just now, he would have become a puddle of red and white blood plasma and fat on the ground. Pedestrians on the side of the road screamed, frightened by this sudden intrusion. Others let out a sigh of relief, sighing in shock that this kid had such a big life, and passed by death god. But only Luo Bing knew it. What just happened was not his luck at all, but beast perception. God passively predicts danger in advance and makes preventive measures. Chapter 2. My name is Luo Bing, not Robin, laugh. With a shrill brake sound, 4 dark gray strip tire marks appeared on the ground, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell of carbon monoxide and sulfur dioxide. The man driving the red supercar broke out in a cold sweat, closed the door and ran over. He was wearing a decent suit and had a somewhat unruly hairstyle. What caught the eye was the delicate mustache on his face, which was taken care of like a middle-aged man. Thank God. Are you all right, child? The middle-aged man asked aloud. At this time, the passerby next to him also recovered from the dangerous scene just now, glanced at the face of the owner of the red supercar, and surprised roar. Isn't that Tony Stark? Tony Stark? That dude? Well, I heard that he made a date with all the girls in Playboy Weekly. Oh, God, his kidneys are good enough. Unlike Great Daxia's love watching lively, although the people here were surprised, they didn't stay too long and walked away one after another. A good person took a photo and posted it on the internet with a few words of ridicule. Playboy Stark nearly misses and kills a high school boy, a bit of a blast to the bored New Yorker. Luo Bing also recognizes this talented businessman who has only been seen on billboards. It can be said that this man is a household name because he makes headlines 6 days a week. I'm fine, Mr. Stark. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, and cursed himself. It's too stupid, he shouldn't say it's okay at this time, he should lie down immediately. That's the rich man Tony Stark. You can't get up without giving 180,000. Sorry, there seems to be something wrong with my road simulation system, the lights shouldn't have changed so early, thank you for being quick enough. Oh my God, you were so quick, I just thought I was going to hit you. Yeah, I didn't expect you to have a scratch at all. Tony Stark patted his chest, terrified. Actually, it's not that there are no scratches at all. To be honest, my heart. I still have something to do. Let's go first, little brother, this is my business card, call me if you have anything. Advertisement. Rolling his eyes, looking at the red supercar that was far away, he shoved the business card in his hand into his bag. I have to. I don't know the business well, so I didn't get it done. But Tony Stark's business card should be very valuable, right? It seems that Peter Boy is his big fan. What? The exam is hopeful. There was no danger. The new ability, Beast Instinct, saved his life. Although Luo Bing didn't know how this ability was triggered, according to its trigger mode, it seemed to be a passive skill that could make him perceive the danger one step ahead of time, and respond like a conditioned reflex. As for the feeling when it was activated, it was as if someone had grabbed a few hairs on the back of the head. On the skateboard, hurry up or be late. Looking at the back door of the classroom, Luo Bing took a deep breath and crept in, like an assassin. Bang bang bang. The blackboard was knocked heavily. Luo Bing stopped in an instant. Professor Will on the podium coughed. Luo Bing smirked and raised his head to look. To be honest, at that moment, the hair on the back of his head felt slightly lifted. Beast instinctively trained to be launched. Sorry, Professor, I was late because of a car accident on the road. Luo Bing spread his hands helplessly. Suddenly, some people in the classroom couldn't hold back and laughed lightly. Among them, several girls swept over with a pair of Kazilan's big eyes and caring eyes. Professor Will had a black line on his face. Car accident? It's the 5th time this month. Robin, you are really lucky. Luo Bing waved his hand. Professor, my name is Luo Bing, not Robin, I have told you many times. Professor Will continued with a stern face. Is there a difference? Luo Bing looked serious. Yes, Professor, if you compare carefully, you will find that although the initials of these two pronunciations are the same, there are still some differences in the finals and... Stop, I don't want to talk about their complicated mother-daughter relationship. Professor, you may not understand that the initials and finals are not the mothers of each other. In my country, kindergarten children can distinguish their relationship. Professor Will's face flushed angrily. I don't want to hear those, and you don't need to give me any time to study hard and ask stories. I just want to ask you, in the first 2 weeks, except weekends, you were late for class 5 days. For 5 days. You're only 3 days late this week. Why, Professor Will, what I said to you before was Confucius, not Kongzi. In fact, although the initials and finals of Kong and Kong are the same, their tones are still different. For example, Luo Bing noticed Professor Will's black face that was about to drip, and immediately stopped, and answered the professor's question seriously. Advertisement, Professor, I think. I'm late 3 times this week, probably because. Is it Wednesday? There was laughter in the classroom. Peter Parker clasped his face tightly with one hand, and his head hurt. Professor Wu laughed angrily, and his smile trembled. Then Luo Bing also laughed. Immediately afterwards, Professor Wu changed his face in an instant, in response to the old saying that, changing your face is faster than turning over a book. He pointed to the desk in front of him, and then pulled out a thick stack of test papers from his pocket folder. Robin, sit here today, and then, let's start the exam. What? No, Professor, I'll go back to my old seat. I'm a very fragile person, I'm going to be insane when I sit in front of you. Luo Bing quickly waved his hand to refuse, but unfortunately it was of no use at all. In this classroom, the professor is the boss. So, he could only obediently come to the position assigned by Professor Wu, with a headache on his face. Damn it, in this position, Peter couldn't help him in any way. Sure enough, Peter looked at Luo Bing, spread his hands, and looked helpless, asking for more happiness. On the side, Professor Wu stared at Luo Bing. He wondered how this transfer student who was late every day was studying. Will suspects that this guy's high score is obtained through abnormal means. As for whether it is what I thought of it, I will see it in today's class. Or maybe this kid is a 1 in a million genius? Luo Bing frowned, a headache. After the time was distributed, his head hurt even more. What the hell is this? I don't understand. Hey, Chapter 3 exam. Meng is alright. Although Luo Bing is not a genius, he is not a fool either. He is just too lazy to study, but even so, according to his true strength, he will not be at the bottom of the class. Not to the point where most of the entire test paper is incomprehensible. But the problem is like this now. He has never seen more than half of the entire 30 multiple choice questions plus 20 true-false questions. What the hell kind of test is this? Is it over the top? Luo Bing looked around subconsciously, and found that other people didn't have the same headaches as he did. On the contrary, they started to brush up on the first step of getting the test paper. Even the muscular guy Thompson looked very relaxed. Damn it, have I degenerated to this point? Robin, concentrate on your test paper, don't turn your head, Professor Wu sternly reprimanded. Luo Bing shrugged helplessly and sighed. He picked up the pen, wrote his name, and glanced at the first question. It said something like a quantum molecule collider experiment, and it also brought a list of element names that he didn't know. Luo Bing gritted his teeth and chose C if he couldn't. Die or die. Picking up the pen, Luo Bing wanted to write his answer on the answer sheet with the determination that he would die. But the next moment, it seemed that a flash of lightning with a wake up effect flashed through my mind, followed by a stinging feeling of being pulled by a few hairs in the back of my head. Dangerous? From where? Is someone finally going to blow up the school? The pen mentioned by Luo Bing hung in the air, but after a while, nothing happened. Could it be that? A wonderful idea was born in Luo Bing's mind. Professor Wu looked at Luo Bing, who was thinking with dissatisfaction. The test papers he gave this time were very simple. They were all things that he had been exposed to in class, some basic theories and judgments. How can this kid not even know these things? While angry, he stood up and looked towards Luo Bing's test paper. Seeing this, he was also stunned. I sent the wrong test paper, no wonder. He looked thoughtful. It turned out that the test paper I prepared for myself was sent to him. Just as Will was about to speak, he wanted to take back Luo Bing's test paper and prepared to give him another set. But when the words were about to reach his mouth, he swallowed them in shock. Advertisement, what did he see? The child in front of him is frantically filling in the answers. Oh, OMG. Shouldn't he have written it indiscriminately? That is a test paper that even oneself have to squeeze their brains and think hard. He actually only stayed on each question for 5 seconds. How did he do that? Professor Will took out his mobile phone, looked at Luo Bing's scroll, and matched the answers one by one. Weird. Monster. How can that be? It turns out, all right. Could it be that? This kid is such a different kind of genius. No matter what Professor Will thinks, at the moment. Luo Bing has a lot of inner drama. I'll die if I can't answer this question. Should I choose A for this question? Beast instinctively activated, and the nervous system at the back of his head felt a few hairs being grabbed. There is danger, leave me alone and choose B. Beast instinctively activates. Is it the choice of D? Oh, it turns out to be D. Brush. It feels so good to write quickly. An average of 5 seconds per question, and the next 20 to true or true questions are compressed to 3 seconds. In total, it took about 3 minutes. Luo Bing put away the pen, let out a long breath, and scratched the back of his head with his right hand. To be honest, the back of my head is a little itchy, maybe I have been stimulated a little too many times. Beast instinct. Originally Luo Bing thought he was just a conditioned reflex. Unexpectedly, this ability actually has this predictive ability. Predict danger and react instinctively. If you choose the wrong topic, you will die, it will be a very miserable death. With this belief, Luo Bing completed the set of exam papers that made Professor Weir think hard in advance in less than 5 minutes. Definitely, these are multiple choice and true, false questions only. Changing to other questions, Beast's instinct didn't work either. Professor Will's mouth was so wide that he could fit an apple in, and the expression on his face was very funny. He was stunned for about 20 seconds, thinking about life like that. Advertisement. After a long time, he still took out the original set of test papers in disbelief and handed them to Luo Bing, signaling him to take another set. Luo Bing was a little surprised and looked at the test paper in front of him. This time the test paper is much simpler, some questions are not difficult, and it is not a problem to pass his knowledge reserve. But, there is no need for a plugin. How is this possible? He is not a network saint, the Green Altar Messenger, Wu Wu Kai Rubenwei. Beast Instinct, on. Brush brush. This time, I became more proficient in the operation. For the entire set of test papers, Luo Bing put down the pen in his hand almost in a second after 3 minutes. From Professor Will's point of view, Luo Bing in front of him is like a monster, and he writes down the answer at a glance at any question. Genius. Monster. Unconsciously, Professor Weir's eyes changed when he looked at Luo Bing, and he even admired him. Thinking of his debate with himself, the seriousness and persistence on the pronunciation issue, Professor Will admired even more. Perhaps only such serious students can be so talented. Luo Bing didn't know what Wilna Bitcha was thinking, and he was stunned when he saw it. This Bitcha must be very racist. Others do 1 set and send me 2 sets, and they stare at themselves like human surveillance. Look at you. Thompson threw a note next to him. Did you really not see it, or did you pretend not to see it? Cough cough. Luo Bing pretended to cough twice, then glanced at Thompson inadvertently. Professor Weir originally focused all his attention on Luo Bing, and naturally saw Thompson who was carefully passing the note. Hey, Thompson, what are you doing? Professor Will ran over in a huff. Luo Bing gloated on the sidelines, and the farce ended with Thompson being called a parent. Anxious Thompson glared at Luo Bing and wiped his neck. Luo Bing lazily dug his earwax. Although he didn't find anything, he still flicked in Thompson's direction. Thompson was furious, his face swollen like a monkey's A. Those flaming eyes stared at Luo Bing, fists clenched in anger, revealing a signal, you were dead. Luo Bing didn't care. When they first came here, the two had a fight over Peter's business. Thompson was the star of the intramural basketball team and looked like a gorilla. However, Luo Bing's physical fitness is not bad at all. He loves skateboarding, parkour, and his hobby is the limit. Chapter 4 Huxia Kung Fu. Another boring day. The most hateful thing is that the air conditioner in the classroom is still broken, making people uneasy to sleep. The results of the morning exams are made public during the last class in the afternoon. Except for Peter, who looked at Luo Bing in surprise, everyone had no unusual expressions. Because Luo Bing was a symbol of genius in their hearts, only full marks, which is normal, not to mention that this test paper is very simple. He was not the only one who got full marks in the class. Besides Luo Bing, there were Peter, Mary Jane and others. When the bell rang, the students left the classroom one after another. Thompson gave Luo Bing a cold look, laughed inexplicably, turned around and left the classroom first. Conflict at school? He's not stupid, this is Midtown High School. Brother Luo, when I was in class just now, I heard that Guy Thompson was discussing a plan to contain you. Let's slip through the back door. Peter Parker hurried over and said in a low voice. Are you afraid? I'm not. The two exchanged while coming to the locker. That guy is a clumsy gorilla, don't worry, it's not a problem for me to hit him 10 times at a time, Luo Bing said as he took out his key and opened the cabinet door. Crash. A large stack of delicate and lovely envelopes fell out. That's what someone slipped through a locker gap, a love letter. Peter blushed and looked at the signatures on the envelope. When he found out that there was no girl he liked, he was quietly relieved. At the same time, he is also very envious. After all, he doesn't like to talk, and he doesn't have many friends in the class, let alone the girls who like him. There are very few girls in this period who like nerds. While taking out the skateboard, he locked the cabinet door. As for the love letters of the little girls, he threw them into the trash can. These things should give the cleaning aunt a headache. Hi Robin, Peter, what a coincidence. 2 girls came over from the corner and made a move roar. Mary Jane, the red-haired girl next door, with a little freckles on her face, looked a little cute. Advertisement. The other is Gwen Stacy, a beautiful blonde girl. Because her father is the police chief, not many dare to pursue her in this school. Haha, it looks like I received a lot of love letters today. Gwen covered his mouth and smiled. Maybe Luo Bing is more popular with women. It's only been less than a month since he arrived, and the girls in the school are basically able to get along with him. This is what Peter Parker admires the most about him. Don't mention it, maybe this is the trouble with being handsome. Also, my name is Luo Bing, read with me, Luo Bing. Okay Robin, the Osborne group has an academic seminar on Saturday. I still have a few places. Would you like to join me? Gwen winked playfully. Academic seminar. Sorry, I'm not interested in anything about learning, maybe you can ask Peter, Luo Bing shrugged boredly. This doesn't sound like something that came out of the mouth of a scholar. Gwen chuckled. Although he was a little regretful, he didn't show it. He turned his head to look at Peter on the side. Classmate Peter. Or, together, Jane will be there too. Okay. Peter shouted at first, then felt a little gaff, and then explained in a low voice, okay. Well, that's it, see you at the Osborne building on Saturday morning. Gwen and Mary Jane left. Tell me, which one do you like? Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and asked. Oh, no, it's not. Peter stammered. Hey, buddy, don't be so secretive to me. A 3-year-old can see through your little thought. Luo Bing slapped mercilessly. Is it that obvious? Peter Parker scratched his head in distress. The two chatted while walking towards the outside of the school. Actually, I don't know. I feel pretty good, but if I really have a choice, I like Jane more, Peter Parker said shyly. Man, it's normal to have a crush on good-looking people of the opposite S**X. Nothing to be shy about. If I had to choose, I would prefer Gwen. To be honest, I don't really like girls with freckles. Maybe they look cute now. When you're in your 40s, it doesn't feel the same. The two were discussing, and a group of people came from all around. Luo Bing's eyes narrowed and he stopped. No wonder I smelled a body odor from far away. It turns out that UB**************** D is polluting the air here, Thompson. Shut up, Luo Bing. You're dead today. Advertisement. Luo Bing was taken aback, then looked at Peter in disbelief. FK, Parker, did you hear me? He called my name right. Oh, God, he called me by my name. Luo Bing was really moved, and he even blurted out the shocking particles that are exclusive to Huxia people. Sure enough, in this fast-paced society, the people who really know you, except your friends, are your opponents. I think we should go have a drink and celebrate this great day together. You know, Thompson, you're the third person to call my name since I got here. You're a genius. Fake. Thompson scolded, feeling humiliated, and then waved his hand, and his companions rushed up with a baseball bat, shouting to give him strength while rushing at him. Luo Bing put away his cynical expression, and his eyes instantly became serious. There are 5 people on the other side, and if it's just him, he can easily escape even if he can't beat him, but now that Parker is next to him, he can't escape at all. So, just do it. The best offense is defense. Turning passive into active, Luo Bing instantly rushed towards the person in front. Although his physical fitness is only slightly stronger than that of normal people, after being nurtured by messy square dancing, tea ceremony, and painting, his body control ability and balance are particularly strong. Without any bells and whistles, with a dodge and a straight punch, Luo Bing narrowly escaped the baseball bat's swipe, and hit a person in the face with real strength. Immediately, nosebleeds spewed out, and the man fell to the ground crying. The battle situation was very chaotic, and another stick shadow hit the back of Luo Bing's head. Peter Parker stood there, just about to shout to be careful behind him, but once again he saw Luo Bing dodging again and again, past. He seems to have eyes on the back of his head, and he can skillfully dodge attacks from any direction every time. In less than 10 seconds, 5 people lay on the ground and wailed. Luo Bing gasped and was a little tired, but from the beginning to the end, no one could touch the corner of his clothes. The reason for this is beast instinct. Peter Parker's eyes widened. That's amazing. Kung Fu, celestial Kung Fu. Thompson, who was punched hard in the face, also looked at Luo Bing in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the not-so-strong Oriental man could fight like that. But the pain in his face told him, he today, P***D off the wrong person. Chapter 5 Rising Tide Organization. Martin is a very popular Bazaar journalist. Or, he used to be a very popular Bazaar news reporter, but that was 20 years ago, and now, he is out of breath. The years are ruthless. In addition to letting him pass away, it also gave him a very bloated beer belly. While shaking the wine bottle in his hand, he laughed at himself, recalling the past. He was also considered a top player in the stage. However, with the rapid development of modern cameras and the iterative update of image quality, he can no longer take pictures of things like UFOs and water monsters. Damn, even the current intern dares to show my face. Recalling what happened just now, Martin lifted the bottle depressingly and took a sip into his mouth. He doesn't know how to behave in the world, and he doesn't know how to slack off. It stands to reason that with his old qualifications and previous career medals, he has long been successful, but it is a pity that this is the reality. When he was popular, he had many friends, and even had a gentle and greasy girlfriend. Now, a real society. Maybe I should be a realistic person too. Maybe I should crouch down and pat Tony Stark like most people do, so I can at least fill my stomach. Martin shook his head mockingly. Under the stimulation of alcohol, he was already in a trance. Passing by a street corner, Martin unbuttoned his trousers as if no one else was there. He knew that there were actually very few passers-by on this road, but even if there were many people, at the moment, he couldn't control that much. His bladder was about to burst after drinking too much beer. I think we should go have a drink and celebrate this great day together. You know, Thompson, you're the third person to call my name since I got here. You're a genius. The sound of sunlight but full of magnetism came from not far away. Perhaps the word, drink, stimulated Martin's nervous system, and he turned his head subconsciously. Immediately afterwards, he shivered all over, and his professional instinct after more than 20 years in the industry made him subconsciously take out his old buddy from his backpack and open the camera. A hunch told him that there seemed to be a fight here, and the identities of both parties were still students. To be honest, he didn't dare to take pictures of student fights before. If he was found out, he might even be beaten himself. But now, Martin, who has been stimulated by alcohol, is extraordinarily courageous, and he has not considered any consequences at all. Then, after 10 seconds, which was extremely long but extremely short, Martin's eyes widened, and a chill went from the sky to the spine. Advertisement. He is sober. Very awake. Martin stared blankly at the picture he took, and the young man who was gradually leaving in the distance. His hand slipped, and the camera fell to the ground. Oh bye, FK. Before Martin's excited pants could be lifted, he immediately went to pick up the camera on the ground, carefully wiping the lens. His expression and body, like a 20-year-old boy who had been abstinent for 80 years. Director. It's me, Martin, ha ha ha. Guess what I caught, UB*ch. There's news, that's it. The supervisor on the other end of the phone had a dark face, but he had to say that he was really curious when he heard Martin speak to him in such a tone. Kitchen. After cleaning up Thompson, the man who came home after being separated from Peter locked himself up here. What a man says must be counted. Cut the green onion into sections, slice the ginger, chop the ribs into 4 centimeters long pieces, wash and control the moisture, add a little soy sauce and water starch, mix well, fry in hot heat until golden brown, remove and set aside. Then Luo Bing took out a bag of rock sugar from the refrigerator, put in vegetable oil and fry the ingredients in the pot. After waiting for the rock sugar to melt completely and mix with the onion and ginger to give off a sweet but not greasy fragrance, Luo Bing then put the freshly fried pork ribs into the pot and simmered them with water. Go 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 go. Watching the water boil, Luo Bing turned the fire to a minimum, washed his hands, and walked towards his roommate Sky's room. Hey Sky, it's dinner time. As promised, braised pork ribs, I don't owe you anything. Squeak. Luo Bing opened the door and walked in. Boom. Luo Bing was kicked out. Hey, it's none of my business if you don't wear clothes when you sleep. You think I want to watch it, but I'm afraid of needles. The atmosphere is awkward. In fact, this embarrassing thing has happened more than once. Advertisement: the two have been renting together for more than half a year, and there is only one public toilet in this house, or the one with attached bathroom. For Luo Bing, who was shy in his pockets, he could only live with the beautiful general. The craftsmanship is good. I haven't eaten such delicious huxia food for a long time. Sky picked up a piece of golden red spare ribs, and the fried and stewed spare ribs were even more crispy and tasted great. She kept her mouth shut, as if nothing had happened. Are you free at night? Accompany me to meet someone? After the meal, the woman glanced at her watch and said with a frown. She frowned a little seriously, but she looked very cute. Friends? Do you still have friends? Aren't you a deadhouse? Are you a netizen? Mianji? Luo Bing's interest was raised, and he asked jokingly. Well, it's a netizen. The little beauty nodded seriously. No, are you really a netizen? I said, how old are you? You can't play online dating, right? I can tell you that the internet is very complicated now. You read the news that came from your hometown a few months ago. No, a girl was asked 13 times for a bowl of malatang. You know the internet better than me? The little beauty looked at Luo Bing with contempt. I know men better than you. A qualified man will think about a woman every 7 hours when he is not busy, change a goddess every 7 days, and become disgusted with his girlfriend in less than 7 weeks. So, you can't trust men, and online dating is even more unreliable. Luo Bing said with disdain. So, you too. The little beauty's eyes were very playful. Unfortunately, I am one of those good role models. As a male god in the new century, I want to be of a high standard. Luo Bing patted his chest. Well, I believe it. The little beauty nodded. Then, the atmosphere became silent. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, put away his joking attitude, and then asked earnestly, who are you going to see? Why? Sky also got serious, then frowned and said, I'm an orphan, you know, but I've been looking for my parents. But, they seem to have evaporated from the world. I hacked all the population bureaus, intelligence bureaus, I couldn't find any information about them, but I found a few very suspicious points, but that I can't touch the things involved in the place for the time being, and their security defense network is the strongest in the world. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. I grew up eating Baiji, a restaurant in Chinatown, and I tried to find my parents, but I gave up after I couldn't find it. Sky was stunned for a moment, then nodded. In private, she also inquired about all the information about Luo Bing, which was not difficult for her computer hacker. But, if there is still a trace of cobweb to be found in my parents, then Luo Bing really seems to have appeared out of nowhere, and his parents are nowhere to be found. I was contacted by a force called the Rising Tide Organization. They are all a group of hackers, including a few people I knew on the internet before. I don't know what their purpose is yet, but they have huge resources. If we can use their resources, I think it is very likely that we can find out our background. Sky said. A group of hackers gathered together, either rebelling or antisocial. Luo Bing frowned. That's right, so you have to go with me and protect me, the little beauty asked earnestly. Asterisk. Chapter 6: The Chaos of Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen, located in Lower Manhattan, is the most chaotic city in New York. No one here is a paradise for criminals. A taxi stopped steadily on 2nd Street, and 2 young men in peaked caps got out of the car, a man and a woman, and then the taxi drove out of Hell's Kitchen at a rapid speed. Did you smell a pungent gunpowder smoke? Luo Bing frowned. The air quality here made him very uncomfortable. This is the most chaotic city in New York, and the 2nd Street is relatively good. It is said that several people die every night on the 4th Street. Sky took out her mobile phone and looked at the map the other party sent her. Today's destination is a place called Daddy's Tavern, Place. People from Rising Tide will arrange to meet there. Boom. A faint gunshot came from the far direction of the harbor. Luo Bing frowned, and a few pedestrians on the road seemed to have noticed the faint sound of gunfire, but all of them acted calmly and continued on their own way. A burly black man touched his waist subconsciously, and then continued to walk. Luo Bing squinted. This man has a gun. It can be seen from his subconscious actions that in this city, only guns can give him a sense of security. This place is messier than I thought, let's go. Sky glanced at the map, and the two set off towards their destination. Dad's Tavern. The nostalgic architectural style, even the door is made of wood, the signs are decorated with neon lights, and the lights in the tavern are a little dim. But here is a lot more special. On 2nd Street, Papa's Tavern is a rare safe place. The owner here doesn't allow anyone to cause trouble on his territory. This is a well-known rule. Soothing music echoed in the tavern. Luo Bing and Sky found a corner booth and sat down. Why are they all looking at us? Sky asked in confusion. Luo Bing also noticed that the eyes of the people around were looking towards this side intentionally or unintentionally, and there was a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Maybe we seem out of place with them, Luo Bing replied. Advertisement. Yes, man, you look like huskies mixed in with wolves, very delicate and cute. A man with eyes came over with a smile, and sat down beside the booth unceremoniously. Call me Kevin, if I'm not mistaken, you are Sky. The man named Kevin asked Luo Bing. From High Tide, yes. Oh, you're mistaken, Husky, the lady next to him is Sky. Luo Bing looked at the man with glasses in front of him, with no sympathy at all. This person seems to have a sense of superiority, which makes him a little uncomfortable. Oh my, the legendary Sky is actually a lady. Is she actually an Oriental woman? Kevin's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Do you look down on Orientals or women? The little beauty frowned and snorted coldly. Dear, I definitely didn't mean that. It was just a slip of the tongue. Haha, please don't mind. I came here with full sincerity. To be honest, if a talented person like you is always alone, it's really a waste of your ability. Believe me, in the Rising Tide organization, you can exert more talents and do more things. Let me give you an example. Do you know Area 51? Our organization just visited last week. If you ask if there are aliens in Area 51, I can answer you, yes. I'm not interested in aliens. Sky frowned. Well, I thought you would be very interested, haha. In fact, we haven't found real aliens, just found some records, but the Earth has really had a third type of contact with alien life, and more than once, Kevin said. If you're not interested in aliens, there must be another thing you'll definitely be interested in, Kevin said, lowering his voice with a mysterious look on his face. Do you believe that there are people in this world who have super ability? Luo Bing narrowed his eyes unnaturally and continued to listen to him. Among them, some can breathe fire, some can pass through walls, some are powerful, some look weird, they are real. We found out from the information that the official has always called this kind of life inhuman. It is unlikely that mutant will be involved for the time being. Mutant is too involved, and the worldview does not match the main Marvel universe. If you want to write it, you may be involved in parallel universes later. This article mainly focuses on the Marvel movie universe, and the American drama Shield Agent is also very good. If you are interested, you can also watch it. Sky is the character in it, formerly known as Daisy, Vibe female, an alien, and the fate of the scientific duo in it is also it's quite tragic. Looking at the preview of the latest season, it seems that this time even the time has crossed and separated again, poor two babies. Close black lens bracket. We don't know much about aliens. We only know that the genes in their bodies are different from normal people, and they will be activated as long as certain limited conditions are met. Kevin continued. Advertisement. Before they did not activate the mutant genes, they were exactly the same as normal humans, and they were hidden in the crowd, but this information was concealed by the government. The unknown is the most terrifying. We can only hear the information they want us to know, and also live happily in the moment like a stupid pig. The purpose of our Rising Tide organization is to reveal some secrets, some events that the official does not want ordinary people to know. As long as everyone is prepared in their hearts, even if the end of the world comes one day, they will not worry. Everything we do is completely for the public. Sky, do you have the consciousness to protect all mankind? Kevin is like a priest. Eyes full of devotion. I have a question. Luo Bing frowned, breaking Kevin's boast. How many years has the Rising Tide organization been established? Luo Bing asked. Our organization has a long history. Do you know the Hand of God? More than 20 years ago. That was the founder of our organization, Kevin said of the man with a look of admiration. I haven't heard of it. Luo Bing shook his head. Let me ask you a second question. What have you done in the past 20 years? Except for some news such as scandalous photos of actresses that surprised me online, it seems that no secrets have been exposed, right? Luo Bing pursed his lips. Or, your purpose is not the public at all, and you have always been a practitioner of intelligence trafficking between countries. Kevin's face was stiff. In order to maintain the development of the organization, we will use some intelligence in exchange for relative resources, but that is only to maintain development, everything is to pave the way for the goal of the organization. To protect all mankind. Yes, in order to protect all mankind. Just then, chaos broke out in the tavern. The wooden door was kicked open from the outside, and more than a dozen gang members with hot weapons rushed in. The harsh gunshot of bang 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 came out, and the bullet hit the beam hard, and it fell into dust. Tat, tat, tat. An elderly man walked down from the second floor of the bar on crutches with a gloomy face. You know the rules. This is my tavern. I have a contract with Jinping. He is a very reasonable person, the old man said. Dad, it's not that the brothers don't give you face. Daredevil attacked our port and killed more than a dozen of our brothers. He was shot, and we followed the blood all the way to here. Dad, you are a person who knows current affairs, I hope you have nothing to do with this matter. The strong man who risked his death sneered, then waved his hand. Search. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Daredevil and Luo Bing. There was a commotion in the bar. The gangsters didn't make sense at all, and they used guns to force the guests to squat down with their heads folded to check them one by one. I said, this is my pub. The old man was very angry. Dad, what else can you do? Look at you. You are already using crutches. Don't be stubborn when you are older. Take a good rest. This is not your era. The strong man smiled wryly. Although I'm old, it's not that I can't walk anymore. It's all right to clean up your little crumbs. The old man spat and drew his long sword from the crutch. The bartenders and waiters on the side took out guns from all corners of the bar and aimed them at the group of people at the door. Are you disobeying Boss Jinbing? Have you thought about the consequences? The strong man narrowed his eyes, his tone very cold. This is my bar. This is Dad's bar. No one is allowed to make trouble here. You need to find someone. Get out and find. Here are all my guests. Ha ha ha. Very good, very good. The strong man laughed arrogantly, and then looked around the bar. Dad, I respect you. Now, everyone rolls me to the door of the bar to be checked, otherwise, you are fighting against Jin and help. Hey, I think you know the consequences. The sturdy man finished speaking, sneered, and strode to the door. His subordinates rushed out and surrounded the bar door. Get it all out for me, don't you understand, scumbags? A big black man with a submachine gun shouted, and he fired a machine gun toward the sky. The guests in the bar panicked and lined up one by one to go outside. With the first one, there will be a second one, and soon, the entire hall gradually disappeared. Go out, they're not looking for us, it's fine. Kevin broke into a cold sweat, and he didn't expect to encounter such a thing here. Papa's bar is the safest place in Hell's Kitchen, as everyone knows. Dude, don't rush to protect all mankind, there is a group of people here who need your protection. Does your Rising Tide organization have no backup? Luo Bing asked amusingly. Backup? Don't be kidding. They are underworld, thugs, and they will kill. I won't accompany you crazy. Kevin cursed and walked out of the hall. I thought they were amazing. Luo Bing curled his lips contemptuously. What should we do? Are we going out? Sky asked with a frown. She was a little panicked. It was the first time she encountered such a thing, and she lost her mind for a while. Advertisement. No, no one in the underworld is easy to get along with. Besides, you are so beautiful, are you going out to deliver food to those people? What's more, we are yellow people, these guys are not so friendly to yellow people. It's safer to stay here and survive tonight. We won't come to Hell's Kitchen anymore. Midtown is still relatively safe, Luo Bing said, pressing down on his and Sky's caps. Yeah, Sky nodded and sat next to Luo Bing. For some reason, the roommate who usually doesn't seem to be adjusting his body toward the gallery to be developed brings her an indescribable feeling at the moment. Sense of security. The rest is to fight against Jin Bing. Very good. The strong man glanced coldly in Luo Bing's direction, smiled cruelly, then grabbed Kevin's hair and scolded him. To the side. Your two friends seem to have different opinions from you. Tell me, what are your identities? As he spoke, a cold muzzle had been pointed at Kevin's forehead. Hey, brother, I'm not familiar with them, and I just met them. I swear, really. Kevin lowered a gold watch from his hand, which he had prepared when he first left the hall. Oh, it's interesting. The sturdy man put away his watch calmly, kicked Kevin aside with one foot, and then grabbed a black man by the neck, put a gun against his head and asked cursingly, look at me, B ************, did you see any injured man or strange figure walking in tonight? The black man was nervous and sweaty, and shouted in horror. No no no, don't kill me, I don't know anything. Bang, a shot rang out. The black man fell straight to the ground. There's a lot of nonsense. The strong man wiped the barrel of the gun and smiled coldly, the police won't be on duty tonight, so don't expect it. From now on, if Daredevil doesn't show up for a minute, I'll kill someone until he shows up. Turtle, I know you're hiding here. Do you have the guts to break into our port, but don't have the guts to show up? After speaking, he went back to the tavern, looked at his father, and sneered. Father, I'll give you face, not to make trouble in your tavern, but I want two people in this head office, right? While speaking, he turned his head to look in Luo Bing's direction. Bray, don't go too far, do you know what you're doing? I don't care about the people outside, but the guests still in my tavern are covered by my father. Don't even think about moving alone. He also firmly held the shotgun in his hand. It's really nerve-wracking, am I giving you too much face? The strong white man scratched his head helplessly with the pistol, then twisted his neck, no longer paying attention to the old man and his group in the center of the hall, and went straight towards Go in the direction of Luo Bing. Yo, still two yellow monkeys. It's so late, why don't you go to Chinatown and hide under your blankets and even come to the bar? Didn't your mother tell you that the outside world is very dangerous? The strong white man sneered and pointed his gun at Luo Bing's forehead. Advertisement. I advise you to put the gun down. Luo Bing raised his head indifferently. Beast's instinct constantly stimulated his emotions, and in the face of the danger in front of him, his body subconsciously had the urge to crush the opponent's neck. Enough. I'm here. Let go of those innocents. A cold shout came from the stairs, and a weak figure walked down the fence. The hood covered his face, and his body was still bandaged, and blood was faintly visible. Beside him, there was a blonde girl. At the moment, he was holding a dagger on the girl's neck. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to threaten you. Bray, the person Kim is looking for is me, and it has nothing to do with anyone else, Matt Murdock roared, then reached out and pushed the blonde girl next to Dad. Dad gritted his teeth and shook his head at Matt. Matt also shook his head slightly at Daddy. He owed Daddy too much to drag him down any longer. Catch the live one. Bray grinned grimly, turned around, and waved his hands to swarm Daredevil down. The entire bar became chaotic in an instant, and the guests who had left outside the bar also took advantage of this opportunity to flee. Click. A crisp bone-twisting sound came out. Boom. The sturdy man's body fell to the ground. His dilated pupils were still filled with a sneer. He died so fast that he didn't realize that he was dead, and his face was still smug. The group turned around in disbelief. Luo Bing picked up Bray's pistol and looked at it. It didn't work, and threw it aside. Then he took out the 2 daggers from his waist, and threw them into the air lightly, then caught them. There are 2 kinds of people I hate the most in my life, he said. One is racist. The other kind is you bastards. Huh. Luo Bing held a pair of daggers in each hand, and charged forward like a beast. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Tenfold Rashomon 1.0 Extra Edition is born. The child popped out of the chamber, bursting out with bright fireworks. The young man with the peaked cap passed through the gap of the bullet again and again skillfully, and the dagger in his hand harvested one life after another. The light, which was not so bright, became even darker after passing through the stray bullets. But none of this seemed to have any effect on the young man. On the contrary, he is more like a fish in water. He danced on the tip of the knife. He was dormant in the night. The dagger slid across a silver-white rule, and he easily harvested a new life without the slightest fear of murder. In other words, he felt very excited. Beast's instincts are fully activated. Luo Bing incarnates as Proxima Midnight Death God. His 5 senses are infinitely magnified, and every grass and every movement around him can't escape his perception. The cold bullet never seemed to hit him. He always knew in advance and skillfully avoided it. Grandma Chunhua's soulful square dance gave him a more flexible body coordination ability. He could easily turn his body 30 degrees to the ground and stand up instantly. Every movement of Master Miyamoto's unique flower watering skills contains the strange and changeable nature of the assassin. The Kendo Master Dugu's subtle way of flirting with girls brought him a strong confidence and aura. The abilities that usually look like waste seem to be reactivated at this moment, and they are completely integrated into Luo Bing itself. Even a group of garbage ability, when he accumulated to a certain level, it is enough to bloom bright and dazzling smooth. At the moment the dagger in Luo Bing's hand proves it all. When the lights came on again, the ground was full of 16 corpses. There is a bloodstain on their necks without exception, and the blood seals their throats. An unpleasant smell of blood permeated the entire bar. Do not know why. Now Luo Bing likes this smell. When the gentle blood sprayed on him, he felt that his heart was gradually filling up. It seemed that a voice in his head always said to him, kill it, unleash your wildness, unleash your instincts. Advertisement. Kill everything in front of you. But Luo Bing stopped. Because he knew that he should stop, the enemy was already dead, and Beast's instinct could not control his body and mind, nor could it affect his decision. He is the master of this mind. Luo Bing. Are you okay? Sky crawled out from under the table in a daze. At the beginning of the chaos, Luo Bing pushed her in to prevent her from being scratched by stray bullets. It's all right, don't worry. Luo Bing shook his hand, only to realize that his wrist was a little stiff, and even the muscles all over his body became sore from the sudden explosion just now. Young man, where are you from? Dad's right hand holding the crutch and the sword trembled slightly. He hadn't seen such a character for a long time. Thank you for your protection just now, Dad. It doesn't matter where I come from. I just remember my hometown as Washaw. Luo Bing took off his cap and threw it aside. Thanks to wearing this thing at the time, or it was designated to be sprayed with blood all over the head. Thank you for your shot, mysterious Oriental. Do you want some wine? Dad's wine is the best wine in Hell's Kitchen, the old man said. I'm still underage and the law says I can't drink. However, this is Hell's Kitchen, right? In the old man's tavern, the 2 guys dragged the corpse outside. Sky was chatting with Daddy's daughter, and the 2 girls had a thrilling night tonight. Dad, Daredevil, and Luo Bing drank together. To Hell's Kitchen. To Hell's Kitchen. To Hell's Kitchen. Although I can't see what you look like, but I can hear it. You're not a bad guy. Daredevil Matt Murdock said with a smile. Swallowing the alcohol, he coughed lightly, driving the wounds with some bloodstains appeared. How did you deal with not being able to go to the hospital? Luo Bing asked. Dad's daughter knows some medical skills, and she usually helps to deal with it. I've been hurt before, but not this time, Matt said. I heard that you broke into their port and killed more than a dozen people. Luo Bing asked. Advertisement. I didn't kill anyone. I'm a Catholic. They brought in a new batch of 20 tons of drugs at the port. I found it, and when I was destroying it, they found it again, Matt said. I don't understand your superhero's idea very well. It is necessary to fight criminals without killing people. I want to find guilt for myself. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly. If I kill someone, then I'm no different from those criminals. I won't stop you from killing people, and I can't stop it. It's not hypocrisy, it's just that I can't get through it in my heart, Matt said with a wry smile. Matt, if you don't kill people, no one will ever be afraid of you. Those criminals will continue to run wild. It's all because of your kindness, the old man shouted angrily. Maybe, but I'll stick to my ideas. Matt sipped a glass of wine. What to do with these corpses? Will they cause you trouble? Dad, Luo Bing asked. There will definitely be trouble, but it's not a big problem. Jin Bing's father used to be friends with me. He won't do anything to me. The old man smiled bitterly and drank a glass of strong wine. Own youth. What kind of person is Jin Bing? Luo Bing asked curiously. He's a businessman and a hero. Dad took a cigar and exhaled a ring of smoke. There's a quote from himself in Hell's Kitchen that fits the bill, Dad said. What? Luo Bing asked. The underworld can now proceed like a business. The head and the board of directors will be Kim Bing. Dad replied. What an immodest guy. Luo Bing pursed his lips. Yeah, but I'll definitely catch him, Matthew said in a confident tone. Falling in love with Kim and killing each other seems to have become his daily routine. Matt is blind, and his justice is also blind. The three of them chatted a lot that night. Although they were just acquaintances for the first time, they quickly became friends because of their shared adversity. An old Ford drove slowly out of Hell's Kitchen. Just come here, go back. Luo Bing said goodbye, and he and Sky walked down from the old Ford of the old man in the tavern. You have given me a brand new acquaintance today. Sometimes I wonder if you are the boy next door I know. Sky raised his head and looked at Luo Bing with curiosity in his eyes. Then shall I introduce myself again, beautiful lady. The golden hands turned little by little to 12 o'clock in the morning. The exaggerated golden watch was Luo Bing's trophy. In order not to take it for nothing, he could buy junk for money. Up and down. Open black lens bracket sign in successfully close black lens bracket. Today's supernatural ability, tenfold Rashomon 1.0 extra version is born. Single quote closing square bracket. Luo Bing. Special thanks. Thanks for the reward of the Bookworm Brothers for 10 years. Pleasure point +1, motivation +1. Asterisk. Chapter 9 The new abilities have bugs. Tenfold Rashomon 1.0 extra version is born. What the hell is this? Luo Bing suppressed his inner curiosity. Because of Sky's presence, he couldn't conduct experiments on the spot. The two returned to the rental room. Luo Bing went to take a shower first, and took care of the clothes with blood stains on his body. When he came back to his senses, he thought of studying the new power he acquired today. Although at the moment it's almost 2 in the morning. To be honest, if it was a few days ago, Luo Bing didn't pay attention to the abilities that he can get every day, because in his opinion, those are all garbage and useless things, and he is usually the second only in the morning took a look with the attitude of picking up gold from the garbage heap. However, the quality of Beast's instinct that appeared yesterday was surprisingly good, which made Luo Bing more confident in his later abilities. Especially since the name of this skill is so long and strange. Although the last few times, the ability that was so long and so strange was basically useless. Tenfold Rashomon 1.0 Fanwai version Big Generation can quickly summon any size, any type, any style of modern residents commonly used doors from within 1 meter of the host. Active instant cast skills. Luo Bing's eyes are dull, and there is a sense of confusion, building a door. Or a door for residents. Although it's not clear what it's used for, the description of the skill that came from my mind was introduced like this. Luo Bing touched his chin, coughed lightly, sensed it carefully, and snapped his fingers, as if all he needed was a light snap of his fingers. Boom. A cloud of white smoke rose out of thin air, and Luo Bing was choked directly because of the abruptness. The smoke was colorless and odorless, and seemed to be composed of water vapor. When the smoke dissipated, a twin brother door that was identical to Luo Bing's bedroom door appeared in front of him. Luo Bing looked at the door standing in front of him and was speechless for a while. This peculiar. If you open a furniture store by yourself, you will definitely make money. After all, it is a business without capital. But then again, his hairdressing director's god-level ability of being a master of modesty seems to have no business. Then here comes the problem. Will I be selling furniture in the future? Advertisement. Or do you want to develop a gallery? Luo Bing looked thoughtful. This was a problem that had to be a headache. And many more. The security door should also be counted in the residential door, right? And what about the tempered glass doors? Luo Bing's eyes lit up. He quickly walked out of the bedroom and came to the roof. Bang. A cloud of white smoke exhaled. A 12mm transparent glass door appeared in front of Luo Bing. Is it really possible? Then can I use it to block bullets at a critical time? Luo Bing thought about it carefully and felt that this method was completely feasible. Then, he took out the fire axe from the stairwell and tested it against the tempered glass door he summoned. Boom. A muffled sound came out, and the fire axe that Luo Bing swung vigorously only left a white mark on the tempered glass door, and did not cause any damage to the tempered glass door. It must be made by the Huxia dynasty, it's so powerful, Luo Bing exclaimed. There is no problem at all for temporarily blocking bullets or something. The tempered glass is too strong, and the difference between tempered glass and the security door made of pure iron is that it will not block the view at all. But for some reason, Luo Bing still felt that something was wrong. He turned around the glass door, and now he finally knew what made him feel abnormal. Hold on. There is nothing to support this special. How does the 12mm glass door stand up? Can't knock it down even with your own powerful axe hit just now. Waterfa. Newton's coffin board could hardly hold back. This is not in line with the common sense of life at all. It is more like the setting in the game. The individual exists alone, his setting is to stand up, and there is no need for any support point at all. Either it was broken, or it just stood there. Luo Bing tried to hold it away, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hold it at all. It seemed that the glass door and the entire floor building grew together. Luo Bing was stunned. The door could be opened or even locked, but he couldn't move it away. Advertisement. How can this be done? There is a wooden door in my bedroom. Do I need to chop it up? What about this sturdy tempered glass? The fire axe doesn't have much effect on it. Do you need to use Gatling to fire it yourself, or carry individual missiles? This is a difficult problem to deal with. There are various indications that this ability has a serious and fatal flaw. That is, it can't be used to open a furniture store at all. It's a pity that Luo Bing's money-making plan for selling doors was stillborn before it even started. A door that cannot be moved is destined to not be a door that ordinary humans can enjoy, unless every user asks Luo Bing to install it. Since he appeared out of nowhere, surely he could disappear out of nowhere, right? Luo Bing tried many times, and finally got his mind, and the glass door turned into a white smoke and disappeared. It's so amazing. Although the furniture store can't be opened, I seem to be able to perform magic tricks. This hand appearing and disappearing out of thin air will definitely last a lifetime. Luo Bing fantasized, and he was still a little moved. Afterwards, he hurriedly scolded himself for lack of ambition. How could he have delayed his dream of opening the new Oriental beauty salon to the world because of some petty profits? That is inadvisable. New Oriental beauty salon is the most important drop. Then Luo Bing did more experiments. The range is 1 meter around the body, and the file size can be scaled by a percentage of plus or minus 100, which is generally the difference between a baby door and an adult door pet door. It can even appear flat in midair. Taking advantage of its advantage of not needing to focus on it, this has formed a very strange result. Can Luo Bing be summoned all the time, stepping on the door step by step to the moon? Can you even kill yourself by jumping off a building freely, and then summon a paved door under your feet in midair? This ability, at first glance, it doesn't seem to be anything special. But after careful study, Luo Bing found that it was all bugs, but he likes this kind of bug. Chapter 10. You're popular. It seems that the time of night always goes by very fast. When Luo Bing realized that he should go to bed, it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Definitely, no surprises, he was late again in the morning. Or, he should be late in the afternoon, because when he walked into the school, the second class in the afternoon had already started. He slept till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Bing can already imagine Professor Will's cold zombie Sema face. He'd be sure to keep circling around him like a bug, and Rory would have a bunch of them waiting for him. Unfortunately, the situation did not develop as Luo Bing envisioned. Professor Will nodded and smiled at Luo Bing, such a friendly attitude that constantly Luo Bing wondered if this old bitch suddenly became interested in men. This is not scientific, this is not normal, what is it that makes his attitude change so much? Luo Bing didn't understand, and didn't think much about it. It was good that the other party didn't go to trouble him, and he didn't bother to investigate what caused the old B***** D to change his attitude. However, at the end of the second get out of class, Peter ran over and said something that caught Luo Bing's attention. You're trending, Peter said. Walter. Luo Bing looked puzzled. A minute later, he realized what was going on when he saw a piece of news with a video from the New York News. The video of him teaching Thompson was uploaded. Maybe because of the constant shaking of the angle of view, the picture taken by Martin's old antique camera is not very clear, but everyone can still recognize at a glance that the guy who hit 5 or 6 big men in 10 seconds is an Oriental. From the background, people at Midtown High School could immediately recognize that it was a small street near their school. Coupled with Thompson, who didn't come to class today, many people have some guesses in their hearts, and they look at Luo Bing's direction from time to time. There are not many Orientals in the school, which is too good to guess. But no one dared to ask, so they could only squeeze their curiosity in their stomachs and walk with their necks shrunk. Advertisement. At least the students of Midtown High School didn't dare to cause trouble these days. How on earth did you do it back then? They are now commenting that all Orientals know martial arts and can fly over the eaves. Is this true? Peter asked excitedly while pressing his voice. Not only that, everyone in our hometown of Shu has a giant panda at home. People in Byeonzong go to school on horseback every day. Brothers in Yunnan ride elephants to get off work all day. It is said that there are many the gluttonous Guangzhou people only eat Fujian people. Luo Bing said with a squinting face. Cannibals. Well, scary. Peter Parker was startled. It's not eating people, it's eating people built by Fujian. Luo Bing emphasized again. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Hu Jonren, isn't he human? Peter Parker scratched his head in confusion. Luo Bing was asked. I don't know, but that's what they say. Although Luo Bing is an Asian, he has lived in Chinatown since he was a child, and his knowledge of his country only comes from the internet, but even if he is on the internet, he can't get over the wall, and he can only hear some news from the Huxia who come over the wall. In fact, his main source of information is still in the game. In the game world, whether it is a large-scale interstellar journey or a wild survival type, as long as it is a large-scale multiplayer confrontation game, the Huxia army will emerge endlessly, and it has become a nightmare for players from many other countries. They often like to wear red clothes, loudly shouting, "Washa people don't kill," and then flooded like a red tide, blasting the bases of foreign players. Luo Bing has also joined several alliances, and with his unique ability and understanding of the game, he has also obtained several positions of small team leader. Most of his knowledge of Washa is obtained in the chat and ridicule of game friends. Can you teach me Kung Fu? Peter looked expectantly. Me, I'm not Kung Fu. How can I put it? I'm special. My conditioned reflex ability and physical coordination ability are stronger than ordinary people. You can understand that this is an ability. Luo Bing had nothing to hide, and said the truth. I understand. Is it because you like to play parkour? So your extreme reaction ability is stronger than ordinary people. Maybe I can give it a try, Peter Parker thought. Advertisement. Hey, brother, get rid of that thought quickly. Don't try to die. You will really die. Luo Bing was speechless. Okay, I really envy you. If only I were as good as you, Peter looked longingly. Then, what will you do? Luo Bing asked curiously. I can do a lot of things. First of all, I will definitely not be bullied by Thompson again. Then, help those who have the same experience as me, Peter Parker fantasized, not knowing what to think, he couldn't help laughing. Go home and do 100 push-ups every day. As long as you keep exercising, your body will be strong. Haha, Luo Bing laughed and patted Peter's head. Well, I'll give it a try. I usually get tired after 10 push-ups. Peter scratched his head awkwardly. Luo Bing came back to his senses, looked at Peter in front of him, and looked at the frolicsome crowd outside the window. Or, you can learn to act like Daredevil at night in your spare time. Helping justice, hoeing the strong and helping the weak is nothing. Black eats black. Hey, that must be able to make a lot of money, right? Luo Bing is definitely the type that loses money. The key is not to make money. The game equipment is too expensive. Recently, he has become obsessed with the Zuntang game in his hometown, and he is a little addicted to playing. He feels that he has opened a game in front of him. The door to a new world. He has already reached the 3rd star, and as long as he pays some more money, he can exchange for an epic weapon at a very small price in the latest event. It's a pretty good deal if you think about it. He was really worried that Zuntang company would go bankrupt at a loss. Such a welfare activity, it is a fool not to charge money. Do it if you think of it. That night, Luo Bing stole the little girl's roommate's stockings, put them on her head and looked in the mirror. Either way I feel like a pervert. Then he took off his stockings and threw them aside, touched his chin and thought about it, then snapped his fingers and temporarily dyed his hairstyle silver white, then took out large sunglasses and a mask from the drawer, dressed like a domestic star, he went out. Chapter 11 Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. At 8 o'clock at night, Luo Bing was walking down the streets of Queens depressingly. He has been wandering since 6 o'clock. From Midtown at first and then to Queens, he didn't encounter a single robbery or theft at all. It's not that he just didn't come across it. When he heard the whistle of the police car doo-woo, it was already too late, and the robbers had already run away. Nonsense. Is it too late for the police to come? I don't know if he was lucky or unlucky. Not long after he left a street, there was a robbery incident there. After he rushed over, the robbers had already disappeared. I heard that there is a strange man named Kogoro the unlucky guy in Tokyo. Deadman or robbery cases happen wherever he goes. He is commented by the media as the most unlucky guy in the past 100 years. At this time Luo Bing really envied his special luck. After another half hour, Luo Bing gradually lost his patience at about 8:30. During this period, other than some people mistakenly thought he was a celebrity and came to take a photo, nothing special happened. Why can't I meet 1 or 2 criminals? I heard that this place is quite chaotic, so am I not worth being robbed? Luo Bing rolled his eyes and simply put the blinding gold watch on his hand, with his sleeves rolled up, for fear that others would not know about it. Finally, with his almost unremitting efforts, the timid little thief arrived late. Luo Bing was so excited, he directly fed people to the ground on the 2nd day of the 3rd day, the 2nd day of the 5th day, and he didn't mention the comfort in his heart. Hey bro, don't do it. Oh, shit, I swear, I just didn't see that you were from the east, the sky is too dark, if I knew you were from the east, I wouldn't be so stupid, the blonde young man cried in embarrassment. Luo Bing, what am I? Now I finally know why I can't meet the robbers. My feelings are because I am an Oriental person. Have Orientals become so scary in your eyes now? Luo Bing didn't know, because after the video of him doing 6 big men in 10 seconds became popular, plus the sensational gossip from the Hell's Kitchen Daddy's bar. Any criminal with some brains will not trouble the Orientals at this juncture, whether they believe it or not. Advertisement. There is a police station 300 meters ahead. I'm going to turn myself in. I don't dare anymore. Let me go. Please, don't beat me, I'm still a student, the blonde young man cried again. Luo Bing lost his senses, knocked him unconscious with a knife, pulled out his mobile phone from his pocket and called the police, then left the place. Well, it seems that the fact that the Orientals can master martial arts is not to be washed away. There is a big gap between reality and imagination. To be honest, this area is really messy, but it doesn't mean that every street has cases all the time. In that case, there is no need for superhero, and the army will directly overwhelm it. Also, superhero needs a team, and it's not just about rushing through everything alone. Luo Bing is a simple example. After all aspects are balanced, he is also very strong, and he can kill a street by himself. But it's useless at all. Without a clear goal, he can only scramble around like a headless fly. He needs the cooperation of his teammates. At the very least, someone has to tell him how far away he is, what happened, how many enemies there are, and how to prioritize. However, this action was originally just a whim, and it was normal that it did not achieve the desired effect. In fact, there is another point that Luo Bing understands very well. The so-called superhero mainly depends on the opponent. Catch thieves, fight robbers. At best, a vigilante. I'm not too disappointed, and I'm not too depressed. It was originally an experiment that I did at random. Although the effect was not very satisfactory, life is just like this, not everything follows my heart. Turn around and go home. On the way, Luo Bing took off his mask and sunglasses. A gust of wind blew from a distance, and his silver-white hair fluttered in the wind and gradually turned black. After walking about 300 meters, Luo Bing stopped, turned his head and looked behind him. His eyes were like a galaxy, and a cold light appeared. Follow me since the beginning. This young lady, you don't want to see my beauty and plan to pull me into a dark alley and do something to me. Luo Bing said, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. The woman behind was wearing a black tight-fitting jacket and a black coat, looking very mysterious and cold. Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, we have noticed you for a long time. You did the farce at Dad's bar yesterday. The woman took out a certificate from her coat and said without any expression on her face. Walter, what game? Luo Bing thought he was deaf and asked again with a frown. Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Level 7 Agent, Melinda, you can call me May, the woman said again. Advertisement. Only at this time did Luo Bing really see her appearance. Somewhat unexpectedly, she was also Asian, with long wine red hair curled down slightly, looking a little tired and rebellious. The expression on his face was frosty, and the tall and narrow bridge of the nose showed indifference in his delicacy. Women do not allow men. This is a dangerous woman. Seriously, why didn't you think about changing your name? Melinda was stunned for a while, then chuckled. You are not the first person to propose, maybe you will change your name soon. So, what's the matter with me? Luo Bing asked with a cynical shrug of his pockets. Our boss wants to see you. Come with me, May said. What if I don't want to go? Luo Bing asked teasingly. I'll beat you down and take you away. May's expression did not change at all, she replied solemnly. Are you serious? Haha, hey, beauty, you probably don't know me yet. Ah. Damn it. 15 minutes later, Luo Bing, with his hands bound, followed the woman in front of him and boarded a sci-fi-looking Quinjet. What's the situation? Why did the beast instinct suddenly fail? No, beast's instinct didn't fail. It was the woman who shot too fast. Although her brain was aware of the danger, her body didn't react at all. He was too careless, and because the other party was a woman, he let go of his vigilance. Damn, if it wasn't for your sneak attack, I'd definitely put you on the ground, Luo Bing muttered while covering his cheeks. This is the first time that his handsome face has been treated like this. Horse eggs, what a terrifying woman, the speed of close-up shots is even faster than bullets. Does she also have super ability? Melinda doesn't have super ability. However, she is the first woman to become a Level 7 agent of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau with only her fists. Nickname. Iron Cavalry. Phil Coulson's best partner. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Luo Bing and Phil Coulson. Luo Bing has thought that one day he will make money from the new Oriental beauty salon, and he will travel around the world by plane after making a fortune. But I didn't expect that the first time I took a fighter jet. Looking at the agent with all kinds of equipment on his body, and looking at the high sky outside the at-the-moment window, Luo Bing's lofty ambitions became honest. What a joke. Fall from here, it must not be a lump of meat sauce. Even if he could launch the 10th level Rashomon 1.0 extraversion Great Generation, out of thin air, it was 10,000 meters high in the sky, not to mention how strong the wind was, Luo Bing's heart wasn't that big. Follow me. Melinda looked at Luo Bing who was looking around, said softly, and then led the way. At this point, Luo Bing had no choice but to follow her. At the same time, he was also curious, what kind of organization is this? What bureau? It sounds a bit similar to the FBI, but the equipment and configuration are far from what the FBI can compare. Say nothing else. Just this fighter jet. No wonder Luo Bing has little knowledge. He has never seen such a high-tech thing before. Do you believe that this fighter jet can be invisible? It is stealth in the true sense, not the kind of stealth that disappears from the radar. To be honest, he was puzzled when he was brought to the stadium by this woman at first, but she was startled when the fighter suddenly appeared. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't show his lack of knowledge, Luo Bing would have asked curiously long ago. Turn left and right and turn into a place that looks like an office. Melinda knocked on the door, then walked in with Luo Bing. Luo Bing looked around curiously. The furnishings in the office were nothing new, and seemed a little nostalgic. There was even a promotional photo taken by Captain America during World War II on one side of the cabin wall. It's so full of childishness. There was a middle-aged man standing in the office, smiling very warmly, looking like a good old man, except that his hairline was a little high. I didn't see anything special about him. You are her boss? Luo Bing asked, as if Heisei would fight in a group to pick a peer. No, we are colleagues. Advertisement. Hello, Mr. Luo, my name is Phil Coulson. Excuse me, why is your face hurt? The middle-aged man looked over in confusion, with a hint of concern in his eyes. This is a real good man. His kind personality allows him to have a good relationship with people of all forces. He is an 8th level agent, a model of an American agent, and one of the most effective subordinates of the current director Nick Fury. He has a very strong organization ability and mobility. Luo Bing didn't speak, and squinted at Melinda beside him. Phil Coulson was embarrassed for a moment, and his expression was a little unnatural. I'm really sorry, maybe my subordinates have misunderstood with you. May, go to the medical room and get some ice cubes. He speaks very politely, calling Luo Bing, roar, as all honorifics like some gentleman, and there is absolutely no aggressiveness from the superior. Mei Lang snorted, then turned to leave. Phil Coulson smiled awkwardly, pointed to the chair beside him, and said, please take a seat. I'm really sorry, Mr. Luo. Mei may have a bad temper, but like you, she is of Huxia descent. Presumably the conflict between you will be resolved soon. Seeing that the other party's attitude was so sincere, Luo Bing didn't want to lose his temper, so he sat on the chair and stretched his body. For your good attitude, I won't hold her responsible for violating minors. Tell me, what's the matter with me? Phil Coulson smiled kindly, then took out a pad from the drawer. The electronic screen was recording all the information about Luo Bing's beginning in the orphanage. Including the recent few relatively hidden incidents, it is also clearly recorded. Although some details may be vague, Luo Bing's heart is shocked by this intelligence method that can reach the sky. According to our observations over the past few days, your roommate Sky is a very good and talented hacker, and you seem to have some special means beyond ordinary people. It is a presumptuous violation of your privacy, but the responsibility of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency is here. I hope you can understand. Introduction to you first. The Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency is not part of the US government. We are part of the United Nations Organization of the World. The purpose is to prevent abnormal cases from happening all over the world. You may not be aware that there are not a few people with special abilities like Your Excellency. Some of them will get out of control because of the ability they suddenly get, and then do things that disturb the peace of the world. We usually report and register these people, and in serious cases, we will supervise them. But please rest assured, from the current point of view, you are a person full of justice in your heart. Although many gang members were killed that night, the handling method may not be worth advocating, but it is also forced by the situation. So, you don't have to be nervous, we are friendly to you, Phil Coulson said gradually. Advertisement. At this time, the door was opened from the outside. May dropped an ice pack and then turned to leave and closed the door heavily. Phil Coulson laughed awkwardly again. To be honest, having such a subordinate really makes him very helpless sometimes. Luo Bing didn't care, picked up the ice pack on the table and put it on his face. He probably understood. The other party is a supervisory bureau that belongs to the United Nations but is independent of other countries, similar to the behind-the-scenes heroes of the Earth, specializing in dealing with the unsolved mysteries of mankind. So this time you are looking for me to register my identity? Luo Bing asked suspiciously. Yes, if possible, we need to evaluate and measure your special ability. To be honest, we don't know much about your ability at present. We only know that your 5 senses are more sensitive than normal people, and it seems to be more sensitive to danger. There's a 6th sense beyond the ordinary, says Phil Coulson. And then, if the measurements show that I'm too dangerous, will they kill me? Or imprison me? Luo Bing touched his chin and asked half-jokingly. Don't worry about this. In fact, I have always envied you, special people. I think those abilities are a gift. Like this pen, Phil Coulson said, picking up the pen on the table. You can paint with it, or poke other people's eyes with it. But no matter what, it's a gift, it's the same thing, it's all about how to use it and who uses it, like Captain America, Phil Coulson said. You like Captain America? Yes, I've been his fan since I was a kid. Luo Bing thought for a moment and nodded. This matter would not hurt him anyway, everything the other party said seemed reasonable. He also had no reason to refuse. Well then, I'll make the same review, Mr. Phil Coulson. Do you want to change your hair color? Luo Bing asked with a smile. Huh, Phil Coulson tilted his head in confusion. Chapter 13 Ability Evaluation. Luo Bing's Super Ability Personal Show. Agent Combat Training Room. Introduce myself. I'm Leo Fitz of the Science Task Force. You can call me Roar Fitz. Next to this is Gemma Simmons, my partner. Mr. Robin, I'm very interested in your special ability. Next, the two of us will test your ability. It won't hurt your body. Please rest assured. I can't wait. Can you start? The young man with naturally curly short hair and a very honest appearance asked. Aside, Phil Coulson and Melinda were also on the scene, watching from the sidelines. Luo Bing was covered with metal patches, about 4 or 5, which were connected to the computer on the side. My name is Luo Bing, not Robin. Would you mind calling me by my name? Luo Bing was very helpless. He pulled the copper wire on his body. The computer beside him accurately displayed his heart rate and some data. At this moment, he is very calm. Sorry, I've tried so hard. Fitz shrugged and smirked. Luo Bing's name is really hard to pronounce. It's not his fault that he was called Robin inadvertently. Mr. Luo Bing, can we start? Simmons on the side couldn't wait. You haven't done this kind of thing before, have you? Luo Bing asked with a frown. The other party looked very excited, which made him have to doubt. To be honest, we have only done experiments on corpses at present, and few of you have cooperated like this, but you don't have to worry. In theory, this experiment will not have any effect on your body at all. Fitz said bluntly. Simmons on the side glared at him, indicating that if he can't speak, don't say it, which is too straight. Luo Bing had a black line on his face and waved his hand to signal the start of the experiment. From the current data, your body is nothing special except that you are a little stronger than ordinary people. Basically, players and athletes in the NBA can achieve this physique. So, I'm curious, what is your super ability? Fitz asked bluntly without any hesitation. Luo Bing touched his chin, feeling a little embarrassed. I can make people handsome, he said. Okay, your ability is. Wait, what were you talking about just now? What is your ability? Fitz was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, then looked suspicious. I can make people handsome. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. After he said it, he didn't feel embarrassed anymore. I don't understand it very well. It can make people handsome. What is this ability? Fitz looked bewildered. Advertisement. Several people next to him also looked suspicious, feeling inexplicable. Mr. Phil Coulson, can you give me a demonstration? Luo Bing turned to the side and asked. Okay. Phil Coulson came over with an innocent look. Remember what I asked you before? Luo Bing looked at Phil Coulson with a naive smile. About what? Hair color. Phil Coulson looked uncertain. It's usually a lot of pressure to be in this position. I noticed that you seem to have a few white hairs on the back of your head. You have dyed it before, and your hairline is also very high. The midlife crisis is coming soon. Come on, Luo Bing answered nonchalantly. It's true, but does it have anything to do with your ability? Phil Coulson was a little depressed, he still cared about his own image. Maybe it's a man who doesn't want to be Mediterranean. There is definitely a connection, I said, I can make people handsome. Alright, Luo Bing said, pointing his index finger to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson was a little nervous, as if he was being aimed at by a gun, but his good mentality made him calm down quickly. Phew, Luo Bing made a shooting gesture, and imitated the sound of shooting. Then, a change happened. Phil Coulson's thinning hair began to thicken, and as the light began to twist, little golden stars, bling, appeared. A shimmering as if tailored slicked back hairstyle replaced Phil Coulson's original Little Mediterranean. It has to be said that hairstyles can really change a person's temperament. At the moment Phil Coulson is extremely shining, he is the coolest boy in the Dark Knight, he instantly turned into a girl killer. The whole person seems to be 10 years younger, with a black professional suit. At the moment he looks like an elegant gentleman, even his somewhat confused expression at the moment seems to have become deep and intriguing with the combination of hairstyle. Lay shite. Is this a membrane method? Fitz couldn't help but burst out a foul language, subconsciously touched his small curly flat head, and looked at Phil Coulson in front of him with envy for no reason. What the hell happened to me? Why are you all looking at me like that? Phil Coulson was bewildered. Simmons took out his vanity mirror from the side and stepped forward nervously. Look at it for yourself, anyway, you're very attractive now. Advertisement. Phil Coulson took the mirror inexplicably, then glanced at it, and then the whole person was stunned, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this your super ability? Well, so special. Even Phil Coulson, who has always been calm, was a little scared after discovering his own changes. This ability is great. Speaking of which, this ability is too special, right? Although there is no lethality. This is just one of my super abilities. Luo Bing shrugged, and it was the first time he used his hairdressing director's humble master's god-level ability on others. After seeing the amazing effect, at the moment Luo Bing is already thinking about the price in the future. Do you have other super ability? Simmons tilted his head, his whole person was not well. Yes, it seems that you have been staying up all night for the past few days. The dark circles under your eyes are not small, and you have pimples on your nose. Come here. Luo Bing waved at the blonde beauty in front of him. Simmons approached subconsciously. Luo Bing waved his hand, and he used the whitening skin care technique again. After a while of special effects, Simmons' skin became extremely smooth, not only his face, but even his neck became white and translucent. Compared with Phil Coulson, Simmons' experience was more obvious. She felt that all the pores in her body were sucking in roar, and her body, which was a little tired from work, suddenly relaxed. Okay. So pretty. Fitz looked dumbfounded again. Gorgeous. May's face was indifferent, and she seemed unmoved at all, but her eyes that kept glancing at Simmons betrayed her. How did you do it? Phil Coulson was puzzled. He could understand other people's fire breathing, electric discharge, etc., but Luo Bing's hand could not be explained by science at all. More like the legendary membrane method. Damn it, I found out that I knew how to use it as soon as awakening came. Oh, by the way, I still have a few skills. You are quite messy, let me clean it up for you. Luo Bing said, stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. The small area cleaning technique was activated, and a gust of sweet wind blew. The whole room became brand new, no dust could be seen, even the floor was wiped clean, bright and sparkling. This Nima is definitely a trick. Fitz, who has always been rigid and straight, swears again. The expressions of everyone looking at Luo Bing changed. Chapter 14 Super Ability Advisor. Why are you looking at me like this? Don't you say that super ability is a gift from God? I have more gifts and nothing special. Luo Bing looked innocent. The way you talk is really rude, Mei said coldly. It was obvious that she was jealous. She doesn't need any ability of combat support, she thinks her fist can solve everything, although the super ability shown by Luo Bing is not very lethal, but everyone wants it. Murder and arson, cleaning, agent attendance is a must for a good home. Do you have super ability? Phil Coulson asked with a tangled frown. Yes, although there are not many, but there are still a few left. Luo Bing looked like the landlord still had surplus food. What else? Can you make people more handsome? Fitz looked curious, he couldn't wait, and he highly praised himself as Luo Bing's new experiment. Luo Bing felt that his attitude was sincere, so he satisfied him. Immediately afterwards, Luo Bing tore off a blank page from the notepad in Fitz's hand, and then launched a complete guide to induced marketing, towards Fitz, she who was looking forward to it. Immediately afterwards, with the activation of the skill, Luo Bing began to flicker. Have you seen this piece of paper? It is not just a blank piece of paper, it is an emotional expression. It can write your greetings to your loved ones, your concern for your friends, your consideration for your lover, and your love for your children. Hope, and words of comfort and encouragement to myself. It can be written to someone you know, or someone you don't know. Definitely can also write to me. How long have you been in contact with your loved ones? How long has it been since you greeted your friends? Quote. A mere piece of waste paper was hyped up by Luo Bing. There is no demand to create demand, no value to create value, and even before Luo Bing has used the stunt of developing offline distribution agents, Fitz has already bought the entire copyright of this paper for $1,000. He was a little fortunate when it was over. He felt that the money was really worth it, and it was so profitable. The few people on the side looked at Luo Bing in front of him like a monster. In the moment just now, even they were moved, and even almost started an auction on the spot. Fortunately, Luo Bing's skills only focused on fizz, otherwise a group of people would have to fight over this piece of paper. This is simply sorcery. Advertisement. Fitz, a genius with an IQ of 200, was abruptly crippled. This skill is called Shuan progressive selling. It's the first time I've used it, and I didn't expect it to work so well. Luo Bing said. Without hesitation, he stuffed 10 pieces of $100 into his trouser pocket and covered it with his shirt. Live. Fitz also recovered at the moment. He knew that he was being tricked, but he still carefully folded the blank piece of paper and put it in his pocket. I don't know why. He doesn't feel like he's lost. It doesn't matter if you get caught. There's even a little profit. It's magical. It was an eye-opener. And more. Phil Coulson's tiny eyes were filled with big doubts. Several other people, including Fitz who had packed up their minds, also looked at Luo Bing. But this time, no one proposed to do the experiment. After all, no one wants to be bought and help people with money, that feeling is too uncomfortable. However, Luo Bing's next skill to show doesn't need anyone to cooperate at all. The 1.0 extra version of the tenfold Rashomon is activated. Bang! Accompanied by a burst of white smoke, a thick iron door with a height of 2 meters appeared in front of everyone. Judging from the style and shape, it was almost the same as the cabin door behind him. Could it be called the ability to copy in a dream? Fitz was shocked. If he could copy any item, the entire scientific world would change drastically. Any scarce materials will not be a problem, many scientific problems will be solved, and the world will definitely undergo huge amounts of change, starting a light-speed development. A group of people looked at Luo Bing eagerly, wanting to get the answer in their hearts. What are you thinking about? If you can copy it, why am I still taking your money? Dreaming, little brother. Luo Bing looked contemptuous. He also wants to copy the super ability, so that he can have a lot of small money. I'll just build one door, you guys think too much. Luo Bing said with a look of contempt, and made several doors of different shapes. What does it do? Simmons asked. Advertisement. May. Decoration. Fitz. Selling money. Phil Coulson. Being a shield. Luo Bing spread his hands. Except for the characteristics of tumbler, he is no different from a normal door. Fitz and Simmons stepped forward to watch curiously, and then a group of people heard their abnormal and inhuman debate. Luo Bing's brain is a bit big when he hears keywords such as vector and quantum from their mouths. That's basically all of my ability. There's another one that's the same as you guessed. I can predict danger, but it's only effective for me, and it happens in real time. Luo Bing revealed everything. In his current position, he doesn't have any ability that can be called a trump card. The only trump card is that he can get an ability every day, but about this, even if Luo Bing has a bag in his head, he will never say it. Your situation is very special. I need to report to the above. Phil Coulson scratched his new hairstyle, very satisfied with the hairstyle. In the past, he didn't dare to scratch his hair when he encountered troubles, for fear that he would scratch his hair bald again. But now, he can finally scratch his hair happily. It was already 11 o'clock in the night, and Luo Bing took the time to call Sky so that she didn't have to worry. But the other end of the phone didn't seem to be worried, and asked, "Are you not in the room?" Then the atmosphere became a little awkward. Simmons couldn't put it down and stared at the mirror in her hand, gazing at her smooth skin. In order to express her gratitude, she cooked a lot of delicious food and brought it to Luo Bing for supper. Luo Bing was almost poisoned. This stuff is not something that ordinary people can eat. Looking at Fitz, who was eating happily, Luo Bing was very impressed. It can be said that it can add a lot of nutrients, and it also has many benefits for the brain. In short, Luo Bing is like chewing wax. Fortunately, fruit salad is still normal. About 20 minutes later, Phil Coulson came over with a solemn look on his face. He couldn't say whether he was happy or what. In short, he was looking forward to it. Mr. Luo Bing, I now invite you in the name of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Would you like to be my team's super ability advisor? Phil Coulson asked. Chapter 15 New Ability. Jay Shaolun tells you to shut up. When Phil Coulson reported the situation here to One-Eyed Braised Egg. Braised Egg scratched his bear in place, and he didn't know what he was thinking, so he made a decision immediately to recruit this somewhat special young man. It's definitely not as simple as he can make people grow hair. In Nick Fury's view, Luo Bing, who is only 16 years old this year, has great potential for training, and his physique monitoring has also come out. There is no alien gene in this young man. Although I don't know how his bizarre super ability came about, Fury couldn't help being very interested in him. Although his ability may not be so lethal, it may be able to develop miraculous effects when used in key places. Moreover, it is time for the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency to absorb some fresh blood. Fury opened the drawer and pulled out a document. Avengers Project. This is still a tentative plan. With more and more abnormal events in recent years, Fury gradually felt that his agent team was really not enough, facing the mysterious ability that appeared unnoticed. Perhaps only the membrane method can defeat the membrane method. Recruiting Luo Bing is definitely not a whim. Fury has long wanted to hire a superhuman for his own use, but unfortunately the guy who gave birth to superpowers is either antisocial, or he was just an ordinary person before, and his mental quality is not up to the standard. Some are older, and they don't have the daring and daring drive of young people at all. The emergence of Luo Bing just fills this vacancy. It's just that I don't know what the young man thinks in his heart and whether he will accept this job. After all, the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau is not faced with some normal cases every day, and it is very risky. If you want to make this decision, it is definitely not something that can be solved by the blood of young people. Facing Phil Coulson's solicitation, Luo Bing didn't think too much, he just asked one question. What's the salary like? The attributes of Qian Nu are exposed. Phil Coulson was stunned for a long time. He really didn't think about this problem. The key is that he has never recruited superpowers before. His team members are either technological geniuses or cold-blooded killers. No one has ever asked him for a salary. Even he himself has no salary. After all, their daily expenses are all provided by the Bureau. Although there are not many, they are basically public resources. Advertisement. As for private property, Phil Coulson smiled. Money wasn't exaggerated to say that they had everything, but they were still rich. The salary is definitely there. I forgot to consider it before. Let's just say that the annual salary is 5 million yuan. In addition, the director has awarded you the authority of a 6th-level agent. Are you satisfied with this condition? Phil Coulson asked nervously. Now it was Luo Bing's turn to be stunned. Holy crap, 5 million US dollars. I have never seen such money in my life. But fortunately, he can still pretend, and he won't mess up his hands and feet. But under the temptation of petty money, Luo Bing nodded cheerfully. Done. Welcome to join, Consultant Luo. Now headquarters has temporarily assigned you to me. I hope we can get along very happily in the future. Phil Coulson showed a good smile. Happy, happy. Luo Bing echoed, his mind drifted to the money long ago. Considering the reason that Consultant Luo is still a student, all the usual attendance can be waived. Your identity is being registered, and all the documents are under processing. Let's rest here tonight, and tomorrow I will take you to SHIELD headquarters to report. By the way, SHIELD is our new name. It's an abbreviation of our previous name, and it's easier to read now, Phil Coulson said. It should have been changed a long time ago. Luo Bing was also speechless about his previous name. He can't finish reading all the time, and there are only some games in his mind. It's getting late. I won't disturb Consultant Luo's rest, Phil Coulson said, summoning Simmons and asking her to arrange an accommodation in the cabin. Luo Bing lay on the bed bored, stretched boredly, looked at the time. He didn't admit that he couldn't fall asleep, just because it was almost 12 o'clock. Open black lens bracket sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Today's ability, Jay Shaolun shut you up, has been delivered, please use it as much as you like. Zhe Xiaolun told you to shut up. Now the powers are really named more and more casually. Luo Bing was speechless, and after studying it carefully, the ability that suddenly appeared in his body seemed to be able to interrupt other people's speech and make people shut up. Advertisement. But it can only make people shut up for 10 seconds, and the casting range is only valid for 10 meters around him. All right, I don't know what kind of ghost ability this is. It's not as intuitive as door building. Luo Bing soon lost interest after studying it for a while. I'm looking forward to it. It doesn't seem like there are good goods every day. That night, Luo Bing had a dream. He dreamed that he went to a restaurant to eat, and when he told him to shut up, many people bit their tongues. Waking up in the middle of the night, Luo Bing scratched his head speechlessly. These are all messed up dreams. How naive, stomach growled. It must be Simmons' cooking that caused Luo Bing to have a psychological shadow, and even dreamed of going to a restaurant. After finding something to eat and draining the water, Luo Bing went back to sleep. Maybe it was because his stomach was full this time, he didn't have some messy dreams, he slept soundly, and slept until dawn. In fact, the Quinjet had already landed at the SHIELD headquarters. This is a location far from the city, and it is also an orientation that cannot be found on satellite maps at all. When Luo Bing woke up, Phil Coulson just came to the door to knock. You woke up, take a shower, and follow me to see the boss. I heard that Natasha Romanoff agent and Hawkeye agent have also completed their mission and returned. I will introduce them to you later. They are the two most legendary people in SHIELD. Phil Coulson said mysteriously. What kind of legend? They also have super ability. Luo Bing asked in confusion. No, but it can be said that there is, you will know when you see it. Phil Coulson smiled mysteriously, then turned to leave. Luo Bing simply washed up with a suspicious look on his face, looked into his glasses, and the traces of being punched yesterday have disappeared. I snapped my fingers, the golden light was shining, and it was another handsome day. At the same time, he was also very curious. He probably understands what SHIELD does. What would it be like to be a legend here? Chapter 16 Sanqui Headquarters. After following Phil Coulson down the Kun style, Luo Bing realized where he was. Tri-Wing Headquarters. SHIELD has many branches and many administrative buildings such as Trident, Hub, etc. As a top intelligence organization, they have secret bases all over the world. Looking at the ring-shaped building in front of him and the port coast not far away, Luo Bing took a deep breath. The layout here is very strict, and there are fighter jets parked everywhere on the runway. The most common of these is the Kun style. It's really amazing. Can such a configuration support a war? Luo Bing exclaimed. Our positioning is the top power of human beings. SHIELD has a long history, dating back to World War II. At present, SHIELD is fully funded by the World Federation. We have top agents and scientists from various countries. In a way, this is where the elites gather. Phil Coulson is very proud. Come on, Director Nick Fury is waiting for you. The two walked towards the headquarters building one after the other, and along the way, many agents frequently glanced in the direction of Luo Bing. Others take the initiative to attack Roar. Definitely. They're talking to Phil Coulson to Roar. No one knew the unfamiliar guy next to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson, an 8th-level agent, not only has high authority, but also has a good reputation. He may not have been so eye-catching in the past. But today, has he changed his hairstyle? The ghost knows how his hair has grown for the second time. Many agents want to ask questions, but because of their status, they are afraid of being secret, so they keep silent. It's just that their eyes couldn't help but glance over. Senior Phil Coulson's hairstyle today is so handsome. Advertisement. Along the way, Phil Coulson was smiling, inexplicably happy since his hair change. After passing several checkpoints and stepping onto a pupil-certified elevator, Luo Bing realized how big the SHIELD headquarters is. The button on the 20th basement floor on the elevator is clearly showing this. Phil Coulson agent, long time no see, the new hairstyle is good, is this one? A slightly older middle-aged man also got on the elevator on the 13th floor and asked with a smile. Long time no see, Minister Pierce, this is the new agent that Director Nick Fury just recruited yesterday, and I brought him to report today, Phil Coulson replied very politely. I see. Hello, little guy, you look so young, you must be a genius in some special field, nice to meet you. Pierce smiled warmly and stretched out his right hand. Hello, old guy, my name is Luo Bing. Luo Bing shook his hand with a paralyzed face. Haha, interesting. I am indeed old, and it will be the world of your young people from now on. Hope your path in SHIELD will be smooth, Robin agent. Pierce was still smiling, looking kind. Luo Bing's face changed, and then quickly returned to normal. When the elevator reached the 24th floor, Pierce walked down, his smiling face instantly turned serious, without any sense of disobedience, as if this was his original appearance. Who is that person? Do you call Roar a minister? Luo Bing thought for a while and asked curiously. Yes, he was the last SHIELD director. Although he doesn't usually seem to be approachable, he is still a good person, Phil Coulson replied. Oh, does he have a penchant for killing newcomers? Luo Bing then asked. Ah, why do you ask? It's all right, although you were indeed rude just now, but I think Minister Pierce wouldn't mind. Phil Coulson gave Luo Bing a look, reassuring him. Luo Bing smiled and nodded. Just now, his beast perception gave him a bad premonition. But he didn't say it. Advertisement. Maybe it's just an illusion. After all, that person was the last SHIELD director. The elevator stopped on the 50th floor, and Phil Coulson took Luo Bing out. This is basically the highest floor of the Sanqui headquarters building. The floor-to-ceiling windows next to it can see the whole Sanqui headquarters. As soon as the two got out of the elevator, a woman with blood-red hair and a black leather coat came over when they were greeted. If the beauty can be scored, this woman is completely above 95 points, belonging to the type that people can't forget for a long time after seeing it for a long time. Long time no see. Natasha Romanoff agent, Phil Coulson took the lead in making a move roar. Only then did Luo Bing realize that she was one of the most legendary agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Phil Coulson's mouth. Long time no see. Phil Coulson, oh, the new hairstyle is very handsome. Is this little brother the one who Fury's special trick? Natasha Romanoff fluttered up the big red wave, looking very lazy, giving a cat temperament. Compared to Pierce, Natasha Romanoff, who had just returned to headquarters after the mission, seemed to know a little more. Perhaps she heard Fury mention a few words when she just handed over the mission. My name is Luo Bing. Apart from being pretty, you don't see anything special about you. Why does Mr. Phil Coulson say you are a legend? Oh, didn't expect me to have such a review from Phil Coulson, haha, people don't know that either. Little brother, you have been awarded the 6th level agent authority when you first came here. There are many people who are dissatisfied. You have to be careful. If you are taught a lesson by an agent with a lower level than you, Phil Coulson will save face. I can't stand it. While talking, Natasha Romanoff approached and rubbed Luo Bing's head, looking like a big sister. But to be honest, Luo Bing, who is only 16 years old, does look a little immature, and everyone here is older than him. Some agents have been fighting for 34 years and are only level 4 agents, like Natasha Romanoff said, but they don't know you, and I'm sure you can handle it well, Phil Coulson said. Luo Bing dodged Natasha Romanoff's slender hand inexplicably. For Luo Bing, who has a keen sense of smell, the smell of the scent made him feel a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, I'll let them. Shut up. Luo Bing looked at Natasha Romanoff with a flat expression. Look at you, it's rare to see such an eye-catching little brother in the bureau. I don't want to see you pack up and leave the next day. That's it, people are going to dinner. If someone bullies you, just report my name, I'll cover you, Natasha Romanoff said, gracefully walking towards the elevator. Phil Coulson also took Luo Bing to an office and knocked on the door. Enter, came the confident voice of a middle-aged man from the door. Nick Fury is sitting behind his desk with his hands folded and fingers crossed, and he's been waiting for a long time. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Shut up. Opening the door, Phil Coulson walked in with Luo Bing. There was nothing special about the communication with the one-eyed braised egg. Fury gave Luo Bing some documents, recorded fingerprints and pupils, and made an identity verification, and then the two started chatting about some things. Among them, Luo Bing also showed a little bit of his ability. However, when he wanted to grow hair for Braised Egg Man, he was rejected by the other side. It's just that Braised Egg Man was quite hesitation when he refused. It could be seen that he was also very excited, but for some reason, he gave up anyway. However, bald head is also a kind of hairstyle. Some people may be ordinary when they have hair, but they will instantly become different without hair. Bald people are not easy to mess with. So Luo Bing threw a light on the one-eyed black marinated egg. The polished black marinated eggs are extremely shiny, and against the backdrop of the sun outside the window, it seems that the brightness of the interior has risen to a higher level. Black and black. From the facial expressions, it can be seen that the bald man is very satisfied, and Luo Bing has been approved by another customer. The training room of the base is located on the 4th to 8th floor underground. With your level 6 agent authority, the R&D staff can tailor-make an exclusive combat uniform for you. The weapon room is on the 9th floor underground. Let's pick some handy weapons. As an agent, you can't defend yourself without a weapon. Fury rubbed his bald head, and the soft touch made him feel particularly comfortable. Even the impression of Luo Bing has gotten better. Phil Coulson has other things to report to me. You have just met Natasha Romanoff. You are not very familiar with the base, so let Natasha Romanoff show you around. She happens to be on vacation these 2 days. She should be in the restaurant on the 3rd floor. I'll let her wait for you in the restaurant, and you happen to have some breakfast, Nick Fury said, pulling a cigarette out of his pocket and lighting it, his dark head flashing. A ray of light. No problem, you guys are busy first. Luo Bing called roar, holding his ID, he didn't seem to be uncomfortable in the new environment. Following the route he had just arrived, Luo Bing came to the elevator entrance and aimed his eyes at the scanner. Ding. Luo Bing, level 6 agent. The identity scan was successful, the sensor light turned green, the elevator door opened automatically, and there was no one inside. Luo Bing walked in, performed pupil authentication again, and pressed the button on the 3rd floor. Only at this time did Luo Bing realize that with his authority, he could not enter the 10th basement floor and down. His authority was not enough. Just now, Phil Coulson obviously had the 10th basement floor. It's mysterious, and I don't know what's hidden in it. Here, the authority of the agent is very important, and it can be felt from daily life. Advertisement. The agent code Fury gave him only recorded some things that he usually paid attention to, and the specific location of some equipment, and did not record much. The elevator traveled very fast, and the 3rd floor arrived in the blink of an eye. The elevator door opened and Luo Bing stepped out. Yo, little brother, I'm here, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Natasha Romanoff beckoned to Luo Bing, who was waiting here after receiving the order from the micro-communicator. The restaurant is very big. My sister was worried that you would get lost, so she picked you up in the elevator. Are you moved? Natasha Romanoff smiled charmingly. It's a rare holiday, and it seems like a good choice to tease handsome juniors. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. He's used to the behavior of female creatures to him. He can't do anything, it's all because he is so handsome. Thank you, Senior Natasha Romanoff. Let's eat first. I'm hungry, Luo Bing said in a flat tone. Let's go, I'll show you around after dinner. By the way, has Fury arranged a place for you in the headquarters? If not, consider staying at my place tonight. My bed is huge. Natasha Romanoff posted it over, lying next to Luo Bing's ear and blowing a burst of aroma. No, I have a place to live, and I go home at night. I'm a consultant, so I don't need to live in the base all the time. Luo Bing is a little embarrassed, and he has always been very big. At the moment, Roar can't stand it. This woman is simply a monster. God, how can she be so sultry? Ha ha ha, I'm teasing you. Natasha Romanoff did not shy away from the image of a beautiful woman, laughing back and forth. Luo Bing's mouth twitched, and then he became autistic. In fact, he is still very good at talking, but after all, he is only 16 years old, and he is still very ignorant about the matter of men and women, and he can't stand it at all. Okay, stop teasing you, advisor, come with me. Natasha Romanoff waved his hand and led the way. Luo Bing, who had a breakfast, was very autistic. Natasha Romanoff's laughter from time to time attracted the attention of the agents around him, and he didn't even care about the milk and sandwiches in front of him. Looking at the boy next to the goddess who was just burying his head in eating, the anger in the hearts of a group of male agents was about to explode. Who is this little white face? How can you sit and eat with my goddess? I don't know, it's new, fake, just his tiny legs, I can kick it off with one kick. Don't you know? Let me tell you, that guy was called Robin, and he just came to report today, but he was a level 6 agent when he came here. Why, doesn't any agent start at level 1? Except for Lord Natasha Romanoff and Lord Hawkeye. Damn it, I heard that he has a good relationship with Mr. Phil Coulson and was recommended by Mr. Phil Coulson. SHIELD is also affiliated. Impossible, is he a genius physicist, genius scientist or something? Advertisement. No, it is said that he has super ability, and is a super ability consultant specially hired by director Nick Fury. The words came out of an agent's mouth, and the others were even more upset now. Super ability. What they despise the most are those who have given nothing but got super ability. They train hard day and night, go out to the field again and again, and they don't have to put in less effort than others. But those guys who got powers overnight can easily surpass them. This makes them envious and at the same time feel unbalanced in their hearts. Now a child, who looks at most 16 or 17 can be put on their heads. Why? A group of people whispered. Luo Bing's hearing is very good, and he can hear everything in the hall. At first, he didn't care at all. He was new to the scene, and he didn't want to cause trouble, but with more and more provocative eyes, Luo Bing put down the tableware and didn't plan to remain silent. He raised his hand and patted it gently on the table. To shut up. The skill was activated, the command was issued, and an invisible blast centered on Luo Bing extended in all directions. A circle with a radius of 10 meters covers the entire restaurant. As if the words were followed, when Luo Bing blurted out the word, "Shut up," everyone in the hall forcibly received the order and shut their mouths tightly. Jingle jingle. Some people's tableware fell to the ground, some people covered their mouths in disbelief, and some people could only groan dully because they bit their tongues but couldn't make a sound. Natasha Romanoff also bumped her teeth. She stared at Luo Bing beside her with her beautiful eyes wide. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't open her mouth even though she was silenced. Luo Bing picked up the cutlery and continued to eat like no one else was around. A group of people stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. They didn't even have a line to get angry. They could only look in Luo Bing's direction and muttered in their hearts. Monster. Asterisk. Chapter 18. What is this treasure boy? Only Luo Bing eats alone in the huge restaurant. The others stared at him with big eyes and small eyes, wanting to speak but unable to speak. Often this kind of sudden and inexplicable change makes people more fearful, and some people even begin to regret being irrational just now, worrying that they will become dumb for the rest of their lives. It's not just as simple as becoming dumb. Not being able to open their mouths means they can't eat at all. Do they have to live on nutrient solution without eating or drinking for the rest of their lives? This new super ability advisor is a devil. Fine. The banning experience card is only valid for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, everyone's Adam's apple moved, and they found that they could speak again. But at the moment the hall is still silent. After this state lasted for about 7 or 8 seconds, some talents began to whisper in private, but this time the voice was low and the emotions were not so excited. Natasha Romanoff opened her mouth in astonishment. It was not difficult to see his shock and confusion from her expression. Those hazy eyes stared at Luo Bing, as if asking, how did you do it? One of my super abilities, I told you before, I can make people shut up. Luo Bing looked calm, while casually continuing to destroy the food in front of him. He took the time to explain. How do you know what I'm asking? You can read minds. Natasha Romanoff was even more shocked, her eyes widening. This is face reading, your questions are written on your face. Luo Bing was speechless. Fortunately, if you really know how to read minds, it's not fun, no one will want to be your friend. Natasha Romanoff breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed again. Wait, you said this is one of your super abilities. Do you have other super abilities? Luo Bing frowned. Why does everyone insist on asking him to repeat a topic a second time? He is not a repeater. Is it strange that he has many super abilities? However, Luo Bing still explained it. I can make men handsome. It can also make women beautiful. Make the environment cleaner. Making homes safer. Advertisement. Walter Law. Natasha Romanoff's big eyes were filled with big doubts. What kind of super ability are you? Did you come to the wrong department? Are you serious? Luo Bing took a bite of the sandwich. In the face of doubt, I can still make people shut up. I'm very serious about this. Natasha Romanoff stopped talking, didn't want to, didn't dare. Although her heart was scratching like a cat, she still held back. The feeling of being silenced just now was so bad that her teeth were still slightly numb. I'm done eating. Take me to a place. Luo Bing put down the tableware and wiped his mouth with a tissue. Where to? The weapons room. Natasha Romanoff asked curiously. No, go to the nearest place where you can surf the internet. I want to see if my salary has arrived. Luo Bing replied, mentioning his salary, he was obviously in a better mood. Natasha Romanoff. What kind of treasure boy is this? Why do I always feel that I am not on the same line as his brain circuit? Quickly coming to a nearby computer, Luo Bing carefully covered the password and entered his bank card number. After dozens of seconds, the balance displayed in the query result made him even more happy. Natasha Romanoff watched with a dark face as he covered the password to prevent people from peeping, and was speechless. Is it useful? In the end, Natasha Romanoff brought Luo Bing to the equipment R&D room. Several equipment technicians wearing glasses repeatedly measured Luo Bing with measuring instruments, and then brought a few drawings with pictures and handed them to Luo Bing. These are very classic combat uniforms, made of high-temperature resistant nanomolecular materials. The spring-loaded hidden sword can be installed on the inside of the arm, and the defense reaches the AAA standard, which can withstand the continuous shooting of standard pistols. The part of the neck can be equipped with communication equipment, and the matching wristband provides the function of detecting vital signs and emergency rescue. Roar is called positioning. This is also the latest version of SHIELD's technological breakthroughs in recent years. Its biggest advantage is that it is light and comfortable. It is easier to wear than normal clothes, which is conducive to agent combat, the researcher said. Do you think this straitjacket is similar to the Joker in the circus? Besides, it's too showy. I don't object to female agents wearing this, but wouldn't it be too embarrassing for male agents to wear this? On the way I came, I saw a lot of male agents with very upturned buttocks. Luo Bing was speechless, rant. Several equipment engineers were stunned, not knowing how to answer. Advertisement. This design can fully exert the strength of the agent, which is the best solution after many actual battles, said a middle-aged equipment engineer. I don't need it. So, have you played Assassin's Creed? The coat with a hood inside, and the combat boots inside the pants, you can just follow that one. Luo Bing suddenly had a flash of inspiration and proposed own requirements. But in fact, that style is too loose, and it will drag down the combat ability. The middle-aged equipment engineer frowned. You don't understand, it's just a matter of time whether you're strong or not, and being handsome is a lifetime thing. Luo Bing waved his hand, and the matter was settled. Okay, I will improve it for you within 2 days. The equipment technicians glanced at each other and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. This is the first time I have seen such a capricious and young level 6 agent. It's only a matter of time if you're not strong, but being handsome is a matter of a lifetime. Natasha Romanoff turned into a repeater and pondered these words carefully. By the way, this is my address. Just send it to me by express. Luo Bing said, picked up the pen on the side and wrote down his address, which was exactly the same as his takeaway address. Quick, express. Several equipment engineers got stuck again. Don't worry, I'll pay for the shipping, I won't let you spend the money, just pay on delivery. Luo Bing waved his hand, and he seemed very forthright when he had just been paid. It's not a matter of shipping or not shipping. The question is, you want to send such an important piece of equipment by courier. Forget it, I won't explain it anymore, the blood pressure will be high if you explain it further. After the production is completed, let the contact team deliver it. After visiting the equipment room, the two came to the weapons room again. There are many standard weapons here, but if you want to customize it, the agent must provide materials or research and development funds. Natasha Romanoff skillfully walked to her exclusive weapon room, removed the special bracelets on both hands, and replaced them with a brand new pair. That's her exclusive weapon, the Widow Sting, which can fire bullets, microbombs, tear gas balls, electric current up to 30,000 volts, and a Widow hook, which is used for climbing invasions and is simply not very useful. Definitely, this is also the symbolic weapon of her nickname, Black Widow, just like Hawkeye's bow and arrow. Luo Bing squinted and said, you are pretty cool, how much is it? Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes and said she didn't want to deal with the treasure boy now. Chapter 19 How is the appeasement money calculated after death? Natasha Romanoff fiddled with her widow sting and looked at Luo Bing speechlessly. This is my personal equipment, you either, I can give you one. Forget it, I prefer cold weapons. Luo Bing shook his head and refused. Actually, he didn't just like cold weapons, it was because he was not familiar with hot weapons. Speaking of which, he doesn't even know how to use a pistol, let alone operate such a tall thing, and he doesn't want to take someone else's exclusive equipment for no reason. Many agents prefer hot weapons, few choose cold weapons. Oh, yes, I almost forgot an antique, that guy still uses a bow and arrow. Natasha Romanoff smiled and shook her head. What kind of cold weapon do you want? Tell me, maybe I can give you some advice, Natasha Romanoff said lazily, brushing her hair. It doesn't cost money, but it's easy to use, Luo Bing clearly pointed out his two requirements. Natasha Romanoff, seriously, I have never seen an agent like you. Many times, an advanced weapon and equipment can often save your life at a critical moment. Money or life? Natasha Romanoff asked rhetorically. Definitely fate. Luo Bing looked contemptuous, as if he was looking at an idiot. Natasha Romanoff breathed a sigh of relief, the dude didn't seem to have any fun in his head. By the way, if I die unfortunately, how does the organization's relatives appease the money? Luo Bing asked again. Natasha Romanoff has black lines on his face. Now start thinking about comforting Kim after death. I take back that sentence, this guy definitely has a problem with his head. I'm just curious, I don't want to die, I'm just asking, don't look at me like this. Luo Bing turned his head and looked to the side, looking a little guilty. Advertisement. Not only do you have super ability, but you are very special. Natasha Romanoff rolled his eyes, Luo Bing was definitely the most troublesome man he had ever seen. Okay, stop joking. Luo Bing took a deep roar inhalation, and his temperament changed instantly, as if it was a different person. He walked quickly to the arsenal, picked a hidden blade of moderate length, and then picked 10 more technological flying blades glowing with silver blue light. This hidden weapon can generate a powerful shockwave the moment it touches the ground, which can stun multiple people instantly. It's expensive and it's only a one-time use. Only 10 pieces cost Luo Bing $100,000. The unit price of this thing is $10,000. It is not so fast to throw money. It's very knowledgeable. It works great, I have it on my wristband and Hawkeye's bow. Natasha Romanoff came over and said with a glance. My windbreaker has multiple functional belts, so I can fit all of them, Luo Bing said, picking out a few more agent-specific props and main weapons. Among them, the largest consumption was the purchase of 2 steel-cutting knives with 7.0 alloy technology for $500,000. The silver-white snow pattern road is beautiful and dangerous, and the shape is not as curved as the Tadao, which is somewhat similar to the Tang sword. Although this steel-cutting knife produced by 7.0 alloy technology is said to be an assembly line product, due to the scarcity of its materials, only 6 were produced in total, and later production was stopped because no one was using it at all. Lipstick gun. What are you using this for? Natasha Romanoff gave Luo Bing a puzzled look. This equipment is usually reserved for female agents in disguise. This kind of thing existed in Hitler's time. Although it is an old antique, it is still surprisingly useful in some occasions, and after many improvements, both its appearance and power have been greatly improved. Give it away, Luo Bing said without hesitation. Girlfriend. Natasha Romanoff raised an eyebrow, looking very gossipy. Roommate, not girlfriend, Luo Bing didn't explain much. To be precise, the relationship between Luo Bing and Sky was rather hazy. They were friends but not just friends, but they didn't reach the level of lovers at all. Advertisement. More than friends, but less than lovers. As that's so, Natasha Romanoff nodded meaningfully, but said nothing. In total, Luo Bing spent about 1 million to buy equipment, many of which are free. Although Luo Bing likes money, it has to be spent, especially equipment. The 50th floor of the 3-curved wing building. Phil Coulson and Fury have big eyes and small eyes, and they are very confused about the news just passed. Originally, the two were discussing a matter, but suddenly one of Fury's subordinates ran over and reported that today's new super ability consultant had a little conflict with some agents. Fury didn't pay much attention to it. He had already expected this kind of thing. He was a level 6 agent when he came in, and there must be some agents who were unhappy. Take this opportunity to let Luo Bing establish his prestige. How did he deal with it? Phil Coulson asked curiously. After that, the two of them turned into what they are now. You mean he shut everyone up with ability? Shut up the one I understand. Fury frowned, having never heard Luo Bing mention this ability before. Yes, I was there at the time. He took a picture of the table. Everyone, including me, seemed to have their mouths sealed all at once. They couldn't open their mouths at all. It took about 10 seconds to return to normal. The agent was truthful said. This guy, looks like he's hiding something. Fury rubbed his brain wide, glowing darkly. It's normal, everyone has their own secrets, Phil Coulson said. But this super ability that makes people shut up. Well, it really suits his unique style. Phil Coulson was dumbfounded. Chapter 20 Online Waiting, it's urgent. Luo Bing stayed at the Sanqui headquarters for a full morning, and now none of the agents here do not know him. He also gave him a rather appropriate nickname. Robin the Mute. All right. Luo Bing no longer bothers about people calling him the wrong name. In short, he is used to it. Only those who are acquainted with him know the word Luo Bing. It can only be said that this is the impact of cultural differences. Luo Bing has been called wrong countless times since he was a child, and even some people in Chinatown who are not familiar with him will be wrong, thinking that this is his original name. That afternoon, Luo Bing returned to Midtown with Phil Coulson's Quinjet. Fury gave me a new task, and we will take over all the special events in the future. Fortunately, there are no special events anywhere in these 2 days. Your work is very leisurely, Consultant Luo. I will notify you of special events, Phil Coulson said, and then said goodbye to Luo Bing. Luo Bing, as a super ability consultant specially hired by S.H.I.E.L.D., has great freedom. Not only does he not need to report to the squad every day, but he is not needed at all for general tasks. He will only come in handy when special characters, such as power users, are involved. It's a smooth journey. Luo Bing waved his hand at Kunchi who was leaving. He looked down at the 2 backpacks beside him. That's all the equipment he bought. Lifting a backpack in one hand, he carried the guitar case with 2 alloy steel cutting knives behind him and walked towards home. It attracted a lot of attention along the way. After all, this dress looks like a wandering singer. In the middle of the way, a scout came to chat up, saying that Luo Bing has a good appearance and temperament. If he signs with their company, he will definitely make him a rising star. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and spit out a word between his teeth. Roll. The scout was slumped, left Shanshan, and turned back 3 times in one step, with a look of regret in his expression. I have deliberately forgotten the fact that I am handsome. Advertisement. But people still come to remind you every day. It's a pain in the A to look good. If only I could be ordinary like most people. Luo Bing bowed his head and sighed, and quickly returned to his small rental house. Before he could knock on the door was opened from the inside. You're back. The little beauty with faint dark circles opened her mouth, and finally only spit out these 4 words. Well, I haven't seen you for more than 10 hours, do you miss me? I'm going to bed. Sky rolled his eyes, speechless. You haven't slept yet. What did you do all night again? Luo Bing asked with a frown. I'm not doing anything. I can't sleep if I think about it. Sky turned around and replied weakly. Can you be a little more perfunctory? Luo Bing curled his lips, obviously disbelieving. It's a long story. After the incident at Papa's bar that night, someone came to me. Later, I joined a mysterious organization and served as their super ability advisor, Luo Bing said. Then he suddenly froze. As if he had super ability, he had never mentioned it to Sky. Super ability advisor. Do you have super ability? Sure enough, Sky turned around again curiously. Luo Bing touched his chin, always feeling that this scene seemed familiar. It seems that he only needs to say, one of my super abilities is XXX. Next, the other party will be surprised and ask again, one of them. Do you have other super abilities? However, things unexpectedly did not develop in the direction Luo Bing expected. Sky was silent at first, then nodded again, as if remembering something, and said. I should have thought, you really didn't look like a normal person that night. She was surprisingly calm. Aren't you curious about what super ability I have? Luo Bing asked back. I'm curious. Sky nodded. Advertisement. Then why didn't you ask me? Luo Bing looked strange. This guy doesn't follow the script at all. Oh, then what super ability do you have? Sky asked immediately. Luo Bing. So perfunctory. Don't know why. He suddenly stopped talking. Want to know? Go slowly, Luo Bing replied. Sky. The two stared at each other with wide eyes, and then the little beauty snorted and turned to her room. Hey, I brought you a present, Luo Bing shouted, took a lipstick gun from his pocket and waved it at the little beauty. Sky stopped, turned his head, and then froze in place. Lipstick. A blush suddenly appeared on the little beauty's face. It looks like a lipstick, but it's actually a pistol. Luo Bing broke it lightly, and a small pocket gun appeared in his hand. The cold muzzle made people a little depressed. Haha, isn't it cool? The blush on the little beauty's face faded, she gave Luo Bing a blank look, and then turned and left. Don't you like it? Luo Bing froze in place, scratching his head for unknown reasons. Suddenly, the little beauty turned back halfway, snatched the lipstick gun from Luo Bing's hand, folded it into a lipstick again, and returned to her room in 3 or 2 steps, then closed the door. What do you mean? Does she like it or not? Luo Bing looked confused. In the room, Sky pressed tightly behind the door and waited for a while, only to find that no one was knocking on the door, and scolded a straight steel man. Whether you like it or not, you have already accepted my gift, you have to help me tonight, Luo Bing shouted towards Sky's bedroom again. A long time. A heavy sigh came from that direction. How can this straight man see that he is interested in him? Wait online. Very urgent. Chapter 21 Queens. New hero. Luo Bing is not actually a straight man of steel. In fact, at the age of 16, he now has only blood and the heart of being a hero in his mind. After all, he doesn't have an old soul living in his body, he doesn't do things so well, and he doesn't pay much attention to the affairs of men and women. In fact, it is precisely because of this that Luo Bing is more pure and full of vigor. If a person thinks about conspiracy theories all day, worrying about persecution and delusions all day long, it will be very tiring. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Luo Bing woke up a sleepy Sky. Wake up. I copied green pepper shredded pork and mapo tofu. Hey, if you don't get up, it will be gone. Luo Bing pulled the reluctant Sky out of the bed and pushed her to brush her teeth and wash. Tonight, he's out fighting criminals again. Experiment with your new gear by the way. Definitely. This time Luo Bing is not alone, he is going to pull Sky into his small team, and there is a super hacker resource at home that is not used for nothing. Sky was originally angry when he got up, but for the sake of the food, the anger disappeared in an instant. After washing and eating, the two of them fiddled with the communication equipment in their hands and switched several encrypted frequency bands. You really think about it, this is not a game, it is very dangerous. Sky frowned, she was a little worried. Don't worry, Luo Bing looked confident. Besides, even if I'm in trouble, I still have you. Luo Bing put on a black trench coat disapprovingly, with two steel cutting knives crossed behind his back. Looks cool. However, this trench coat is only temporary, and his custom-made agent clothes, shield, have not been delivered to him. I'm leaving. It's all up to you. Luo Bing put on the headset, waved at Sky, and then jumped down at the already opened window. This is the third floor. Boom. A glass door formed out of thin air at Luo Bing's feet, buffered the impact, and then landed safely. Luo Bing started running, and after a few jumps, he climbed onto the roof of a bus and followed the traffic to Queens. Inside the rental house, Sky took a deep roar inhale while watching the changing surveillance screen on his laptop and the real-time location on Luo Bing's computer on the other side. This guy, it must be that extreme parkour is not fun anymore. Advertisement. It must be that computer games can't satisfy him anymore. It seems that I have to make a game plugin for him when I have time. Don't let him be too idle. Sky stared at the two computer screens, worried. Hey, Sky, I think it's necessary to give our super team a loud name, how about calling it Super Luo Bing? Luo Bing's voice came through the headset, and the voice was a little excited. Can it be any worse? Sky said speechlessly. Suddenly, her computer screen flickered, and a red signal source appeared near Luo Bing. Hey, about a mile ahead to your right, someone called the police station, Sky said quickly into the headset. On the other side, Luo Bing, who had already arrived in Queens, bounced off the bus. Received. Super Luo Bing is dispatched. A dark shadow jumped from the roof of the bus in an instant, causing some commotion, and then disappeared into the lane after a few runs and jumps. 2 minutes later, a black shadow fell on the balcony of a building with a hook and rope. I've reached the target point, Luo Bing said into the microphone. Received. According to the police information, the prisoner is a white male in his 20s wearing a mask. He has a knife in his hand and has just robbed a black woman who came back from get off work. I'm calling up real-time monitoring of each street. Wait a moment, Sky replied. No need, I see him. Luo Bing smiled. He had a good vision from the height and his eyesight was also good. He quickly found the suspect. Luo Bing jumped down from a 10-meter high building. This time he didn't resort to any hook and lock devices. But, he didn't directly fall into pieces of meat sauce as expected. He is running. He is running in the sky. The transparent glass door paved a straight sky bridge. There was no obstruction in the sky. Luo Bing quickly approached the target mission. Cool. Looks like I'm going to play a slide. What are you doing? Sky asked with a frown. Luo Bing laughed loudly at the pocket headset, and his whole body suddenly slanted down. One after another glass doors appeared smoothly under Luo Bing, forming a transparent glass slide. Luo Bing slid all the way down the slide to the front of the target task. Fake. Who are you? Cosplay. Don't block your way. The robber shouted. Because of the angle of view, he didn't see Luo Bing sliding down from the sky behind him. He thought he was coming from somewhere suddenly. He clenched the dagger in his hand subconsciously. Hey, Sky, was it a purple bag that was stolen? Luo Bing asked. Advertisement. That's right, Sky replied. Looks like I'm right. Luo Bing shrugged, took out a pair of fiber ties from the inside of his coat, and pulled out one. Hey, Mr. Criminal, you've been arrested, don't resist, Luo Bing said and walked up. 10 seconds later, Luo Bing hung the white young man who had passed out by the stairs by the side, and hung the purple bag around his neck. I told you not to resist. Luo Bing shrugged, lifted the mask that had slipped a bit, and kicked away the dagger that fell to the ground. It's settled. Do you need me to call the police? Sky asked curiously, listening to Luo Bing's movements. No need, I will guide them over. Luo Bing said, waved his hand, and there were several more glass doors in the sky, forming an arrow sign at the end, and then they all exploded, and a lot of smoke came out. After an afternoon of pondering, now Luo Bing does not emit smoke when building the door, only when it is dismantled will smoke be produced. Oh, God, look in the sky, what is that? What a big smoke. No, that's an arrow. Oh my God, how could this be? Is that God's guidance? What's in that direction? Almost everyone was taken aback by the giant arrows of smoke in the sky. The smoke would expand and expand as it drifted away, and the transparent plank road that was originally only for Luo Bing to run by turned into huge amounts of smoke pointers in an instant. Looks like I need to get out of here. Haha. Luo Bing stretched out his left hand, pressed the hook and cable launch button, the whole person rose, and then disappeared in place. The glass is transparent, Luo Bing is dressed in black, and few people notice him jumping in the sky. The police car was long overdue. In fact, after seeing the huge amounts of smoke arrows, they were the first people to come here. This is that robber. Seeing the unconscious man hanging on the outer stairs of the building, a group of police officers were stunned. Robbers. Not only the police, but also reporters and pedestrians were attracted by the smoke arrows at the scene. After listening to the words of the police, I looked at the smoke gradually dissipating in the sky, as if I understood something in an instant. Does that smoke arrow point to a criminal? This. How is this done? Who did all this? Chapter 22 Batman. Robin. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. When the sky constantly raised smoke arrows to guide the way, the criminals in Queens finally realized something, quietly erected their disguises and turned into ordinary people. My God, you can't believe what you're seeing. Smoky arrows have been raised all over Queens, and at every point there is a bound criminal. I swear I've never seen this scene before, it's so spectacular. Martin squirted wildly at the camera in front of him as if he had been beaten. Since the last time it was reported that all Asian martial arts became popular, he has become an important role on the TV station. Today, he was lucky. He happened to be working in Queens. When he raised his head and found the magical smoke arrow in the sky, his keen professional sense made him come here with his assistant without any hesitation. He applied for a real-time live broadcast to the top management for the first time, citing that his career was not guaranteed. He is more decisive and fanatical than most reporters. Martin has always believed that there are special human beings in this world. From the past, he was happy to shoot UFO, and shooting water monsters is enough to show that he is a loyal mystery fan. In the past, the government would always subconsciously cover up these things so that the crowd would not know. But now, no one can stop it. Although we don't know his name, God, he must be the superhero sent by God to save us. Tremble, criminals, you are dead. Your end has come. Clarion Daily Building. As the most authoritative news publisher in New York, the president of the Daily Bugle, James, has a sad face. B*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e like Martin. James was furious. As the most authoritative news publishing house in New York, it has more reporters than all other publishing houses combined, which is why he is the most angry. What made him even more upset was that it was Martin who reported the news. That elementary school classmate he always looked down on. Damn it. James walked to the live broadcast room of the TV station, tightened the tie on his suit, and commented on tonight's events. Definitely different from Martin's pursuit. Advertisement. On the other hand, he is nitpicking, all of which are negative reports. Definitely. This is also one of his characteristics, that stinky mouth that everyone hates. But for the majority of the public, all the TV coverage tonight was full of surprises. With the participation of more and more reporters and the public, Luo Bing was accidentally photographed running in the sky and sent to the TV station. He was dressed in black with a hood. Although the picture quality was very blurry, he could still roughly see that the guy running in the sky was a man, with 2 swords on his back and a flying cloak, which was very cool. The Bugle Daily has a lot of money, offered a big reward, and released the photos. After some operations, the hotspot was instantly captured. At 12 o'clock in the night, Luo Bing looked at the newly refreshed ability, but he couldn't understand it. Although it improved his eyes, it could make his dynamic vision and distance vision more sensitive, but Luo Bing felt that this was definitely not a problem. Good stuff. Because this ability has also involved the guy of the 7th Hokage. MMP. Although I don't know what the ghost of the 7th Hokage is, the last time, 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto's prank painting skills as a child left a deep impression on him. This time, single hook jade writing wheel eye of a good friend of Naruto of the 7th Hokage. It must be some kind of bullshit. Luo Bing stopped thinking about this, took off his clothes and went to take a shower. Today, he was sweating. In the room, Sky watched with interest the afternoon news that was still in the heat, and almost every channel was reporting on tonight's events. But who knows, the hero they call is just a 16-year-old high school student. When Luo Bing came back from the shower, Sky was still watching the news with relish. She enjoyed watching Martin and James sparring against each other. He snapped his fingers with one hand, and his hair dried instantly. Luo Bing looked at Sky speechlessly, and said, "The real person is here, what's so good about the news?" "Who looked at you?" "I'm focusing on Batman," Sky pouted. "Batman?" Luo Bing puzzled. "Who is that guy?" Sky looked playful. "Guess what?" "Advertisement." Luo Bing's face was full of black lines. This woman has a strong sense of revenge. She still hasn't forgotten what happened at noon. Luo Bing walked over to the computer and glanced down. "Isn't that just reporting my news? What a Batman." Suddenly, he was stunned and glanced at the news headline. "The superhero born in Queens Batman. Close double-angle bracket." Luo Bing was stunned. They think the open trench coat looks like a black bat when you run, and with the smoke, it looks like a bat flying out of the smoke, so they gave you this name, otherwise, what should I do, call you Mysterio? Sky covered his mouth with a funny face. "Batman. Batman is just Batman. It sounds better than the silenced one," Luo Bing whispered. Speechless. "What is that? It sounds very powerful." Sky looked curious. "You want to know?" Luo Bing smiled maliciously. Sky opened his mouth and was about to say something, but suddenly found that he couldn't open his mouth at all, and looked at Luo Bing in shock. Woo. She tried to make a sound. This is the silencer. Luo Bing waved his hand dashingly and went back to sleep. The 10 seconds passed quickly. Hateful. How many super abilities does this guy have? Sky stomped his feet, feeling depressed. Queens, in an ordinary apartment. Peter, go to bed quickly, I see light in your room. A middle-aged woman's voice came from outside the door. Ah, I see, Aunt May, I'm already asleep. Peter Parker watched the computer in a panic, and finally glanced at the computer screen reluctantly. Batman. It's so cool. Peter admired Batman very much and thought he was what he imagined superhero to look like. Then he put his hands on the ground and started doing push-ups. He did not forget the 100 push-ups a day taught by Luo Bing. Asterisk. Chapter 23 I seem to have pink eye. 100 push-ups, this is an impossible task for Peter. He was so tired with sweat that he only did 30. In fact, normal people basically have this amount. Peter is relatively thin. Even if he does 100 push-ups in several groups, he will not be tired. 100 push-ups a day, I've been doing it for 2 days, I'll get stronger soon, right? Peter thought to himself. Turning to look at the time, the clock on the wall has passed 12 o'clock. Oops, I'm going to bed now, and I'm going to the Osborn mansion with Jane tomorrow for a seminar. The next day, the Batman news continued. Luo Bing got up very early to start a day of exercise. This Saturday, today and tomorrow do not need to go to class. It is said that Luo Bing once again broke his late school record. In the past few weeks, he was late 5 days a week, and this week he was only 4 days late because one day he didn't show up at all. He went to the SHIELD headquarters that day. But Luo Bing is no longer here. It is estimated that Professor Will has already given up on him. He didn't even send him a message after missing class for a day, and he didn't blame himself for being late last time. Luo Bing thinks that he probably gave up on himself. But it doesn't matter, there will be gains and losses. He is not only a student now, he is also an unsung hero, a good citizen of New York, and maybe a consultant for a top new Oriental beauty salon in the future. Luo Bing now has the capital, and opening a store is easy. But whether or not to open a store made him a little hesitation. Now it seems that the original dream seems a little naive. But it doesn't matter, people will improve, and dreams will always improve. When he was a child, he still wanted to be an astronaut, but when he grew up, he realized that he was too tall and inappropriate. Perhaps the dream now may also seem childish to him in the future. But mind him, Luo Bing always takes one step at a time. Advertisement. Just like his powers, you never know what will happen tomorrow. At the moment Luo Bing now firmly believes in this. Because, the one that he thought was very rubbish, the bloody eye of a good friend of the 7th Hokage, turned him into a pink eye. Pink eye disease. What the hell is this? Luo Bing looked at the red world where everything slowed down several times in front of him, and felt a little pain in his heart. The point is that he doesn't know how to close this thing. Could it be that his future world has become this blood red? It's too uncomfortable. What should I do if I cross the road and walk through the traffic lights in the future? To go or not to go? Luo Bing was having a headache, but the phone in his pocket vibrated. Not his high-tech flip, but the SHIELD phone Fury handed out to him. Luo Bing took out his phone and turned it on. Consultant Luo. No, or should I call you Batman? Fury's playful voice came from the other end of the phone. You'd better call me the silencer. Luo Bing was speechless, looking at the red world in front of him, feeling inexplicably unhappy, as if he didn't even get along well with his temper. Can you mute me over the phone? Fury disapproved, crossed Erlang's legs and looked out the window. Actually, I can really do it. Today's mobile phones have this function. Not only can I mute your voice, but I can even save your voice on file, Luo Bing said, curling his lips. That thing is called a recording. Fury was furious. What are you looking for? Do you have a mission? Luo Bing asked back. Not yet. Although you went too far last night, it was a headache for the government that tried so hard to suppress the news. But who cares? Let them have a headache, the world should change a little bit. Advertisement. Nothing can be solved by hiding it, Fury said with disdain. I appreciate your approach, but isn't it too small just in Queens? I heard there's going to be a big event in Hell's Kitchen tonight, and your friend Daredevil will be involved. Fury mysteriously said. What's the matter? Luo Bing asked. Kim Bing has been a little restless recently. He smuggled in a large amount of arms through channels we don't know about. I have arranged for Hawkeye to sneak in. According to information from Hawkeye, that's quite a big guy. There are too many residents in Hell's Kitchen, and it's not easy to have a big conflict. I need your cooperation with Hawkeye to find out where this weapon came from and destroy it, Fury said. Senior Hawkeye, that guy who shoots really hard? Luo Bing asked curiously, thinking of one of the two legends Phil Coulson said. That's a sharpshooter. Don't make your words so strange, okay. Fury had a headache. Okay, but isn't this really a mission? Luo Bing asked again. It's not in your purview. Oh, I see, you guys just want quest bonuses, right? Fury said in general, suddenly thinking of something, dumbfounded. Boss, this is not what I want. You also said that this matter is not within the scope of my responsibilities. There must be some allowances to compensate. Although I can also work overtime voluntarily, I let other agents know about it. It will be chilling. Luo Bing's tone was very serious, as if he was thinking about S.H.I.E.L.D. I understand, I understand. After the task is completed, I will transfer $1 million to your account. Really, thanks to me, I specially made equipment for you. I didn't expect our friendship to be no match for money. Fury's tone was hurt. Then why don't I give you a discount? Luo Bing felt happy again when he heard 1 million. With this joy, the pink eye dissipated in an instant, and the whole world returned to its normal color. What's the discount? Fury's eyes lit up, realizing that things were turning around, and began to bargain. How about 10% off? Although Luo Bing said he wanted a discount, he still felt a little distressed. The 10% discount was already the biggest discount he could offer. Next time I see you, I'll give you 10% off your leg. Fury nearly vomited blood. Nothing else. S.H.I.E.L.D. still has a lot of money. Don't worry, there is no discount. As long as you complete the task beautifully, I will give you an extra 1 million. Fury lit a cigar. His tone was very bad, full of copper smell taste. Okay, I like a cheerful director like you. I'll give you a shine next time we meet. Luo Bing laughed, not to mention how happy he was. Asterisk. Chapter 24. Am I blaming the 7th Hokage? 4 updates have been issued. After hanging up the phone, Luo Bing felt extremely relieved. The black marinated egg is really a local tyrant. How lavish. After calming down, Luo Bing began to study the pink eye disease that had just appeared suddenly but disappeared inexplicably. It suddenly changed when I was doing pull-ups. Then the pink eye seems to have affected my mood and brought me some negative emotions. When the mood improves, the pink eye disappears. Luo Bing reflected for a minute, then started experimenting again. He obtained conclusions through experiments, and also learned the correct operation method of writing wheel eye. Emotion control. When he is serious and focused and his mind is free of distracting thoughts, the writing wheel will open, but when he is in a good mood, the writing wheel will disappear. It sounds cumbersome, but Luo Bing got used to this operation after repeated operations a few times. It can be said that practice makes perfect, and now he can turn it on and off quickly. Shish. The 3 flying darts accurately hit the distant bullseye. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment. After turning on pink eye disease, he also ejaculated so much. Then he tried dynamic targets again. As big as a bird, as small as a fly, the flying darts thrown out of his hands were flawless and always hit the target accurately. These eyes, they're amazing. Not only is the static vision exaggerated, but even the dynamic capture is so perverted. Am I really blaming the 7th Hokage? Luo Bing touched his chin, calmed down, and then began to summarize. This is a good habit of his. Every time he gets a new ability, he will summarize its advantages and disadvantages, and use it to its greatest use. My body doesn't seem to be able to keep up with my eyes, it's a little out of tune. When you turn on the writing wheel, the faster the guyu in your eyes turns, the more amazing the power of the writing wheel. Then Luo Bing tried to push the writing wheel to the extreme. Advertisement. The black guyu began to spin frantically, and after only 5 seconds, Luo Bing unbearably released the writing wheel. So dizzy. Like a roller coaster. Guyu is like the focal point of the eye, similar to the pupil of a normal person. If your eyeballs turn around like crazy, you will also faint. Definitely, the most important thing is not getting used to it. In fact, when the guyu rotates to a certain speed, the field of vision becomes stable, which is the same as the fan blade of the helicopter. 7th Hokage's good friend's writing wheel eye is amazing. But why is the 7th Hokage so rubbish? Luo Bing recalled the first skill he acquired. What kind of prank painting skills? Is it actually really powerful? Although it looks like scribbles in your own eyes, but in the eyes of the artist it is a work of art. It seems that I have time to go to those painters' exhibitions and find a formidable opponent to learn from each other. I should have full confidence in the 7th Hokage. His good friend is so powerful, he will definitely not be so bad. Luo Bing pondered, and raised the level of this matter to the same level as his own new Oriental beauty salon. It's good to be an artist. If you want to ask why. Playing art makes more money than developing galleries. Around noon, an agent delivered Luo Bing's customized battle suit. In addition, Luo Bing also saw a weapon specially customized for him by the black marinated egg. Dozens of bat-shaped roundabout flying darts. It also comes with an instruction manual. The flying darts can not only be used alone, but also can be used together with the technological flying blades. When the flying darts hit the enemy, a shockwave will be emitted, causing a wide range of dizziness. Looking at his black cape battle suit again, Luo Bing shrugged helplessly when he saw the striking bat mask. Yes, it seems that my title of Batman is set. But it doesn't matter. Batman is just Batman. In the future, when Batman is in contact with others, call me Robin. Advertisement. After putting on the gear, Luo Bing sat on the rooftop, posed a few poses to the phone, and took a few selfies. Only then did I recover the mobile phone with satisfaction, took out the technological flying blade from the equipment box and loaded it on my bad dart, then assembled the hidden sword, and pulled out the steel cutting knife from the back. One by one, he started waving. Kind of looks like it. However, the cloak is too long, and it is easy to hit the face when turning around. It seems that in order to prevent embarrassment, I have to design a handsome turn around. On the other side, the Osborne building. Peter is carefully observing the spiders in the glass room, recording their habits. Ah, it hurts, Peter exclaimed and touched his neck subconsciously, but caught nothing. What's wrong? Jane on the side asked curiously. No, nothing, it seems like a mosquito bit me, Peter said uncertainly. Mosquitoes. There should be no mosquitoes in this season now, right? Jane said uncertainly. Maybe it was bitten by some bug, it's fine, it doesn't hurt now. Peter waved his hand indifferently. In the distance, Gwen waved at the two of them. Jane, Peter, Dr. Connor's lecture is about to start, don't miss it. Come on. Gwen and Peter walked over excitedly. Dr. Connerson is a legend. He is a former soldier who has since been wounded in the field and lost an arm, and has since become a college biology professor with many honors and awards. His lifelong wish is to make a potion that can re-enhance his limbs, for himself and for all mankind. He is also working hard in this direction. If his research comes to fruition, it will be a major miracle in the medical world. Peter walked over excitedly. He didn't notice at all that under his feet, there was a spider that was trampled to death by him. It should have fallen to the ground when he just scratched it. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Infiltrating the Pier. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Luo Bing, dressed in brand new gear, climbed into a bus and headed towards Hell's Kitchen with the Dark Knight. You're a famous superhero now anyway. Don't you feel ashamed to take the bus for free every day? Sky's teasing laughter came from the headset. Luo Bing was speechless. In fact, he is also considering changing to another vehicle. It would be nice if he could ask the car company to design a motorcycle or sports car for him. Batman supercar. That should be pretty cool. With the support of its own Rashomon, it will not be a problem to drive the supercar to the sky. It's time for a change of residence. I've never seen superhero who is still crowding cheap rental rooms with a female roommate, although he doesn't mind if he squeezes with a female roommate. But in the end, you have to have a house of your own. Preferably a manor. If conditions permit, you can also add a secret base for storing future cars and gear. But all this requires money. Luo Bing felt depressed again when he thought of this. He had a lot of super abilities, but his banknote abilities were mediocre. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any business acumen either. The grandest plan he can think of at the moment is to open a new Oriental beauty salon and barber shop. Possibly another art exhibition. In this way, while chatting with Sky, the bus quickly drove to Hell's Kitchen. Luo Bing jumped down and quickly disappeared in place. Dad's Tavern. A shadow fell on the roof. Daredevil Ma Shu in the storage room was wiping his weapon. Suddenly his ears moved. He found something, took his blind stick, and carefully walked out of the tavern. Whoosh! A bat-shaped flying dart shot straight at him. Advertisement. Matthew's ears moved, and the blind stick in his hand swept across, accurately blocking the attack. Hey, man, it looks like your injury is almost healed. Luo Bing smiled and jumped off the roof. Is it you, the Oriental? Matthew was blind, but he was very sensitive to voices. I have a name, I don't know if you've heard of it, but now they call me Roar and I Batman, Luo Bing said, recycling his bad dart. He is not a prodigal. Recycle as much as possible. It's actually you. You made a lot of noise last night. I heard your name in Hell's Kitchen. Matthew was shocked, and his impression of Luo Bing became even more mysterious. I heard that you are going to do something big tonight. Let's go. Man, I don't know the way. Luo Bing didn't talk nonsense. He glanced at the direction of Dad's Tavern. He was still impressed by the last drink. It would be great if you could participate. Please wait for me. I'm going to change gear. Matthew said. Not long after, Daredevil dressed in red tights appeared in front of Luo Bing. Luo Bing raised his brows. Tights are really trendy. After that, Luo Bing followed Daredevil to drive to Jinbing's pier. Dude, you can actually see, right? Luo Bing watched in horror as the blind Daredevil was driving the car, feeling very absurd. He is blind. Blind people who can drive normally on the road. Because of an accident when I was young, I lost my light since I was a child, but also because of that accident, my 5 senses became particularly strong, which is a special ability. Actually, by feeling, I can still see some things, such as your handsome cape. Seriously, your style reminds me of someone. Matthew said with a smile. Oh, who is that? Luo Bing asked curiously. The Punisher, Frank. But that guy hasn't been in Hell's Kitchen recently, Matthew said. Another guy I've never heard of, and also a superhero. Luo Bing touched his chin. I usually call Roar a villain. He never leaves a living room when facing gang members. It is said that he used to be a military instructor because he witnessed his wife and children being killed by the gang, and then he became what he is now. Matthew said. Advertisement. Luo Bing nodded, and the topic was over. The car stopped near the pier. Luo Bing and Daredevil got out of the car, and lurked in the dark night. Damn, why are there so many people here all of a sudden? Daredevil moved his ears, affectionately serious, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If you dare to break in, you will definitely die. The high-level searchlights kept sweeping the entire pier, and the defense was very tight. Is it Consul Luo? I see you. A strange man's voice suddenly came from the headset, very serious and cold. Senior Hawkeye, where are you? Luo Bing looked around. He hadn't seen Hawkeye before, and only glanced at the photos from the archives. Over your heads, Hawkeye said. Luo Bing looked up and looked in the direction of the watchtower. His eyes were instantly stained with blood red. From the perspective of Shirinyan, there seemed to be no difference between night and day, and the sky was still blood red. Luo Bing saw Hawkeye. The guy with the quiver behind him is operating the searchlight. It's really a daring artist. He invaded such an important location under the eyes of Jin Bingbang, and it has not been discovered yet. This may be the dark under the lights. Hide, they have come to hand over the goods. Golden is here, Hawkeye reminded. Luo Bing replied with a received, and glanced at Daredevil beside him. Luo Bing threw him a headset, and the two moved separately, each finding a place to hide. Luo Bing didn't know why he was hiding. He hides in the air, and it feels very exciting, like playing an assassin game. However, Senior Hawkeye and Daredevil are much more experienced than the newcomer. They definitely have their judgment. Luo Bing just follow along. Chapter 26 Hakiev's Bullseye, Luo Bing and Jin Bing. Suddenly there was a commotion from the pier. It didn't take long for Luo Bing to see a row of luxurious motorcades. The most dazzling of them is a thickened presidential car, with a gold-plated shell, and its massive size that is luxurious and heavy. Luo Bing swallowed while watching. The convoy stopped slowly, and a row of neat and serious men in black came out of the car, with a cold expression, holding the M416 in their hands, and scanning the surroundings. A little giant came down from the golden presidential car protected by the man in black. Right, it looks like a heavy little giant. Gold and. He was dressed in a white suit with bulging muscles and a dark golden cane in his hand. I didn't expect Jin Bing to actually come in person. This is not a good person to deal with. Hawkeye was not afraid of his voice being exposed, and explained to the headset like Luo Bing. This guy has not stopped training even after he became the king of the underworld. He will practice with a group of top fighters from all over the world every day, and every time he is 1 against 10, but each training session does not exceed 20 seconds, and the training opponents are also different. Dead and wounded. He can shatter a wall with a single punch, which sucks. But since Jin Bing has come in person, it means that this time the goods are unusual. Hawkeye thought for a while, and then said, act according to the situation. We will wait for Jin to walk away before making a move. Although it is a bit difficult to fight him one-on-one, I still have a little confidence, but he has too many men here. Okay. Luo Bing responded aloud. Daredevil also tapped the headset twice to show his understanding. The three waited patiently, but Jin didn't seem to want to leave. A cruise ship slowly approached from a distance and quickly approached the port. 2 or 3 people got off the ship. From Jin Bing's attitude, it seemed that the other party was only a small role in transporting goods. What really makes Kim unhappy are the boxes of cargo that are constantly being shipped out of the cabin. What's in there? Hawkeye frowned deeply. His vision was very blurry, although under his hard training, he had eagle-like eyesight, and the reason why his archery was so superb was also due to in this way. That logo looks familiar to me, Luo Bing said abruptly in a low voice. Can you see? Hawkeye asked in amazement. From a height, he can see very blurry. Geographically, his field of vision is better and closer than Luo Bing. Well, wait, I remembered, isn't that the logo of She-Stark Group? Luo Bing was startled suddenly. Advertisement. She-Stark's munitions. Impossible, how could She-Stark sell arms to the gang? Hawkeye categorically rejected. But that logo belongs to the She-Stark Group. Did you steal it? Luo Bing was also very puzzled. Logically speaking, Mr. She-Stark would not have done such a thing. Many people know he is a playboy, but no one mentions how much charity he does every year. Although the foundation of the arms business is not very clean, the She-Stark Group is supported by the government, and his arms are only sold to the national army. There must be something wrong with this. This matter involves the Stark Group, and I need to report to the organization. Hawkeye made a quick judgment. Then, he pressed the emergency roar button on his neck. However, what he was waiting for was a busy tone. Damn, the signal in this area has been isolated. There must be a problem with the car that just Jin and drove over. Now the signal can only be transmitted in this small area, Hawkeye said angrily. At this moment, a man in black quickly ran to Jin Bing's side and said something softly. Jin Bing's face became serious at first, and then he smiled again with a playful look on his face. Oh, it looks like a little bug got in there. I don't know where the little bug is. Jin Bian waved his hand, the port was blocked in an instant, and all the staff were on alert. The searchlights began to sweep away continuously, and several times they brushed past the glass door of the Luo Bing route, reflecting the dim light. However, because the searchlight beam was too bright, no one noticed this scene. Normal people will never feel that there are several glass doors in the sky. But this is not a solution, and someone will always notice. Be careful, I will cut off contact from now on, the other party may have. Bang! A shot of RPG accurately hit the burning tower where Hawkeye Barton was located, and a huge amount of fire lit up the entire port. A man in a blue tights with a bullseye drawn on the head spit out the cigarette and gave a grim smile. Bullseye. Daredevil rushed out angrily. Senior Hawkeye. Luo Bing also revealed his whereabouts. For a moment, the whole port was lively. Advertisement. Jin Bian rubbed his white suit, took out a cigar from the inner pocket, and his subordinate quickly took out a lighter to light it for him. It's really interesting. Jin Bing watched this scene with interest, his face full of playfulness. I'm fine. Barton landed with a sullen face hanging from the hook, his clothes were a little burnt, and his hair was curled into a frizzy shape from the heat of the RPG rocket. But luckily, just like he said, he didn't have any big problems. He jumped off the tower just in time before the rocket exploded. Daredevil on the side has been besieged by gang members, but it is night, and he can always take advantage of his vision to hide and make a surprise attack. It turned out to be you, the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Hawkeye agent. Bullseye sneered and jumped down from the heights, pulling out a stack of special playing cards embroidered with gold rims from behind. Bullseye, like Hawkeye, is synonymous with precision. The same guys who shoot really hard. Sorry, I haven't heard your name. Hawkeye took his bow and arrow from behind with a look of disdain. With a bow and arrow in hand, this man can match the SHIELD team with 100 people. Oh, as that's so. Bullseye grinned coldly, holding a poker card between his index and middle fingers. Plum Blossom 2 feet. Block A. Call out. Shish. The two men started the Forbidden City duel. For their own pride. Luo Bing saw that Senior Hawkeye was fine. He let out a long sigh, took out 2 steel slashing knives from behind, one in each hand, stepped on the glass track, and charged towards Jin, who was smoking a cigar and watching the play not far away. Oh man, looks like you chose the worst one to mess with. Jin Bing grinned, tearing open his white suit with both hands, revealing 90% of his body's muscles. A group of men in black who resembled Jin and bodyguards obediently retreated behind them. In fact, aside from the confidants like Bullseye, the bodyguards are really just decorations by Jin Bing's side. Asterisk. Chapter 27 cut off the gold in an arm. Bang 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 bang. Luo Bing ran forward, smoke constantly bursting behind him. A huge amount of smoke layered on top of each other, blocking the stars in the sky. Swish, swish, several bat-flying darts blazed out of the smoke, targeting Jinbian. Jin Bing is huge, like a little titan, but his reaction speed is not slow, but his movements make Luo Bing somewhat incomprehensible. Without any dodging, he smashed his fist into the bad dart in front of him. Dang! The fist and the bad dart collided, making a sound of gold and iron symphony. Luo Bing's eyes jumped. This guy's physical defense is very strong. A black shadow rushed out of the smoke. Luo Bing was in ambush for a long time. While Jin Bing was punching his bad dart, he raised the steel cutting knife in his hand, and slashed towards Jin Bing with the force of his momentum and the force of his body falling. Swish. Jin Bing turned to dodge, the steel cutting knife cut lonely, and rubbed the corner of Jin Bing's clothes close to him. You're almost too fast, little guy. Jin Bing showed a cruel smile on his face. Look at what speed is. In an instant, Jin Bing turned into a bull, a pair of iron fists swung straight at Luo Bing, the air seemed to be shaken by his fists, and there was a burst of roar whistling. Luo Bing's expression was extremely focused, a smear of blood crawled into his eyes, Jin Bing's movements slowly slowed down in front of him, and the hair on the back of his head was slightly pulled up by some force. A strong sense of crisis emerged in his heart. Beast instinct activated. The muscles of the whole body seemed to be mobilized to the limit at that moment, the potential exploded, Luo Bing very skillfully dodged Jin and attacked the fist. He raised his right leg high and kicked Jin Bing's chin. Bang! Huge amounts of power carry gold and pour them behind them. However, when he was still 10 centimeters away from the ground, Jin Bian instantly stood up in an exaggerated posture that was impossible for a human to do. He spat out the blood in his mouth and stared at Luo Bing in front of him. Teeth are the weakest part of his body. He was angry. He was serious. He instantly transformed into a violent gorilla, moving fast and swiftly, ramming and punching Luo Bing with punch after punch. Luo Bing dodged subtly. Advertisement. Although Jin Bing's movements were fierce and fast, they were slowed down several times by Luo Bing's riding wheel. Beast Perception constantly used his body to evade all Jin Bing's attacks. However, in terms of physical fitness, Luo Bing is far inferior to Jin Bing, a terrifying big man. Although his eyes can see the weakness of Jin and rushed over again and again. But the body can dodge while at the same time unable to separate the remaining energy to attack. Unless he completely abandons defense. However, his body was far from being able to withstand the ferocious punch of Jinping. With just one punch, you can beat him to the point of spitting blood, and he is powerless to fight. At the moment Luo Bing is extremely focused. His brain was spinning fast, thinking about the best time to attack while dodging. The two sides have been entangled for dozens of minutes. Along the way, Jin and smashed a lot of things, but Luo Bing could not be touched at all. You bloody little loach. Jin Bing's angry punch missed Luo Bing again and smashed to the ground. The dust was flying, and the concrete floor showed a twisted crack. Ah, how dare you make fun of me? Unforgivable, I'm going to kill you. Jin Bing let out a roar, opened his mouth wide, and slammed his fist down at Luo Bing with incomparably powerful force. It's now forbidden. Rashomon. An anti-theft door made of steel instantly appeared in front of Luo Bing. There was a sound of shock, and the entire steel gate was punched with a huge fist mark. Luo Bing's body instantly moved sideways in an illusory way, turned around and passed through the door, and came to Jin Bing's back like a shapeshifter. That is an extremely gorgeous counter kill. At hash. The steel-cutting knife stabbed into Jin Ning's body fiercely, and the sharp blade smashed his bones in an instant, and blood spattered. Jin Bing's arm was thrown far away. Blood splattered all over Luo Bing. At hash. Jin Bing's face was full of pain, but unfortunately his mouth was tightly sealed, and he couldn't even shout out the pain. Master Jinbing. The bodyguard in black immediately raised the M416 in his hand when he saw this scene. Tongues of fire erupted. The dense bullets formed a line and shot towards Luo Bing. Ding ding ding. Advertisement. Luo Bing was already prepared, and the bullet was embedded 1 meter in front of him and stayed in the air. The tempered glass doors are cracked like spider webs. It's just that after breaking through one layer and one layer, Luo Bing is surrounded by layers of glass doors and even under his feet, forming an absolute defense in an instant. Whoosh. The sound of bursting arrows came from a distance, and Hawkeye was dressed rough. There was something more on him. That's a golden king. It ripped through Hawkeye's nanosuit and slammed into his right arm, blood dripping out. The 10-second silence time came in an instant, and Jinpian shouted roar loudly. He picked up his dark golden cane and fired a few laser beams towards Luo Bing. After finding that there was no effect, he instantly pressed a button. A large amount of black smoke came out of his cane. Jin fled decisively while taking advantage of the smoke. Luo Bing released the absolute defense around him, and just wanted to chase after him, but Beast's instinct stopped his body and stepped back far away. The dozen or so men in black who inhaled the black mist were spitting out white foam in pain, their bodies rotting into pieces of minced flesh and flowing on the ground. Black mist is poisonous. His crutches can even emit lasers. Luo Bing's head was in a cold sweat, so dangerous. He almost rushed in. Pity. Let that guy run away. Luo Bing glanced around the port and found that Daredevil seemed to have been seriously injured and was in deep crisis, so he immediately supported him without hesitation. It was a bloody night. The harbor is littered with the corpses of gang members. Even Daredevil, who has always regarded not killing as his moral standard, accidentally killed 2 guys who attacked him in order to save his life. Hawkeye came from a distance, wounded. On his left hand, a bullseye that was half-bombed was held tightly by him. Jin ran away, but I cut off his arm. Luo Bing dealt with all the guys under his feet who were knocked unconscious by Daredevil. He was not so merciful, piercing their hearts with one knife after another, and the steel-cutting knife was soaked in blood and turned blood red. Daredevil on the side seemed to want to say something, but he kept his mouth shut. He has no right to say anything. Chapter 28 Tony Stark. Hawkeye and Daredevil were slumped on the ground, and Luo Bing was probably the only one who could stand up from the port. You beat Kim Bing. Hawkeye and Daredevil couldn't believe it. Daredevil Matthew once met Jin Bing, and was beaten to death by him, only to get out of the drag. His iron fists are unreasonable at all, and he may hit it 10 times without pain or itching. But as long as he hits you, you have to vomit blood. This is the physical gap. He is very strong, and I just played a little trick, Luo Bing said, not exaggerating. After this battle with Jin Bing, Luo Bing really realized his many shortcomings. Problems that seemed insignificant at first were unexpectedly turned into deadly hidden dangers at critical moments. Means are also a kind of strength. Hawkeye smiled, endured the pain and pulled out the playing cards on his shoulders. He took out a disposable bandage from his backpack, and wrapped it around several times with his teeth. It stopped and continued, blood flowing down. Communication has resumed. Luo Bing turned to Hawkeye and said, listening to Sky's familiar voice in the headset. It really was the car's problem. There should be something on it that can block external signals, Hawkeye said. The heavy, gold-trimmed presidential car was gone. Under the cover of the black fog, Jinchi got on the tortoise shell and ran away. But fortunately, a large number of handed-over goods remained at the dock. In the chaos just now, the cruise ship that saw the bad situation turned around and left the scene and fled to the Atlantic Ocean. Hawkeye took out new communication equipment and started to get in touch with the organization. In the battle with Bullseye just now, almost half of his things were destroyed. SHIELD's crew arrived at the scene about half an hour later. On the sea, the Kun-style fighter jets began to block the sea area. By means of shield, after about 10 minutes, the cruise ship that had escaped to the Atlantic waters was stopped. But by the time the shield agent landed from the ropes, all the survivors on the cruise ship had been killed. Nick Fury came to the pier in a Quinn style. A solemn face. Sure enough, Stark Arms. Advertisement. Looks like something went wrong with the Stark Group. SHIELD's agent was cleaning the battlefield, looking at the corpses all over the port, even if anyone could imagine how tragic the battle was. The 3 of them met the gang members number 300, plus Bullseye and Jin Bing. Among them, Bullseye was half unconscious, and Hawkeye Barton was also seriously injured. Jin Ping had one arm cut off, and Daredevil Matthew was covered in wounds all over his body. There were several bullet holes in his body, but fortunately they were not fatal. You did a good job. It surprised me, the old man. Fury patted Luo Bing on the shoulder. Looking at this 16-year-old boy, the young and handsome face was full of confusion. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless guy cut off one of Jin Bing's arms and then slaughtered the entire dock? The gang members who fell here. Except for 1/10 that Hawkeye and Bullseye took the time to solve, Luo Bing killed almost all the rest. He is now a blood man. He was covered in the blood of others. It is an exaggeration to say that his steel-cutting knives are a little dull. I need a shower. I regret it, the bonus has to be doubled. Luo Bing said a word, walked into the Kun style, and unloaded his equipment. This guy. Fury scratched his head. Isn't the murderess a bit too heavy? Fury had a headache. About 10 minutes later, Luo Bing walked down from the Kun style in casual clothes, and even got a new hairstyle. The port has been cleaned almost, and a few lucky ones still alive in the corner were taken to the prison by the agent. Among them, the half-dead Bullseye was first treated urgently, and then locked in the special isolation chamber of S.H.I.E.L.D. Why don't you just kill it and keep wasting prison resources? Luo Bing looked at this scene with disdain. There's always something for the prisoners to do, Nick Fury sneered. Bullseye is Kim Bing's confidant. He knows a lot of Kim Bing's business, and intelligence officers will tell him from his mouth, Fury said. Advertisement. Luo Bing nodded and said nothing. In his opinion, the enemy is to be killed. Don't kill it and keep it for the new year. He dislikes watching the protagonists of certain movies and TV series because of a hint of soft-heartedness and letting go of the enemy. Wait until the enemy grows up and kill the relatives, friends, or wife of the male lead. Then the male number one began to explode, detonating the small universe within the body. It's just a shitty plot. But many directors and screenwriters still like to shoot and write such stories. About half an hour passed. The port was almost cleaned up, and Tony arrived late in his private jet. With his character, he will not pay attention to the order of the black marinated egg at all. However, when he saw the photo that Black Braised Egg sent him, he immediately got up from the woman. This is a matter of principle. He does not allow the weapons he produces to fall into the hands of the gang. His father taught it. Tony came to the weapon box, glanced down, and immediately understood that it was definitely a weapon made by his own company. Opened the weapon case to reveal the delicate warhead inside. The Rattlesnake series, FK, this is basically the latest batch of products the company has in circulation, Tony yelled. Anyone who knows that their achievements are betrayed by their subordinates in private is very uncomfortable. What's more, Tony had absolutely no idea who would betray him. Tony basically does not intervene in the company's file size matters, and Obadiah has always done all the operations for him. Tony frowned. He seemed to have some guesses, but he didn't say it, he just doubted. Luo Bing just checked the latest transfer from the computer, and was very happy, and walked over from a distance. If it's all right, he's ready to go back to sleep and come and talk to Fury. Hey, it's you. Tony Stark was thinking about something when he suddenly raised his head to look at the young man walking by in the distance, and exclaimed in surprise. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Robin is not a person who sees money. It's a coincidence, Mr. Stark, Luo Bing also called Tony Roar. The two had just met a few days ago. At that time, if Luo Bing had not acquired the beast instinct, he might have died. He's our super ability advisor. You two know each other? Fury asked in surprise. It's a bit complicated to say, we met before. Luo Bing nodded. Yes, I checked it afterwards. The time of the traffic light was changed by someone, and I almost got hit by the car. Wait, what did you say he was yours? I heard that right, super ability consultant. I mean, is there really super ability in this world? Oh my, Tony exclaimed exaggeratedly. As a scientist, he was very curious about the unfamiliar field of super ability. What is your super ability? Flight, control metal, invisibility, perspective. Tony instantly became interested, and curiously asked a few questions in a row. I can make people shut up. Luo Bing shrugged and smiled. Tony frowned, not understanding the meaning of this shut up, scratched his head, and continued to ask, #@%#. His mouth seemed to be stuck with 502 glue. He wanted to speak but couldn't say anything, his eyes widened in disbelief. This time, he finally knew what shut up meant. Fury took a half step back with an unnatural expression, he didn't want to bite his tongue all of a sudden. Luo Bing spread his hands innocently, then turned and left. Hey, don't leave it. You just unbuttoned to me. Tony's hearth nay. But the words turned into @%#. When Luo Bing turned around and walked a long way, 10 seconds finally came, Tony exhaled heavily, frightened. What kind of super ability is this? How did he do it? Tony muttered softly as he looked at Luo Bing's retreating back. That's a mysterious guy. Tonight, he chopped off an arm and nearly killed him, Fury boasted proudly. Tony's eyes lit up. Advertisement. I'm going to ask him to be my bodyguard. I'll give him 100 million a year. Fury's dark face instantly darkened. Stop dreaming. Robin is not a man who sees money. Everything he did was done for justice. I urge you to dismiss this ridiculous idea. If Robin knows, I can't stop him. Fury looked serious. On the surface it is righteous words. In fact, I was panicking inside. He really knew Luo Bing too well. If he knew that Tony offered him 100 million to be his bodyguard, 100% of him would immediately quit. Wake up. Don't think you can buy anything with money. The most precious thing in this world is the mind. Fury continued to pretend. Are you bluffing me? Tony looked suspicious. As a genius, observing words is the basic operation. If you don't believe me, just try it. If you want to feel the same way for the rest of your life, Fury whistled, with a nonchalant attitude on his face. Tony recalled the feeling of being speechless just now and shook his head. Then he began to worry about his own goods. Where did these weapons come from? Fury turned his back on Roar and took a breath, and immediately summoned his subordinates to transfer 2 million to Luo Bing's account. Drop. Fury's emergency Roar call line was opened. Hey, director, why did you call me another 2 million? Luo Bing on the other end of the communicator was so excited that he almost called out the nickname he gave Fury. You have done a good job in your mission. This is a special reward. In addition, you are now a level 7 agent, Advisor Robin, Fury said with a deep expression. Ah, thank you so much, Director, you are a nice person, I appreciate you more, and there will be such good things in the future. Remember to call me Ha? Luo Bing said happily. Not because of the upgrade of the 7th level agent, but because of the extra 2 million. Fury continued to look somber, replied, and hung up the communication. He let out another sigh of relief, and then he felt calm. At the same time, it's also a bit embarrassing. In the face of such a greedy master, what if he is actually poached by someone with a high salary in the future? Advertisement. It seems that he will be more generous to him in the future. Let him know that I am the best here. Cannot be done. He had to find a wife for him to tie him up. Who should I look for? Luo Bing drove back to his residence in just 20 minutes on a Harley, borrowed, from the Quince. To borrow is to borrow. Not yet is another matter. If it wasn't for Luo Bing's driver's license, he would have borrowed a more expensive four-wheeler. Luo Bing parked his motorcycle, turned around, and saw Sky standing at the door waiting for him uneasily. I'm back. Luo Bing smiled and waved. Where's your equipment? Sky first looked up and down Luo Bing, and found that he didn't seem to be injured at all, then he settled down and asked. Oh, that one, it's dirty, I sent it back to headquarters, and I spent some money to have them remodel it for me. Luo Bing didn't explain much, and ignored the question with a haha. Sky was silent for a long time, then looked at Luo Bing. Don't take such risks in the future. It's not dangerous, I'm very good, don't worry. Luo Bing walked up the stairs, seeing his roommate caring so much about him. There is always someone better than you. Don't be arrogant. Sky followed behind, looking at Luo Bing's back, and seemed to want to say something, but because of the girl's restraint, she was too embarrassed to say it. The two walked to the third floor together, opened the door of the room, and each walked to their own bedroom. I will protect myself. Don't worry, I'm not a brainless man. Sleep early. Good night, Luo Bing said and closed the door of his room. Sky stomped his foot and closed his door in disgust. It would be weird if you had a brain, stupid. Asterisk. Chapter 30 New Abilities, The Shelter of Lucky Sister. Back in the room, Luo Bing turned on the game to pass the time because it was not yet 12 o'clock. In the past few days, Luo Bing has developed the habit of staying up late until 12 o'clock and waiting for the ability to refresh. It is because the quality of the abilities has been getting higher and higher these days. Make him look forward to it every day. When he boarded the accelerator, Luo Bing opened his favorite Zuntang poisonous milk powder interface, and rushed a big gift bag without hesitation. At the same time as he was promoted to Xing Yu he obtained the coveted epic dagger. Shadowless Sword. Arano. In the current version of the poisonous milk powder, the Shadowless Sword is definitely a popular weapon. Although he is only a level 50 weapon, it relies on the bonus attack to add 30% damage to the top position of the 60 version of the fantasy epic. This is the most powerful weapon in the swordsman profession at this stage. The other is the magic sword Apophis. It is also a rare artifact. Because it is an artifact weapon, it can be traded, but it is a sky-high price on the auction house. Luo Bing is playing the sword and soul profession. In order to wait for this event package, he charged a lot of money and did a lot of tasks. Now that my wish has finally come true, my heart is full of joy. This weapon is too handsome. Luo Bing opened the gift box, right-clicked on the attributes of the Shadowless Sword, and was about to equip it to his weapon bar when he was stunned for a moment. I'm special. 7 days experience. My Nima. The labor and management have waited so long and charged so much money, you told me that it was a 7-day experience. Luo Bing was speechless. It was only at this time that he noticed the public screen of the game. There were also many local tyrants who were disgusted by this experience, and cursed the swashbuckling fool. It is said that someone drove to the permanent Shadowless Sword, Arano, but obviously, Luo Bing did not have that luck. I'm really drunk too. I just said why this event is so conscientious. I thought Zuntang would lose money, but I didn't expect it to be a 7-day experience. Luo Bing sullen and very upset. Although he is rich now and can buy a handful of Apophis at the auction house, he is still unhappy. I feel like I've been tricked. But what can be done? This is obviously a classic game to make money, and rely on the gimmick of the Shadowless Sword to make a fortune. This is also not false propaganda. After all, someone really drove the permanent version of the Shadowless Sword. It can only be said that Luo Bing was not so lucky. Helpless, but Luo Bing still took this 7-day experience goods and went to the other world obediently. The strongest suit in the current version is the Wild Boar suit. Advertisement. Wild Boar sets are invincible. While swiping the picture, Luo Bing swiped the picture while shouting, "True fragrance." This weapon is really useful, but after brushing the half pipe, the hair was not shipped to him. Luo Bing pouted. He was used to it. I don't know why, but his profiteering is very low. Sometimes the epic weapon flashed out in a flash and he didn't use it, and he couldn't buy it at the auction. However, it will be shipped anyway. Unlike the US server, Luo Bing first came into contact with the poisoned milk powder in the US server. There were very few people playing in the US server, and the explosion rate was even more impressive. It is normal for it to not ship for a week. Relatively speaking, the shipment rate of the national service is still higher. Definitely. Gift packs are also a bit more expensive. Luo Bing stood on the street, killing time. Many players saw his shadowless sword from a distance, and curiously crowded beside Luo Bing to open his panel and check the equipment. At first, they were envious, but when they saw the words, 7 days of experience, on it, they burst into laughter. Make a funny emoji on the public screen. Seems to be celebrating yet another victim of being deceived. Luo Bing was speechless and ignored it. Someone sent him a team invitation. He ignored it. Someone sent him an invitation to a duel. He also ignored it. Now he lacks interest, and has no mood to play games. The person who sent him the application for a duel, what is his ID called Baby Shushu, he has red eyes, and his equipment can be said to be very luxurious. Luo Bing looks very envious in a wild boar suit. A duel, the wild boar is invincible in the world, what can I use to fight you? Suddenly, Luo Bing was stunned, thinking of his own plug-in shaker. It's not right. I'm not a normal player. What is equipment? I'm a man with a plug-in. As a result, Luo Bing took the initiative to initiate a duel application with Baby Shushu, and the two sides wagered the battle with an amount of 1 million game coins. Soon, Baby Shushu clicked the agree button and sent a line of text. Advertisement. Brother, just see how I treat you. As he said that, he also changed into the shadowless sword, Arano, and it could be seen that this brother was also a victim. The two launched a PK, and many people clicked in curiously to watch. White-handed against the red dog, the battle between the two swordsmen is about to start. The countdown to 321 begins. Luo Bing's pupils gradually became blood red. The writing wheel was turned on, and the game screen in front of him became PPT format in his eyes, playing frame by frame. 3-stage/close. Break the army plus pick up plus pick 2 in the middle plus cross plus X plus pick up plus jump backward plus jump in the back plus pick 2 in the middle plus X plus pick up a seamless combo. Baby Shushu was beaten so hard that he couldn't get up and down in the sky. FKU, you old man, put it down, and see if I can cure you. The red dog freed his hand to type on the public screen. He couldn't do anything at all. Luo Bing ignored him. The character jumped up in the air and attacked twice. The silver light falling blade quickly fell to the ground. The wave-splitting sword forced the red eye up again, then picked it up and connected it, and hit another set of combos. Red eye hit GG. When it fell to the ground, a corpse had been transformed. This old hanging is really a pervert. This operation is too sharp, and the hand speed is too fast. Shushu Baobao was speechless. Seeing that 1 million game coins were in his hand, Luo Bing was in a happy mood and continued to invite the opponent to challenge. The other party seemed to be a little stubborn, then agreed to the duel, and then was picked up in the sky and a corpse fell. Hey, I don't believe it anymore, this is a mistake. At this time, Baby Shushu was broadcasting live on YY, and there were hundreds of people in the room watching the joke and laughing. Continue to challenge. Definitely the result is the same, he was killed by Luo Bing's combo again. Wearing a boar suit is useless, wearing the best equipment and getting the worst beatings. Don't fight, stop fighting, slip away, old irons, I have a little stomach discomfort, Baby Shushu fled away. Luo Bing suddenly saw that the head iron baby who gave him game coins was offline, shrugged and closed the writing wheel. I feel much better after the torture. Glancing at the time, there are only a few seconds left until 12 o'clock, and the mouse is placed on the close window, just about to press it. Open black lens bracket sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Today's ability, Sister Good Luck's Shelter, has been delivered, please use it as much as you like. With a ding sound, Luo Bing's new ability has been refreshed. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Mom, I miss home. Miss Lucky's Asylum. The game window that Luo Bing was about to close remained. This new ability sounds like a boost to your luck, and the game in front of you just happens to be a good platform to test it out. Does it really increase luck? Luo Bing was a little skeptical, luck was too mysterious, and he didn't quite believe it. So, he manipulated the copy of the game Alien World with his hands. At the beginning, a sword was drawn and swept away. Critical attack, critical attack, critical attack. In the first picture of Screaming Cave, all the mobs are dead. I'm going, such a high crit rate, I don't have many equipment with crit bonuses, so I'm so lucky. A purple light flashed, and a little monster burst out with a pink piece of equipment. Bone breastplate of the Black Plague. FK, a boar jacket. Luo Bing's eyes widened, how could this thing burst out while screaming? Are you sure it's not a bug in the system? Luo Bing continued to scan the picture. In the second picture, he not only revealed a Chaos Ace, but also an artifact card. In the fourth picture, Skull Cane, the pink light flashed again. Magic Sword. Apophis. Shipped. Luo Bing stared dumbfoundedly at this scene, this luck is too bad, right? Wouldn't he be able to buy a lottery ticket tomorrow? Luo Bing picked up the magic sword Apophis in disbelief. Might be easier to get. Luo Bing was not as excited as he thought. If it was before, he would definitely jump up happily. After repeating the ticket quest, Luo Bing entered the Screaming Cave again. After dozens of minutes, Luo Bing looked at the artifact in the equipment bar and didn't know what to say. His weight has reached the upper limit. He put together 3 sets of wild boar sets, 7 magic swords, Apophis, and artifact cards of various prices, and some cheap items such as Chaos Trump cards exploded to the end. Luo Bing did not go to save space in the inventory. Built. It's too comfortable. Luo Bing threw the equipment to the warehouse, changed the map, and looted 60 artifact. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Luo Bing took a deep breath while looking at the weapons in the warehouse. Advertisement. Stimulate. Double Dragon Shadow Sword. Sword of Light. Sun Judgment. Yi Long Sword. Choice. One by one dreamy weapons were placed in front of Luo Bing. More than a cool word. Next, Luo Bing started to go to Kylie's strengthening machine and put in materials and gold coins. The strengthening is successful, the magic sword Apophis strengthening is added by 1. The strengthening is successful, the magic sword, Apophis strengthening plus 2. Successful strengthening, magic sword Apophis strengthening plus 3. Quote. After strengthening until the 15th, Luo Bing account ran out of gold coins and materials, and it stopped. Just when Luo Bing wanted to sell some magic swords for gold coins. A few words suddenly popped out on the computer screen. Unexpected operation. Network interruption. Luo Bing. After he went online again, he found that his account had been blocked for 7 days. This is not a system seal, this is a manual seal. It's already 2 o'clock at night here in Luo Bing, but it's only daytime in the east of the world. The staff detected that Luo Bing's account explosion rate was abnormal, but couldn't find the reason, so they just gave him an abnormal operation for 7 days. Quote. Luo Bing was blown away. He worked so hard for 2 hours to brush out so many things. If you say it is closed, it will be closed. In the middle of the night, Luo Bing rang Sky's bedroom. Sky was drowsy and was startled when he saw Luo Bing rushing towards him aggressively, his eyes glowing. In addition to being nervous, there are some inexplicable expectations. His face instantly flushed with shame, and he thought that Luo Bing was suddenly enlightened. Unexpectedly. Don't go to sleep, help me fight. MMP, the equipment I managed to play has actually blocked my account. Sky, you have to help me and blow up their official website. Sky. After 10 seconds of silence, Luo Bing was kicked out. Advertisement. His face was inexplicable, thinking that this roommate was still getting up. Luo Bing was very helpless, and finally contacted his Xingyue member customer service. But the system interface of the small customer service said that he needed to queue up. If you don't want to queue, you can recharge to become a member of Xingyu, so that he will have his own exclusive customer service. Luo Bing was so angry. What are you trying to cheat me for money? Eat shit you. That night, Luo Bing directly invoked the exclusive rights of his level 7 agent and rode the Kunchi all the way eastward to Huasha. A few hours later, Zunteng Company headquarters office. Looking at Hua Ma Teng hanging from the ceiling, Luo Bing was wearing brand new Batman gear, his eyes were on fire, and he questioned loudly. Why do you want to block my game account? Hua Ma Teng. In fact, Hua Ma Teng looked bewildered. He had planned to get off work. He just stood up from his seat, and before he had time to stretch himself, he saw a black shadow suddenly. Immediately afterwards, he was hung from the ceiling. Weak, pitiful, and innocent. Why are you blocking my game account? Luo Bing pulled out a gleaming steel cutting knife from behind, with a murderous look on his face. The accompanying agent on the side waited and watched this scene. She was frightened by the operation of Consultant Robin. Involuntarily flew to Huasha, and involuntarily hung a multinational boss from the ceiling of his office. Mom, are we a gangster? Consultant Robin is horrible. Hero, I don't know, what account did I block you? I don't know at all. Hua Ma Teng cried, very sad. I'm not an unreasonable person either. You go and check my account data. I didn't use a cheating tool at all. The system didn't ban my account, but you manually blocked it for me. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will demolish this building. Luo Bing put away the steel cutting knife and sat on the desk with his legs curled up. Hua Ma Teng wanted to cry without tears. What the hell is this doing? I usually pirate a game, how can I still attract superhero? It's not right. This is super villain. Mother. I miss home. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Coincidence or Coincidence. Luo Bing made a big noise at Zunteng headquarters. It wasn't until the end that Hua Ma Teng knew that his unwarranted disaster was only caused by a small game being blocked by mistake. Special. What is the blood mold of this life? This thing got really big. Luo Bing's act of directly driving into the airspace of Huasha country surprised the authorities. The development of Huasha's scientific and technological strength has not been covered until now, and the J-20 Veyron was soon dispatched to contain it. Huasha is also one of the important council members of the World Federation, and also has a permanent member in SHIELD. Just when the conflict was about to start, the high-level people realized that this was just an oolong incident. When everyone was angry, they were ready to severely punish the agent called Robin. But there was an ironic scene. I don't know if Luo Bing's lucky halo played a role. The 10 Rings branch, which was notoriously hidden in the city, detected the Kunchi and J-20 in the airspace, and thought that the branch base was exposed, so they jumped out and launched a counterattack. The 10 Rings are one of the most dangerous terrorist organizations on Earth. Basically every country has their power. This is good, a battle begins immediately. Luo Bing, a player who just came out of the headquarters of Zunteng, ran into the 10 Rings branch team that escaped from nowhere. After that things are much simpler. Luo Bing, who was wearing a Batman battle suit, wielded steel knives with both hands, overturned the entire 20-man team and captured the head of the division alive. This absurd end to this sudden fight with the 10 rings. The person involved, Luo Bing, was completely exposed to the public eye, and a video was taken and spread on the internet. Fortunately, he wears a Batman blindfold at all times. The fact that the famous Batman in Queens is actually an Oriental person also spread to the world in an instant. Among them, the most excited are definitely the people who eat melons in Washaw. Hey, did you see it? This is our country's superhero. Oriental. Nick Fury was so busy that he was shocked by Luo Bing's ability to cause trouble today. I don't know how many high-level executives called him to greet him today. At the beginning, they pointed to the ability of their director to do things, and even began to question how he managed S.H.I.E.L.D. But later, all of them called him and asked him for help. What do you say? S.H.I.E.L.D. was calculated by the magic machine. I noticed the problem in the 10 Rings branch first, and sent it to the agent to deal with it in advance. Well done. Advertisement. Nick Fury is very deceived. What the hell happened when I came to Awakening? S.H.I.E.L.D. is so clever. I didn't send any quests about 10 rings. What the hell is this? Black braised egg at the moment, and Hua Ma Teng's mood is absolutely the same at the moment. When he learned the cause and effect from the casual agent around Luo Bing, he immediately closed himself. What are you doing? You tell me all this is because of a game account being banned. Water law. Should I scold someone? Who should I scold? It's a good thing that the 10 Rings branch was removed, although the battle took place in the city, which is bound to cause panic and riots among some people. But J20 is too strong. Luo Bing is too strong. The incident in the end only lasted about 10 minutes, and the battle ended perfectly. There were only a few people at the scene who had a stampede accident because of panic, and it was not a big problem at all. It can be said, this is the shortest time since S.H.I.E.L.D. No, this is the shortest time in the world to destroy the terrorists of the 100 people. Especially when the opponent is a predator like 10 Rings. Hua Ma Teng lay on the glass of the building and was fortunate enough to see the 1-20 battle of Luo Bing. On the premise that the opponent's weapons are well equipped, the guy who just asked himself why he banned his game account in the office held 2 watermelon knives. Wrong. With 2 steel-cutting knives, he chopped down 20 well-equipped terrorists with lightning speed. Hua Ma Teng swallowed. Sigh that he is really big. He hurriedly raised Luo Bing's unblocked account to administrator privileges, and opened an official plugin for him, and adjusted his luck value to 999. Afterwards, the wily Hua Ma Teng had an idea and held a press conference. Today is the most memorable day for me. I never imagined that there would be terrorists hiding not far from the Xuantang building. At that time, more than 20 terrorists armed with thermal weapons surrounded the downstairs of the Xuantang building. I'm not afraid of being embarrassed. I tell you, I was so scared that I wanted to go home and find my mother. I'm scared to pee. Advertisement. But the man appeared, the man who saved all the employees of Xuantang building. He killed 20 terrorists with a knife, and he is Batman. Afterwards, I also learned from my conversation with Batman that this superhero actually played one of my games, and it was banned by mistake because of the staff's lax operation. Here, I solemnly apologize to Batman. Thank you for your kind reminder and patient teaching. You made me understand the influence of games on human beings. Here, I make an important decision. Starting today, the games we make are all based on serving the public and advocating peace. The national server game, League of Legends, is officially launched on the National Day file. Heroes. Go defend our land, defend our freedom. Fearless to create heroes. You are the next legend. Quote. 66,666,666,666,666. The employees of Xuantang Company looked at their boss with adoration with one hand and one thumb. He seemed to have completely forgotten how the boss was crying while hanging from the ceiling. This ad is so hard. As expected of the boss. Xuantang is on fire. League of Legends, which is not online, is also on fire. The fire was a mess. In addition, Batman, the superhero, has officially entered the public eye for the first time, arousing the worship of everyone. On the internet, a young man watched Hua Ma Teng's live broadcast. You're so bullshit, who doesn't know, you almost cried when Batman hung you from the ceiling. I am an employee of Xuantang, and I want to reveal the facts. The reason is this. An employee of Xuantang Company blocked Batman's account by mistake. Bala. When the self-proclaimed insider posted what he knew on the internet. Some people believe it, some people don't. People who believe in it say that Batman is really awesome and has a real temperament. Real man. This attitude of flying half the world map to FKU is really cool. If you don't believe me, you're a total bullshit. How could a hero like Batman be so impulsive, with such a small stomach? Don't slander our hero, get out of your way. But Luo Bing didn't pay attention to all this. As he flew back to Queens again, he heard a message. Peter's uncle Ben died, killed by thugs. Asterisk. Chapter 33 The Boy in the Red and Blue Tights. It was afternoon when the Quince flew back to New York. Luo Bing only closed his eyes and rested for a few hours on the plane. After getting off the plane, he immediately walked towards Queens. Peter Parker's house. Peter sat listlessly on the balcony, high and dangerous, but at the moment he didn't seem to be afraid at all. He seemed very lonely and remorseful, his whole figure was like a frosted eggplant, his eyes were erratic, and he was very confused. Aunt May received relatives in the living room. Her husband suddenly left her side. At the moment, the saddest thing was her. She seemed to be haggard in an instant. Relatives came one by one, and now Ben Parker's body is in the hospital morgue, ready for burial tomorrow morning. Luo Bing trotted over from a distance, glanced at the dead Parker, and frowned. Although the former Parker was very thin and was often bullied, he was a very lively child and talked a lot. At the moment, he is the one who is most worrying. Aunt May, people can't be resurrected from the dead, condolences and changes. Uncle Ben is a very good man, he will definitely go to heaven. Luo Bing walked into the room, stretched out his arms and hugged Aunt May, feeling a little depressed. Good boy, go see Peter, I'm very worried about him. Aunt May touched the tears in the corners of her eyes, she was a strong woman. Although her husband's death made him very sad, she still held on, but she was worried about Peter. Peter was still young and had never seen life and death, fearing that he would be hurt. I'll go up and see him. Luo Bing nodded, turned and walked towards the stairs. Peter's bedroom is on the second floor. Luo Bing came here once before. That day was also the first day of his transfer. Luo Bing, who saw Peter being bullied by Thompson, made a decisive move and fought with Thompson. And sent Peter home and had a meal here. At that time, Luo Bing still remembered that Ben asked him how Peter was injured. In order not to worry the two old people, Luo Bing and Peter discussed an explanation and reluctantly fooled him. He opened the door gently and looked at the open window and Peter sitting on the balcony. Advertisement. Luo Bing walked over, climbed up the window, and sat with him on the balcony. Big brother Luo. Peter turned around and glanced at Luo Bing with red eyes and tears. Luo Bing pursed his lips and rubbed his hair with his left hand. Do you know who the murderer is? Luo Bing asked. Parker shook his head. The police hadn't given a picture of the suspect, but only knew that it was a gang of robbers who shot and killed Ben's car. Don't be too sad, Peter, be strong, don't let your Aunt May worry. Uncle Ben passed away, she is the saddest one now, but she has to receive relatives and worry about you at the same time. Go to Aunt May and help, the murderer will be punished, Luo Bing said. Punishment. Peter clenched his fists and looked at Luo Bing. Don't worry, even if the police can't catch them, superhero will come out. Luo Bing patted Peter on the shoulder, jumped off the balcony on the second floor, and gradually walked away. Superhero. Peter clenched his fists, the hairs on the back of his hands stood up, turned and walked back to the room. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Those were the last words Uncle Ben said to him. Peter Parker went downstairs and gave Aunt May a hug, greeted Roar with relatives and friends, and then went upstairs, locked his room, took out his toolbox, and started making something according to his own imagination. Back at his rental house, Luo Bing was not in the mood to buy lottery tickets. The first thing he did was let Sky call up the road surveillance at that time, and recorded a few characters through a few shots. After that, Luo Bing went to take a bath, make up for sleep, and wait for the dark. Night. Luo Bing stood on top of the tallest building in Queens and began to observe carefully every character in the city below. Tonight in Queens, the abnormal chaos, perhaps hearing the news of Batman's appearance in Washaw, the criminals who had been suppressed for several nights began to move. Police cars on the street honked their horns to maintain law and order. Advertisement. Isn't it okay to be safe? Luo Bing scolded, took out the skateboard from behind, and walked down the glass boardwalk. Queens, major real-time daily newspapers. Appeared again. Smoke arrows. Batman is back. Great job, Batman. Give those criminals some color. Some people are excited. For some reason, after seeing the smoke arrow that appeared, many people were relieved that this was Batman in action. Bang! Luo Bing punched a gangster in the face, pressed him against the wall, and took out a portrait from his coat. Tell me, who is he? A special voice changer is installed in the latest battle suit. After processing, the sound is cold and serious, which is very intimidating. I don't know, I really don't know, please spare me, please, I won't dare anymore, the little gangster cried bitterly. Not everyone deserves a second chance. Luo Bing punched him in the face, knocking him out with a swift blow. He was hoisted up 2 or 3 times and tied to the wall beside him. Luo Bing turned and left the place. The smoke above the head exploded, and another smoke arrow appeared. The police cell should be crowded tonight. Luo Bing, there is a special situation. In 5th Street, the police are chasing a boy in a red and blue tights. Headset, Sky sent the latest news. Red and blue tights. Luo Bing frowned. I know, I'll go check it out. The hook was ejected, the bad battle suit wrapped Luo Bing's figure, and the whole person disappeared in place in an instant. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Spider-Man Peter. Peter Parker hopped up and down the alleys like a flea. Since he was bitten by a spider that day, his whole person has changed. At the moment, he was wearing a red-blue tights, with a black spider embroidered on his chest, and the web shooters with his left hand characteristics fired a tough spider web and glued it to the big arm of the tower crane on the side. Wow. Peter swings nervously on the swing. He wasn't quite used to the feeling of flying up and down, it was just too exciting. His body's ability to react is not known how many times stronger than before, and it is extremely powerful. At the same time, Every time he is about to hit the building in front of him, his spider telepathy always predicts the danger one step ahead and corrects his position. Today is the first day Peter officially dons the dress. He also wants to be like Batman to uphold justice at night, to be an obscure superhero, a good neighbor to New Yorkers. Also, he wants to find the murderer who hurt Uncle Ben, arrest him and bring him to justice. However, little Peter had a bad start. As soon as he hit a criminal, he caught the attention of the police. One of the cops nearly wounded him with a bullet, but Peter's spider telepathy worked and he dodged the bullet in an instant. Parker continued to fly between buildings, followed by more than 20 police cars. The whole of Queens was in chaos. Why can't I listen to explanations? I'm not a criminal, Peter grumbled, firing his cobweb, then swung forward. Open black lens bracket danger. Close black lens bracket. Alert from spider telepathy. Peter looked at the bright metropolis in front of him, wondering where the danger came from. Could someone aim at him with a sniper rifle? Is thinking. Snapped. Peter slammed into the glass track, his face with the spider hood slapped on the tempered glass, and made a funny expression. Advertisement. Hey, little bug, you're making a lot of noise. Luo Bing walked out of the darkness, threw out his bad dart, and locked the four corners of the boy in the red and blue tights with precision. Ah, it's Batman. Wait, don't do it. I'm also a superhero, and I'm just like you, everyone, Peter shouted quickly roar. This voice. Luo Bing narrowed his eyes, heard something strange, and felt a little familiar. Where did you come out of superhero? Luo Bing asked coldly. I'm Spider-Man. Yes, I'm Spider-Man. Hey man, this is a misunderstanding. I just subdued a criminal, but the police came over when I was tying the criminal up and thought I was a badass, so they started chasing me. I'm really wronged, man, Peter said, reaching out and pulling out the batarang that had poked a few holes in his clothes, and threw it to Batman in front of him. Cool, Batman, I finally met a real person. You are really amazing. Peter was so adored, he looked like he wanted to come over and get his autograph right away. As the man in the blue tights in front of him talked more, Luo Bing's doubts became heavier, and the tone of his words was really similar. Peter. Luo Bing asked uncertainly. Quote question mark quote. Big question marks appeared on Peter Parker's eyes. How do you know my real name? Peter was frightened, and even his tone became a little excited and changed back to his original voice. It's me. Luo Bing turned off the voice changer and revealed his real voice. Luo. Big brother Luo. Peter was stunned. That mysterious Batman is the big brother Luo he is most familiar with. This is too unbelievable. Follow me. Luo Bing beckoned, and he stepped on the skateboard and walked along the glass track towards a building in the distance. Peter also reacted and quickly followed. The two landed on the roof of the building, and Peter took off his hood, still looking surprised. Brother Luo, I didn't expect you to be Batman. This is too cool. Peter still couldn't believe it. Let's talk about you first. What's your situation? You have a super ability. Luo Bing took off the Batman blindfold and asked uncertainly. Advertisement. No. I went to the Osborn mansion for an internship that day and was bitten by a mutant spider that escaped, and then I mutated. Peter scratched his head. Can your body emit cobweb? No, this is web shooters. I made it myself using the principle of Osborn's latest slime. Peter touched his head embarrassedly. With that said, Peter gave Luo Bing his web shooters. Luo Bing took a closer look, looked at the small device, and pressed the launch button. Bew. A white linear spider web was instantly launched into the air. Very convenient and practical. The toughness is particularly strong, and Peter can use this thing to swing in the sky before he knows it. Nice stuff, Peter, you really are a genius, Luo Bing commented, throwing the transmitter back to him. Hee. Peter touched his head embarrassedly. He was very excited to be praised by both Batman and Big Brother Luo's double body. Luo Bing, through the camera comparison, I found that person, the coordinates of the 2nd Street, Sky said in the headset. Nice job. Luo Bing nodded and looked at Peter. Find the murderer, come with me. With that said, Luo Bing jumped off the building. Murderer. The murderer who killed Uncle Ben. Peter instantly burst into anger, put on his mask and put on web shooters and followed Luo Bing. He constantly launches cobweb and swings around the city. Sometimes when there is no focus, he will stick cobweb on Luo Bing's glass boardwalk. I won't forgive you, Peter swore secretly, clenching his fists. Luo Bing leads the way. Peter turned into a Spider-Man. He was also a little surprised, but he was very relieved to see him now. At least he came out of the shadows. Asterisk. Chapter 35 It's useless to call your throat. 2nd Street, in an abandoned repair shop. Why did you shoot that old man? Cook, it's all your trouble. Look at what you've done. Now the whole Queens cops are after us. And the guy in the black trench coat. There were a total of 4 people in the repair shop, and it seemed that there was a dispute. Several people originally planned to carry out a small robbery, but this accident happened unexpectedly. That old man is in the way. The police were coming, and he held onto my clothes tightly. I was so nervous, and I just wanted to scare him, but who knew the gun went off? Cook held his head, and he can still reminds me of the old man. Okay, stop arguing. Now that the matter has happened, I have calculated it all. Take advantage of the dark, and then we will slip away from the port, and when we run to. Where do you want to go? Luo Bing came out of the darkness and asked with great interest. Batman. Cook looked at the door with a look of horror. The 3 words Batman are too deterrent. Since the Hell's Kitchen incident, now as long as you are a criminal, your legs will go weak when you hear that name. Go to hell, Batman. I'm not afraid of you. Cook raised the gun in his hand, and the whole person looked very crazy. Huh, 2 cobwebs shot down from the ceiling. One cobweb stuck to Cook's hands, and another stuck him firmly on the wall. These people are just little mice. When they saw Batman appear, their hearts had already collapsed. You killed Uncle Ben. Peter fell from the ceiling, punched Cook in the face, and roared loudly. Don't kill me. I surrender. I will surrender. I plead guilty, Cook yelled frantically. Rather than fall into the hands of Batman, it would be better to fall into the hands of the NYPD, and he was really scared. The 3 people on the side ran frantically towards the door after seeing this scene. Luo Bing ignored it and let him run away frantically. As predicted, they slammed directly into the glass door of the gate, blood flowing. One of them pretended to faint on the spot, and the other 2 fell to the ground with their noses covered in pain. It's that simple. Do you think you'll be fine if you turn yourself in? UB************D. Luo Bing has never seen Peter so hysterical. Advertisement. He was venting frantically, punching Cook in the face with punch after punch. Luo Bing turned around and walked out of the repair shop. On the way, he knocked out the 2 who were still lying on the ground. I'll leave it to you, do whatever you want. Luo Bing left here. This matter is best left to Peter to handle. Luo Bing does not intend to participate. If it was handed over to Luo Bing, he would kill people without hesitation. But Peter is different from him. This child has a strong sense of justice in his heart. Although he is angry, will this anger prompt him to kill? Luo Bing does not intend to influence his behavior. In his view, everyone has the right to choose. Luo Bing returned to his rental room and took off his battle suit. As the matter resolved, Sky stepped forward to collect the man's clothes and stack them in the cabinet. Maybe, Luo Bing replied vaguely. What happened today made him feel a lot. Ben Parker died unexpectedly at the hands of a gangster. Luo Bing looked at Sky, unable to imagine how angry he would be if such a thing happened to him. Go crazy. Do not. He absolutely will not allow this to happen. I will protect you, Luo Bing said abruptly, looking at Sky. Sky was stunned for a while. Although she didn't know what happened, she could understand Luo Bing's seriousness. I believe you, Sky said. This time, she did not confront Luo Bing verbally, and nodded. The atmosphere was suddenly awkward. I made you dinner and put it in the kitchen. Sky bit his lip, opened his mouth, said this, and then turned back to his room. Thank you. Luo Bing was moved and smiled. The relationship between the 2 is a little delicate now, and it seems to be very harmonious. Advertisement. But, after a few minutes, Luo Bing walked out of the kitchen with a dark expression on his face, and the emotion in his heart was thrown into the trash can. Stupid woman, come out for me, what are you doing, are you trying to poison me? Luo Bing asked standing at the door. Blame me, I don't know how to cook. You can teach me. Sky blushed, embarrassed. Okay, I'll teach you, you come to me. Another half hour. You are a genius. I have never seen such a talented student as you. You can make me a gas bomb in the future. It's a waste of your talent not to make poison. Why are you so fierce? I've worked hard. It's your bad teaching. So it's all my fault. Yes, it's all your fault. What am I? Luo Bing was so angry that he was speechless. He pulled the little beauty up by the collar without pity, and pressed it on the chair to slap roar. Ah, it hurts, don't spank me. I'll fight you. Sky started to fight back. It's just that resistance is futile. Her small body can't handle Luo Bing's big hand at all. Stop. You be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* You just said to protect me, you liar. The little beauty was tearful, pouted, and looked like she was about to cry. I don't have a bottom line. Also, I said that I will protect you from others bullying you, but that doesn't mean I can't do it myself. Luo Bing snorted coldly, and then slapped Roar. Crisp and loud. In fact, he didn't have much effort at all. Batman, come and save me. There is a B asterisk 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 D who is bullying the girl. Help, Sky shouted Roar to save. Batman is on vacation today. It's no use screaming your throat. Luo Bing sneered. Broken throat. Broken throat. The little beauty then shouted. Luo Bing, want to play with me, is it fun? Continue to slap Roar. Crack. I don't dare. The little beauty raised her hands above her head to beg for mercy, her face flushed with shame, and she lost her life. She felt like she was beaten out. Chapter 36 3 times lucky, 3 times happy. Open black lens bracket sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Today's power, Yang Chaoyu's prayer, has been delivered, please use it as much as you like. ... Open black lens bracket sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Today's ability, Senior White's smile, has been delivered, please use it as much as you like. 2 days off, Luo Bing obtained 2 strange abilities in a row. This is the ability of the otherworld that he obtained after Miss Lucky's asylum. What a miracle this is. Both are blessing his luck. 3 times as lucky, 3 times happier. Who is Yang Chaoyu, and who is Senior Bai? Luo Bing was very puzzled, he was on his way to school at the moment. By the way, all the green lights I encountered along the way were considered lucky. Luo Bing shrugged. Luck is the most elusive. It's very early to leave today, I shouldn't be late. In fact, the most direct way to check your luck is to buy a lottery ticket. Luo Bing bought it yesterday, and the lottery will be drawn tonight. The wind blows. A green 100 yuan bill smashed into Luo Bing's face. Quote. Luo Bing reached out and touched it, the texture was the most wonderful thing he had ever touched. There is nothing better in this world than this. Going out and throwing money at your face. This is the blessing of triple luck. Do you dare to get a few more? Luo Bing put the money into his pocket with lightning speed, feeling very happy. Crash la la la. Tens of thousands of US dollar bills fluttered in the wind, and bills rained instantly in the sky. Wardfa. What is this? FK. What's the situation? A prank. Oh bye. No, it's real dollar bills. The passers-by around them looked at this scene stupidly, and began to bend over frantically to pick up money. Luo Bing froze in place. I muttered to myself, does it really have such a powerful effect? What kind of beauty salon do you own? Picking up money all day is not enough. It's too inexplicable where this money comes from, isn't it? What exactly is going on? Advertisement. Soon, Luo Bing knew the answer. A group of robbers scolded their heads from the viaduct, their faces were wrapped in Wangjuan stockings, and there were about 6 people holding Alaska 47s in their hands. It happened 30 minutes ago. A group of well-trained robbers raided a bank in Midtown. They had the bank's insiders, had a perfect plan, and knew exactly what the bank's loopholes were at various points in time. In this way, they successfully robbed the bank of 5 million cash notes, divided them into 5 bags, and fled wildly. But just as he was passing the viaduct above Luo Bing, a robber was unlucky enough to be caught by the gravel on the side of the road. The motorcycle fell to the side, and the bag in his hand also turned into a rain of banknotes and sprinkled down the viaduct. FK. No, the police are chasing after him, don't worry about that bag of money. Looking at the scattered banknotes on the floor, afraid that it would take half an hour to pick them up, the 6 robbers made a decisive decision, abandoned the banknotes all over the floor, carried the remaining 4 bags in their hands, and opened the locomotive went wildly outside the city along the viaduct. So that's how it is. Luo Bing sighed helplessly, looking at the police car from far to near, and at the sun at the moment. Seems like it's not yet Robin working hours. Do you want to take care of it? Never mind. Luo Bing looked at the banknotes all over the floor, walked to the side alone, and was about to take out the Batman blindfold from his backpack. The robber has been arrested and brought to justice. The robber has been arrested and brought to justice. A guy with a red mask passed by. It seems to be the spider boy who sent the murderer to the gate of the police station last night. He tied those guys with spider webs. Please reply. Please reply. Quote. Received. Police Chief Roar, who arrived at the scene where the banknotes were spilled in time, breathed a sigh of relief, finally relieved, and immediately maintained order, counting the flying banknotes all over the floor. Peter. Yes, he is also on his way to school now. Luo Bing loosened the zipper of the backpack and smiled with relief. It seems that his night work can be easier in the future. Well done, Spider-Man. Hey, you, I just hid something in my backpack. Please let me check. The dropped US dollar bills are the public property of the bank. Please turn it over to the police. The policeman said, trotting up to check Luo Bing's backpack. But suddenly another breeze blew by. A few green bills flew over to block his eyes. The policeman hurriedly pulled the banknotes off his face, but when he regained his senses, he found that the young man in front of him had mysteriously disappeared. Damn. The policeman scratched his head and looked around. Luo Bing shook his head and continued walking towards the school. He still has the Batman blindfold in his backpack, which can't be handed over to the police. Ding ding ding. SMS sent a string of messages. Luo Bing glanced helplessly. Advertisement. Here we go again. Is this the first number of people who charged him the wrong call today? Is it over yet? Luo Bing shrugged, his phone swiped slightly, and was about to delete the message. Ding. The recharge has arrived. Your call balance is 56,134 yen. Another idiot. Luo Bing. Simply, he turned the phone to silent mode and left it in his pocket. A lot of luck is also annoying. Luo Bing sighed, suddenly felt something hard under his feet, and raised his foot to take a look. Good guy. A diamond ring that sparkles in the sun. Luo Bing rolled his eyes speechlessly, but this time he saw the men's watch hanging on the branch above his head. It's not over. I like them all, but I really can't pick them up. The backpack is full. Pat. A man's backpack hanging out to dry on the balcony of someone's house fell 3 meters in front of Luo Bing. Luo Bing was speechless and held his forehead with one hand. I simply stopped caring about it, stopped looking at it, and just covered my face and walked forward, heading towards the school. There were so many people in traffic, not a single one touched him. Luo Bing just lifts his feet and settles down. Along the way, the roof of the large and small car seems to have become his ladder, and stopped in front of him in order. Luo Bing only felt like he was climbing the stairs, the higher he climbed. He walked from the roof of the car to the roof of the big car, from the roof of the big car to the roof of the higher bus, and then to the tourist bus. The vehicle kept moving, but it happened to slow down when Luo Bing came to the edge due to the traffic jam. Luo Bing just walked forward step by step. He went up to the roof, from the roof to the branch, and along the branch to the roof. After going back and forth, he was very lucky to be in the classroom 10 seconds before the class bell. He is not late. A teacher was running in a panic with the answer sheet, and accidentally dropped one and landed on the ground. Luo Bing just walked by and stepped on it, leaving half a footprint on it. The teacher hurriedly picked up the test paper and sent it to the machine for marking. Omega, this student got a perfect answer. Robin, strange. Didn't he come to class last time? The teacher was at a loss. Asterisk. Chapter 37. Damn it. Hey, big brother Luo. You're not late today. Peter watched Luo Bing walk into the classroom with his forehead on, and ran over in surprise. Did you know, brother Luo, I just met a bunch of hapless bank robbers on my way to school. Ha ha ha, guess how unlucky they are. At that time, a big truck drove past me, and the wheel just ran over a stone. The stone was run over, and the 4 motorcycles were knocked down in a series. I was taken aback at the time, and when I looked closely, I realized they were robbers, so I put on a hood and tied them up with cobweb, Peter whispered. Now my misunderstanding with the police has been resolved, and the policeman also rewarded me with 2 bottles of soda. It seems that there is a prize for this, but mine seems to be thank you for your patronage, brother Luo, this is your bottle, I'll open it for you. Hi. Peter carefully unscrewed the bottle cap. Laser special. Special prize. Great. Big brother Luo. We won the $10,000 prize. Oh, my god, I'm so lucky today. Peter jumped up happily. Luo Bing. The ghost knows how he is feeling now. Can he walk forward in a straight line to the school that is completely in the opposite direction? And was lucky enough to walk into the classroom 10 seconds before being late. What the hell am I going through? Brother Luo, we won the lottery. $10,000. No, you won the lottery. This bottle is yours. Peter scratched his head embarrassedly. His exaggerated appearance just now attracted the attention of the class. A large crowd watched. Have you paid the flower yourself? Luo Bing dragged his cheeks helplessly, and repeatedly studied the 3 lucky blessings in his mind. He wants to quickly turn this thing off now. No, not permanently closed. It's the kind that you want to open and close. This kind of luck is too terrifying and too uncontrollable. Luo Bing doesn't like this uncontrollable luck. It feels like I have been arranged clearly and clearly. Advertisement. The first class was the polymer materials and engineering class, that is, the chemistry class. Luo Bing didn't like the old guy. The old professor often made explosions in class, and Luo Bing couldn't sleep well every time. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a bank robbery on the way here. I'm sorry, your chemistry teacher was blocked on the road for inspection. Today's class is cancelled. Please study by yourself. Professor will walk to the classroom, a strange look at Luo Bing, like seeing a miracle. Oh my god, today Robin is not late. It's so moving. Student Robin, please come out, I just have something to talk to you about. Professor Will looked at Luo Bing in the corner with a kind smile. HMPH. There's a good show to watch. Thompson's cheeks have not yet subsided, and his face is still a little bruised. He glanced at Robin resentfully, then turned his head secretly, and hammered the seat with his arm. Chair. Boom. There was a loud bang in the classroom, and the old wooden chairs were overwhelmed and scattered into pieces. Thompson's face turned liver-colored from pain, and a nail happened to be stuck in his A. Ollie. What's the matter? Take him to the school hospital. Will frowned and glanced at Thompson, very dissatisfied with him. Professor Will, what can you tell me? Luo Bing followed Professor Will to the door. It is estimated that he is late every day, plus he didn't come directly on Friday. This old guy is finally angry, and he is going to target himself again. I just got new instructions from the principal. Robin, you don't need to come to school in the future, Professor Will said with a smile. Fired. Play so big. Okay. Luo Bing nodded. Although he was expelled from the school, his heart was still calm, and he felt that it was no big deal. It's just that this old guy laughed and said this sentence, which made him very unpleasant. Are you so happy that you were fired? Damn it. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, classmate Robin, this is the first time since the establishment of the school, Will laughed. Robin remained silent. Although this old guy looks so arrogant and needy to beat, Luo Bing is really embarrassed to beat him. After all, he is also his own teacher, although he often targets himself, and even, don't ask, to himself later. But in general, he can be irresponsible to himself, and he still has to respect the teacher and the Tao. This is a matter of principle. Advertisement. Hey, Robin, why are you unhappy? Professor Will asked with a smile. You are itchy skin, right? Not beating is uncomfortable, is it? Are you still provoking me? Robin clenched his fists, raised his head, and forced a smile. Oh, I see. Robin is also surprised, isn't it? Ha ha ha. After all, this is the first time the school has given me such an instruction, and I am also shocked. Student Robin, you are very capable, and taking classes at school is a waste of your ability. This time, the principal has specially explained that you can come to the future classes if you want, or you don't have to come if you don't want to, but you must come back for the final exam, Professor Will said again. Luo Bing, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand it all of a sudden? Is there something wrong with my understanding? Isn't this dismissal? Okay, Luo Bing, I've passed this good news to you. You can arrange the next time yourself. I have other lectures. I'll go first. Professor Will waved his hand and turned to leave. Buzz. The special bracelet on Luo Bing's wrist vibrated. Hello, Phil Coulson. Are you looking for me? Luo Bing asked curiously. Consultant Luo, have you read the message I sent you? I have already arranged the school affairs for you, and I have a new task, Phil Coulson said. Oh, my phone is on mute. I didn't pay attention, Luo Bing suddenly realized. Finally figured out what the hell was going on. It turned out to be the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay, the location has been sent to your mobile phone, and the Kunchi will pick you up immediately. Welcome back to the team, Advisor Lo, Phil Coulson said, hanging up. Asterisk. Chapter 38. Sorry, I pulled the wrong switch. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Bing went to Kun style at the agreed place. Hey man, long time no see. Fitz rushed up and gave Luo Bing a hug. When did the two of them get along so well? Melinda asked contemptuously. Since Fitz found out Batman's true identity, Phil Coulson laughs. Long time no see, Robin. Gemma also came over. Long time no see. Luo Bing pushed Fitz away with a chilly expression and gave Gemma Simon a hug. You're so cool, Robin, can you take me with you next night out? Gemma's eyes were full of little stars. For a tech house like them who stay in the laboratory all day, the news from the outside world is always so novel. And me, I have a lot of inspiration for your equipment, believe me, I will add all kinds of small functions to him. The tech boss Fitz looked at Luo Bing expectantly, box in hand. The box contains Luo Bing's outfits. Then I'll leave it to you. Luo Bing handed over his suitcase to him. Fitz is a genius, and this free labor is not for nothing. In fact, his battle suit has been upgraded once or twice, there is no perfect thing, only more perfect. That's great. Cool. I love this job. Fitz ran back to the lab with excitement in his arms. It looks like you got along very well. Phil Coulson smiled, shook his head, and walked over. This mission is a bit special. Come on, I'll show you the information, Phil Coulson said, turning around and pressing a few buttons. A document suddenly appeared on the Kun-style strategy screen. That's a video. The scene of the video looks a bit chaotic, with many agents surrounding a middle-aged man with a full beard. The two sides seemed to be in a communication group, and a clear dialogue was passed over. Immediately afterwards, a contradiction occurred. The bearded mouth opened his mouth and spewed out rounds of flames, hitting several agents in front of him, and then escaped in the chaos. This is a power user whose gene of aliens has been activated in the body. From the current point of view, his power is roughly able to shoot flames from his mouth. He first injured several innocent pedestrians, and then set fire to several secondary agents under the chase of the agent, Phil Coulson said. Due to the sudden occurrence of the incident, the team at the time did not know the danger of the incident. It wasn't until this morning that the task was turned over to Phil Coulson. What the hell is an alien? Luo Bing asked curiously. He had heard a lot of people talking about it, but he still didn't quite understand it. It's a race, Phil Coulson said. It's a bit tricky to talk about. Do you agree that Earth isn't the only living planet in the universe? Phil Coulson asked. Advertisement. Luo Bing nodded. In the universe, a race called the Kree once visited the Earth, and some things happened at that time. I don't know very well, but the director should know something. In general, the Kree conducted an experiment with Earthlings, but then they abandoned the experiment and left Earth. Those who were experimental subjects at that time survived, gave birth to children, and until now, many years have passed, and the genes of their offspring are slightly different from normal people. We call this the inhuman gene. The alien gene may be awakening, and it may not be awakening for a lifetime, but after awakening, all kinds of strange and uncontrollable abilities will be born, Phil Coulson said. But you're different. You don't have any alien genes. You should be considered a local Superman. Your gene chain is normal, and it's no different from others. So, you're special, Phil Coulson spread his hands. Luo Bing smiled helplessly. Compared with others, he knew his special best. After Luo Bing arrived, everyone in the Kun style started to get busy. Fitz locked the location of an area before, dropped a lot of small drones, and searched for the location of the mission target. Next, Phil Coulson began to lay out tactics. Although it is a supernatural criminal, in order to better study the aliens, we need a living specimen. So, no one is allowed to use firearms unless they are life-threatening, Phil Coulson said. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a Notre Dame bureau. Don't kill just to catch the live ones for research. But there is a bottom line. If there is a conflict during the capture process, in order to capture the survivor, it can be treated mildly within the scope of ability, but once the life of the agent is threatened, the criminal's life and death will not be considered. Luo Bing appreciates this. Consultant Luo, it is said that you have the ability to shut people up. Plan A is mainly based on your ability. As long as you can make the target person shut up honestly, then he will become an ordinary person completely. Phil Coulson said, and then he laid out a plan B. Also known as a backup plan. Phil Coulson is cautious. Even if it is a small task, he will arrange a lot of backup plans to ensure the success rate of the task and protect the agents under him. Fitz and Gemma are not field members. Their task is to stay on the Quinn style to cooperate with the squad. Put down the isolation chamber at the right time and lock the fire-breathing man in. Correct. Fire-breathing man was the code name for this operation, and it was also the nickname that Fitz gave to the Inhuman. Advertisement. He seems to like nicknames for targets. The current main field forces are May, Phil Coulson, and Luo Bing, plus an agent team consisting of secondary agents. This task is relatively easy. In fact, the other party is just an inhuman who has awakening inhuman genes. Moreover, this fire-breathing ability was just restrained by Luo Bing's shut-up super ability. If nothing else, this was an easy task. The other party is not good at hiding themselves. The mission target has been found. Right below us, said Fitz. The Coon style hovered high in the sky, and a group of people, ready to go, gathered at the hatch of the aircraft. Wait until the Coon style land. The arrest operation will start immediately. Everyone was inexplicably excited and nervous. Luo Bing did not wear his own Batman equipment. He was wearing casual clothes and stood behind the crowd. This time, the small target did not need a Batman shot. Now is the time for S.H.I.E.L.D. Super Ability Advisor, Luo Bing. His Batman identity is kept secret from other secondary agents, and little is known even inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Only a few people close to him knew. Brother Luo, there is a switch on your left, pull it down, there are your agent equipment and parachute inside, Fitz reminded. Okay. Luo Bing moved the switch at hand. Pat. He pulled the wrong brake, and the isolation compartment at the tail of the Coon-style plane fell directly. ... Boom. The door that opened at the bottom of the isolation chamber happened to cover the body of the fire-breathing man below. What happened? A group of people stared at each other and were about to skydive when they stopped. Fire-breathing man. Seems like the capture was successful, the mission is over. Fitz stared blankly at the display, biting his fingernails, not knowing what to say. A group of people stared at Luo Bing with big eyes and small eyes. At the moment Luo Bing just got his parachute. I'm sorry, I pulled the wrong gate, and no one told me that was the button for placing the isolation compartment. Luo Bing shrugged. That damn luck is here again. Asterisk. Chapter 39. Keep this damn luck away from me. Luo Bing's first S.H.I.E.L.D. mission ended before it even started. Phil Coulson didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. He made so many plans, lost so many brain cells, even lost a few of his precious hair, and he has been busy since the morning when he received the task. Do this consideration and judgment. Result. None of the plans he laid out worked. That guy Robin accidentally pulled the wrong brake and put the isolation box down. Then, is it all over? Kunchi landed on the ground, and the group silently looked at the angry fire-breathing man in the isolation chamber. You say you were so unlucky. Or is Consultant Robin just too lucky? It's such a coincidence. The isolation bin at the rear fell from the height of 1,000 meters, and it happened to land on your head. Didn't even kill you. However, the design of the isolation chamber is not to smash the dead man. When it lands, the entrance door at the bottom will automatically open the door, and the rocket propeller will make the isolation chamber fall smoothly to the ground. Let me out. Let me out. The fire-breathing man slammed the glass door with both hands and let out a roar. FK. You bastards. Give me some space to escape. A strong frontal fight. Relying on high technology, what a great thing. Yes, he thought in his heart that this isolation chamber was the kind of high-tech that could be remotely controlled and automatically attacked, completely unaware that it was all just a coincidence. After recovering the capsule, a group of people stared at Phil Coulson. What's next? Fitz scratched his head, as if it was the first time he was not used to finishing the mission so quickly. Our mission is over, we'll just have to wait for someone from headquarters to take over, Phil Coulson said, taking out the communicator. Advertisement. He was also a little speechless. He just sent a message to headquarters a minute ago to report the start of the operation. I didn't expect the mission to end so quickly. Would you like to have a barbecue? Luo Bing leaned on the glass door of the isolation warehouse and looked at Yiren with interest, and suddenly suggested. Okay. Everyone hasn't had a good meal because of the task. Zhenma's eyes lit up. Everyone turned to look at Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson is the commander-in-chief, and everything has to be approved by him. Well, I haven't had a welcome ceremony for Advisor Robin yet, Phil Coulson laughed, then his communicator connected. Hey, this is Nick Fury, what's wrong with the mission? Did you encounter any difficulties? The black marinated egg on the other end of the communicator rubbed his chin seriously. It stands to reason that at this critical time, there are only 2 cases for the agent performing the task to call him. The first is that the mission fails and the prisoner escapes. The second is to ask for support, the enemy's firepower is too fierce. The mission is over, the fire-breathing man has been arrested and brought to justice. Phil Coulson's expression was a little strange, and he really didn't know how to write this mission report. So fast. The black marinated egg also seemed to be stunned. Nice job Phil Coulson, go back and send me the mission report as a document, said the black gravy. This is one of SHIELD's agent guidelines. It is also a requirement in the playbook. An electronic file is kept at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters for each assignment for future reference and investigation of similar cases. That's what Phil Coulson fears the most. There's something special about this time. Our mission is over before it even begins, Phil Coulson said embarrassedly. What happened? The Inhuman died suddenly. Fury frowned. No. The aliens have been arrested and brought to justice. How should I put it? Consultant Robin accidentally pressed the wrong button. While we were still flying in the sky, the isolation chamber fell down and happened to cover the fire-breathing man, Phil Coulson can only say what happened once again. Huh, there's such a thing. Fury was speechless. Obviously it is a very serious task, why does it sound so playful? It's so coincidental. Okay, I see, the handover will be here soon. Fury touched his nose, his eyes a little puzzled. Is it such a coincidence? Advertisement. Soon after, the Coon style took off again and stopped at an uninhabited seaside. Fitz and Gemma excitedly removed the grill and various ingredients from the cabin. There are about 10 second-level agents of the team with excellent physical fitness, and they do the main cool work. The sea breeze here is very comfortable. I haven't felt so comfortable for a long time. Melinda blew the sea breeze and looked at the sun on the sea level with a rare smile. It's been a long time since I saw you smiling. Phil Coulson took a bottle of red wine and a goblet from the storage box beside him and filled it up. Melinda has never laughed since that incident. After that mission, the agent gave her the title of Iron Cavalry, which sounded good, but that incident was almost a nightmare for May. She killed an alien girl with her own hands. Although there were many reasons at the time, it was not May's fault, but it still left her with a trauma. She had applied for a clerical job before, but got here at the request of old man Phil Coulson. Robin, it seems that the ingredients are not enough. Gemma and I are going to go fishing together, shall we? Fitz waved the fishing rod in his hand, happily like a child. Count me in, I haven't fished in a long time. Robin took a pair of fishing rods from the warehouse and followed. Stepping on the golden beach, a few people just walked to the coast. Crash. Typhoon. Mary was approaching from a distance, and it caused a little storm in the Pacific a few hours ago and was covered in the news. However, this was only a small typhoon, and when it landed on the coast, it had gradually turned off. But, while turning off the flame, the various fishes that had been rolled up to the sky by him were scattered. Hit the beach. Oh bye. The world is full of fish. We have no shortage of ingredients. Good luck. Ha ha ha. This is a gift from the typhoon. Fitz jumped up in surprise, and Gemma, who was beside him, saw this scene for the first time, and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Luo Bing. Get this damn luck away from me. I want to catch a good fish. Asterisk. Chapter 40. It's really like a welfare shop that gives welfare. In the end, Luo Bing still failed to catch a fish. The beach was full of fish, and he lost interest in fishing. Everyone had a great time eating this barbecue. Sister Zhenma's cooking skills are not very good, but barbecue is not something with technical content. As long as the ingredients are complete, bake it. It didn't take long for SHIELD's handover team to come over, and the fire-breathing man successfully transferred to another Coon style, and I don't know where it went. Luo Bing is not interested in this either. This sudden mission came to a scrawled end. Luo Bing played the team dungeon for the first time, pulled the brakes, ate a barbecue, the mission was over, and the agent mission field speed was refreshed again. Unfortunately, this time there is no mission bonus. But it's no big deal either. In the evening, Luo Bing returned to Midtown, holding a lottery ticket in his hand and looking at the latest lottery information, feeling extra excited. He won the first prize of 5 million. Ha ha ha. At the moment he didn't really hate that uncontrollable luck. Walking into the largest welfare store in Midtown, Luo Bing began to redeem the prize under the reception of the boss. Little brother, you're so lucky. Take the opportunity to buy some more lottery tickets. There are a lot of lottery tickets here. Scratch the fun, and add to the fun. The boss smiled like a chrysanthemum and took out a few products and highly recommended them. Okay. Luo Bing was also in a good mood, not bad for the few thousand yuan lottery money. Then, an hour later, the owner of the welfare store was sweating profusely. He looked at the pile of winning tickets in disbelief, and was so frightened that he almost called the police. This guy actually added up to another 5 million. FK. What luck. Heck, is this guy cheating? Impossible. The lottery tickets he bought were all given to him by himself. Advertisement. Are you a trustee? The boss was autistic, and when Luo Bing wanted to buy a few more lottery tickets, the boss immediately found a reason to decline. What a joke. You still buy it. It's really like a welfare shop giving welfare. Luo Bing returned home indifferently. It is said that after he left, the welfare shop permanently blocked him, but it doesn't matter, this is not the only one selling lottery tickets in the world. With the money, Luo Bing thought it was time to move to a bigger place. He now has a total of 10 to 20 million in total, and it is not a problem to buy a house in the suburbs. However, because there is no suitable location and housing, he is not in a hurry to buy it. When he got home, he immediately closed the room and began to study his luck. The only thing that can detect luck in the room is the game. He started to open up the shooting game he used to like. The bang bullet flew more than 1,000 meters and gave a precise headshot. Can't play anymore. Others thought he was a cheater. It was a card draw game, and all kinds of SSRs rushed towards him. Luo Bing was nervous and excited at first, but then he didn't feel anything when he played. He dived down to figure out how to turn it on and off based on the description of the power in his brain. I don't know if Luo Bing's lucky attribute is in effect again. Luckily, Luo Bing turned off the lucky halo. This sounds a bit convoluted, but it's the truth. He tried to turn it on and off constantly, and finally mastered the method of turning it on and off. Finally, Luo Bing let out a long breath and lay on his back on the bed, paralyzed from exhaustion. The current lucky aura only triggers when he makes important decisions, such as the ability to get a daily check-in, or when he makes certain moves that require luck. Luo Bing has 3 kinds of luck auras. Although they are all blessed by luck, there are still some differences in general. Advertisement. The ability, Yang Chaoyu's prayer, mainly focuses on fulfilling wishes. Sister Lucky's Asylum is a bonus to luck in all aspects, especially in the game. Among them, Senior White's Smile is the most terrifying one. In all the things that Luo Bing encountered today, this ability is basically playing a leading role. Turning bad luck into good luck, go out to pick up treasures, brush dungeons and beat bosses omnipotent. However, according to the skill description, this ability also has a weakness, that is, while bringing good luck to himself, the people around him will suffer bad luck. Fortunately, Luo Bing turned on 3 lucky halos at the same time today. That night, Batman didn't set out for action. After the previous frantic raids and news of Kim's injury spread, the criminals who still dare to act at night are some stunned little fleas. This kind of trouble is left to the good neighbor Spider-Man. This kind of thing, the other side has fun. At one point, he called Luo Bing to say that he wanted to form a team, but Luo Bing refused. This talker, Luo Bing will call Luo Bing every once in a while to say what kind of criminal he has caught and save a few children. Luo Bing would tell him at first that he was doing a good job. Then I just wanted to mute his mouth over the phone. Since this guy was bitten by a spider, not only has his body mutated, but his brain has also mutated. Why is he talking so much now? The character is too out of touch. Dinner was settled by Sky. This woman doesn't know what kind of blow she has suffered. Now, when she has nothing to do, she is holding a cookbook to study, and she is completely addicted to it. After these 2 days of hard work, the food she made was finally edible. Although the words, color and fragrance, are completely inseparable. But it's finally okay. It's alright, I didn't lose sight of the ingredients in those trash cans. Luo Bing pouted, he now knew that women were difficult to deal with. HMPH, it's obviously delicious now, how about you, why don't you say I'm making drugs? Are you convinced? Sky's eyes were sly and his eyes were full of pride. I think your butt is itchy again. Luo Bing rolled his eyes in disdain. You dare to spank me again, I'm not finished with you. Sky stepped back in fright, with his hands behind his back, blushing. Luo Bing sneered disdainfully. Tutoring mode is on again. There was a very rhythmic crack sound in the living room. Asterisk. Chapter 41 3 Abilities. At 12 o'clock at night, Luo Bing patiently waited in bed. 3 lucky auras are activated at the same time. Sister Lucky's protection, Senior White's smile, and Yang Chaoyu's prayers all worked at the same time. With the blessing of 3 lucky halos, Luo Bing felt full of confidence and infinite curiosity about the upcoming power. Sign in successfully. Today's ability. Today's ability. Open black lens bracket system bug. System bug. Close black lens bracket. BUF has been fixed. Today's ability, Time Traveler's Pocket Watch, has been delivered, please use it as much as you like. Today's ability, Professor Du's Teleportation, has been delivered, please use it as much as you like. Today's ability, Ergo Jade Blood Wheel Eyes of the Good Friends of the 7th Hokage, has been delivered, please use it as much as you like. Luo Bing, what's the matter, give 3 at once. System bug, what the hell, can anyone tell me what's going on? You fixed a hairy bug, but after the repair, you gave 3 abilities at one time. Luo Bing was stunned for a while, not knowing what happened. He hurriedly concentrated and went to check the skill description in his head. The Time Traveler's Pocket Watch. Any time difference of 5 minutes before and after can be manipulated. Close black lens bracket. The introduction is very simple, with only a few words, but it brings a lot of information. If you could change the time before and after 5 minutes, what would you do? Now this question is thrown to Luo Bing. Professor Du's teleportation. You can achieve instant teleportation over a long distance with the help of props such as doors, and teleportation within a short distance does not require any props. Close black lens bracket. 7th Hokage's good friends 2 Guyu blood round eyes. The eyes of the 7 generations of good friends have developed for the second time. This time, the writing wheel eye has more illusion skills, and the dynamic capture and static vision are even more crazy and cool. Close black lens bracket. Luo Bing. What the hell is this 7th Hokage? The introduction word of this Sharingan is Mao so different. Besides, since it is the ability of his good friend, what does it have to do with him? Why do you have to bring his prefix every time? Luo Bing rolled his eyes. This time he gained 3 abilities at once, but he was a little worried about gains and losses. The ability of time, the ability of space, and the advanced writing wheel eye. For some reason, Luo Bing always had an unbelievable illusion. This triple lucky halo is too heaven-defying. The effect is simply bursting. Advertisement. Bang 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 bang. The earth trembled and the house shook. Luo Bing was startled and looked out the window, where the dazzling fireworks were burning fiercely. Huge amounts of fire shrouded the entire community. Whales constantly passed through. Many people were directly roasted into coke in their sleep. What happened? Help me. Meteorite. It's a meteorite. A 50-ton meteorite hit Luo Bing's community with devastating force. Suddenly the house collapsed and the residents screamed in agony. Luo Bing frowned and immediately left the window. What's the situation? This meteorite, it's all made of diamonds. Is it because of my strange luck again? Luo Bing looked at the collapsed corpse in the ruins and the raging fire in front of him, and his head suddenly crashed. Senior White's smile. When it brings you good luck, it will bring bad luck to those around you. Damn it, I forgot to turn off the 3 lucky halos just now. Luo Bing woke up in an instant, looked at the tragedy in front of him, and felt a little bit in awe of the White Senior who didn't know who it was. This is so devilish. A whole 50-ton diamond meteorite. What's the matter? Sky ran out of the room. She was already asleep, but a sudden earthquake woke her up from her sleep. It's too late to explain. Luo Bing glanced at the community where there were countless casualties, and with a swipe of his right index finger in the air, the time traveler's pocket watch ability was activated. An illusory big clock appeared in front of Luo Bing's eyes. 5 minutes ahead. Back 5 minutes. Luo Bing flicked the pointer and got into the time gap under Sky's surprised eyes. The screen changed, back to 5 minutes ago. Sign in successfully. Today's ability. Today's ability. Open black lens bracket system bug. System bug. Close black lens bracket. BUF has been fixed. Today's ability, Time Traveler's Pocket Watch, has been delivered, please use it as much as you like. Today's ability, Professor Du's Teleportation, has been delivered, please use it as much as you like. Today's ability, Ergo Jade Blood Wheel Eyes of the Good Friends of the 7th Hokage, has been delivered, please use it as much as you like. Luo Bing glanced at the intact windows and the quiet neighborhood, and immediately closed his lucky halo. It should be all right. Luo Bing looked up at the sky cautiously. Shield headquarters. Monitored a meteorite from outer space. Start intercepting. Start intercepting. Advertisement. Intercept failed. Luo Bing, who jumped to the roof, looked nervously at the night above his head. Open black lens bracket danger. Danger. Close black lens bracket. Beast instinctively gave him an early warning of death, and a few hairs on the back of Luo Bing's head were pulled up. Come back. I didn't turn on the lucky halo this time, and even I was in the attack range. Hold. The last time Beast Instinct didn't give him any danger warning at all. This time is really different, the danger warning is very strong. It seems that this small meteorite was not attracted by the smile of Senior White 5 minutes ago. It flew in the universe for at least a day. The fire above his head was getting bigger and bigger. Luo Bing moved the clock hand with his index finger, he didn't want to be smashed into a meat pie. The screen turns again. Bug has been fixed, today's ability, has been delivered, please use it. Luo Bing was stunned. Could it be that he passed 12 o'clock 3 times and caused a bug? Only then did he gain 3 skills? Luo Bing glanced at the description of the time skill. At this stage, he can only use it 3 times a day, that is to say, this is the last time. Rashomon. Professor Du's teleportation. Luo Bing opened a door, then got in and disappeared. Sahara Desert. A wooden door appeared out of thin air. Luo Bing pushed open the door and walked out, looking at the top of his head, he was 3 times lucky to not close it, if that thing was brought by his luck, at the moment should be brought here. Shield headquarters. Monitored a meteorite from outer space, start intercepting. Start intercepting. Missile hit. Target derailed. Estimated arrival location, the Sahara Desert. Boom. Huge amounts of firelight fell in the desert, and the residual heat spread one after another. Luo Bing wiped his cold sweat, looked at the huge diamond planet in the distance, and immediately turned off his lucky halo. This is so. This luck is also a bit scary, fine. Fortunately, I was thousands of miles away in an instant, and the tragedy in the community would not happen again. At the same time, Luo Bing looked at the small diamond planet not far away. This is so. This thing has at least 50 tons. Diamond. Asterisk Chapter 42. The Frozen Captain America, The History of the Weapons Conference Stark. Diamonds are actually just beautiful stones. Its molecular structure is actually very different from the basic structure of coal. But it's expensive. Although the price was fired by unscrupulous businessmen, it has to be said that he is still expensive. Because it is relatively rare, 1 carat of broken diamonds now costs $7,000 or $8,000, which is 500 grams per caddy, and 1 carat is equal to 0.2 grams. That is to say, the worst broken diamond is about 18 million yuan per kilogram. If it is a fine loose diamond, it will be more expensive, with a guaranteed reserve price of 100 million US dollars, and there is no upper limit. The value of the 50-ton big guy in front of Luo Bing can no longer be estimated by the market price. This is a pure natural extraterrestrial diamond, and it is a whole one, and it has gone through a legendary career of cosmic drifting. If nothing else, it is said that he is a whole 50 tons of natural diamonds. If the news spreads, the diamond companies in the market will collapse. Rare is the most precious thing, and the supply of diamonds is now in short supply. The diamond giants have now begun to implement artificially synthesized moissanite diamonds to replace diamonds. I can't handle this big thing at all, can't move. Forget it, just bury it on the spot and talk about it later. Luo Bing looked at the small meteorite that was still hot, and even the sand next to it was melted by its roasting heat. He opened the door, went back home, took out a shovel from the utility rack downstairs, and returned to the desert again, and began to work hard. Labor. The crater was too big. Luo Bing started at full power and was half exhausted. It took almost half an hour to fill the crater. In order to prevent it from being found, Luo Bing also buried a children's door in the pit. After the burial, Luo Bing tried a small area cleaning technique. He just tried it, but the effect was surprisingly good. The burning marks and the smell of scorching in the air disappeared. After clapping his hands, Luo Bing opened the door and returned home, putting the shovel back in place. The large wooden door that, bang, left in the desert instantly disappeared into a cloud of smoke. This ability is too convenient. It doesn't work very well with my Rashomon. Luo Bing became interested. Although it was already 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, he didn't bother to sleep, and immediately fell into researching new and supernatural joy. Luo Bing experimented with his teleportation in the room. According to the skill description, with the help of the abstract prop, door, he can teleport across continents and oceans. In other words, he can travel anywhere he wants to go in one day. But if he didn't rely on the door, he could only teleport within 1 kilometer around him by relying on his fleshly body. But all the powers Luo Bing got strangely didn't need energy supply. Some abilities have a limit on the number of times they can be used, and some abilities have a limited range of use. Advertisement in this, Professor Du's teleportation ability has no limit on the number of times, that is to say, if Luo Bing can blink infinitely within a kilometer range. The speed of a jet plane is about 700 to 800 kilometers per hour. Luo Bing can blink twice in 1 second, 1 kilometer each time, and maybe more after being proficient. That is to say, Luo Bing can reach a speed of 120 kilometers per minute only by teleporting his body, which is only the minimum speed. Without any tools, Luo Bing's teleportation speed can crush any vehicle in the world. If it is used in combat, it is even more terrifying. Although from the current point of view, Luo Bing's teleportation is not very skilled, but with practice, he can appear strangely in various positions. Air, sea, underground. As long as the concept of space exists, Luo Bing can appear instantly. Definitely. The concept of space is different in each place, such as the seabed and the underground. If you are not careful, you will be stuck. Such a powerful skill has drawbacks that Luo Bing can't understand. That is, there is no saliva communication with aliens, which can be understood as kissing, otherwise the ability will be temporarily weakened, or even lose the ability for a period of time. What kind of weakness is this? I don't even know where there are aliens. How can I eat alien saliva? Are you crazy? Luo Bing disagreed and didn't take this to heart. As long as he didn't say it, who knew it would be a weakness? As for the time ability, it can be used 3 times a day, and it can only be adjusted for 5 minutes before and after. Although it seems useless, Luo Bing has seen its usefulness just now. Time and space, these are the 2 most mysterious abilities. Next is the Ergo Jade Riding Wheel Eye. The biggest difference from a Guyu is that there is another Guyu in the eye socket. Ability is a lot stronger, and then it doesn't seem to be any different. Luo Bing stared straight at the mirror and was a little stunned when he looked at his bewitching eyes. There seemed to be an illusion hidden in those eyes, but what is illusion and what is illusion? Luo Bing doesn't understand at all. As the owner of the eyes, he couldn't use it on himself even in front of the mirror. So he can't experiment. Never mind, today is full of harvest, sleep. Luo Bing covered his head, and Mei Mei fell into a deep sleep. 3 hours later, and shield plane skimmed over the Sahara Desert. Advertisement: the desert was so huge that the plane found nothing, and finally returned the same way. Then tonight's events were recorded in the shield secret case. The next morning, Luo Bing got up early to check his big diamond, found that he was relieved after that, and then considered finding a buyer for this big treasure. Buyers are just joking. Who can afford such a big thing? It's expensive, but it's not easy to handle, and it's not practical. And many more. Maybe talk to Tony Stark? Luo Bing immediately thought of this playboy. After all, he was the only local tyrant he knew. He dug out the phone number he had left for himself that day from the locker, hesitation, and Luo Bing dialed it. Hey, this is Tony. Who are you? Stark's uncertain voice came from the other end of the phone, and few people knew his number. Mr. Shi Stark, it's me, Luo Bing. I don't know if it's convenient for you now. I have a business deal with you, Luo Bing said bluntly. Oh, it's Robin Agent, I remember you, and I actually want to talk to you about a business. Tony on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. He can remember this superhero that impressed him. Although Fury warned him that the Robin Agent is not a good person to get along with, he still wanted to try it. If such a superhero can be his own bodyguard, it is simply too safe. It's Luo Bing, not Robin. Well, it doesn't matter. Are you free now? I'll find you. Luo Bing shook his head and asked. Unfortunately, I'm holding a military weapons conference today. I'm in the Middle East now, and it's estimated that I won't be back until 2 or 3 days. But it doesn't matter. When I get back to New York, I will contact you as soon as possible. What kind of beauties do you like? I'll make arrangements for you. Tony laughed. Luo Bing. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come back. I wish you a smooth journey, Mr. Shi Stark, Luo Bing said sincerely. Although I don't know why Shi Stark is also looking for him, it's not a bad thing, and it just doesn't make it so embarrassing to sell directly to the door. Luo Bing stretched, and the communicator sent an emergency call from Phil Coulson. Robin, I have great news for you. The exploration team of S.H.I.E.L.D. found the frozen Captain America in the Pacific Ocean early this morning. He still has vital signs. If it's all right, please come to headquarters. You may need your help here, asterisk. Chapter 43. You don't know anything about this kind of archery? Shield Headquarters, Tri-Wing Building. When will he wake up? Luo Bing looked at the old popsicle in the isolation bin and asked Fury next to him. As for Phil Coulson, he's now a big fan of groupies, lying on the glass and can't wait to run over to wake up Captain America for an autograph. It's a miracle that he is alive. I came to you this time to ask you if there is any super ability that can help him wake him up quickly. Fury looked at Luo Bing and asked in a flat tone. Luo Bing. I rely on you to take me for what, Doraemon? Can this thing be customized? Fury sneered. Aren't you super ability? Who knows what else you have? You were in Midtown just now, and it didn't take long for you to come to the headquarters building. I wouldn't believe you could run so fast, unless you could fly. Before, Fury just thought Luo Bing was a lucky boy who's suddenly awakening super ability. But now he doesn't think so. This guy is definitely not easy. But Fury is not someone who hasn't seen the world. He used to have an old buddy who could destroy the Earth in an instant with full horsepower, but the girl is now busy saving the world from the entire universe, so she doesn't care about him. There will always be some unexplainable things in this world, and he will be relieved when he encounters more. I won't. Maybe you can try putting it in the microwave to warm it up. Maybe he will wake up when the ice melts. Luo Bing gave his advice. He is not very interested in Captain America. There is no story about him in Chinatown. Luo Bing grew up listening to Monkey King. If his time ability is still available today, he might as well try throwing the captain into the microwave to heat it up. If you are familiar with it, you can also reverse time and go back to the past. Are you sure it will wake up? Fury. The black marinated egg was very speechless. Luo Bing gave Luo Bing a blank look. Couldn't this guy give some good attention? First, de-icing is definitely a must. Fury was worried, though. Now the captain who is sealed in the ice still has the characteristics of life. If the ice melts and then he dies, wouldn't he harm the captain? Advertisement. The reason why I called Luo Bing here today is mainly because I think his luck has been surprisingly strong in the past 2 days. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a genius, and the news of Luo Bing winning the lottery has already reached Fury's ears. In fact, no one paid attention to these at first, but the coincidences one after another made Fury inquire about it intentionally. Only then did Luo Bing's terrifying luck be discovered. So today I plan to let him come over as a mascot. The question just now was just a casual remark. He didn't believe that Luo Bing had the ability to wake up the captain, but the guy's answer was too bad, which made Fury's liver hurt. However, Fury didn't know that Luo Bing had already turned off his lucky aura. I'm afraid this mascot can't be made. Go on, the medical team will follow and start de-icing. If there is any danger, stop immediately. Hey, Braided Dan waved his hand, and everyone in the room was busy. The salvage of Captain America from the Pacific Ocean is a level 10 clearance secret. Except for these people involved in Luo Bing Phil Coulson, the others are still carrying out their work as usual, unaware of this matter. Luo Bing was bored in the room watching. He seems to be really regarded as a lucky thing. There are always agents pushing the food cart to bring delicious food. Fury is afraid that he will be bored, so he specially made a tablet for him and watched a movie. Report to the director. The ice-breaking operation is completed, the captain is in good condition, and his vital signs are gradually recovering. According to the prediction of the scientific team, he should wake up in a few days. An agent rushed to spread the good news. Haha, okay. Fury glanced at Luo Bing and nodded. Sure enough, this guy is a mascot. The captain who has been frozen for 70 years can be safe and sound. This kid is really a treasure. Luo Bing was bored drinking top red wine with junk food and watching movies. He just didn't eat lunch, so he was full. Nice job, Robin Agent. I'll put the reward for this mission on your card later, Fury said, showing a thumbs up, and then walked towards the isolation room impatiently. A legend that has been frozen for 70 years. After waking up, I don't know what kind of demeanor. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, embarrassed. He really didn't help anything. I don't know what the black braised egg has misunderstood, but he dared to accept the money if the other party dared to give it. Money is a good thing. There is no Luo Bing here, so he is bored around the Sanqui headquarters building. Look, Robin the Mute, advertisement, run. Don't be banned by him. This guy is very evil. I heard that this guy cut off an arm of Jin Bingdu. Along the way, Luo Bing just wanted to say hello to the passing agent. Roar saw the other party walk away with a terrified face, and his footsteps were hurried, as if he would eat them. As for what? Luo Bing rolled his eyes and walked towards the training room. The last time Natasha Romanoff gave him a tour, other than that, he hadn't really used the training room equipment. Although Luo Bing has a strong ability, his physical fitness is only slightly stronger than that of normal people, but it is not much stronger. If he was made into a popsicle, let alone 70 years, he would be stunned in a day or two. So usually at home, Luo Bing also climbs to the roof to train himself, but S.H.I.E.L.D. has more training equipment than the high level at home. Hoo. Barton was sweating profusely in the training room doing recovery training. After 2 days of training, his injury has almost recovered. Hey, Senior Hawkeye, what a coincidence. Luo Bing came over and made a move. Roar. You're actually at headquarters, Robin. Thank you for what happened last time. Hawkeye stopped to take a sip of water and wiped the sweat from his forehead. If it wasn't for Robin's support last time, he might have suffered. Just dealing with a bullseye was enough of a headache for him, not to mention the owner of the bullseye, Jin Bing. It's just a mission, nothing to thank you for. Luo Bing waved his hand and picked up Hawkeye's training bow from the side. I saw you have good eyesight last time. You might also consider using a bow and arrow, Barton suggested, holding out an arrow. I don't know anything about this stuff. Luo Bing took the arrow, and did not open his own riding wheel, he just shot the bow. Call out, the arrow precisely hit the bullseye in the distance. Luo Bing was stunned. When he just shot the arrow, he felt that his luck halo had changed a bit. It seemed that some luck had penetrated into the arrow. It seems that luck can also be used this way. Luo Bing shot a few more arrows in a row, all of which hit the bullseye with precision. Then, he closed his eyes and shot a few more arrows, but he still hit the bullseye exactly. Barton on the side was sweating coldly. How could he have the illusion that he was going to lose his job? You don't know anything about this kind of archery? 2 Chapter 44 Hawkeye, who was hit continuously, not just bows and arrows. Luo Bing has a weird hit rate bonus on everything that can be thrown. It's a little embarrassing to say. As an agent, he can't even use a gun. However, this kind of thing is easy to learn. Luo Bing has not learned it systematically before. With Barton's 3-minute teaching, Luo Bing successfully learned to shoot. Whether or not the trigger will be pulled is Luo Bing's business. Whether the bullet hits the bullseye or not is a matter of luck. Simply, Luo Bing's luck has always been so powerful. The bullet hits nowhere other than the bullseye. Poor Barton looked dumbfounded on the sidelines. God knows how this guy does it. The guy who didn't even turn off the insurance 3 minutes ago, and his marksmanship 3 minutes later, hit the bullseye with precision every time. Is this guy shooting himself? Barton took a hit. Looking at Luo Bing, who was holding a submachine gun and the bullet landed at one point like a monster, he didn't know what to say. Are you getting old? It's not right, my 30-year-old guy, when he is young and strong, how can he be old? Senior Hawkeye, thank you for your guidance, I seem to be able to use all these firearms. Luo Bing gave Barton a thumbs up. You better call me Barton. Barton wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If you are just like you can use it, what about me? Where do you put all the faces of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? Okay, Senior Barton, Luo Bing nodded. Barton is speechless. I just don't want you to be called Senior, that's why you are called Barton. I can't afford it, boss, forgive me, let someone else strike, okay, please? Advertisement. Barton's pride as an 8th level agent and S.H.I.E.L.D. legend shattered. No, I can't just admit defeat like this. I may not be as accurate as him, but as an agent for so many years, the fighting skills I have honed between life and death are not weak at all. Robin is younger than me, his body is still developing, and his experience is not as good as me, Barton decided in his heart, and finally let out a sigh of relief from roar, feeling that his whole body was much more relaxed. Robin, let's practice, we don't need weapons, the moment we run out of bullets, and at the critical moment, we have to rely on the ability to fight with your body. Barton's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at Luo Bing. Okay. Luo Bing definitely nodded in agreement. The two came to the fighting training room next door. There were a lot of people in the room training here. They saw Barton and Luo Bing coming one after another, first nodding at Barton's adoration, then looking at Luo Bing, and subconsciously taking a few steps back. Luo Bing and Barton came to an open space, which attracted the attention of many people. Many people stopped fighting and looked over subconsciously. Robin, doing your best is the greatest respect for your opponent. I won't let go of water, are you ready? Barton asked, raising his fists to his chest, bowed his waist slightly, and looked very serious. He is entering a combat state, and the agent present can see it at a glance. Barton's eyes were staring at Luo Bing, his eyes swept across Luo Bing, and he could easily see the flaws in the other party's body. Okay, I'll be serious too. Luo Bing took a deep breath and put on a fighting stance. Is Robin the Silencer going to practice with Senior Hawkeye? Great. Hit his chin hard. The Silencer Robin is only super ability terrifying, and the fighting ability must not be as good as Senior Hawkeye. Come on, Senior Hawkeye, repair him. Many agents began to shout at the side. Why are they so hostile to you? Hawkeye naturally heard roars shouts from the people around him, frowned, and looked at Luo Bing in confusion. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Luo Bing pursed the corners of his mouth, not caring at all. Indeed, to be honest, I'm a little jealous of you. Barton smiled, in a tone that didn't sound like he was joking. Luo Bing is really handsome, and even some movie stars can't compare to him. Barton also had a bright feeling when he first saw him. That is a kind of handsome that crosses the international aesthetics. It may not be amazing in the United States. If it is in Asia, it will definitely make many little girls sleepless at night. Come on, Barton shouted, taking the lead. Okay, Luo Bing responded and became serious. Boom. Advertisement. In less than a second, a black shadow flew out. Hush. Barton clutched his stomach and took a deep breath. Are you all right, Senior Barton? Luo Bing hurried over to help, startled. Hey. The agent who was watching around saw this scene, and immediately his eyes were erratic. He smacked his mouth, and was too scared to speak. This Silencer Robin is too strong. His movements are almost blurry. Senior Hawkeye was knocked out in an instant. Cough cough. Hawkeye coughed twice, looking at Robin strangely. So fast. It feels like I've been hit by light. I didn't expect your fighting ability to be so powerful. You deserve to be the one who can defeat Jin Bing. Barton cast a look of approval at Luo Bing. Luo Bing smiled awkwardly. What kind of fighting skills does he have? Under Beast's instinctive dispatch, he reacted completely instinctively. But, after acquiring the instant ability, the instinctive reaction automatically applies this ability to fighting? What Hawkeye is talking about being hit by light is the effect. If at the moment had an ultra-high-speed camera through 20x slow moving, you could see Luo Bing's body disappearing instantly, and then moving forward by about 2 centimeters? No more, no more, no more, Barton sighed. It feels like training against monsters. The opponent's speed is so terrifying, and his fist can't touch him at all, so what to beat? Beat it to death? Barton was heartbroken. This is the first time that he has been crushed in every way and abused to the point of losing his temper. At this time, Buzz, Luo Bing and Hawkeye's communication bracelets vibrated at the same time. Barton, Robin, we've got a mission. Something happened to Stark, and the military is asking for our support, Fury said into the communicator. Chapter 45 Forget it, go back. Hot winds blow the bad surface of the Gobi, making the air scorching hot, and most of the battle areas in AFCON are such barren plains. Maybe people lived here before, but now it's deserted, and at this time and now, ordinary people can't survive even an hour without supplementing their drinking water. The armed forces are temporarily stationed in the area. It has been 1 day and 6 hours since Stark disappeared. At first, the military thought he had been killed by terrorists' artillery fire, but later searched the battlefield but did not find his body. But it wasn't all for nothing. At least they found soil containing Tony's blood DNA. It's not good news. It means Tony may still be alive, but he's badly injured and can't get out of this desert on his own, leaving only one possibility. He was captured by terrorists. Colonel Roddy got down from the helicopter in a state of dismay. He drove a helicopter all night in this desert to find it, but in front of him, except for the desert, there was no trace of any terrorists at all. Damn it. Where are these rats hiding? Roddy added the water source angrily. As one of Tony's few friends, at the moment is the only one who cares so much. Even though he was an ace flightman, he was physically exhausted from the day-long search. The hardest part of this task is patience. In the face of the vast yellow sand, you can only feel hopeless from this area. When will the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrive? Roddy wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked the contact person next to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him, including himself, looked at the top of their heads subconsciously. The hot barracks suddenly ushered in a shadow, followed by a harsh humming sound. Buzz. Quince landed here. A young man stepped out of the cabin, looking 17 or 18 years old, Asian, wearing black sunglasses, like a student going out for a tour. That's Luo Bing. Since he could not find the spatial coordinates of the armed base, he was sent by Kunchi. I don't know if it's because of the trust in him or because of the lack of population in S.H.I.E.L.D. He was the only one in this operation, and Hawkeye was urgently transferred to other places. Are you Robin Agent? Colonel Roddy asked uncertainly. Not long after Luo Bing joined S.H.I.E.L.D., his name has not been known by some forces. And his status is special. The identity of the super ability advisor is confidential. On the bright side, he is just an ordinary 7th level agent. Advertisement unremarkable. Level 7 agent. Although no one would believe it if he was killed, SHIELD's level 7 agent was unremarkable and unremarkable. Hello. Luo Bing nodded, beckoning Roar. At the moment, he wasn't too anxious. He saw some pictures through the sleep prophecy of the Great Toad, the ancestor of the 7th Hokage's psychic beast. Tony Stark seemed to be safe and sound. He was being locked up in a small dark house, tinkling iron. Correct. This stinky and long ability related to the 7th Hokage was refreshed last night by him. This 7th Hokage is a thing. Luo Bing doesn't know why he has been brushing against him recently. But still very useful, although he knew that he didn't understand how this prophecy was triggered, but the dream was over. Thinking about it every day and dreaming at night, it seems that his doubts will be revealed to him in the dream at night. This is another incomprehensible ability, but the quality is surprisingly high. Since the blessing of Lucky Aura, abilities now either involve space or time, and now they all involve mystery. In fact, Luo Bing also tried to use the time ability to go back 5 minutes before brushing the ability last night. Unfortunately it failed. As suggested in my mind, it seems that this bug has really been fixed. Maybe it was because of luck that I got stuck on this bug in the beginning. You're the only one? Roddy frowned, and the youth of the other party made him feel distrustful. In addition, I was in a bad mood at the moment, and I had some complaints about S.H.I.E.L.D. in my heart. He had heard of many great people in S.H.I.E.L.D. but never heard of this Robin. Where did this guy come from? Just sent over to deal with it, right? S.H.I.E.L.D. does not belong to any country, and is now jointly supported by the World Federation, so even the military is not qualified to assign tasks, it can only be a request. A soldier came out of the warehouse with a water wheel. Papa. Due to the unevenness of the road, the full bucket of water fell directly to the ground and was quickly absorbed by the hot sand. What are you doing to eat? Do you know how precious the water is here? FK. Roddy pointed at the soldier and scolded, in a terrible mood at the moment. Advertisement being interrupted, Luo Bing took off his glasses in embarrassment. Yes, it's just me, please don't worry, I will complete the task as soon as possible. Luo Bing smiled. It was the first time he went out to work alone, and the other party seemed to be an officer, so he was still very polite. I hope so, Roddy snorted, turned and walked towards the helicopter again. The helicopter has just been filled with fuel. Instead of relying on others, he only believes in himself. The Kunchi flew to the base the moment he put down Luo Bing, and every Kunchi of S.H.I.E.L.D. was lined up for a day's worth of tasks. Hey, kid, this is the communicator and food sent to you. Just find a bunk in the military camp, said a shirtless soldier with disdain. Where's the water? Luo Bing asked with a frown. No, be thirsty, wait for tomorrow. The soldier shook his head disdainfully, took out the belt from his waist and poured a sip of water into his mouth. Roar. Luo Bing took a deep breath, the smile on his face gradually turned cold. Shish. The soldier's head fell to the ground, and the people around him screamed in surprise. He raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at Luo Bing's head. What's the matter with you? Do you want to be punished by a military court? Luo Di was furious and looked at Luo Bing in disbelief. Luo Bing sheathed his knife and shook his head, screwed up again. I wanted to make a good impression, still have to be tough. Never mind. Back it up. The hot army camp suddenly ushered in a shadow. Luo Bing stepped down from the Kun style and glanced at Luo Di. Are you Robin agent? Colonel Roddy asked uncertainly. Luo Bing ignored him and walked past him. A hapless guy pushed a cart of water out and was about to overturn while passing Luo Bing. Luo Bing kicked and the water cart returned to its balance. He came to the chest-haired soldier on his own. No one could see how he shot, but saw that the map and communication device in the soldier's hand disappeared. Don't disturb me, Luo Bing said impatiently, turned and walked towards the camp. A group of soldiers, including Roddy, looked at this scene stupidly. This guy is so cool, the chest-haired American soldier swallowed stupidly. As expected of S.H.I.E.L.D., Roddy nodded reassuringly. Chapter 46. Tony the Iron Man casually walked into a camp, and it seemed to be a range. This was the temporary residence of the officers, but Luo Bing didn't care about this. He grabbed a ballpoint pen from the table. The map you just got is spread out on the desktop. According to the impression in his mind, Luo Bing opened the writing wheel and began to compare it with the one on the map. Because it is a dream, the mountains and scenes in my impression are a little blurry. Plus the map is not complete. It is not easy to find the scene in the prophecy dream on the map. But, ergo Jade writing wheel eye micro recognition ability is extremely powerful. Luo Bing's brain seems to be replaced by a quantum level CPU, and he soon found similarities in some details. It should be here. Luo Bing took out a ballpoint pen and circled the coordinates on the map. The whole person disappeared in the camp in an instant. Robin agent, do you need water? Roddy opened the tent with a smile on his face. What about people? Oh my. Hell, Roddy's eyes widened, his dark face full of suspicion. Then he immediately sent people to search the entire camp, but still did not find the S.H.I.E.L.D. visitor just now. What's going on? There's not a single vehicle in the camp. Here, he walks. Roddy was dumbfounded. How can this living person disappear and disappear? Unable to hold back the curiosity in his heart, Roddy applied to speak with S.H.I.E.L.D. again. Oh, Fury replied. Oh, what do you mean, don't you care about your agent at all? Roddy asked cautiously, dumbfounded. Do your own thing, Colonel. Robin doesn't have to worry about us. Fury curled his lips and ended the call. While Roddy was on the phone with S.H.I.E.L.D., Robin was already lurking inside the terrorists. Advertisement. Mr. Stark seems to be talking and laughing. In the surveillance room of the terrorists, Robin nibbled at the apple on the side and watched the surveillance screen with interest. On the side, a few terrorists stood there dumbfounded, with red lights hidden in their eyes. Has the Shaker hypnotic ability? In the cave, the genius weapon designer Tony Stark was beating iron with a lifeless face. His face was covered with blood-stained gauze, and his left arm was covered with a thick bandage. He was wearing a faded military coat, his hair was messy, and he was still handsome, just like a refugee. More striking is his chest, where there is a metal ring with 3 wires of different colors extending from it, which are connected to the battery at hand, which looks like some kind of evil scientist's experimental product, full of the confusion of postmodernism. Tony put away the hammer, wearing glasses wrapped with tape, and cautiously using tweezers to take out a delicate-looking chip from the tactical missile whose shell had been dismantled in front of him. Afterwards, he carefully glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner. Luo Bing laughed and made a victory gesture through the camera, but Stark didn't see it at all. He slowly wiped the sweat from his forehead, then took a deep breath, moving his hands, and inserting a rough needle that didn't meet the requirements at all into the bullet he had completely dismantled on the side. ZZ. Tony sucked a lot of silver gray like mercury-like things from it. Afterwards, he cautiously dropped it on a handmade gadget next to it that did not conform to the production rules at all, wrapped in coils and intertwined with metals. Buzz. The sound of electric current came. The coil lit up with a bright blue light, which looked very technological. Stark pulled the battery cord off his chest, and Ethan, who was beside him, carefully filled his chest with the energy heart of his heart. Success. Ethan looked at this scene in amazement, his excitement beyond words. Stark, you are a genius. The power of this thing can almost make your heart beat for 50 lifetimes. At the moments Ethan gave his praises without hesitation. Or, keep a big guy for 50 minutes, this is the magic weapon for us to go out. Tony said, quietly avoiding the camera, and took out a large stack of transparent design drawings from his arms. What is this? Ethan glanced at the camera with a guilty conscience and asked in a low voice. Fly over the valley gear. Tony clenched his fists, his face full of confidence. Luo Bing watched while biting an apple, just like watching a TV show. It's pretty good. It seems that Mr. Stark has found a way to save himself. I should not interrupt them. The iron door of the monitoring room of Bang was kicked open from the outside, forcibly interrupting Luo Bing's chasing drama. Advertisement: a terrorist with a tattoo next to his ear walked in, followed by 4 or 5 of his subordinates. At hash. Hash. At hash. They first glanced at Luo Bing in shock, then mumbled something, raised their guns and pointed at Luo Bing's head. Oh, buddy, take it easy. Luo Bing took a bite of the apple, his eyes twirling slowly. Your mother told you to go home for dinner, get out of here, Luo Bing said. At hash. Several terrorists nodded, then turned around in unison, looking very funny. It's too easy for ordinary people like Shiranian hypnotic ability. Luo Bing yawned, checked the time, made himself a crystal coffin with Rashomon, left some cracks in the window, lay there and fell asleep. Take a nap. I didn't sleep well on the plane again last night, make up for sleep. Luo Bing groaned and fell asleep. Where's this? Wait. I seem to be dreaming again. No, this is the picture in the prophecy? Luo Bing woke up immediately. It wasn't that he was awake, but he was awake in a dream. Where is this? What are the lottery numbers today? This was the first question of the sober Luo Bing. No, I'm lucky. I don't need to know the lottery number. This is the reply I gave to myself after sobering up. ZZ. A big man with a hammer in his hand rushed over with a flash of lightning. FK. This was Luo Bing's third exclamation after he woke up. Luo Bing was startled and avoided subconsciously. At this time, he realized that the self in the dream didn't seem to have a body, and he didn't need to avoid it at all. So he obediently continued to watch the trend of the picture in the prophecy. Loki. The big man with the hammer shouted with affection. Thor. The robot with eyes like 2 flashlights responded affectionately. Crackling. One person and one robot communicated affectionately. Luo Bing woke up and rubbed his eyes. Walter, Chapter 47, The Resentful Tony. Luo Bing, who woke up, touched his chin, recalling the prophecy he had just seen. Or is that not a prophecy? I have watched too many sci-fi movies. Luo Bing shook his head. Fury just showed him a copy of I, Robot last morning. He had never heard of the big hammer man with golden hair and the metal giant with 2 light bulbs. The big man was dressed as if he had traveled through ancient times. There is even a red cloak behind him. Without thinking about the strange dream, Luo Bing turned to look at the surveillance screen beside him. Dang dang dang. Tony was still hammering. Seeing that he was very hot, he took off his original clothes, leaving only a black t-shirt with a gleaming blue light on his chest. Looks like a modified Superman fighter. On the side, it seems that many parts have been knocked out by him under the iron work in the afternoon. Like medieval plate armor, heavy and hard. Looking at the time, Luo Bing stretched, not ready to wait any longer, because it was almost time for dinner. Luo Bing doesn't want to have his dinner in this place where birds don't shit. The people here don't know that they haven't bathed in hundreds of years, and they stink all over. Right. This is a desert, and nothing is more precious than water. Luo Bing left the monitoring room and walked towards Dungeon, who was detaining Stark. Wait, Ethan, there are footsteps. Tony was startled, and Ethan, who was beside him, hurriedly started to clean up the parts on the table. Squeak. The iron door opened slowly, making a heavy sound. Tony was sweating coldly, trying to cover the parts he made with the missile parts on the table, and his heart was beating powerfully. What should I do? Ethan on the side also got angry. The parts they built are so conspicuous that if found, the terrorists will not spare them. Damn, it's almost time. Ethan, cooperate with me. I can only try my best to disguise. Stark took a deep roar in elation, and slowly calmed down his mood, so that his face wouldn't look so bad. As a businessman, he does an excellent job of masking his emotions. Advertisement. Bang. The door was kicked open with force. Luo Bing frowned and put away his feet. This broken door, I don't know how many layers of rust have grown, and it is so difficult to open with a key. Hi, Mr. Stark, good evening. Luo Bing waved his hand and blinked at Tony Stark, who was stunned in front of him. Robin. Hell. What are you doing here? No, great, you're here, Robin. Well, Tony is not good at hiding his emotions at all. When he saw Luo Bing, he was so excited that he almost jumped up, happy like a 800-pound child. Hey, don't come here, okay, don't hug my thigh. Hey, Mr. Stark, what are you doing? Luo Bing had a black line on his face. Ethan on the side was even more stunned. He didn't know what happened yet. He just felt that Tony, who he thought was a genius just now, had a shattered image in his heart at the moment. If given the chance, he decided to take back the compliments of Stark. How did you find me? You're amazing. I really want to kiss you. Stark got up from the ground excitedly. Oh my god. His snot is almost staying. It might also be the ghost weather here made him catch a cold. You better not do that, Luo Bing threatened with a dark face. At the moment, he really wanted to get out of here immediately and let this guy die by himself. Ha 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 ha. Tony was indescribably excited. What about the 10 rings? Ethan asked cautiously from the side. From the scene, the young man on the other side seems to be the rescuer who came to rescue Tony, and it can be seen from Tony's performance that this young man is very powerful, or he is not the only one here, at least outside an army. Oh, are they 10 rings? Luo Bing blinked. He didn't know which faction the terrorists here belonged to before. After all, language barrier. What's more, Luo Bing didn't even think to ask. Advertisement. Did you kill them all? Tony took a deep roar breath again and asked Luo Bing eagerly. No, they are still outside, Luo Bing replied. So, you sneaked in? No, there are cameras here, we've been spotted, and they'll be here soon, Tony said, feeling tense again in an instant. I know, actually, I came very early. I stayed in the monitoring room all day and took a nap. Otherwise, your little actions would have been discovered long ago. Luo Bing shrugged, his face boring. What? You stayed in the monitoring room for an afternoon? Why didn't you come earlier? Do you know how I spent this afternoon? I almost cried, you guy. It's not interesting at all. You were just in the monitoring room, just watch. Tony was aggrieved like an unloved little daughter-in-law. Looking at Luo Bing's eyes also became more resentful. I didn't watch it. I ate 3 apples very hard, and I finally finished digesting it. I'm also very tired, okay. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, not knowing how much he said. Irritating. Also, I see that you were busy, so I don't feel embarrassed to interrupt. All right. Tony was choked up already. You are a boss now, what you say is what you say is right, and what you do is reasonable. Thinking back on all the gasoline-smelling real junk food he ate last night and even this morning, Tony had the urge to cry. Boss, you are nibbling on fresh fruit in the desert and watching me eat garbage, do you have any conscience? Okay, don't look at me, do you still want to go out? Luo Bing waved his hand impatiently. Definitely, Tony immediately started packing his bags. But the next moment, he realized that he had no luggage at all. However, when he saw the half-finished product on the workbench, he still felt itchy. Boss Robin, can you wait a little longer? My equipment is almost finished, and there is more hope when I run away, Tony asked suddenly. What the hell are you knocking? Robin was also very curious. High-tech medical prosthetics, Tony said, then closed the door and started B******************** G again. Luo Bing watched from the side, and when he saw Tony put 2 rockets on his arm, he twitched the corner of his mouth. Are you sure this thing is for the hospital? Why'd I look like I put someone in the hospital? Chapter 48 depressed Tony with no worries at all. Tony is not secretive when he builds his equipment. He and Ethan were building different parts at the same time, saving a lot of time. In the past, 2 people worked in shifts, taking turns to pick up some small parts by the door, fearing that terrorists would suddenly break in. Luo Bing watched from the side. He wasn't going to help. Actually, he couldn't be of much help either. One of the 2 is a genius scientist, and the other is an experienced doctor and scientist. In this regard, Luo Bing really doesn't even have the qualifications to strike. After an hour, the wearing of the steel armor began. The armor as a whole looks like a medieval knight, with 2 complete tactical missile shells on both arms transformed into arm guards. Under the metal plate, there are 2 flamethrower-like faucets connected. In the tactical box behind it is an extra high power generator, which provides enough output for both arms. What makes Luo Bing feel the most is that this big guy is equipped with a flamethrower on the soles of his feet. That is to say, this heavy iron guy can theoretically fly up, but as for how to land, because of the lack of materials and the lack of time, Tony ignored it for the time being. As he thinks, just turn the injector power down a bit. To some extent, geniuses and lunatics are no different. Haha, Ethan, give me my mask and press the computer's startup program. Stark was in a good mood at the moment, and raised his eyebrows at Luo Bing proudly, as if showing off. It looks pretty good. Luo Bing gave a rare nod. It seemed that he didn't wait for this day in vain. Finally, after everything was ready, the small reactor on Stark's chest emitted a bright light, driving the entire armor to fall to the ground. Bang! A crack appeared on the cement floor. This feels great, leave it to me next. Tony in the armor was full of confidence, and the manipulator's metal arm grabbed the iron door. Click! The iron door behind it was violently torn open by him, and the power of the armor was undoubtedly revealed. Isn't that door open? Luo Bing had a black line on his face. Advertisement this guy. He's so handsome when he finds the right time. Haha, test it, test it. Tony waved his hand angrily, strode towards the passage in front of him, and signaled the 2 behind him to follow. Result. Da 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 da. The 10 rings who heard the sound came up and gave him a few rounds of bullets. Sparks flew everywhere. Tony was completely in the armor, only the eyes were exposed. He covered the eye sockets with his hands, and the whole person constantly retreated under the impact of the bullets. FK. What kind of monster is this? The people from 10 Rings began to scream again in a language that Luo Bing couldn't understand. CCC. Stark turned on the flamethrower in his arm, and a large amount of fire filled the entire tunnel. Constantly someone gets ignited or even roasted to a stinky stench. Can you do it? Luo Bing frowned as he looked at the stray bullets that bounced around. Boss, I can't stand it. Due to the lack of time, the main weapon I originally designed has not been installed. If I use rockets, it will blow up the tunnel and bury us alive, Tony shouted in embarrassment. You said it earlier. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, pulled out 2 steel cutting knives from behind, and disappeared instantly. Clanging. The blade slid through a graceful curve, and Luo Bing returned to the spot after 2 seconds. Dong dong dong. The dozen or so terrorists who were still charging with their AKs split their heads and bodies in an instant and fell to the ground. Tony. What the hell? Do magic? How did you do that? Tony's head was full of question marks, and Ethan behind him gave him a ghostly expression. He squinted at Luo Bing, compared him with the image of the demon king of hell, and finally felt that Death God was more suitable for him. If it wasn't for the inconvenience of wearing armor now, Tony would make sure to hug Luo Bing's thigh as soon as possible. Boss, you are too arrogant, I want to learn this trick. The three of them approached the entrance of the cave so brightly. Because she Stark was too bulky, the three of them walked for 5 or 6 minutes. There was a Gatling at a 36-degree angle diagonally opposite, and it blew him up, Luo Bing commanded. Advertisement, okay boss. Tony raised his right arm, aimed with his eyes, and fired 2 rockets with a slam of pew. However, because the armored helmet blocked his vision, this shot was slightly missed, and one of them landed in the base's ammunition depot. Oh my! It's going to explode! Tony exclaimed. All the weapons outside were made by She Stark Company. As a qualified munitionsman, he knew in his heart how powerful an explosion would be. That can completely destroy this valley. Catch me, I'll fly you out, Tony said, picking up Ethan's collar with one hand, and just about to grab Luo Bing with the other, but found that he was no longer there. When I turned around, Robin was floating in the sky. Wait for me, big guy. Tony pressed a device in his hand, and instantly a large amount of fire was sprayed from the soles of his feet. Under the acceleration of the driving force, he quickly flew into the sky. Peefed. Poof. The injector under his feet was like a fart, and after getting out of the blast range, Tony went straight towards the ground and loaded it. If nothing else, he would fall badly. As for Ethan, who has no protection by his side. Although this is a desert, he is bound to die. Fortunately, Luo Bing is here. Tony and Ethan constantly smashed several wooden doors in the air and finally landed safely on the ground. It's just that Ethan was hit a little bit, however, because the body of the armor is too heavy. When falling, Tony wearing the armor descends faster than Ethan, and basically all the points of force are carried by Tony. Roar. Tony threw away the disfigured mask, feeling that his whole body was about to fall apart. Are you happy to fly, Rocket Boy? Luo Bing asked with a raised eyebrow as he slid all the way to Tony on the glass slide. To be honest, his flight status just now was as hilarious as a rocket launch. Why do I feel like you're in a playground? Tony stared at the glass slide track behind Luo Bing with a black line. Although I don't know how this came about, what is the principle? But, since I have something to do, why make me smash the door to slow down? Give me one too. Conscience will not hurt. Chapter 49 Is this thing called hamburger watermelon juice? The cold wind brushed against Tony Stark's face. There's a large temperature difference between day and night in the desert. It feels so good to escape. Tony took off his heavy armor with the help of Ethan. Although this thing only played for 10 minutes, it has now been declared scrapped. The mission is over, I've sent you the coordinates, come and pick me up. Luo Bing picked up the communication equipment he had left in the morning and initiated contact with the temporary US military base. What? Okay, Tony, is he alright? Roddy was surprised. When he received the call, he was startled and asked several questions in an uncertain tone. Luo Bing directly hung up the contact and turned to look at She Stark. I've made arrangements. You go forward and see that sand dune. The US military helicopter will pick you up there. Okay, thank you boss. Wait, don't you come with us? Tony nodded first, then found the details in Luo Bing's words, scratched his head, and looked over in confusion. No, I'm going home to take a shower, it's time to eat, Luo Bing said, then summoned a wooden classical door beside him. She Stark and Ethan looked over in astonishment. It's magic again. Wait, boss, what are you doing changing a door in the desert? Tony was very puzzled. He had a very clear impression of this door, and he smashed a few doors just now. Going home, Luo Bing said, pulling the door handle, but another world appeared inside the doorframe. That is the middle city, thousands of miles away. Luo Bing's rental property. There was also a faint smell of food wafting from the door, making Tony, who was already hungry, instantly smothered with chicken blood. Walterfuck. Tony rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Ethan on the side was not much better. Doraemon's random door, Tony exclaimed. This scene is very similar to a comic book he once read. See you later, I wish you all a smooth journey. Luo Bing waved his hand and stepped into the door. Big guy. No, take us with you, She Stark rushed up. However, he just hit a cloud of smoke. Cough cough, Tony bleeds gloomily. Advertisement big brother, this is too unfriendly, you should have said this earlier. Why should we go to that bandit den? Open the door directly and walk away soon is it over. Why is it so shocking? Tony seems to have forgotten that he was the one who led the charge and forged ahead. Not to blame Luo Bing. The two people who stayed in the desert looked at each other with a little helplessness in their eyes. Is your friend a god? Ethan helped Tony and climbed to the sand dunes not far away. He's the super ability advisor of S.H.I.E.L.D. He's such a cute and hateful guy. Tony was very depressed and slumped on the ground in annoyance. S.H.I.E.L.D.? Super ability advisor? Ethan felt as if he had touched some great secret in the world, and buried his head deeply. S.H.I.E.L.D. is just a group of ordinary guys, only he is special. Tony curled his lips in disdain, he didn't have a good impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. I used to foolishly want to hire him to be my bodyguard with money. Looks like I'm so stupid, Tony said, laughing at himself, patiently waiting for the rescue plane to arrive. People like him shouldn't care about money at all, Ethan said meaningfully. In his eyes, Luo Bing is very mysterious, just like the gods in legends. I'm so thirsty. Why is that B**************** D Rhodey so slow? Tony murmured impatiently, his eyes were so dehydrated that his lips were chapped. Ah. Ethan sneezed, tightening his clothes. The ghost weather in the desert has a huge temperature difference between day and night. The two of them just sat slumped on the sand dunes, staring at the sunset that was about to fall in the sky in a daze. Bang! A wooden door suddenly appeared beside the two of them. Big guy. Tony instantly cheered up and stood up excitedly. Luo Bing came out of the door with a hot hamburger and watermelon juice in his hand, a luxurious set menu of 15 yuan, double. Big guy, great, I knew you wouldn't abandon us, oh my, what's this, a hamburger? Watermelon juice. Give it to me. Tony's eyes turned green. Now his cravings for these fast foods are sky high. Take a look, top-notch imported watermelon juice, 5 million cups, luxurious and luxurious meat biggies, 30 million pieces. Luo Bing read the advertisement with a smile on his face. Advertisement Tony. What the hell are you talking about? Ethan next to him covered his face. This, God, is really a special person. I take that back. The gods like money too. Don't miss it when you pass by, the price is fair, and the old man is not deceived. Luo Bing continued to read the advertisement with a smile, completely ignoring Tony's eyes full of question marks. Okay, I'll buy it, I bought it all, boss, give me your account number, and I'll ask the secretary to call you $1 billion later. Tony immediately stepped forward and took the fast food from Luo Bing. 1 billion. Luo Bing froze in place. What a math genius you are. According to my list price, these things are at most 100 million. All right. A billion and a billion may not make any difference in the eyes of this inhuman guy in front of him. Thank you for your patronage. Luo Bing threw out an account, turned around and left. He sold a total of 30 yuan of fast food for 1 billion yuan. At the moment, he was very happy. Welcome to come again. Tony gave Ethan a portion of the fast food in his hand and said vaguely while biting on the straw. Bang. The wooden door turned into smoke again and disappeared. Wait, boss. Take me, boss. Are you gone? Tony froze in place, he just focused on food. My brain is so funny. Welcome to the fart. Tony wanted to cry without tears, so he could only vent his anger by chewing on the hamburger in his hand. It smells good. Soon. Buzz. A helicopter flew over from the distant sky. Hey, here. Tony waved his hands excitedly. The burger in his hand was only half eaten, and Roddy was still fast. The helicopter stopped steadily, and Roddy ran down the helicopter with a look of excitement. Hey, brother, I'm here to save you. Hey, where's the Robin agent? Hey, what are you holding in your hand? Hey, are you calling this a hamburger, watermelon juice? Roddy's dark face was full of big doubts. Chapter 50 The old lady believes in you. Roddy looked at Tony and Ethan in front of him with a sullen expression. He didn't know Ethan, but he was all too familiar with the food and drinks in their hands. The issue is, how could there be such a thing in this uninhabited desert? Could Master Ken expand his business and open a branch in the desert? Not scientific. Talking in a dream. And what about the Robin agent? I haven't thanked him properly yet. No knowledge. Tony rolled his eyes, ignoring Roddy's surprised look. What do you muggles know? Go on your happy bus. The two got on the plane, and she Stark completely escaped the desert. Inside the rental room, Luo Bing raised his eyebrows as he watched the stacks of dishes brought by Sky. Is this woman not having enough fun? Of all the housewives who can cook, she is definitely the best at hacking. But cooking is not her specialty. Is this guy too busy? Try it. I think you seem to owe me an apology. Sky proudly untied his apron, took out the tableware and handed it to Luo Bing. It is quite easy to buy chopsticks in a nearby mall. Luo Bing picked up a piece of fried meat and chewed it in his mouth. It's like that now. Well, great progress. Luo Bing suddenly stopped talking, and held his forehead. Sweat ran across his forehead and dripped onto the ground with a crisp sound. A sense of powerlessness filled Luo Bing's body, and he was about to fall to the ground staggering. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Sky immediately picked Luo Bing up in a hurry. Hey, did you take medicine with your meal? So vicious, you woman. Luo Bing's body was hot, and it gradually weakened after more than 10 seconds, and he shivered. Did you catch a cold under the temperature difference between day and night in the desert? Or got some disease from those filthy terrorists? Advertisement, I didn't, I really didn't, you're not kidding me. Sky hurriedly helped Luo Bing, carefully helped him on the sofa lying beside him, and put his hand on his forehead to try. It's hot. Are you sick? I'll take you to the hospital? Sky said, took off his woolen coat and put it on Luo Bing. How could my body get sick casually? Just let me lie down for a while. Luo Bing waved his hand to refuse. You lie down first, I'll pour you a glass of hot water. Sky was in a hurry. She had never been so nervous before. At the moment, her heart was beating fast. The water is coming. Wait, it's hot? The little beauty was nervously blowing hot air with her small mouth, and the hot air hit Luo Bing's face. Luo Bing was stunned for a while, looked at Sky's mouth, and suddenly had some thoughts in his heart. Then try your own space ability. Really, spatial ability is temporarily gone. According to the feeling, it seems that it will take 2 hours for his space ability to recover. Luo Bing narrowed his eyes and looked at Sky curiously. Are you an alien? Luo Bing asked with a frown. Sky was stunned. At the moment, she was carefully blowing hot water, and she didn't understand what Luo Bing was talking about. Are you an alien? Luo Bing asked again. What? What are you talking about? Isn't your brain burned out? Sky was even more anxious. This dead guy is starting to talk nonsense now. Who knows if he will have a fever and become an idiot. It doesn't matter if you become an idiot, don't die, you must not die. Luo Bing is fine, except that his body cannot use spatial abilities for a short period of time. His recovery is no different from normal now. Go back. Luo Bing moved the time hand and used the last time ability today. Tick-tock. There were ripples in the air like ripples rolled up on a lake. Luo Bing disappeared again under Sky's unbelievable gaze. Try it, I think you seem to owe me an apology. Sky took off his apron proudly, took out the tableware and handed it to Luo Bing, and winked at Luo Bing. Don't dare, Luo Bing refused decisively. Advertisement. I tried my space ability and found that everything was normal, so I was relieved. Even if it was 2 hours, he didn't want to lose it. Not solid. Hey, it took me 2 hours to make it, and I burned a bag on my mouth just to try the dish. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Sky was very aggrieved. He worked so hard to cook a table of dishes for one person, but his hot face stuck to his cold butt. This feeling of loss is indescribable. It's because you tried the food, so I didn't dare. Luo Bing shrugged and looked at Sky curiously. What do you mean? Are you despising me? The little beauty got angry and put down the table and chopsticks, her chest getting bigger with anger. Luo Bing frowned, ignoring Sky's petulant temper, walked over, put his hand on the little beauty's head, and looked up and down, left and right. What are you doing? Sky's voice became smaller. Take off your pants and let me see if you have a tail, Luo Bing said, subconsciously touching the zipper of Sky's pants. Stinking rogue. Don't do this, too soon, I. Sky held Luo Bing's big hand and blushed with shame. Although she also wanted to just let the bad guy in front of her go, but the girl's restraint still made her push and shove subconsciously. If you want to refuse, you are welcome. Basically, men who understand have mastered the perfect way to solve problems. Just say some kind words, be gentle, and basically it's done. Unfortunately, Luo Bing is still a child. Don't get me wrong, I really just want to see if you have a tail, Luo Bing said seriously. Are you sick? Sky had already closed his eyes, and when he heard this, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, and looked at Luo Bing with a black line on his face. Aren't you an alien? Sky said speechlessly. What? Luo Bing was stunned for a moment. It's not me, I was about to say, I suspect you might be an alien. Sky, trust my judgment, I promise, you're 50% alien. Sky was completely speechless. I believe you were a ghost. You took the wrong medicine today, and your head won't have a fever, right? Luo Bing choked on this. How can I hear this after I go back to the file? Is this time kidding him? Inhuman, Luo Bing said suddenly. Huh? Sky frowned. You may be a member of the Inhumans, by the way, you may not have awakening your own super ability. Luo Bing seemed to grasp a certain point and said with great certainty. Huh? Sky tilted his head with a cute expression. Chapter 51. The name of this power is so short, Luo Bing probably confirmed Sky's identity. That is alien. If the alien genes hidden in the body are considered half aliens, his weakness just now can be explained. It's just that this is just speculation, and further tests of Sky's blood are needed. You said I might be a member of the Inhumans? But I don't have any special feelings, and I don't have any super ability. Does my computer skills count as a special skill? Sky had heard of the Inhumans from the Rising Tide organization, and he was puzzled at the moment. After all, Luo Bing's serious expression didn't seem like a joke. You're just not awakening yet. Also, regarding your background, I did not find any information about your parents in the SHIELD files. It's not normal, Luo Bing said. Didn't you also find your parents? Sky rolled his eyes speechlessly. I didn't say I was normal either, Luo Bing shrugged. Anyway, it's getting late today, you rest first, and tomorrow I'll take you to find Genma to check on your body. Luo Bing turned to look at the time and the food on the table. It's a pity for these meals. After being repeatedly tortured by the evil witch, and finally freed, they can't enter my stomach now. Fate is not fair. Luo Bing made an excuse to sneak into the bedroom. Even Sky, Luo Bing would not let her know his weakness until the problem of this body was solved. The little beauty looked at a table of food, holding her cheeks, and lost her appetite by herself. I'm not willing to throw it away, after all, it's the result of my own hard work, so I can only put it in the refrigerator. In the room, Luo Bing folded his hands together and launched Yang Chaoyu's prayer. Ah. The almighty Yang Chaoyue, bless me tonight to obtain an ability that can solve my current physical condition, thank you very much. After reading, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered it up, and clapped his hands. The ceremony is over. He just bought the cigarettes. Luo Bing has no habit of smoking, he doesn't even know how to smoke. Originally wanted to buy incense, but unfortunately the supermarket downstairs does not have it. Advertisement. The ability, Yang Chaoyu's prayer, focuses on making a wish. As for whether it works or not, Luo Bing doesn't know, he hasn't really tried it yet. After the symbolic ceremony, Luo Bing picked up the cigarette on the table and took a sip. The spicy feeling reached his throat, causing him to cough a few times, then snuffed it out. The throat of a person who has never smoked is repulsive to the nicotine in tobacco. It was like that at the beginning. Later, after the voice got used to it, it would not work without this stuff, commonly known as addiction. Luo Bing just tasted it subconsciously, and then gave up decisively. Not fun at all. Looking at the time, it is now 10 o'clock at night, and most of the people are basically asleep. Luo Bing didn't plan to go to bed so early. He seemed to be used to going to bed late, probably because he had to wait for his abilities to refresh every day. Turning on the computer, Luo Bing started playing the game. He frowned after killing a few dungeon boss monsters in seconds. So boring. His Juggernaut is already in a divine outfit, and he can beat any boss with a single knife. This is simply too boring, and there is no fun at all. Follow the mixed teammates to know how to shout 666. Maybe this is the daily boring of the big boss, very helpless. Luo Bing closed the Drop City, looked at Zuntang's latest game, and clicked the download out of boredom. At the same time, he clicked on the page of Zuntandu Landlord, played a free hand in Spring, and won more than 20 yuan in phone bills. After 20 minutes, the game download and installation are over. This is a game called League of Legends. According to the introduction, it is an absolutely fair competitive game. However, after Luo Bing entered, he found out that this map is almost a brother of Dota 2 that he had played before. Hua Ma Teng is still a showman. He can always crush the original on the road of plagiarism. Luo Bing entered the training camp, and according to the little assistant's prompts, he manipulated the ice arrow to frantically fight the mobs. Before the tutorial was over, he knew the general gameplay, so he simply quit and clicked on the real-life battle. Advertisement. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 20 minutes later, Luo Bing's Yi successfully pushed off the local crystal and won. It's pretty fun. Luo Bing touched his chin and moved on to the next round. Buzz. The communicator on the wrist vibrated, and someone sent a contact request. It's Peter. Few people know Luo Bing's contact information. At the moment, Luo Bing didn't realize Peter's ability to speak, and soon he tasted the consequences. What's the matter, Peter? Luo Bing asked while playing the game. Brother Luo, I saw a strange big lizard when I was in action tonight. It was really big. I have never seen such a big lizard, and he is very strange. It has a human head. I call him Lizard. Man, I think that's a very apt name for it. Peter started, muttering a lot. Luo Bing. This kid is getting more and more talkative. Okay, what's the matter? Talk to people, Luo Bing asked again. Brother Luo, do you want to investigate with me? We haven't acted together for a long time. Peter on the other end of the phone scratched his head. Luo Bing is speechless. When have you been with the duo? You have a deep misunderstanding. I'm not free, I'm playing in the league, Luo Bing said. Oh, well then, Big Brother Luo is really amazing. The Alliance must be a very strong organization. I really hope to join you in your actions, but I still can't get out of my way. By the way, I recently found a reporter at work. Although the boss has a bad temper, the salary is still quite high. I will take some pictures of Spider-Man and send them to the newspaper boss. Haha, he never imagined that I was the Spider-Man he always hated. By the way, the place where I work is the Clarion newspaper, which is the largest local newspaper in New York. I was also scared at first, and that day, Luo Bing. Beep. After hanging up the communication, Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Next time we meet, I will definitely ban him, absolute. In the state of being addicted to the game, time is fleeting. Open black lens bracket, sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Today's copy of the ability, Unscaled Immortal Body, has been delivered. Please use it as much as you like. Luo Bing. Evil Door? The name of this power is so short. Chapter 52. The handsome old man is miserable. Open black lens bracket, stainless immortal body, close black lens bracket. To be clear and unsullied, all things in this body are untouched. All dharmas retreat. All dharmas are empty. No self, no life, no sentient beings. Bodhi is not a tree. How can it cause dust? Close black lens bracket. Luo Bing looked at the ability introduction. It seems that this time the ability is a bit special, and the correct way to interpret his ability is the ability from Otherworld. Ability is all kinds of strange. Luo Bing used to indulge in the pain of cats and dogs for a long time. The name of the power, like this introduction, in addition to beast perception, this is the second one. Beast perception is a very useful ability, and basically Luo Bing's metamorphosis started there. The dense golden light enveloped Luo Bing's body. Luo Bing felt that his whole body was soaked in warm water, and the tides came and went, constantly beating his body. At the same time, it was also transforming every cell in his body. Slowly, he actually fell asleep like this. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Luo Bing gradually opened his eyes and fell asleep in front of the computer desk yesterday. Generally speaking, lack of sleep and poor sleeping position will cause body aches and dizziness, but Luo Bing feels that he is in surprisingly good condition. The whole person is refreshed and full of energy. If I had to describe it in words, it would be, best condition. Luo Bing is in this state every second now. The mind is clear, the mental state is full, and the whole body is full of energy. Luo Bing stood up, stretched out his body, and the sound of crackling beans came from his joints. He waved his fist, and the fist was strong and fierce. Besides, Luo Bing felt very light, so he tried to jump in place. Boom! A black shadow penetrated directly through the ceiling, rushing from the 3rd floor to the 7th floor rooftop, revealing a stunned head on the top floor. Earthquake? Help! Neighbors started yelling. Luo Bing glanced at the damage he had caused, was silent for 2 or 3 seconds, and said a word to go back. Everything is back to normal. After wiping off the unwarranted cold sweat, Luo Bing quickly took a sip of boiled water from 2008 to calm himself down. This year is 2008. Are you really a fairy? Wouldn't it be a fairy in myths and legends? Advertisement. After calming down, Luo Bing carefully observed his own changes. After confirming it again, he often let out a sigh of relief from roar. Although it was different from what he expected, it was enough to surprise him. No, it should be said to be ecstasy. First, after he became a Wusho immortal body, the most obvious characteristic was no need to take a shower anymore. Dirt immortal body does not stick to ashes, you can tell from the name. Well, that's not critical. The key is, he has gotten more handsome. Wugo immortal body removes impurities from Luo Bing's body. When people eat whole grains, there are bound to be impurities in their body. After being baptized by Wugo immortal body, Luo Bing is so handsome that he doesn't even know how handsome he is. Anyway, he is handsome. The most important thing is that kind of spiritual energy. That temperament is really indescribable in words, just like a banished immortal. That temperament, that look, even the blink of an eye, is full of infinite charm. Luo Bing stood there whole. Even though he put on a mentally retarded expression, his whole person was full of the charm of a supreme immortal. The body is also a golden ratio, with perfect 8-pack abs. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Luo Bing wanted to take a bite when he smelled his hands. It seems to be the same as the principle of Tang monk's meat. His body exudes an alluring smell. If the previous Luo Bing is compared with the current one, it is not comparable at all, and there is no negotiation on the direct kill. Now he is handsome and miserable. If Luo Bing now publicly sells its own foot wash, a large group of people will surely break their heads. Compared with his handsomeness, his lifespan has increased by 3,000 years, his body is basically immune to all magical damage, and there is no need to mention that there is an extra Guyu in the riding wheel. It doesn't matter if the strength is strong or not, being handsome is a lifetime thing. Sky, get up and kiss one, I'm going to do a test. Luo Bing knocked on the door of the beautiful roommate and knocked for a long time. Are you poisonous? The little beauty covered her head with a quilt and was abruptly woken up. Is this guy crazy? Get up and kiss one? Listen to what people say? What's the matter with us? When did you open up so much? Advertisement. You did open the door. Luo Bing was a little tired from knocking on the door. He controlled his strength very hard, for fear of accidentally knocking on the door. It seems that he needs some good practice on controlling power. No, go and kiss someone else. I'm not that kind of person. If you talk about it, I'll be angry. The little beauty didn't wake up. Her face still had the air of getting up, and she covered her head with a quilt. Shy red. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. I just want to do an experiment. No one else can do it. Only you can do it. Luo Bing pursed his lips helplessly, very distressed. Others aren't aliens either. Luo Bing murmured in his heart. Sky, who was lying in bed, heard this, obviously misunderstood, and felt like he had eaten candy. Girls are shy, especially at this time. But, as long as Luo Bing persists for a moment or two, maybe the door will open. But, I almost forgot, there is still yesterday's food in the refrigerator. It's great, I don't need you, Sky, it's great. Luo Bing excitedly ran to the living room and opened the refrigerator. Sky. Play me? Still great. Come on, tell me, what do you think? Luo Bing's idea was very simple. He picked up the leftovers that he put in the refrigerator yesterday with his chopsticks, tasted them one by one, and finally nodded with satisfaction. This nod is not an affirmation of the beautiful roommate's cooking skills. Rather, his body was already immune to alien DNA. From now on, there is no need to worry about his spatial ability being invalidated again. Sky silently dressed and opened the door and walked out. She was going to find a guy to settle the account. This guy is getting more and more arrogant every day. First of all, he spanked his own A*, and he has been teasing himself erratically for the past 2 days. I really think I'm so annoying. Sky went out of the room and looked at Luo Bing's back, who was eating. A sneer appeared on his face, and his right hand holding the pillow became harder. Luo Bing turned around when he heard the movement. Are you up? Snapped. The pillow fell to the ground, leaving Sky frozen in place. Chapter 53. The 3 Illusions of Life. What have you been grinning at me since just now? Are you sick? Luo Bing took a big mouth to deal with the food in front of him, took the time to glance at the beautiful roommate who was still holding his cheeks and smirking at him, and asked with a frown. It's okay, you eat, you continue to eat. Sky sucked the saliva that was about to flow out, and continued to hold his chin. Didn't you just want to do an experiment? You can experiment. I can do it. I can dedicate myself to scientific experiments, the little beauty continued. As if the sentence, I'm not that kind of person, just now didn't come out of her mouth. I just really got carried away with excitement. I apologize to you if you don't have S**X with each other. That sentence is very disrespectful to you. Luo Bing folded his hands in a serious apology. No, I don't mind. I really don't care, we two or with whom. If you have any experiments, just come to me. I promise not to refuse in the future. Sky looked at the handsome face of the man in front of him, and his heart was drunk. Mom. How can there be such a handsome person? Woo handsome. Who gave me the courage to reject him just now? Kiss me, kiss, you come. Ha ha ha, as expected of my good brother, but no need, my experiment is over. Luo Bing touched Sky's head and put down his chopsticks. What, brother? Wait, you're done experimenting. Who did you ask for the experiment? Why didn't you ask me? You liar, didn't you say only me can do it? Don't withdraw your hand, continue to touch my head. You feel so comfortable, and your hands smell so good. The little beauty blushed and lowered her head shyly. Luo Bing. What the FK? Is this not right? Advertisement no. You will suffer. Luo Bing completely forgot how powerful he is to girls now. Even Sky, who has always been unfamiliar with men, can't stand it now. Cough cough. I didn't find anyone else, things are a bit complicated, so I won't explain it. Your head is a little hot, you should go take a bath and calm down. I'll take you to see Zhenma for a checkup later, Luo Bing said with an embarrassed expression. Oh. Are you going to wash together? I might be able to wipe your back or something, Sky asked in a low voice. No, I'm not Ash at all now, you go. Luo Bing laughed awkwardly. Okay then. Sky was a little lost and walked to the bathroom alone. What happened to her today? Shouldn't she be interested in me? Luo Bing touched his chin, lost in thought. Maybe an illusion. Isn't it the three major illusions in life? An hour later, Sky took a shower and changed her clothes, and her behavior was much more normal, but she seemed to be really uncomfortable, and she was a little weak when walking. You have been washing for a long time this time, and there is no hot water after washing, right? The equipment here is quite poor. I have made some money in the past few days. After the inspection for you, we will go to see the house. I want to buy a garden villa, Luo Bing said. Sky seemed to be silent for a long time and nodded. I'm going to take a shower too, soon, wait for me for a while, Luo Bing said, and walked towards the bathroom. Hey, don't go. Sky reached out to stop him. Anything else? Luo Bing turned around suspiciously. No. The water is cold. You can wash it at night, I'm afraid you catch a cold. Sky ruffled his hair, his expression a little unnatural. Luo Bing nodded and didn't go to the bathroom. It's not that he's afraid of catching a cold, but now that the weather is getting colder, he doesn't like taking cold showers. When Sky went to take a bath, Luo Bing had already learned the location of Gemma by phone. Luckily, she is not in Kun style at the moment. If the spatial coordinates are a plane that has been flying, it is really a bit difficult to handle. Advertisement unless he can see directly with his eyes, or he has a clear judgment on the speed and course of the plane, it is not easy to find a position. Phil Coulson's team doesn't have missions every day, at least they can take a day or two off every month when the world is at peace. But for the science duo, Gemma and Fitz, they like to be in the lab even when they're on vacation. Perhaps for them, doing all kinds of experiments is the best form of entertainment. Why are you building doors? Sky asked curiously, who had never seen Luo Bing's space ability. Do you know the random door of Tinkerbell? Luo Bing smiled mysteriously. You still build any door? Sky's eyes widened in surprise. You can also understand it this way, follow me. Luo Bing didn't explain much, but Tinkerbell's random door was a good way to hide his space ability. The two passed through the portal and went directly to the science laboratory of the SHIELD branch. Hi, Gemma, Fizz, Luo Bing made a move roar. Hi, Robin. Fitz turned his head to subconsciously greet roar, but suddenly froze in place, and the green test tube in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. As for Gemma, she seemed to have been held back by someone using the immobilization technique, and she stared straight at Luo Bing with big eyes. Crack. The test tube fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Fitz woke up with a start, and came back to his senses, his expression exaggerated and his mouth grew. Oh my. Mr. Robin. Why do I feel that you are different? You have become so handsome. Strange. From a scientific point of view, your facial features haven't changed much from before, but why does it feel different? Fitz was puzzled. Fortunately, he is a man, at most he will be stunned, but Gemma by his side hasn't calmed down yet. Hi. Gemma shyly made a move to Luo Bing roar. Her reaction was sluggish for about 10 seconds. Fitz rolled his eyes and glanced at his partner, feeling strange. This is Sky, and these two are Fitz and Gemma, my colleagues. Luo Bing introduced each other separately. After that, Gemma took out a test tube and drew Sky's blood for testing. Everything went fast. As Luo Bing expected, Sky's blood has alien genes, and it is very pure, but such pure genes are generally impossible to awakening normally. Unless it encounters stimulation or interference from foreign objects. Chapter 54. Would you like to arrange me? SHIELD's investigation of the Inhumans has been very fruitful so far. Generally speaking, Inhumans have two evolutionary ways. The first one is self-awakening. Definitely this kind of awakening has a very low chance, usually because something happens, such as the death of a loved one, or one's own life is threatened, awakening between life and death. Another is foreign object interference, which is also the most orthodox awakening method in the Kree experiment at the beginning. That is by Terrigen crystal. However, this kind of crystal, SHIELD is only recorded in text materials now, and I have encountered real objects during missions, but the yin and yang errors were used by foreigners who have not yet been awakening. Anyway, SHIELD doesn't have this stuff anymore. At this stage, Sky awakening is impossible, but she wasn't too disappointed, she didn't have any idea of sudden awakening ability. It's good to be a normal person. What's more, she is not ordinary, she is the world's top hacker. News of Stark being rescued alive spreads across the streets. Unexpectedly, the first thing he did when he came back drove all the news media crazy. This guy actually publicly announced the closure of his company's weapons development department. What is this concept? A company that makes weapons and munitions suddenly announced that it would close its weapons development department. What is it thinking? Crazy. What can you do if you don't make weapons? After the news came out, the stock of She-Stark Group fell all the way, and the investors abandoned their hands and turned off the shares. They agreed that She-Stark had gone crazy after being kidnapped by terrorists. One of the most angry is Obadiah, the vice president of the Stark Group. He was so angry that he smashed everything that could be smashed in the office. Damn 10 rings. This group of rubbish, they didn't kill Tony, but let him run away. What a group of rubbish. Obadiah dealt with the work at hand with a gloomy face. History Stark Group. History Stark Group, advertisement. Everyone knows She-Stark. He Obadiah is always just a little character who wipes his A. From Howard She-Stark to Tony She-Stark, everyone only remembers the She-Stark family, who has considered his efforts and efforts. The weapons development department that I have run for a lifetime is closed when it says it is closed. It's really beautiful. That guy Tony is just the president in name only. He doesn't even know how many real estates he owns, how many weapon workshops he owns, whether it's related or not. 10880 Malibu Street. Tony was working hard in the underground studio, and no one knew what he was doing. Since the press conference, he has locked himself in the basement, and even if he eats, he just asks his life assistant to deliver it to him. Pepper, come down, please. Tony lay on the smart seat and used the home contact device Roar to call the home assistant. Not long after, a red-haired lady walked down. It was Tony's housekeeper, Pepper Potts. Let me see how big your hands are. Oh my god, what a pair of delicate little hands. Honey, I want to ask you a favor, Tony said, grabbing a delicate instrument from the table beside him. It is the miniature nuclear reactor device that he has repeatedly improved, and the power is completely incomparable with his play in the cave relying on scraps. You live by this? God, little Pepper covered her mouth in disbelief. A few minutes later, under Tony's command, the two replaced the miniature nuclear reactor unit without any risk. What should I do with this replaced thing? Store it. Little Pepper looked at the old reactor with pus-like substance in his hand and asked Tony. Throw it away. Tony waved. But this thing saved your life, shouldn't you keep it? Little Pepper didn't understand. I have a lot of good things. Nostalgia is not one of them. Tony's tone of voice was a tyrannical, sounding very rude. Mr. She-Stark, there is a phone connection, nicknamed Boss. JARVIS's strange electronic synthesis sound, the smart life housekeeper, resounded in the room. Pick up. Tony stood up excitedly. Okay, Mr. Stark. JARVIS obeyed the order respectfully. The beep call is connected. Big brother, I haven't seen you for a day. I miss you. She-Stark exaggeratedly shouted into the headset. Pepper Posey on the side was stunned. He had never seen Tony like this. Was this really Tony? Advertisement, what did he just say? Not nostalgic. Hey, Mr. She-Stark, the stock has fallen so much, do you still have money to pay for my goods? Luo Bing's first thing on the phone was to ask about his money. He just looked at it, and there is no transfer information in the bank card. That's it, I was about to tell you, boss, you can't save that much money in the card you gave me. By the way, I have a lot of Swiss purple and gold cards here. Is it convenient for you to come? I'll give it to you in person? Tony asked expectantly. His purpose is this: touting the big guy on the phone doesn't make any sense at all. It's more enjoyable to meet in real life. Luo Bing on the other side of the phone was speechless for a while, and then opened his mouth. Well, then, please give me your address, I'll be there in a while. Okay, 10,880 Malibu Shores, 90,265 inches. Tony finished, ending the call. Then, he immediately turned to look at Little Pepper. Happy is not here. Let him help me make an appointment with the cover girl for the past 2 months. I need it urgently. By the way, the twins in March are not bad. Let's make an appointment together. Happy is dead, Pepper Potts said sternly. What? Dead? When did he die? Oh no, Pepper, don't be kidding. I'm really in a hurry. You go make arrangements for me. It's faster, Stark said anxiously. Squeak, the glass door of the basement was pushed open from the outside, and Luo Bing walked down the stairs. What he said came in a while, maybe a little too soon. What's the arrangement? Luo Bing asked with a smile, turning to look at She-Stark's house. It's so big here. You're a boss? Tony's brows creased into Sichuan characters. My name is Luo Bing. Luo Bing doesn't like the big guy's name Roar. You went to Han Country? Tony rubbed his eyes. Luo Bing. The little Pepper on the side stared straight at Luo Bing, who was walking down the spiral staircase, and poked Tony subconsciously. Tony turned his head suspiciously. It's too late to arrange anyone now. Why don't you arrange me? Little Pepper said blushing. Hearing this, Tony's eyes widened. Walter Law? No way. Chapter 55. This is not a diamond. For some reason, Tony, a playboy who has never been tempted by women, was taken aback when he heard Lil Pepper's words. Perhaps in daily interactions, Pepper Potts has become an indispensable part of Tony's life. She is not a commodity to be traded, nor a commodity to please anyone. She is a special, one-of-a-kind Pepper Potts, at least for Tony. Why? I need a reason. Pepper turned to look at Tony. Because I'm your boss, this is my order. Tony's tone was serious. It's just that the boss can't control the private life of the employees. I don't owe a sale agreement, I can leave at any time. Pepper looked at Tony provocatively. It's work time, Tony continued with a serious look on his face. I want to take leave. No approval. I'm going to resign. No approval. I want to rest. I'll let you rest, but at least not now. Luo Bing silently looked at the two people in front of them arguing. Who are these two showing their love in front of? Bullying me is still a single dog, right? Xiao Chili suddenly ran to Luo Bing's side and grabbed Luo Bing's arm, startling Luo Bing. Mr. Luo Bing, our boss just asked me to find you some girlfriends, but I'm too stupid to find them, so let me make up the number. Little Pepper smiled and winked at Luo Bing. You can actually call me by my name? You're pretty good. Luo Bing gave a thumbs up and cast an admiring look, with no other meaning. Few Westerners can call him by his name, they will always subconsciously call him Robin. I'm coming. She Stark was excited, he thought Robin had taken a fancy to Little Pepper, and his heart suddenly cramped. I'm here, boss, no one can come on me, Pepper, she's still a child, Tony said and wanted to rush over. Stop. Luo Bing silently summoned out the glass door to separate the two of them, and he felt a chill on his body. What are you talking about? I'm a kid too, please don't teach me these unhealthy things. Luo Bing was speechless. If he wanted to, there were a lot of girls chasing her at school, and his storage box was full of love letters. He could also live a romantic and unrestrained life. It's just that the 17-year-old Luo Bing still yearns for the hazy thing like love. He wouldn't just fall in love with a woman, that would be a waste. After all, you look so handsome, right? Advertisement. Not to mention, he doesn't like Western girls with freckles either, at least Pepper isn't his ideal target. Ha ha ha. Pepper is going to pour tea, Tony opened the peppers awkwardly. The nympho was only for a while, and actually Pepper was just trying to PS off Tony. At least he is also gentle and coaxed, right? But I have to admit that when she saw Luo Bing's first glance, she was really moved. But that's a pretty normal reaction. Basically all women have this kind of reaction, right? Unless she's not normal. After Pepper left, Tony took out a Swiss bank card from the glove box and handed it to Luo Bing. The two sat down on the sofa. Billion-dollar funds cards are left in the glove box so badly. I'm afraid that only Tony would do such a thing. I always thought that I was the most handsome in the world, but I didn't realize that I could only be second after meeting the big guy. Tony boasted Luo Bing coquettishly and raised himself up. Don't call me a boss, I'm not a gangster. Luo Bing put away the card, feeling very happy. Okay boss. Tony agreed with a smile. Luo Bing was speechless and simply didn't care. Looking at the various tools on the workbench, he asked curiously, are you designing something new? I call it the Mark II, Tony said with a smug expression on his face and called out JARVIS. As an artificial intelligence, JARVIS immediately understood what the boss meant, and a holographic virtual projection of Mark II immediately appeared in front of Luo Bing. Cool, Luo Bing gave a review. This looks much more handsome than the old machine in the cave. Luo Bing likes these handsome things. Perhaps most men are interested in this kind of stuff, just like sports cars. Speaking of which, there was an entire row of sports cars parked in Stark's basement, and Luo Bing was dazzled. Although he doesn't have a driver's license, that doesn't stop him from liking sports cars. Actually, I'm hesitant about building it. Tony's tone suddenly dropped. Why not? Will it cost a lot of money? Luo Bing asked rhetorically. Money? I didn't think about money at all. Tony waved his hand. Luo Bing was a little jealous when he looked like I was rich. The main thing is energy. Tony pointed to the miniature nuclear reactor on his chest. This thing can completely drive the Mark II, but the palladium in it is highly toxic to the human body, which means that normally I can live for more than 10 years, but if I really put on the armor, maybe I only have a few months to live, Tony said, looking a little lonely. His idea was simple. Mark II is his dream and he will make it, but well, even if you don't wear it, you can watch it and keep it. After all, this is his most proud work. Advertisement, why not have surgery? Luo Bing asked. The mortality rate is high. I heard that a doctor named Strange has very stable hands, but he has just been in a car accident recently and his hands are already broken. I think it's life. Tony spread his hands, he was relieved. Tea is coming. Chili Pepper walked down, made Luo Bing a good quilt of tea, then glanced at Tony, didn't give a good look, and left. Your girlfriend doesn't know. I didn't tell her, Tony was about to say, she's not my girlfriend, but hesitation came to his lips and he swallowed it back. Okay. Luo Bing wouldn't comfort anyone, he just felt it was a pity. After all, knowing that you are going to die if you have so much money to spend, it should feel very uncomfortable. While you're still alive, I want to talk to you about a business. Isn't your weapons department closed? I happen to have a big diamond ball here. Maybe you can consider changing jobs, Luo Bing said. Big diamond ball? Tony wasn't interested in diamonds. In his mind, the development direction of the company in the future is defined as new energy, but since the boss has opened his mouth, he can do any business anyway, and it is not impossible to develop a side business. Okay, how big is your diamond? Tony asked curiously. 50 tons for a whole one, Luo Bing replied. Oh, 50 tons, what 50 tons for a whole one, tons? Tony was taken aback, because he had passed through a lot of strong winds and waves, and was also frightened by the ton unit. Can diamonds and tons be related? He suddenly wanted to open his eyes. What was the concept of 50 tons of diamonds? Take a shovel and follow me, Luo Bing said, locating the child's door that he had buried at the time, and reopening a space door above it. After a few minutes, Stark's robot assistant successfully excavated the large meteorite. This is his unique shovel, which saves time and effort. Luo Bing watched silently from the side. It took him half an hour to bury it. Your sister, it's nice to have money. How is it? How big is this diamond? Luo Bing smiled and looked at She Stark beside him. She Stark froze in place. Wait, boss, this is not a diamond, She Stark exclaimed. What? Luo Bing was startled, wondering if his diamonds just disappeared. The little money flew away. This is a new element crystal. Ha ha ha. This is the new element I've been looking for. He can completely replace the palladium element. She Stark was overjoyed and collapsed 2 or 3 times in place. Then he ran to the meteorite and kissed him fiercely, his face full of happiness. Boss, I love you so much. Chapter 56. Banknote ability activation. A few minutes later, Tony's eyes almost turned into hearts after being carefully checked by JARVIS. Under the same weight, the mass of this new element meteorite is dozens of times that of palladium. And it has absolutely no effect on the human body. This is simply a miracle element. So, it's not a diamond? Is he still valuable? Luo Bing, a poor man, never bought a diamond before? When I saw something shiny and hard, I thought it was a diamond. This is just great. Aren't diamonds worthless? Tony couldn't answer the question at all. This is no longer a question of worthiness. With this new element, his Mark series armor can be developed without any scruples. There's nothing wrong with his body. The new energy projects that I originally wanted to develop can completely crush all the backward petroleum fuels. If new energy is used on aircraft, it will be an unimaginable breakthrough. Even something like a spaceship can be easily built. It's not a question of whether it's worth it or not. This is a major event for the future development of the Earth. He can rely on this to control the lifeblood of the entire planet. Tony swallowed and looked at Luo Bing. Boss, She Stark Group is a family business, so I have a 50% absolute controlling stake. When I announced the closure of the weapons development department in the past 2 days, I have secretly acquired the scattered shares outside. In total, I now own 60% of the shares. I'll give you 40%. From today onwards, you are the largest shareholder of the Stark Group, the second is me, and the third is Obade. What do you think? Tony asked cautiously. Luo Bing. What's the meaning? Does this mean that I will be the richest man in the world? This surprise came unexpectedly, making Luo Bing somewhat at a loss. Are you sure? You're not joking? Luo Bing asked back. Advertisement. I'm pretty sure that tomorrow's She Stark building can be renamed Robin She Stark Building, Tony said earnestly. You can do it if you feel it, I don't care, but don't change the name of the building, it sounds awkward. Luo Bing waved his hand, as if you were doing it yourself. Actually, only he knows how messed up his heart is. New Oriental beauty salon chain store is afraid that it will not be able to open. The art exhibition industry can't be done. What? Uncomfortable. Maybe this is the pain of the rich. Okay, I'll find a lawyer to sign a share transfer agreement right away, Tony said decisively. At noon that day, the resolute Tony, witnessed by 5 international lawyers, signed the share transfer contract and immediately held a press conference to declare all this. And take this opportunity to declare the future development direction of the company, New Energy Technology. All the media people just thought Tony was crazy. But it's not Tony who's crazy. It's Obama. No words can describe his anger at the moment, it's just that there's nothing in the office for him to smash. Some people say that Tony, the prodigal son, destroyed the empire his father left behind. Others say Tony is really mentally ill and should be taken to a psychiatric hospital. Almost everyone is not optimistic about Tony's new energy project. Time History Stark's stock market fell again, hitting the limit. History Stark Group's property has shrunk by trillions in one day, but Tony doesn't care about all this. He didn't care what anyone saw, those muggles would just wag their tails with the reels. He knew that when he started implementing a new energy project, everyone would wag their tails and cry. Tony didn't bother to use this to prove how wise his decision was. He is a genius. No proof required. Even if the stock fell by the limit, She Stark Group is still the world's largest consortium, and the world's second and third largest groups behind them are wagging their tails in tears. Advertisement Luo Bing did not show up at the press conference, and the speculation behind the mysterious major shareholder of the She Stark Group echoed what others said. In fact, Luo Bing doesn't know how much money he has now. He only knew that he was rich, and the interest on the shares every day would allow him to live unrestrainedly for several lifetimes. All afternoon, Luo Bing stayed in Stark She, oh no, maybe in his own room. He owns 60% of the property, including everything in the house. He could have ordered Tony to move out immediately, and then moved in himself, but Luo Bing didn't have that idea at all. Tony builds his own Mark II in the basement, Luo Bing joins hands. In fact, he was watching Tony, too, to prevent him from playing himself to death. The cube ships made by new energy sources are so powerful that Mark II almost knocked down the villa when it took off. Later, when making the flight aid for the arm, it directly shattered 2 walls with 1 cannon. Later, when testing the height of flight, I almost froze to death. Fortunately, Luo Bing is there. Painted in red and gold spray paint, Tony soars freely in the sky. Although Luo Bing can appear in the sky with infinite flash, and even with his immortal body, he can jump to a height of 1,000 meters with all his strength, but he can't fly either. So after Tony fell to the ground, Luo Bing decisively took out the Batman battlesuit he had just retrieved from Fitz today and handed it over. The future Batman battlesuit upgrade will be handed over to you. Luo Bing's face was somber. It felt good to be called by someone. Although Fitz is also a genius, when it comes to upgrading equipment, Tony dumps him 80,000 blocks. Batman battlesuit? Boss, you are Batman? Tony only now knew Luo Bing's other identity. The last time we met at Jinbing Port, Luo Bing's battlesuit had been stained with blood and had to be repaired. Superhero is just one of my hobbies. Luo Bing nodded. This identity has nothing to hide from his own people. Cool, I've decided. I'll be Iron Man from now on. Tony threw a punch and made a pose. It's just that he's still wearing a battlesuit now, which looks a bit weird. Taking into account the fact that it is not easy to wear, Luo Bing put forward some requirements for his battlesuit. He does not need full metal, and he is not lacking in defense at all. He just needs to be handsome. Can fly. Tony stuck out a thumbs up, saying it was perfectly fine. There are already many ideas in the brain of this genius. Including his own armor, he is also thinking about an easier way to wear it. Chapter 57 The Queen's Nuclear Baptism Plan. In the evening, Luo Bing bought a new manor on the coast of Malibu, and Tony was not far away. This manor is about the same area as Tony, but the architectural style is completely different. It is an old-time castle building. It was bought by Tony from a descendant of a British nobleman. It is said that this is the manor built by the former Chademere family. There are also portraits of vampire bats on the walls of the hallway. I don't know if there are such creatures as vampires, but Luo Bing really likes the bat portrait. I don't know if it came from the artist, but it looks very comfortable. Coincidentally, it is also very appropriate to his other title. The only downside is that it's a bit far from the city. But any distance is nothing to Luo Bing. When Luo Bing walked in with Sky, he pointed to the castle behind him and said that it was our new residence in the future. Sky's eyes changed. She wondered if Luo Bing robbed the bank, or ransacked the bank vault directly with any door. I have to say, Luo Bing really has that ability, but he disdained to do such a thing. Although it is a castle building, it is not derailed from modern times. It has both classical elegance and high-tech convenience. After installing the Friday artificial intelligence butler, everything here becomes more comfortable. I have to say that the artificial intelligence developed by Tony is really useful, and Friday is roughly the same as the JARVIS function, except that Friday is a female artificial intelligence. Compared to JARVIS, at least Friday's voice is much better. That night, the New York Evening News reported two horrific events. First, the 10 Rings terrorists attacked a small town in Afghanistan with brutal methods. It can be seen from the picture that they used the Jericho missile produced by the latest History Stark group and arrogantly killed the just-returned man in front of the camera. The family's Ethan seems to be declaring war. Since there are hostages in hand, it is difficult for the garrison military to intervene. At present, we can only negotiate. Second, the thrilling and terrifying Lizardman in Queens, where Spider-Man fights, is unknown. At the same time, many pedestrians in Queens are infected with the lizard virus, giving people the feeling that they are zombies. Completely zombies attack passers-by rationally and shops. Tony was furious, and Ethan was his savior, so he was brutally murdered by terrorists. 10 Rings are unforgivable. The Gold and Red Mark II flew out of the basement and flew towards Afghanistan at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, Luo Bing also came to Queens. He was a little worried about Peter. Although that guy was annoying, Luo Bing didn't want him to die. Advertisement after all, he was Luo Bing's first friend after he came to New York. On a certain street in Queens, hundreds of lizard mutants crowded the street, biting people when they saw them, and their bodies recovered amazingly. If they didn't hit the head, the police's weapons would not be able to deal with them at all. Any harm. Go to hell, monster. The policeman with a gun pulled the trigger and aimed hard at the humanoid lizard in front of him. But that guy is agile, and even if one of his arms is interrupted, he can quickly grow a new one. There was chaos on the street, and panic shrouded Queens. The lizard virus spreads extremely fast, and the person bitten by the humanoid lizard turns into a lizard man after a short period of madness and begins to frantically cause damage to the surrounding. The entire Queens district has been completely blocked by the military, and the refugees must undergo a full body examination before they are allowed to evacuate. If this lizard virus were to spread to the outside world, it would be an unimaginable disaster. It may be scarier than the zombie virus in the movie. This disaster even directly alerted S.H.I.E.L.D. Basically, agents from various countries within the scope of New York were dispatched. Even Natasha Romanoff was no exception. Damn bugs. Natasha Romanoff cut off the head of a lizard man in an instant, the widow's bite in his hand glowing blue. Request reinforcements. This guy is infecting humans too fast. Many agents are also infected. No, please evacuate, you can't lose any agents. The superior immediately summoned an emergency video conference, and the members of the World Federation had a heavy face, constantly listening to the casualty report, frowning tightly. The latest holographic projection technology of the World United Nations makes everyone feel like they are in person, and everyone gathers around the round table and exchanges their opinions with each other. This biochemical infection came too fast. Catch the MPs off guard. Queens is a densely populated city, with at least 50,000 residents, not counting fugitives and black households. From the beginning of the riot to the present, it has lasted for 2 hours. During this period, more than 20,000 residents were infected, including many policemen, soldiers, and agents. This is an unequal battle. The peacekeepers can only station high walls outside the city, and the powerful firepower network pushes back the pedestrian lizards that want to cross Queens and invade other areas. I recommend nuclear weapons. A blonde-haired, shadowy white man tapped the table, looking ugly in the virtual video. No, there are still a lot of residents who haven't evacuated. We can't do this. It's inhumane. The black-haired young congressman clenched his fists and shouted his opinion. At the moment, everyone's mood is very complicated. Advertisement: no one would want to use nuclear weapons if there was no way out. Chin, tell me what to do. It's already a war. Queens is so big, there are always gaps in the defense net. If these guys run out, run to your country, run to my country, run around the world. Can you imagine what kind of scene it would be like? The middle-aged man with sharp eagle eyes was very calm, expressing himself the opinion of. At the moment is no longer a time to hang on high. Really let these infected people flow out of Queens. Who knows what the world will be like in the future? This kind of guy is more terrifying than the zombies in the movie. At least zombies won't be reborn from broken arms. Congressman Chin was silent. In fact, he should vote in favor. After all, Queens is not his country's territory. Most of the members present were holding this idea, but Chin was not reconciled. Once upon a time, he took the position of the representative of the United Nations member of the Washa district in high spirits. At that time, he was full of passion and energy. World nuclear level? That's not the justice he wants. During this operation, many agents from Washa district also fell into Queens district. Chin gritted his teeth. You must know that even in Queens district, there are many Huxia people. He hated his own powerlessness. It's just for the sake of the overall situation, he can only make a choice. In fact, his vote is no longer important, and basically all the members present voted in agreement. The Queen's nuclear baptism plan is finalized. It seems that the situation has turned around. It's Batman. Oh shit. What is he doing? All the members present looked towards the holographic projection on the table, and a black figure appeared in the holographic projection. At the moment the moon is full. The dark cloak was rippling, looking at the dense lizard zombies in front of him. The back of the night under the moonlit night was very lonely. P.S. It is going to be on the shelves. Please order it first. I don't write any testimonials anymore. The slow update is my criticism. I am not handicapped. That's not a big deal, mainly because my procrastination is a bit annoying. I usually swipe my phone for a while and it's gone. After I put it on the shelves, I will correct this problem, not to mention the explosion on the first day. It is definitely there, and I will maintain a minimum of 4 to 5 chapters every day in the future, which is also the limit of what I can do. Now at 1 o'clock in the morning, I have to code all night in order to break out, and it will be on the shelves around 12 noon today. Ask for the first order, ask for support. Chapter 58. Black Night under the moonlit night. Open black lens bracket. Please order first, close black lens bracket. The moon is extra bright tonight, but it's not warm. Heads of lizard monsters roamed the streets, biting people when they saw them, and the scene was bloody. The streets are full of wriggling corpses. After those corpses were resurrected, their skin turned green, and lizard tails grew behind them, and they joined the lizard army. Swish. A shadow constantly flashed across Queens. Luo Bing's infinite flash constantly shreds lizardmen's heads, but it's not the most efficient way. The army of lizard zombies is too much. Peter, where are you? Please reply. Luo Bing contacted Peter Parker while harvesting the heads of the lizard zombies. He's the one who knows the most about what's going on here. After all, he was the first lizard man to be discovered. Unfortunately, there is no reply in the contactor. In an unknown sewer in Queens, Peter, wearing a Spider-Man battlesuit, fainted and died in a stinky ditch, and the communicator at hand had been smashed to pieces. Ha 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 ha. Dr. Connors in a white coat laughed frantically. Even he himself could not have imagined that his lizard virus would have such great power. At the moment he has been completely dominated by the wildness in his body. Maybe he is not Connors now. He is Dr. Lizard. Damn, Luo Bing smashed the heads of the 2 lizard men who were trying to get close to him. His steel chopping knife was so twisted again that Luo Bing threw it out as a flying darts weapon. All in all, Luo Bing, who had obtained the immortal body of the Unsullied, was quite astounding in combat power even after losing his weapon. His body was as tough as a god. One full punch can destroy a building. He jumped high for thousands of meters, and then fell heavily. The ground beneath his feet dented a large crater as if it had been hit by a meteorite. Cobweb-like cracks spread out in all directions. Dozens of lizard zombies were directly crushed into powder by the impact. The scorching 3-hook jade kept spinning in Luo Bing's eye sockets. His world turned blood red, and even the moon above his head turned blood red. All things were gradually slowed down in his eyes, and the world seemed to be quiet in an instant. Before, his body couldn't keep up with the speed of his eyes. But now Luo Bing is different. Advertisement, instant. Dark shadows appeared in every corner of Queens like a phantom version. Luo Bing was full of firepower, and green blood flowers bloomed. The green, fetid blood couldn't touch his body. The scale-free body automatically filters out all garbage. On the roof, in the alley, in the room, in the residence, that black shadow seems to be everywhere. He alone is an army. What happened? This. How is this possible? Looking at the small red dots in the radar chart that dropped rapidly in an instant, all the lawmakers widened their eyes. Report. A large number of survivors suddenly appeared out of thin air in the 13th quarantine area. Report. A A large number of survivors suddenly appeared in the 5th quarantine area. Report. Luo Bing's figure appeared repeatedly in various places. As he slaughtered, he took the survivors who were hiding in the house out of Queens. Luo Bing is like a killing machine that doesn't know how to get tired. His world is slowing down, but he is not slow in killing lizardmen. The 1 kilometer around is the critical point of his crazy flash. During this period, he doesn't know how many knives he has used, and his fists are full of dust. 3 times the lucky full open case. Every time Luo Bing flashes, he just happens to save the survivors from the lizard zombies. He seems to be everywhere. He was there in time for every emergency. Report. There are 10,000 lizard zombies left. The observer gave the most accurate data for the first time. The small red dots that were originally dense on the radar have been reduced at this moment. Half an hour. In half an hour, Luo Bing killed 10,000 lizard zombies. He is very tired. Even the Wushu immortal body can't seem to support his crazy consumption. But he didn't stop. At this time, he has no reason to stop. Constantly new energies burst forth from every cell of the body. Advertisement. The shriveled cells became full again, and it seemed that under this crazy consumption, his body was reborn again. It was an indescribable feeling. Even the writing wheel eyes in his eyes became weird because of this miraculous power of life. The speed of the Goyu's rotation is getting faster, and gradually a wonderful rune is connected to the city. That's a golden hexagram. Luo Bing can feel that his writing wheel has evolved. There is no new Goyu, but it has reached a new field. Flame. And space. Luo Bing could vaguely feel the changes brought about by the new eyes. There seems to be a powerful ability in his left and right eyes. But at the moment he didn't have time to research his new ability. I just feel that my space ability is getting better and better, and now he can sense any space node within a kilometer around him. No need to know the coordinates. Even, after 3 or 5 minutes, Luo Bing gradually mastered a method of spatial cutting. Although he was not very skilled in using it, it also accelerated Luo Bing's killing speed. In another flashback, Luo Bing smashed several large lizards charging from behind Natasha Romanoff with 1 punch, and took the dagger she threw from behind. The two of them have met many times tonight, and at the moment they have a tacit understanding. But, damn. Peter Parker woke up from the coma. He had already heard the constant roar from outside the pipe, and he had realized something. Hand over the antidote. UB **************, D. Peter yelled, falling into Connor's trap during the previous battle. Although I don't know why he saved his life, Spider-Man, who didn't, live at the moment, doesn't want to worry about it anymore. The crazy Connors became quiet at the moment instead. His nerves are sometimes normal, sometimes abnormal, and the souls of Dr. Lizard and Connors, the scientist, alternate in his brain. There is no antidote. Don't struggle anymore. Do you think there will be a way to recover after mutating to that extent? Ha ha ha. If there was an antidote, I would have used it for myself. Did you think a movie was being filmed here? It's reality. Wake up, kid. 35 Connors rushed towards Peter frantically. Damn you. I will never forgive you. Peter also rushed to make up for it frantically. The dark cloak obscured the moon in the sky. Luo Bing didn't plan to find an antidote to stop the lizard zombies from the very beginning. His antidote is simple. Kill these bugs. Chapter 59. The collection of superhero. Please order first. Close black lens bracket. The counselors in the conference hall at the moment were silent. The latest news of the major temporary shelters came constantly in my ears. Looking at the small red dots on the radar map, all the members were already numb. Is he a god? Some are happy, some are terrified. This kind of power is beyond their comprehension. But luckily, that Black Knight seems to be on the same side as them. Reinforcement. Reinforcement. Chin watched this scene excitedly and stood up from his seat excitedly. Every content uploaded from the uninterrupted video surprised him immensely. Reinforcement. Go and help Batman. Another counselor stood up from his seat and shouted loudly. Everyone seems to really see hope at this moment. At the same time as the order was issued, the disobedient troops stationed on the periphery of Queens gave way in an instant, and a dozen M1 tanks drove into Queens mightily. The tank ran over the corpses piled up as high as a city wall, and the lizard zombies could not tear the iron sheet, and were crushed one by the crawlers. The black shadow flashed by, and because the speed of the continuous flash was too fast, blurred phantoms were left on the whole street. The hidden sword in his hand pierced the heads of hundreds of lizard zombies in a row. Luo Bing took a breath and teleported to the rooftop of the 780th building to recover his strength. The hidden sword was retracted into his sleeve. Kai. Widow's Bite's chain hooked onto the rock wall of the rooftop, and Natasha Romanoff was lifted up by the chain in an instant, and along the way, he tackled a few green lizards that were climbing on the wall. A coon style came to this area from far to near. A man wearing star stripes holding a shield jumped down from the coon style, glanced at Luo Bing beside him, nodded, and then jumped into the lizard group below. Looks like he's awake. Luo Bing stood up with his hands on the ground, reached out to catch the 2 steel slashing knives thrown from the coon style, crossed his hands, and shot out a lot of sparks. I hope I'm not late. The blind stick in the hand of Daredevil Matthew in red tights instantly pierced the head of a green lizard. His kindness is reserved only for humans, not monsters. Advertisement. Little Spider-Man fell on the swing beside Luo Bing. In his hand was a large lizard cocooned by a cobweb. That's Dr. Lizard. I'm sorry, I didn't stop this in time. Peter Parker was very disappointed, and his words became less. There will always be accidents. Luo Bing didn't accuse Peter. In fact, he was also responsible. If he hadn't been playing in the league at the time, this might not have happened. But things happened. Luo Bing didn't think it was all his fault. He's not an idiot who takes all the faults on his own. So all of this is so weird. This stupid muggle. Who TM made you develop the game? How do you know how many people you've killed? A burst of shoot-o-thrill music suddenly resounded in the sky. At the same time, a streamer streaked across the sky and Tony, whose whole body was wrapped in Mark II, landed on the rooftop. The most surprising thing to me is that you came so slowly. Luo Bing looked at Tony who was beside him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I went to Afghanistan and wasted a bit of time. Hey, Tony said, raising his hand and firing an energy cannon, shattering the lizard man's body that had already climbed to the rooftop. So, what kind of era is this? Captain America, who had only woken up from the freeze in the morning, threw out his shield and flew back to his hand after smashing 4 lizard men in a row. Is your body thawed, Captain? Luo Bing asked jokingly. I still need to warm up, but it's just right, there seems to be a lot of sparring here. Steve flipped in the air, dodging a deadly attack from a lizard man, and turned his head and slammed it down. Looks like everyone is here. Then move on, guys. Luo Bing stretched his body, leaned forward, beffa, and falled directly under the roof. Advertisement, dude. Please respect the only woman present. Natasha Romanoff jumped, and when she jumped to another rooftop, the pistol fired continuously, hitting the eyebrows of several lizard zombies with precision. Hey guys, my name is Spider-Man, I think we can leave a phone number later? With Luo Bing's comfort, Lil Spider-Man felt much better. Maybe we can go to a barbecue. I heard that there is a good barbecue restaurant. Stark raised his hands and fired another energy cannon. This thing was originally set to stabilize the flight, but unexpectedly it became a weapon. Barbecue. No, please don't mention the word meat to me now. Luo Bing shuddered. Anyone who chops up more than 10,000 disgusting lizard monsters will have a psychological shadow on meat. Especially these lizard zombies are human conversions. Haha. Stark shuttled between tall buildings and mountains. 6 small missiles were ejected from his shoulders. JARVIS intelligently locked a large group of lizard zombies in 6 directions. The missiles were launched, and the whole city instantly became bright. What kind of guys are these people? Why am I still using my fists? Steve rolled his eyes speechlessly, and fought with a large lizard next to him. It seems to have become a battlefield for superhero. The tanks on the side can only play cover. 5 minutes later, Stark frowned, and JARVIS's thermal sensors locked onto a large, unknown object that, judging from its shape, was at least 7 stories tall. What kind of thing is that? FK. They integrate together. Stark floated in the air, looking at the monster in the distance with serious eyes. Please don't swear, that's uncivilized, Steve reminded solemnly. Afterwards, he turned his head and glanced at the growing black shadow in the distance, and he was stunned for a moment. Sheet. I seem to have heard someone say civilized language. Stark shot the lizard zombies next to him, and didn't forget to tease Steve. What the hell is that? Guys, my spider telepathy is giving me a very strong danger warning. That could be a big deal. Peter's cobweb is almost depleted. At the moment he's barehanded and a few lizard zombies are fighting. I can't let them integrate anymore. Luo Bing also noticed the growing monster in the distance. Those lizard zombies have become monsters like Godzilla through continuous devouring. Boom. The earth trembled. The ground where Luo Bing was shattered into cobweb like cracks, and the whole person rushed towards the big guy like a meteor. Chapter 60. Who among us can transform into Ultraman? Please order first. There was a sonic boom in the air. Luo Bing punched, and the powerful force penetrated the entire body of the integrate monster. A big hole was opened directly in his head. However, compared to this big guy's body, the big hole opened by Luo Bing is not even 1/10 the size of his head. Gu dong gu dong. The flesh and blood tumbled, making a oozing creaking sound. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Luo Bing's wound had completely healed. Let me try. Tony flew over, the energy cannon in his palm constantly firing, and the air was filled with the smell of barbecue. But this level of attack not only did not work, but completely angered the big guy. Roar. The Godzilla lizard zombie roared loudly and smashed a building with one palm. Very dangerous. Stark ducked in time, his heart tightened. Do we have more firepower? This hunk's recovery ability is too strong. Stark frowned, feeling helpless. This guy even ate the corpse of his companion. What the hell is this? Natasha Romanoff frowned and pressed the communication button on the headset. Tank, aim, fire. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's command, the tankers turned to the muzzle. In an instant, the bursting cannon shot out of the chamber, and with the usual streamer swallowtail, it directly hit the monster in the distance. While the body is getting bigger, the speed of this big guy has slowed down. It is like a target that doesn't move. Boom. A dozen tanks fired salvos, and the shells exploded on the body of the integrate monster, sending out a lot of smoke. He's alive. Keep attacking. Stark flew through the sky, his scanning system running, and the seriousness of the matter could be seen from his frown. Tanks continued to fire, rumbling blasts constantly spreading across Queens. Luo Bing landed on the ruins of a dilapidated building, and his unfavorable fist could not cause an effective attack on this big thing. The cannonball rained, and the roar of the monster was constantly heard in the smoke. From the sound, it could be heard that the damage of the shells was also very uncomfortable for him. But, it's still alive. Flesh and bones flew, constantly intertwined, and gathered together again. When the smoke cleared, the Godzilla lizard monster, whose injuries were completely intact, appeared in front of everyone. Advertisement. Is he the regenerative healing factor? Steve wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Now the lizard zombies that are still alive around them are all actively gathering towards the monster in the distance, and the big guy has become even bigger after absorbing the new kind. Even the building on the side looked like a dwarf in front of it. God. How should this thing be killed? Peter leaned weakly against a building. He was stuck to the wall like he had glue on his hands. Luo Bing frowned at this scene. Spatial cuts are useless against stuff. The wound caused is too small for it. The most important point is that this big guy doesn't seem to have a heart or a brain. Luo Bing just attacked his head, but unfortunately the attack didn't work. The lawmakers at the conference table frowned at this scene. The sudden appearance of the huge Godzilla lizard made their hearts rise to their throats again. This thing looks like it can evolve infinitely. As long as it constantly devours its own kind, it can constantly grow. And not only the living kind, he can absorb even the corpses of the same kind piled up in mountains. This is not good news. Would you like to use nuclear weapons? The blonde old congressman suggested again. Now the survivors have basically been rescued. Urban destruction at best with nuclear weapons is not as difficult to decide as it used to be. But, what if this thing can absorb nuclear radiation? Another member said with a frown. They don't know the situation of this guy at present. Considering its tenacious regenerative healing factor and huge size, they're inexplicably connected with the special film of the island country in their impression. After all, in the special films shot by the island country, generally this kind of big guy can absorb nuclear radiation. No way. Godzilla is just a fiction. This big guy may not be so powerful. If he really absorbs the nuclear radiation, then it's over, some congressmen retorted. Hulk can absorb nuclear radiation. A congressman frowned and muttered. Everyone's faces sank immediately, and they didn't want to mention the green monster. What now? Maybe I can fly into its mouth and start destroying it from the inside, Tony frowned and said. No, that's too dangerous. Luo Bing rejected Tony's suggestion. Katakana middle dot for flowers. 0 ADVERTISEMENT. This guy is constantly eating his own kind, and we're barely even getting close to him now. Steve frowned. He'd never seen anything like this before. During Hitler's time, only Red Skull could fight him, and he was the most technologically advanced on the planet. But after 70 years of slumber, awakening came as if the whole world had changed. Matthew gasped heavily. This guy was injured again in the battle just now, and he never seemed to be intact. Can any of us become Ultraman? Little Spider-Man asked innocently. Ultraman. What is that? Steve frowned suspiciously. He needed a good makeup lesson. It's a cosmic Superman, the kind that can turn into light with a shout. Hey, Spider-Brat, can you suggest something more childish? Tony looked at Peter speechlessly. Point zero. Luo Bing was stunned. The golden hexagram in the eye socket seems to indicate something. Wait a moment. Looks like I can transform, Luo Bing said suddenly. What? Can you transform into Ultraman? Everyone except Steve widened their eyes curiously, turning their heads to look at Luo Bing in shock. Captain America. It's hard. Steve again wasn't at their point of shock. Definitely not. Luo Bing had a black line on his face. He turned into a ghost Ultraman. It's just that his new pair of riding wheels seems to bring him a new energy when both pairs of eyes exert force at the same time. Don't be arrogant, let me do some research. Luo Bing sat cross-legged on the spot. Until now he didn't have time to feel his eyes carefully. You're going to do a transformation. Woo! Little Spider-Man covered his spider hood, he bit his tongue, and his tears were almost left. Luo Bing withdrew his finger. He had long wanted to silence this guy, but he finally got the chance. Is the power in the left eye originally called Amaterasu? The divine power in the right eye allows me to better grasp the power of space. The black flame that will never go out until the target is burned to death? Amazing. Maybe you can beat this guy with this. Luo Bing stood up, took off his Batman blindfold and threw it aside while everyone watched. Amaterasu, and Chapter 61 Golden Susa vs. Giant Lizard Integrate Monster. Raging. Where Luo Bing's eyes focused, a large number of black flames shot out of thin air. The golden hexagram constantly revolved, and the Amaterasu flames rose as if they had been doused with gasoline when they touched the Godzilla lizard zombie. Amaterasu was very effective, and the big man seemed to be burnt by the black flame that came out of nowhere. The fire is getting bigger and bigger, and if Luo Bing doesn't collect it, Amaterasu won't go out until it burns out the target. Great, this guy's vital signs are constantly weakening. Stark heard the good news, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Luo Bing was also relieved. If it wasn't for this guy's size, he seemed to be able to use his divine power to banish him to another dimension. However, from the current point of view, Amaterasu seems to be enough to solve this thing. It's a pity that Luo Bing doesn't know that Amaterasu, who looks very powerful, has never burned anyone in another world. 7 and 80, but soon, Luo Bing realized this. This guy is shedding? Natasha Romanoff exclaimed in surprise. Rather than shedding its skin, it is better to say that it is shedding flesh. The Godzilla lizard zombie shrunk in a circle, and the layer of flesh that was removed by him was directly burned out. Amaterasu. The golden hexagram kaleidoscope spun again, but this time it caused Luo Bing's left eye to ache slightly. The black flame ignited the whole body of the Godzilla lizard zombie again. However, it seems that after the previous experience, this time he quickly shed another layer of skin, and did not shrink as much as last time. This guy. The vitality is really tenacious. Luo Bing touched his left eye. For this kind of power that he is not yet familiar with, he seems to be unable to use it continuously, which will cause certain damage to his eyes. However, the immortal body of Wugo constantly transmits energy to repair his eyes, and under this condition, his eyes will not be short-sighted or blind at all. The black flame went out again. Luo Bing frowned. Amaterasu's flames are strong. It's not an exaggeration to call Luo Bing's strongest physical attack at present, but it also had big flaws originally. But not everyone can separate their flesh and shed their skin like the Godzilla lizard zombie. This guy has shed his skin again, but has shrunk a lot. Stark flew over the integrate monster, gathering energy cannons in his hands to constantly harass this guy. Although the attack may not be effective, but it can also contain it, so that he cannot continue to devour other similar. Looks like I'm going to be transformed. Luo Bing clenched his fists. He wasn't quite sure about that unfamiliar power. The golden hexagram exudes a mysterious light. Luo Bing closed his eyes and carefully felt the power contained in the mysterious pupils. Chi. Advertisement. A golden skeleton emanated from all around him. It is not a real skeleton, but is composed of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes and the energy in Luo Bing Wugo Xian. But his tenacity is completely different from his skeleton. The skeleton spread, covering Luo Bing's body, and not long after, a golden half-body skeleton warrior appeared in everyone's eyes. There is no lower body. It is about 10 meters high, and there is not even a trace of flesh and blood meridians on the body. It is completely composed of skeletons composed of golden energy. This is not a complete body. Luo Bing can feel it. However, that's enough. Luo Bing flicked the steel cutting knife in his hand, and the golden bones on his body also flicked his hand. Chi. A golden ordinary long knife was transformed from the golden skeleton's hand, and its appearance was somewhat similar to Luo Bing's steel cutting knife. It turns out that this thing is called Susanoo. Luo Bing knew its name for the first time in his mind when he released Susanoo. Bending his knees slightly, great strength gathered in his legs. Susanoo turned into a golden light and rushed towards the Godzilla lizard zombie. The battle between the two big guys is about to break out. He really transformed. Everyone present looked at the golden skeleton giant dumbfounded. Against this dark night, the golden skull giant at the moment is very dazzling. The strength of the two sides seems to be not above the same level at all. Luo Bing manipulated Suzuo, and a horizontal slash directly cut off an arm of the integrate blame. The integrate monster roared, and the growth rate of the granulation in the cut wound became slower, and it was difficult to recover even with such a large arm. The violent wind swept the air towards Luo Bing, and behind the wind was the giant fist of integrate's strange green abscess. This seemingly insane guy only knows how to run amok. His attack couldn't fall on Luo Bing at all. Shu was cut out again, and a bright golden light streaked across the sky. Susanoo Kaiying stared for a few minutes, and a thread of meridians appeared on his arm. After several consecutive moves, the situation has become very clear. The Godzilla lizard can't deal a single bit of damage to Luo Bing's Suzo at all. On the contrary, the golden Susanoo can chop down a huge chunk of green minced meat with every swing of his knife. It's over. Luo Bing closed his eyes, and the golden giant in midair instantly appeared behind the Godzilla lizard zombie. Draw the knife. Luo Bing shouted loudly and waved the steel cutting knife in his hand. At the same time, Susa's golden giant sword slid across the sky at the same time and landed on the Godzilla lizard zombie. Its defense is like paper paste, directly crushed by the golden giant sword. Advertisement cut in two. Roar. Integra roared unwillingly. But he soon became silent and fell to the ground. The huge body has turned into two sessions. Amaterasu. Luo Bing did not relax, forcibly using his left eye to release the Amaterasu black flame that was burning everything. The flames covered the body of the integrate monster and continued to burn constantly. This thing's recovery ability is too strong, and it can stand up for a while without burning it out. It's amazing. When little Spider-Man saw this scene, the whole spider was dumbfounded, constantly rubbing his eyes. In fact, it was not only himself who was surprised, everyone was taken aback by the sudden giant battle. Steve looked at the figure of the golden skull giant gradually fading, and his whole person was a little suspicious of life. Has the world become like this? Oh, God, it's crazy too. Cool. Can I also make a super large steel battlesuit? Stark touched his chin, and many thoughts popped up in his heart. This series is called Anti-Boss Armor. Forget it, sounds a little rebellious. Stark joked and fell directly to the ground. The small 5.0 type reactor transformed from the new meteorite elements in the chest is full of power. He has flown back and forth to Afghanistan, and has spared no effort in several battles, but still maintains a healthy energy. If it was replaced with the previous palladium element reactor, it would have been out of power long ago. It's over. Natasha Romanoff collapsed on the ground tired, ignoring the usual goddess fan. It's over. Luo Bing appeared beside everyone with certainty. Great. My old arms and legs seem to need some time to recover. Steve breathed a sigh of relief and put the shield behind him. Several people in tights, steel battlesuits, and black trench coats looked at each other. The situation was inexplicably awkward. My phone number is XXXXXXXXX. Little Spider-Man took out a pen and paper out of nowhere and looked at everyone. That's pretty clear. I gave you my number. Give me your number. Chapter 62 Superboy Team. Open black lens bracket first order close black lens bracket. In the end, a group of people still couldn't laugh or cry and left their contact information. Little Spider-Man is so cute that everyone can't bear to refuse his request. Steve is more embarrassed, and he is not someone who has never seen high tech. Back in the Howard period, Howard Stark fully provided the equipment of the Roaring Agent led by the Captain. To be honest, Howard was also one of the first founders when S.H.I.E.L.D. was established. It's just that the communication equipment at that time was not so developed. The Captain took out his old antique machine. Although it was not as exaggerated as a brick, it was definitely an antique that should be lying in the museum. Don't know where S.H.I.E.L.D. got him from. Huh. I haven't seen this thing in a long time. If you don't mind, I want to exchange it with you for the latest Stark munitions machine, Tony said. The panel of the steel armor opened directly, revealing that everyone knew Playboy face. Mr. Howard. Steve froze, as if he was back 70 years ago in an instant. My father died unexpectedly when I was a child, but I have heard him praise you a lot since I was a child. Stark stretched out his right hand with a smile on his face. Tony and Howard look very similar, and the mustache that has been carefully groomed looks like it was carved out of a mold. Captain America and Iron Man's first meeting is surprisingly harmonious. Mr. Stark. Oh, God, you are Mr. Stark. Peter jumped up excitedly. Just like fans are excited to see a star. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. At school, he knew Peter was a Stark fan, and he was a huge fan. Hello, Spider Kid, you're good at it. Stark also held out his right hand to Peter. Little Spider-Man looked at his right hand that was stained with green lizard blood, took off the gloves of Spider-Man's suit embarrassedly, and shook hands with Tony. Well, your spider battlesuit and web shooters are very well designed, quite a genius idea, Tony said, looking at Peter. Ahahaha. The praised little Spider-Man scratched his head embarrassedly. He was shy. I didn't see you so excited when I knew my identity at the time. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, paralyzed beside Natasha Romanoff. He was very tired tonight. Is it too late to be excited? Natasha Romanoff looked at Luo Bing beside him speechlessly. She had already suspected Batman's true identity in the previous battle, but she finally confirmed the moment when Luo Bing released Amaterasu and took off his blindfold. It's just that the circumstances at the time did not allow her to have other ideas. I can only hold this shock in my heart. This guy. What secrets do you want to hide? What an intriguing man. Advertisement, do you need me to sign your autograph? Luo Bing took a deep breath and Roar asked teasingly. Perhaps we can find a place where no one is there and sign in a more suitable place, Natasha Romanoff chuckled. Another day, I'm tired. Luo Bing ignored the woman's ridicule. He was really tired, he didn't want to move at all, and the whole person lined up on the rooftop in big characters. Bang bang. Bang bang. A large number of peacekeepers poured into Queens, collecting corpses to clear the way, while vigilant searchers in all corners of the alley, lest any fish escape. I think it's time for me to go. There's a chance to meet again, Daredevil Matthews said, and jumped off the balcony. He didn't like to show his face, it was too dangerous for him. He has to go home to deal with his injuries. Hey soldier, I think you need a bandage, Steve called out into the distance. Don't worry about him, Captain, he's always like this. Every time I meet him, this guy can always add a few more wounds to his body. Don't worry, he won't die. Luo Bing closed his eyes. There was a stench of gunpowder and burnt smoke in the air. I'm afraid no one will live in this city in a short time. At least until it is completely purified, the Aborigines dare not come back. This place has become their nightmare. A reporter is coming, shall we withdraw? Peter said subconsciously. Withdraw? What are you panicking about? You are a superhero, not a criminal. We fought desperately for an hour or two, but we still can't show our faces. Luo Bing turned his head to Peter with contempt. Besides, you're not wearing a headgear, who knows you? Luo Bing rolled his eyes, his blindfold had just been thrown by him, and now his entire face is exposed. Still, it's no big deal. Sooner or later, he will reveal his true identity to the world, perhaps today. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. You know Spider-Boy, the superhero behind the scenes isn't much of a concern. I'd rather show up, attract all the attention, shock all the guys who want to commit a crime, and let them know, there's always someone in the world watching them, Stark boasted. Come on, you just want to be in the limelight, Luo Bing rolled his eyes contemptuously. Major shareholders, starting from this evening, are you ready for a stock that is about to skyrocket? Stark smiled meaningfully. He always has his own considerations in doing things, and Ping is not trying to be in the limelight for no reason. It's also important to definitely stand out. Stark is now figuring out what pose to put up in response to the press. What about you, Captain? After tonight, your museum will be crowded over the threshold. Advertisement, by the way, did you know that you have your own museum? Luo Bing sat up from the ground and looked at Steve beside him. Steve looked embarrassed. I actually guessed. Mr. Captain, the message on your epitaph is wonderful. Our school organized to send you flowers. Little Spider-Man told some past events out of time. Steve, please stop talking. I think we should set up a Superboy team, that should be cool. Luo Bing stood up and stretched his body. After a few minutes of rest, he can now play day and night again. Please respect the only lady at the scene. Not a 780 Shaw grabbed Luo Bing's clothes and stood up. She was sweaty and exhausted. Oh, sorry, I always ignore you subconsciously. Luo Bing spread his hands insincerely. I want to join. Little Spider-Man raised his right hand first. You're too young to pass, let's practice for a while. Luo Bing waved his hand. But, big brother Luo, you are as old as I am, Peter said unconvinced. I am the initiator, I'll set the rules. Luo Bing completely ignored Peter's protest. That's a good suggestion. What's the name of our team? Stark asked curiously. Everyone looked at each other and then spoke at the same time. Luo Bing. Justice League? 35 Steve. Veteran Howlers? Stark. Steel Legion? Natasha Romanoff. Women's Guard. Little Spider-Man was stunned for a while. Raised his right hand again. How about calling it the Spider Family? Why don't you forget it? Luo Bing rolled his eyes. Let's talk about it later. Stark was very speechless about the ability to name everyone, although his own name was not much better. I really think the Veteran Howler is a good name, Steve said earnestly. Come on, Captain, there are still 2 minors at the scene. Natasha Romanoff stroked her long hair and was speechless. Everyone disagreed, and the superhero team came to an end. Chapter 63 Lying in the Trough, luckily forgot to close, 1/4. There are simply too many bodies on the streets of Queens. It takes a long time to clean up these things, and in order to prevent secondary infection, this kind of thing is best left to professional people. Facing the reporters' long guns and short guns, Luo Bing just made a trick roar to the audience all over the world. The reporters were very pleasantly surprised tonight. Even the Bugle Daily, which has always been against superhero, has become a licking dog, and almost all news stations broadcast the deeds of these heroes. The returning Captain America has been highly sought after by the older generation. And little Spider-Man became an idol in the minds of children. Tony, a playboy, is undoubtedly the dream of most teenagers. The dream-like steel armor is dazzling, and the gold and red color scheme is enough to make everyone yearn for it. As for Natasha Romanoff, it is estimated that many idiots before the screen want to drink her bath water. A well-known basketball player has expressed this idea on his Twitter, and everyone else can imagine. But no matter how much other people show, the protagonist tonight is still Luo Bing. For audiences in the world, Batman is undoubtedly the first superhero in modern history, and Luo Bing did not put on his mask that night, revealing his true face. Some reporters joked that if Batman did not become a superhero and became a star, it is estimated that all Hollywood movie stars would lose their jobs. This man is so handsome that he is unreasonably handsome. Unexpectedly, Black Knight Robin became the dark horse prince in the eyes of all girls. The main thing is that Robin's dress really doesn't match up with Prince Charming. That night, Fury and Phil Coulson called one after another to check on the situation. This time, they completely missed the Resident Evil in Queens. Tonight, SHIELD's big file size and small command were all given by Fury's assistant, Hill. The one-eyed black marinated egg seems to be dealing with other important things, including Phil Coulson, the courtesan, who has also been dispatched by him. Even Hawkeye Barton was there. Luo Bing didn't ask much, he was already busy enough today. He just wanted to go back to bed and take a good night's sleep. If there was anything else, I'll talk about it another day. Luo Bing was also promoted to the 10th level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is also the first S.H.I.E.L.D. agent with level 10 authority, which is consistent with the authority of Black Braised Egg. Perhaps this is also a gesture of favor from S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, they also know that Luo Bing is no longer under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who dares to control a god? Did you know this guy slaughtered 10,000 lizard zombies in half an hour? Stark took Luo Bing's ride back to the coast of Malibu with Luo Bing. Compared with flight, Luo Bing's random door was faster. Advertisement: Ethan is dead. The two of them were blowing the sea breeze, and did not go back to their respective houses directly, sitting on the shore chatting. I avenged him. Stark's expression was a little silent. Luo Bing also found out that since this incident, Stark seems to have become more introverted, and he no longer makes some tricks as before. Stark now looks more reliable. They're coming for me. There's a ghost in the Stark group. I suspect it's Obadiah. Tony took out a bottle of top-quality red wine from his home, took out 2 goblets, and filled them up. In Stark's villa, Sky and Pepper were chatting, looking outside from time to time, talking and laughing. Obadiah, why do you think so? Isn't he your father's capable subordinate? Luo Bing didn't understand these things, and asked casually. He is in charge of the weapons department, and the weapons circulating on the black market are inseparable from him. Today I went to Afghanistan and I found the latest Jericho missiles produced 2 weeks ago. I refused to accept the contract of the military's shipment. I didn't expect 10 rings to get the first-hand weapon. What does it mean? Stark said, holding up his goblet. To Ethan. Luo Bing also picked up the goblet and drank it all. Tony was stunned. That's not how red wine is, but he shook his head and drank the red wine in the glass. Boss, you drank a supercar in 1 gulp, Tony teased. What? Luo Bing's face changed greatly. Prodigal son, he scolded, as if he was distressed for his money. Ha ha ha. Tony laughed unabashedly, and the greedy boss seemed more real, at least more like a human than an illusory god. The two blew the sea breeze recklessly and enjoyed the fine wine in the glass. Be careful yourself, don't die accidentally, you still have to make money for me. Luo Bing looked at the finished red wine bottle in front of him, not knowing why this unpleasant thing was so expensive. Don't worry, my life is very big, I can survive being kidnapped by terrorists. Looks like God doesn't want me to die, I have more to do, Tony said, shaking his glass. Boom rumble. There was a sudden muffled sound in the sky above. Huh? 39 Tony raised his head suspiciously. It's so fast, what is it? He froze in place, and after reacting, he immediately galloped towards the sky. No, it's a meteorite, Tony roared, raising his hands high, flames spewing from his feet, as if he wanted to catch the big meteorite. If this meteorite falls into the sea, it will directly trigger a tsunami that will submerge everything around it. Damn, I forgot to turn off the lucky halo. Luo Bing's head was as big as a bucket, and a golden skeleton was instantly derived from his body. Advertisement, boom. Tony collided with the meteorite and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Why did you really die in an accident? Am I awakening a skill like a crow's mouth? Luo Bing looked at Tony, who was smashed into meat patties, and subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Senior White smile. It's so terrifying, do you want to be able to summon meteorites every time? Without hesitation, Luo Bing swiped the time dial. Boss, you drank one. Instant, a shadow flashed. Luo Bing dragged Tony and disappeared in place. Little Pepper and Sky in the room looked out of the window suspiciously, and the two who were chatting there didn't know where they went. It must be fooling around, I tell you, Sky, men are like this, especially Tony, Pepper snorted and curled his lips. No, I believe Luo Bing is not that kind of person, Sky shook his head. He is still young and will be damaged, Zhao Qian's, you have to start early, otherwise it will be too late to regret it, Xiao Chili reminded. Sky lowered his head and mumbled, as if thinking about something. In the wilderness of no man's land, Luo Bing and Tony stared at the meteorite that was still burning in front of them. I just saved your life. Luo Bing put away the golden Susa and immediately closed his lucky halo. I know, you just transformed and blocked this meteorite, Tony nodded Chun. No, you don't know, you've already died once. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and said something inexplicable, which made Tony confused. What does it mean that I have already died once? I'm still alive and well. What is this meteorite? I couldn't cut it at all, and it was knocked away so far, Luo Bing asked with a frown. Let me take a closer look, huh? Tony pressed a button on his forehead, releasing an infrared scanning beam. FK. It's Vibranium. Tony jumped in shock. Chapter 64 New Ability, renamed Zhong-san, 2/4. Vibranium. Of all the metals known, this thing is definitely the most precious and rare thing. Vibranium was first discovered in Hitler's time, when Tony's father mixed vibranium and other metals to make a shield for Steve. It is also the most convenient star and striped shield that Steve has been using so far, and it is also the symbol of Captain America. Vibranium is very hard, and its special molecular structure makes it almost indestructible because its molecules are relatively static, so that it hardly conducts heat and kinetic energy, which allows it to absorb heat, energy and kinetic energy. This is why Luo Bing was knocked flying just now. You seem to be saying what the FK? Where did you learn it? Luo Bing didn't quite understand the preciousness of vibranium. In his mind, it was just a pile of metal. Metal. What's the use? Is it worth it? It's worth the money, Tony said. How much is it worth? Luo Bing asked disdainfully. You can buy 3 of our Stark group, Stark said suddenly resentfully. What the hell? Luo Bing blurted out. Many foreigners can't be happy to say shit, they can only say 780 to buy karma, and sometimes it is really a pity for them. I'm only talking about theoretically, this thing is too rare, Steve's shield is made of vibranium and some kind of material, made by my father, Tony explained. Luo Bing then nodded. You say vibranium is valuable, it is indeed valuable, and it is indeed rare. But if you really want to use this thing to replace the Stark Group Empire, unless you have a bag in your head. Vibranium is still very useful, but it doesn't conduct energy well on Mark's armor, it feels a bit wasteful, Tony stroked his chin. If he does build a suit of armor out of vibranium, it means he has a tortoise shell for absolute defense. But the attack may not be as powerful, and also loses the flight ability. Because vibranium can't conduct energy, everything that needs energy to drive will not work, and he can only build melee weapons to fight. But that's the exact equivalent of having Iron Man cut off his arm. The best material is not the best, and Tony won't use vibranium until he finds a solution. Maybe, Beffa, can also use a small part to strengthen their defense? I don't care. Luo Bing's eyes lit up. Advertisement. I don't need your bells and whistles, and I don't want full body armor. By the way, wouldn't it be so easy to roll the blades out of the gadgets? The most annoying thing about Luo Bing is that he is too strong and does not have a suitable weapon. The steel cutting knife has to be replaced with a new one. Often it is too troublesome, and he can only use his fist. Definitely yes, but it takes a lot of effort to cut this thing. I haven't come across it before, maybe I can look up my father's notes and experiment, Tony said. Cut. Can I? Luo Bing said, waving his hand and throwing out a space cut, directly cutting off a vibranium the size of a book. Boss, how can you do anything? Are you really Tinkerbell? Tony looked at Luo Bing speechlessly. Shut up, I'm not a cat. Luo Bing had a black line on his face and was about to use the gag. Tony immediately begged for mercy. Old rules. The two dug a hole on the spot and buried the big guy. In fact, Luo Bing felt that his divine power seemed to have the ability to store space. But he hasn't tested it yet, so he didn't make any claims. The thing exiled this thing to a different dimension, wouldn't it be a blood loss? Barry 1 is also buried, Barry 2 is also buried. No difference. Anyway, one is in the desert and the other is in a no man's land. Basically, no one will find such a place. Tony is undoubtedly a technophile. After encountering new materials, he can study excitedly all night without sleeping. Luo Bing is not as masochistic as he is, and the two returned to the coast of Malibu. One Vibranium with the book file size walked into the lab, and the other took Sky straight home to sleep. Definitely. Each sleeps separately. Luo Bing was very exhausted today, and when he got back to bed, he fell asleep quickly in a daze. At 12 o'clock in the morning, Luo Bing vaguely heard the notification sound of power refresh. The exhausted Luo Bing did not respond, and continued to roll over and fell asleep. He had a dream. I don't know if this is a prophecy dream. He dreamed that a large number of aliens fell from the sky, and he and a group of superheroes were guarding the city. Advertisement this time the dream is very real. Luo Bing once again saw the guy with the hammer, not only that, but also a terrifying green giant baby. I saw a big hammer in 2 consecutive dreams. That means the long-haired tramp singer with a hammer seems to really exist. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Luo Bing yawned, recalled the scene in his dream, and stretched. At what point in time did this all happen? That sparkling gem seems like it's worth a lot of money. Luo Bing touched his chin and logged into his SHIELD background management page on Friday. He found records about the Tesseract, but with his 10th level clearance, he didn't find any relevant records about that gleaming scepter. In other words, this thing is not a product of the Earth. At least this point in time hasn't come to Earth yet. Tesseract, Tianma Project, Kree. So there are so many things that I don't know. Luo Bing touched his chin and got a general understanding of what happened in SHIELD in the past. However, some things are not stored in the SHIELD files at all, and even if Luo Bing has the 10th level agent authority, he cannot check the relevant records at all. Just like the Tianma plan. Luo Bing can only know that the scientists at that time conducted an experiment, which seems to have led to the invasion of the Kree, which is also the first known contact with aliens of the 3rd type in history. However, there is not much description in the detailed file. Never mind. Luo Bing shook his head, and then he took time to look up the unread power tips in his mind. Looking at this, Luo Bing was speechless. It may be because I went to bed too early last night and forgot to turn on the lucky halo at 12 o'clock. This time the ability seems to be a bit tasteless. Open black lens bracket sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Today's power, don't ask, I'll call you Jong-san, has been issued. Please enjoy it. At first, Luo Bing was curious about what kind of power this was. After reading the skill introduction again, he was dumbfounded. Don't ask, just call you Jong-san. You can change someone else's name to Jong-san. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 65 Semi-finished armor. Can you change someone's name to Jong-san? What's the use of this feather power? Maybe it's because of the habit of using lucky and high-quality abilities in the past few days, and Luo Bing still has a little nostalgia for this occasional garbage ability. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, got up from the bed, and started a day of training. His goal today is very simple, that is, to master the power of his own eyes, and then give this new state a name. Would you like to call Jong Sanji pupil? Forget it, it's still a kaleidoscope writing wheel I-35. Luo Bing came up with a name in a daze, and it felt very appropriate, so it was finalized. In fact, this is not a random name. When the 3 Go Jade writing round eyes evolved, Luo Bing had this name in his mind. Just like Amaterasu, and Shenwei, and Susanoo. Speaking of which, Luo Bing's Sharingan was completely developed in the way of the good friends of the 7th Naruto at the beginning. It stands to reason that after awakening Kaleidoscope, ability should be exactly the same as that of the 7th Naruto good friend. It's just that Luo Bing is relying on the Kaleidoscope of awakening, the self-awareness of the immortal body, and with his ability to be familiar with space, his eyes have changed slightly. His hexagram is golden. Amaterasu, orangutan burning black flames appeared out of nowhere, burning the air on the side. During the day, Amaterasu's flames look even more eerie. Luo Bing has never seen the flames black, and it was not very obvious last night. After all, it was covered by darkness. Amaterasu's ability is also attached to the existence of space ability. This flame was not generated out of thin air, but was transferred from a secret space. The spatial coordinates were very blurry, and Luo Bing couldn't distinguish it. It seemed to be the space that had been set by the left eye from the beginning. If Luo Bing can accurately capture the spatial coordinates, the enemy can even be directly exiled into the world of Amaterasu. But for now, Luo Bing can't do it. Shenwei is a good ability that can attack and defend. After a morning of research, Luo Bing has been able to skillfully use this ability from the right eye. Maybe it was because he already had a good foundation of space ability. Luo Bing's proficiency in Shenwei was a bit higher than Amaterasu's. Kamui has 2 abilities. Advertisement. The principle of the first ability is the same as that of Amaterasu. When Luo Bing's line of sight is focused, the space at the focus of his eyes will be distorted, and a vortex black hole will be generated, or the hole is dragged into the Kamui space. Shenwei space is also the second ability of Shenwei. It's a defensive skill. At present, Luo Bing doesn't know how big the Shenwei space is. There are cubes all over it, like a void space. There is oxygen in it, but you can't feel the changes in time and space, but in fact the time and space inside are consistent with the real world, but the empty cube and dim space make people unable to find a reference. It also makes those who are in it do not know how long time has passed. It's a magical world. It seems to be within the space node between reality and it is an independent space. After getting acquainted with it for a morning, Luo Bing can even inhale himself into the Shenwei space and release it into the real world with projection to confuse the enemy. But this fighting style is not his style. What makes Luo Bing most gratifying is the storage function of Shenwei space. Space ability does not store storage and can be called space ability. Luo Bing returned to the Sahara Desert, swept the buried meteorite into the world of Shenwei, and then went to the no man's land to do the same. He is not at ease when the baby is placed outside, it is better to hide it at home. Before, because the target was too big, Luo Bing couldn't use the portal meteorite and was left outside. Space warped, inside Stark's basement. A wormhole-like vortex slowly rotates. From the visual effect, Luo Bing came out of the black hole in a twisted shape. This is the teleportation ability that comes with Shenwei space. But very tasteless. Luo Bing finally knew what the cube in the Shenwei space was. It turned out that the guy used to locate the space nodes. Make an analogy. Luo Bing wants to use Shenwei space's teleport ability to move from New York to Russia. First of all, he has to drill into the world of Shenwei, then find the space node that belongs to the destination in the world of Shenwei, and then open up Shenwei. For flowers. 0. This is very troublesome, although the distance between the spatial coordinates in the Shenwei space is very close, but it is not as good as Luo Bing's flash. Advertisement. Maybe this is not a teleportation at all, this is a complete shortcut. How can you call teleportation if you can't do teleportation? But, handsome, this way of playing is slow and crap, and when he really comes out of the long spin, he will have caught the attention of the enemy. The weirdness of space cannot be brought into play at all. But handsome, just be handsome, whatever it does. Maybe Luo Bing can try to combine divine power with his space ability. He had come up with the ability of space cutting before. 0. Yawn. Tony seemed to have stayed up all night with dark circles under his eyes. Seeing Luo Bing's strange appearance, he first tilted his head, then shook his head, taking it for granted. After all, he was the boss and had new operations every day. I brought the meteorite, where do I put it? Luo Bing asked, frowning at Tony. This guy hasn't slept since 12 noon. Do you know that there was a big battle last night, and the energy is so strong? Shipped? I have a warehouse underground, come on, I'll show you, Tony said, calling out Jarvis. Immediately afterwards, the living room in the basement descended, reaching the bottom like a staircase. This is a hall, and there are many display cabinets in the hall. One of the display cases is holding a Mark II, but there seems to be a new Mark series armor to the right of the Mark II. Hey, I spent one night working out the Mark III. The experiment, the chest and the most critical head were made of vibranium material, and then I installed a mysterious weapon on him, Tony said with a smile. Mysterious weapon? Luo Bing was puzzled. It's a laser beam. After last night, I realized the horror of large monsters, so I added a little improvement, Tony said, walking to another display case. It's just that this display cabinet is blocked, and the interior scene cannot be seen from the outside. Shoo. Tony pressed a button. A black gold semi-finished armor appeared in Luo Bing's eyes. Chapter 66 is this gay guy, 4/4, the black and gold armor is more like medieval knight armor. It looks very cool from the outside, the black and gold lines are particularly eye-catching, and a cloak is reserved behind him. It's not ready yet. Where is the meteorite? With vibranium material, I can build it better, Tony said, looking at Luo Bing. Make a place for me. Luo Bing looked around. The space here is big enough, but because the meteorite is too big to carry, it's better to put a place in advance. Here. Tony ran to a corner. That's where he parked the helicopter before. But now that he has the Iron Man armor, he doesn't need things like airplanes, and he threw them aside. Luo Bing. Although 2 days had passed, he was still not used to being a rich man. Boom, sounded. 780 meteorites were taken out by Luo Bing from Shenwei space. The boss's magic has become more and more high level. Stark is ashamed. As a representative of the scientific community, he has become accustomed to this kind of things that cannot be explained by known science. Let's put it here. Do you want me to cut it? Luo Bing pointed to the rough vibranium stone and asked. I've read my father's notes, just need to overclock the vibration to passivate it, and it can be melted with ultra-high temperature. Stark vowed and waved his hand. He's a genius, otherwise he wouldn't have improved the Mark III armor so quickly. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Luo Bing nodded. The space in which he was standing began to distort, and finally turned into a black hole and sucked him in. Tony. When will I be able to do this with science? Maybe he can also find time to study space jumping devices? Now that the energy source of the spaceship is available, there is still a lack of space jumping device. With that device, Stark can swim in the universe. After the new material arrived, the workaholic Stark drank a big bottle of coffee and started his research work day and night. If Chili was here, it would have discouraged Stark from taking a break. It's a pity that this morning she had been entrusted by Tony with a secret mission to copy hidden files on Obadiah's computer. In the afternoon, the New York City Police Department was dispatched, and Obadiah, the nominal vice president of the Stark Group, was pressed into the police car with an ugly face. The charge is to carry out kidnapping with terrorists. Advertisement: Stark's assistant, Pepper Potts, found on VP Obadiah's computer a video of himself and the 10 rings that had not been destroyed. And in Obadiah's private laboratory, Stark also found the crude iron overlord armor. It's just an unfinished version, it can't be seen or can't be used, and the core energy is lacking. The incident caused a stir as soon as it came out. According to word of mouth, Obadiah was smashed to pieces by the rumors. Certainly, it is not just the fishing boat pressure that awaits him, he is about to face the legal punishment of life imprisonment. Stark is not soft-hearted at all, the other party already wants his life, and it is very kind that he can save Obadiah's life. The news spread so fast that even Luo Bing, who was in Northern Europe, learned about it. It seems that Stark judged correctly, in the Nordic Shield secret base. It's this thing, we've been working on it for 2 days and still can't do anything about it, Phil Coulson frowned. Hammer? Luo Bing frowned. Accurately speaking, it is an immovable hammer. This thing comes from outside the sky, and it is probably the product of other civilizations. We have tried it, and whether it is pulled by a trailer or lifted by a large device, there is no way for him to move at all, Hey Braised Egg said aside. Several people stayed in the crater, which had been secretly isolated, and a defensive net was set up around it. The scientists who entered back and forth wore heavy chemical protective suits and held instruments to detect various components on the scene. Have you seen a guy with blonde hair dressed like a wandering singer? Luo Bing asked suddenly. What? Wandering singer? Haven't seen this one yet, Phil Coulson shook his head. Right at the moment. An agent walked in, glanced at the 3 people in the observation room, nodded and saluted. Report. Senior Hawkeye caught a sneaky guy, the guy dressed like a wandering singer, insisted that he was Thor in Norse mythology, and said, "You mortals, let go of this prince." Class words. I suspect there may be something wrong with that guy's mental state. After listening to the report, Phil Coulson and Black Braised Egg looked at Luo Bing at the same time. What a coincidence. Do you know something? Advertisement. Luo Bing shrugged. I'm not sure, I just dreamed about something. Dream? Black Braised Egg frowned, expressing incomprehension to Luo Bing's words. It's similar to a precognition dream, but I haven't tested it yet, and I don't know if it works or not, but I'm pretty sure that I've seen this thing in my dreams. Luo Bing pointed to the silver hammer in the isolation bin. Psychic? Phil Coulson blinked, a question mark on his face. Go see that guy, Luo Bing suggested. Okay. Phil Coulson and the Black Marinated Egg nodded, and the 3 walked towards the room where Thor was being held. Barton at the moment is wiping his arrows, and his job here is to guard the area and prevent other spies from breaking in. He's passed out, Barton said, looking at the 3 people walking down the hallway. Let me see. Luo Bing walked over and studied it carefully for a while. That's right, it's this gay guy, Luo Bing confirmed. Gay guy? Phil Coulson and the Black Marinated Egg have black lines on their faces, definitely. The black lines of the Black Marinated Eggs are not obvious. I mean, in my dream he was a passionate gangster, dressed in armor, holding a hammer, wearing a red cape, mastering thunder and lightning, and fighting a robot with light-eyed eyes. Luo Bing explained Road. But, he's weak, Barton frowned. Before, he easily took down this reckless big man. I don't know that. Luo Bing shook his head. 5.0 He has always said that the hammer is his, only he can hold it, Barton said after thinking for a while. So he's really the Thor of Norse mythology? Phil Coulson's face was full of disbelief. Perhaps, those gods are just a bunch of aliens, said the Black Marinated Egg, turning his head to look at Luo Bing. Look at me, I'm not an alien. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. Fury's reasoning for this speculation has his own basis. The powerful girl he knew was called a god on some remote planets. If Earth was visited by a group of aliens long ago, it would not be surprising to leave the story behind. Wake him up whether he's the Thor or not, we need to figure out what he's here for, Fury said, and asked his agent to prepare a basin of water. Puff. A bucket of ice water was poured directly on Thor's face. Chapter 67 This hammer is not heavy, 1/4, cough, cough. A bucket of ice water poured down his head, and Thor choked so badly, he got up from the ground. Where is this? Let me out, you Midgard natives. Thor rubbed his face angrily, his expression very aggrieved. The 4 led by Luo Bing glanced at each other speechlessly. You figured out the wandering singer, it was you who broke in, Fury said with a dark face, and he also felt that Luo Bing's nickname was very appropriate. Wandering singer, what is that? Sophistry, that's why you stole my hammer. Damn, Thor's face was sunere. The reason why he rushed in here in such a hurry was to get back his hammer and restore his divine power. Stolen? That thing fell from the sky, why do you say it's yours? Anything on Earth belongs to Earthlings. Have you registered a patent? Have you registered a trademark? Fury threw a few questions in a row. Thor looked confused. His mind couldn't understand what the Midgard natives around him were saying. But in terms of feeling, Thor felt that these guys just wanted to hack their own hammer. After all, his hammer is an artifact, in which a core that destroys the 14 fixed star is sealed. It's normal for others to be jealous. I don't know what you're talking about, that's Mjolnir, only I, as Thor, can pick it up, don't think about it, you're not qualified to pick up Mjolnir at all, Thor shouted loudly. This rough guy has always been so arrogant. God? I've never seen such a weak god, Barton pouted in disdain. That's... Thor looked embarrassed. The fact that he has been sealed with divine power cannot be known by outsiders. Even if he is so nervous, Thor will not fool himself into exposing his weakness. You said you were Thor, do you have any proof? For example, let's set off an electric spark to see. Luo Bing asked with interest. Thor was startled. With his divine power sealed, he is no different from the natives of Midgard. At most, it can be beaten. How can I prove myself? Mjolnir. Only I can afford Mjolnir, that's proof. Thor's eyes lit up and he said suddenly. Advertisement. Luo Bing and the others looked at each other again. Due to the influence of Luo Bing's dream prophecy, at the moment, apart from Hawkeye, Phil Coulson and Fury actually had a little bit of confidence in the identity of the guy in front of him. It's just that this Thor is so low that they don't have the confidence to really believe it. Is there something like a fingerprint unlock on it? We have to make sure that if he picks up the hammer, he won't pose a threat to Earth. Consultant Luo, are we sure we can take him down? Fury asked while rubbing his head. No problem. Luo Bing is very confident. Let him try, then. Phil Coulson looked at Luo Bing. Yeah, Luo Bing also nodded in agreement. What, are you really willing to give me the hammer back? Thor listened, his mouth almost crooked. Don't get me wrong, it's not yet proven that this thing is yours. You have to pick it up and talk about it. Fury struck with a black face. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect your Midgard natives to be so savage. Don't worry, I will go back with a hammer. I don't want to stay in this ghost place for a moment. Thor looked excited, and finally had opportunity to restore power. Follow me. Luo Bing led the way, and several people walked towards the isolation warehouse. Would you like to wear radiation protection equipment? Phil Coulson hesitation asked. No, the radiation here has no effect on the human body. I can feel it, Luo Bing said, lifted the protective curtain, and walked in first. Thor's speed was even faster than Luo Bing, and excitedly ran to the crater ahead. Phil Coulson, Fury and the others glanced at each other and followed. Inside the crater, the Meow hammer lay there quietly, the ground around it was scorched black, and the entire hammer stood proudly inside the crater, looking very extraordinary. Meow hammer, here I come. Thor excitedly spread out, holding the hammer handle with one hand. Ha ha ha, I'm Thor. Thor stopped abruptly when he read the usual lines, and the Meow hammer remained motionless on the ground. Wait, maybe it's because I haven't seen each other for 2 days, I'm a little unfamiliar. Well, this time I'm going to be serious. Thor smiled awkwardly at everyone, and then put his hands on the hammer handle, and then apply force instantly. Rise. More than 10 seconds passed, and the Meow hammer remained motionless. How is that possible? How is this possible? Thor used all his strength in disbelief, and desperately pulled the hammer upward, like a bald man pulling a radish. Advertisement pity. No matter how hard he tried, the hammer still wouldn't move. Okay, wandering singer, I know, you're here to make trouble. Fury's face darkened. No, it's not like this. No, father. Why? Thor pulled the hammer desperately. His emotions were very excited. If it wasn't for the presence of outsiders, he could almost cry. It was so frustrating for him that he was exiled to Earth, lost his powers, and was hit by a car from an indigenous woman in Midgard. Now even Meow hammer doesn't recognize his qualifications. Is Thor, the dignified 9th-year-old, going to live such a mediocre life on Midgard? He was not reconciled. He is really unhappy. Meow hammer, get me up. Thor used all his strength, holding the belief that he would fight to the death, and desperately exerted his strength. Buzz. The Meow hammer seemed to be stimulated by Thor's actions and trembled in place, but then returned to normal. No matter how hard Thor tried, there was no response. How could this be? Thor slumped helplessly in the crater like a defeated rooster. Don't be too sad, your hammer may have been smashed when it fell, and the fingerprint recognition system may be out of order. 780. Luo Bing walked over, looked at Thor, who was heartbroken, and smiled and comforted. He had seen this guy's demeanor in a prophecy dream. Although he didn't know what happened, Luo Bing still believed in this guy's words. No. The Meow hammer isn't broken, it's just that I don't have the qualifications to lift it. Thor shook his head and slammed his fist into the ground. Qualification. Did you forget your password? Luo Bing walked to Thor's side and looked at Meow hammer curiously. The hammer was covered with mysterious textures, and it was not the language of the earth at all. Qualifications, not passwords, only those who are absolutely righteous are qualified to lift it, Thor said with a sigh. Oh, Luo Bing wondered, reaching for the hammer handle. It's useless, it's even more impossible for you Midgards, this is an artifact, only the Acer Protoss have the qualifications. Thor's words were normal, the whole person froze in place, his eyes widened like bells, and he didn't dare to look straight at the handsome young man beside him. It's not too heavy. Luo Bing flipped the hammer in his hand, looking confused. PS. I went to take the high-speed train, and the rest of the updates will be sent in the afternoon after Nanjing. Chapter 68. I'm that silly son, 2/4. Luo Bing flipped the hammer from side to side twice, and found that it was quite easy to use. With a little force, the hammer was swung into the shape of a big windmill, and roar made a sound. It seemed that the hammer could affect the airflow in the sky. As the hammer swung, muffled thunder was constantly heard in the sky. It's amazing. However, this operation caused Thor to bite his tongue directly. How is it possible for you? It's impossible. How can you? Thor was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. It's very light, are you sure you're not acting? This hammer basically has no weight, Luo Bing said with a frown. Thor. Barton shook his head. I tried it, and it feels like this thing has grown with the earth. How did you do it? 35. No, it may be that Meow Meow's hammer is broken. Thor was still muttering to himself in his doubtful life. Bang! Luo Bing threw the hammer in front of Thor and waved his hand curiously. Will you try again? Thor immediately grabbed the hammer and used his milk-feeding strength, but the Meow Meow hammer remained motionless. So the big blonde man became more suspicious of life, sitting on the ground in a daze, not knowing what was going on in his mind. I'll try it. Phil Coulson walked over curiously, grabbing the handle of the Meow Meow hammer. Looks like I can't. He shrugged happily and made a helpless expression. Fury also stepped forward curiously and tried too hard. His forehead was covered with black veins, and he also spread his hands. This thing is so weird. Why can you pick it up? Fury asked curiously. How'd I know? Maybe it's because I'm handsome. Luo Bing pursed his lips. He didn't know the reason. You're not a Midgard. Are you a Protoss? Otherwise, how could you possibly pick up the Meow hammer? Thor was a little broken. His own hammer was picked up by someone else, but he was disqualified. What does this mean? Midgard. You've been calling us Roar just now, wandering singers. This is Earth, not Midgard. Are you on drugs? Fury frowned, feeling bad. No, you are Midgards. Maybe you don't know. This C-53 planet is in Midgard in the Nine Realms, and lives on the same tree as we are. About 965 AD, the Ice Giant led his men to invade Midgard, which led to Midgard entering the Ice Age. After my father Odin learned about it, he led an army to Earth. Advertisement, he also lost an eye in that war, Thor vowed. Then he looked at Luo Bing. I suspect that you are the descendant of Asgard that we left behind when we visited Earth. Otherwise you would not be able to lift the Meow Meow hammer. You suspect a ball. Luo Bing curled his lips, not wanting to deal with this shit. The reason why he was able to pick up this hammer might be due to the influence of his Wusho immortal physique. The Wusho immortal body method is non-invasive and can break all prohibitions. Naturally, the seal that Odin left on the Meow Meow hammer will not work. This guy's brains can almost go to Lu Fei to write novels. Fury pouted, although he wanted to believe it, but this guy looked very unreliable. Report, 2 women and an old man broke into the door, saying they were looking for a lost and silly son. An agent hurried over. Lost? Silly son? Luo Bing turned to look at Thor. Thor. 35. I'm not stupid, I'm not crazy, I'm telling the truth. I'm the son of Odin. Thor collapsed. Unfortunately, there is no way to prove his identity now. Okay, Mr. Prince, maybe you should follow the doctors to Slice, to study. As for your identity, it will be revealed soon. Fury smiled kindly. What? Slice? 35, no, you can't do this to me, 35. I'm sorry I said wrong. I have mental problems. I'm not Thor. I'm the stupid son they're looking for. Let me out. Thor looked terrified. He didn't want to be helpless. It was studied by this group of indigenous people. It's not a matter of dying. It's so embarrassing. He is Thor, the god of war. 9 worlds are proud of the world, and there are countless battlefields. He is almost 1500 years old. If he is really pulled by a group of natives and sliced, he will go crazy. It's up to you. Luo Bing smiled handsomely, but that smile was so terrifying in Thor's eyes that at the moment, it was like a demon. Advertisement, Thor yelled and was dragged out by Barton, staring at the ground frantically before leaving, unwilling to leave. Is it really good for you to scare him like that? Phil Coulson frowned helplessly. What he said may be true. Although this guy doesn't look dangerous, it may cause some trouble. Immediately mobilize the agent to be alert. Fury said softly. Slicing is what evil scientists do. They just want to take a little blood from the singer. 6. I saw a robot with laser eyes in my dream. It's more powerful than Tony's Mark series armor. We have to figure out how they came to Earth. Luo Bing twitched the hammer in his hand and couldn't put it down. You have to be careful. It's not a good thing to hit your foot with this thing. I think it's safer to keep this thing in the shield vault. Fury stroked his chin, looking serious. Shield vault? Safe? Luo Bing raised his eyebrows playfully. Then, he instantly disappeared in place. About 3 to 5 seconds later, Luo Bing teleported back with a glowing cube isolated with a special transparent material. Well, this is what you guys hid. It looks pretty good. It should be good for lighting at night. Luo Bing shrugged and teased. Fury. Zhao Qian, S. Phil Coulson scratched his head. He hadn't even seen this thing a few times. Why did you take it out, and return it quickly? This thing is very dangerous and highly corrosive. Fury stared anxiously. What are you doing? How did you just break into the shield vault so casually? Pure. Can you give me some face? DDD. Fury's emergency phone rang, and the agent was sweating profusely, reporting a 10th level event to him. I see. It's okay, you don't have to worry about it. Fury wiped the cold sweat from his forehead speechlessly. This thing doesn't seem to be something on Earth. I can feel a huge amount of space energy. By the way, what is this thing? Luo Bing asked curiously. We usually call this thing Tesseract, but it's not for lighting at night. Fury almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 69. What you said is the physical examination, 3/4. Things that emit light are not used for lighting but are locked in the laboratory. It's a waste. Luo Bing curled his lips in disdain. Ancestor. This is much stronger than a light bulb. The black marinated egg had a headache. To tell you the truth, we are currently developing a super powerful laser weapon, and the Tesseract is the most important research item. Fury covered his face and said this top secret. Laser weapon. Isn't that what Red Skull does? How did S.H.I.E.L.D. fix this? Luo Bing frowned. There's no way, there are more and more perverts. You have also seen the biochemical lizardmen a few days ago. If S.H.I.E.L.D. is not updated, it can stop the rhythm of other lunatics. Fury is one big head and too big. But this is just a backup plan. My original purpose is to set up an agent team composed of superhero. The idea for the laser weapon was proposed by Pierce and it was approved by members of parliament, explained Fury. Pierce. Oh. That guy who likes to reject newcomers. Luo Bing was not very impressed with the old guy. After all, when he first met him, Beast almost reacted instinctively. That old B***************** D isn't something to get along with. Pierce rejects newcomers. You must be admitting the wrong person, right? Fury frowned. Pierce under his influence has always been mature and stable, a very reliable senior, 780 after all. Fury was promoted by Pierce. I was there. But, ahaha. Phil Coulson laughed awkwardly. Luo Bing mentioned this to him at the time, but he was not blind, and Minister Pierce was also very polite in the elevator. How come Mr. Luo Bing has become an old B********************************? Fury rolled his eyes, quickly dismissing it as a misunderstanding. Ancestor, don't interrupt. Return the Tesseract first. Just now, the S.H.I.E.L.D. level 10 alert has been reported. Although I suppressed it, it will be bad after a long time. Those counselors know about it and want to find me again. Trouble. Fury was about to cry. Let me study it for 2 days. This thing has room for ability. I'll give it to you after I've researched it thoroughly. Luo Bing moved the suitcase to his back. Fury wiped his cold sweat. Not now. Now is the critical period of the second stage of weapon research and development. In 2 days, half a month later, you can get it yourself. Also. Luo Bing thought about it and nodded. Anyway, the spatial coordinates on this thing are so large that it can't even run. If you have time, you can go to the S.H.I.E.L.D. vault for research. By the way, let's see if there is anything good to borrow and use. Instant, advertisement. Luo Bing disappeared in place. Instant, Luo Bing appeared again, holding an exaggerated weapon in his hand. Is this the laser weapon you're talking about? Luo Bing asked. You. Where have you been? Fury wiped the cold sweat from his brow again. This thing has Tesseract energy, it's very well positioned, and I didn't mess around. By the way, I used a small cleaning technique to clean the warehouse for you before leaving. Luo Bing waved his hand and said. Thank you. Fury covered his face with one hand. Phil Coulson on the side looked at Fury and Luo Bing next to him, his embarrassed face stiffened. I have laser weapons, can you make me a laser sword? Luo Bing waved the gun in his hand. You can be careful. This thing is not stable. As for the laser sword you want. Sorry, no, it is too difficult to stabilize the energy bullet form. The laser sword is not so easy to do. There is currently no way to restrain the energy a sword-shaped beam of light. Fury spread his hands. If it could be made into a lightsaber, he would be very happy. There are many agents in the organization who like melee weapons. Luo Bing is a melee weapon consumption leader. Half of the scrap weapons in the recycling station are his. Why don't you find Tony? He is much better than your researcher. Luo Bing frowned in confusion. When you say this, I'm going to ask you, how is Tony's steel armor made, and how does he charge the armor? It's unscientific. Fury leaned his head curiously. The task of rescuing Tony was handled by Luo Bing. He should know many details, such as how the armor is made, what materials are needed and so on. Beffa. It would be perfect if S.H.I.E.L.D. could have an army of Iron Man. It would be unimaginable. Even if there were any alien invasion of Earth, they would have to go back crying. It's very simple. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, as if you didn't know this. What's the secret? Fury furtively closed his ears. Because he's smart. He can make that thing in a small broken cave, and he doesn't know what your scientists do to eat. Oh, yes, except Fizhenma. They're my friends. Luo Bing shook his head contemptuously. Tony, he didn't plan to share the results of his work. He just walked out with a hammer. Fury had a black line on his face. That hammer. If you can handle it, move to the laboratory yourself. Luo Bing said, handing out the Miao hammer in his hand. Advertisement. Fury. 35. Forget it. Take it, anyway, in your dream. This thing is going to be returned to its original owner, right? Fury sighed. That's not necessarily. It depends on what the other party pays. Now this thing belongs to me, and I don't want to do business at a loss. Luo Bing said. The whole person threw the hammer and flew over. Fury is speechless again. Have to. The nature of this guy's greed for money has not changed. This time, it even caught the attention of aliens. Forget it with him. We can't handle it anyway. Fury is a big head and too big, and the lady who gave her such a headache last time is now full of universes to save the world. This group of extraordinary bosses, one likes tossing more than the other. He is immortal, but he is really helpless. God, what have we done? I broke into the headquarters of the mysterious organization for 6 credits. Louise looked at Jane and Dr. Eric Shavig in the small house speechlessly, and the whole person was going crazy. No one has asked them since they were brought into the little house. Fear and helplessness crept into everyone's heart. I asked to see a lawyer. You can't keep us locked up like this. Jane Foster patted the window. It's a pity that the agents outside are all the same as Deadman, and none of them pay attention to them. I knew that Thor was unreliable, why should we care about him? Louise complained nonstop and the whole person was about to be bored and crazy. Squeak. The iron door was pushed open from the outside. Thor, who was stunned, was pushed in. Thor, how are you? Are you okay? Jane Foster ran over excitedly and asked anxiously. I don't know, they said they took me to Slice, but they gave me an injection. I suspect they might have injected me with some virus. Those evil guys in white, they took my blood come out and compliment me on my good figure. Thor was very angry. Dr. Eric Shavig. In, what you said should be called a medical examination, boy. Chapter 70 The Hammer is mine, with a certificate, 4 quarters. Look, I said he can fly. Fury looked up at Luo Bing who flew away with a hammer, and glanced at Phil Coulson helplessly. It's really enviable. Phil Coulson also looked up. No one does not want to fly in the blue sky. Where is he going? I don't feel safe if he's not here. Fury glanced at the sun overhead, glanced in the direction Thor was being dragged away, and shook his head. When encountering such a mysterious event, you still have to use the mystery to defeat the mystery. Roar 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 roar. Meow hammer is spinning wildly in the sky. Like a helicopter. Luo Bing didn't originally have the flight ability, but under the gravity of the hammer, the whole person's flight was not a problem. The meow meow hammer didn't feel much weight in his hand, but in fact, the power of this thing was exaggerated. Luo Bing threw a whole hammer hard, and his whole body was carried by the meow meow hammer and flew towards the distant town quickly. It feels great. Luo Bing was a big roar, enjoying the unobstructed view of the city below him. Compared with the speed and convenience of teleportation, the body travels more freely in the atmosphere, but is it a bit annoying because of the roaring thunderclouds? The meow meow hammer can cause atmospheric changes in a certain range, probably because he has sealed a destruction fixed star inside. Colonel related. Bang. Luo Bing fell from the sky, not getting used to the brakes, and smashed a big hole in the street. God. Look, it's Batman. Oh, so handsome, Batman, Batman. Because of Luo Bing's sudden appearance, passers-by began to shout frantically. In just one day, basically people all over the world know Luo Bing. Don't squeeze, let it all. Hey, guys. Luo Bing finally knew the troubles after becoming famous. He stepped into a notary's office. Hello, Batman, what can I do for you? The staff were so excited that they were going crazy. They didn't expect this kind of surprise on this ordinary and boring day. I'm going to apply for a patent for this thing. It's mine, Luo Bing said, handing the meow meow hammer. Okay. Okay, please put it on the table. The staff scratched his head embarrassingly, he was really too excited. Luo Bing put down the hammer directly. Bang. The entire table was crushed into powder, and meow meow hammer lay quietly on the ground. Sorry, I forgot that this guy might be a little heavy, Luo Bing said embarrassedly, for fear that others would ask him to lose money. Advertisement. No. It's okay. It's no big deal. The staff wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As expected of Batman, the weapon in his hand is so heavy, it takes a lot of strength to hold it, it's amazing. Then, he picked up the tape measure and book, walked through the scene and started to register. Can I take the liberty to ask the origin of this hammer? The staff asked cautiously. Grab it, Luo Bing replied casually. Well. The staff wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, and a minute later, the director of the notary office signed a patent certificate. Please put it away, welcome to come again. A group of people smiled brightly. Well, the service attitude is really good. Luo Bing nodded and walked away with the hammer. Yes, the purpose of his coming is to apply for a patent for the hammer. From today, the ownership of the hammer is his, don't you believe it? I have the certificate. In the desert 15 kilometers northwest of the fallen hammer base, a mysterious pattern suddenly appeared. On top of this pattern, 4 people in strange clothes flashed. They were all dressed in armor, and their hairstyles were quite unique. At first glance, they felt like warriors who came out of ancient myths. The 3 Asgard warriors and the Asgard female warrior Sif came to Earth. This is Midgard. Sif looked at the surrounding desert and asked, why does it feel more desolate than I thought? There is a small town in front of me. I seem to hear the roar whistle of meow meow hammer. Thor must be there. Fandral, one of the 3 warriors, pointed to the front and said. So, the man from Asgard swaggered towards the town. Because their images are too weird, they have attracted the attention of many people along the way. Luo Bing swung the hammer and was about to take off when he saw 4 people running in the distance. 3 males and 1 female. The females are quite beautiful, and they look like they are playing cosplay. However, from the aura, Luo Bing noticed at first glance that they were not ordinary people. Tor, why have you changed your appearance? Is this Midgard disguised? Fandral looked at the man in front of him curiously, feeling that the current Tor looks very handsome. Katakana middle dot for flowers katakana middle dot 0. Are you Thor? Hogan, one of the 3 warriors, looked puzzled, feeling that something was wrong. However, only Thor can pick up the meow meow hammer. This is a fact that all Asgard people agree with. But at the moment Thor is listening to Loki's bragging with a heartbroken face. Advertisement and right under the nose of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's a pity that no one can see him. Loki's magic is learned from the two's mother Frigga, especially in deceiving people is very clever. Thor, come with us back to Alaska to save the Father of God, Now it's all under Loki's control. The ice giant is attacking again. One of the three warriors, Vorstag, rushed over with an anxious look on his face, said. Tor? The man before the meeting was indifferent. The goddess of war Sif frowned and looked at Luo Bing suspiciously. Zero. I'm not Thor. Are you looking for a silly son? Luo Bing asked. Walter? The four looked at Luo Bing with bewildered expressions. Oh, it's the wandering singer, Luo Bing explained. Walter? The four of them looked at Luo Bing again with bewildered expressions. That's what you call Thor, Luo Bing explained again. What's wrong with Thor? Why do you have the Meow Meow hammer? No, why can you pick up the Meow Meow hammer? 35 The four people responded the same and questioned together. Because I'm handsome, Luo Bing told the truth again. Walter? The four of them were still confused. Are you repeaters? Luo Bing frowned, a little impatient. No, we're looking for Thor. Are you a Midgard or a Protoss? Fandral asked. Never mind your shit. Luo Bing was a little bored. These aliens looked arrogant than stupid sons. You're holding Thor's Meow hammer, damn it, how can you pick up the Meow hammer? Fandral said angrily. Luo Bing turned around and took out the certificate from his pocket. First, this hammer is mine, with a certificate. Second, if you really want to go to Thor, I'll take you there. Bang 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 bang. Luo Bing knocked out 4 idiots with a hammer and dragged his legs to pack and take away. TTB. But it's very dangerous, children in Chapter 71 Wrong, how did I become the protagonist? 1/5. Earth, the holding room of the temporary base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor and the 4 fellow inmates on the opposite side waited with big eyes and small eyes. Jane and the doctor were called in for questioning, and now there are only 5 hapless Asgards in the house. Why are you here? Thor's eyes widened, thinking he was wrong. Forget it. However, since Thor you are here, let's go out together, leave this terrifying planet, and return to Asgard to rescue the King of God. Fandral glanced out the window as he spoke, and did not see the after the handsome over-the-top guy. Roar let out a sigh of relief. What are you talking about? Isn't the father dead? Thor frowned. He was chatting with Loki just now, and the two brothers were completely moved. After learning that Odin was dead and Loki saved Asgard, Thor recognized this fact. Brother against himself. And because of the loss of divine power, his father died because of himself, and he would rather, 7 or 80, to stay on the earth for a lifetime without going back to lose face. But now, his good brother tells him that the father is still alive? No, not at all. It's all Loki's conspiracy. That guy stole the casket of ancient winters, used the giants of Jotunheim to attack Asgard. Now the father of God is asleep. The whole Asgard is under Loki's control. Thor, we secretly ran down to tell you the truth, Fandral said in one breath. Damn, I was tricked by Loki again. Thor was very annoyed, and slammed the ground in frustration. I don't know how many times, he was tricked again. Thor, let's go back immediately. Don't worry about exile. Asgard needs help now. The father of God will forgive you. Sif, the goddess of war, said with a fist. No. I've almost lost my powers, and now I'm no different from the Midgards. Thor bowed his head and sighed, anxious and angry. But, the Midgards are very strong, Hoban muttered softly, turning his head to look out the window. The 4 of them still remember the horror of that Midgard. He defeated the 4 of them in an instant, and came here after waking up. Not only was his head hurting badly, but his weapons and equipment were all taken away. Midgard. What a horrible planet. If you can escape, you will never come to this ghost place again. Thor. The Midgards are a group of mortals. What's so powerful? Are you also sealed with divine power? Thor asked with a frown. No. The 4 shook their heads. Then why are you still standing there? Let's break out directly, with the 4 of you. We can directly overthrow this group of natives, and then I'm looking for a way to restore my divine power and save Asgard. Thor flicked his sleeves, very of pride. It seems that at the moment he has regained that Thor's demeanor. Advertisement, but... Fandral glanced out the window subconsciously again. What have you been worrying about? Thor was very puzzled. The 4 warriors of Asgard have never been afraid of anyone. Why are they all different today? It's not Loki's trick again, right? Thor's nerves are now very sensitive to the word Loki. We really just broke out like this? Fandral asked hesitationally. What are you afraid of? Are you still afraid of these Midgards? Thor sneered disdainfully. There is a Midgard who is particularly powerful. He still has your Meow Meow hammer in his hand. We were thrown in by that guy, and our weapons and equipment were all robbed, Sif said resentfully. Fortunately, there was a set of clothes in her armor, or else it would have disappeared. The people of Midgard are really savage. They rob everything and give no boots. She is still barefoot. The person you were talking about is indeed a bit strange. I have seen him lift the Meow hammer with my own eyes. I suspect that he may be a descendant of the Acer Protoss. If he is really that powerful, now it's time for him to repay Asgard, Thor said arrogantly. Really? The 4 of them scratched their heads in confusion. Trust me. 33 Thor nodded solemnly. Afterwards, Asgard, the 4 fools, and the goddess of war, Sif, strode towards the door. Crack. Fandral smashed the defensive iron gate with a fist. We're out. Thor let out a long roar. With his brother by his side, he felt much better, as if he had returned to the very adventurous days of roaming various secret realms in an instant. Bang. The hammer fell. Hearing the familiar sound, Thor turned his head suspiciously, only to find that the 4 people who were beside him before had returned to the isolation warehouse. There seems to be a swollen bag on the head. What are you doing? Thor frowned in confusion. Sif covered his head and pointed behind Thor, his eyes dodged a little. Huh? Thor turned around suspiciously. Ah, it's you, the descendant of the Acer Protoss. I'm going to find you. Come and rescue Asgard with us. Thor laughed and stretched out his right hand. You'd better save yourself first. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, kicked Thor back, and then summoned a door to seal the place that had been smashed open earlier. Advertisement. Although the Iron Gate was just a decoration for the people from Asgard, they still stayed where they were and didn't move. It hurts. Thor grinned, and now as a mortal he can still feel the pain. This guy. It's really hateful. The Meow Meow hammer must be out of order. Doesn't it mean that only people with absolute justice can pick it up? My father is lying to me. This person is a villain. Thor angrily smashed the glass. Let me out. Let me out. I'm going back to save Asgard. The 3 Asgard warriors and the female warrior Sif on the side squatted in the corner with their heads covered honestly. The head was smashed a bit dumbfounded. I've sent those 3 people away. They're just normal people, astronomers. Phil Coulson came over with a genial smile on his face. Then Phil Coulson looked at the isolation room on the side with embarrassment on his face. Is it really good to keep them here? After all, they're the legendary gods. Have you ever seen such a weak god? It's not gods who get down on me. Luo Bing rolled his eyes in disdain. There are other reasons for keeping these guys here besides seeing them unhappy before. The reason is that Luo Bing found that it was really cool to rob the Protoss, and the weapons and equipment were so good that they had no friends. A Thor was tied, and 4 people came. 5.0 now he has tied all 5 people, and more people will come back later and give him better equipment. Sure enough, Luo Bing didn't wait too long when a destroyer robot with eyes like a flashlight came to the door. HMPH, it's you who shielded the traitors from the God Realm, right? You were so brave, you dared to hide criminals, you have violated the Asgard law, and I want to punish you, said the destroyer controlled by Loki. His face changed, his flashlight-like eyes became bigger, and a laser beam directly pointed at you. He hit the spot where Luo Bing was. Wait, it's not as promised. Did you misunderstand me? Luo Bing was speechless. The base behind him was not easy to dodge, so he could only resist with a hammer. Flying into the air, Luo Bing was taken aback. Wait, isn't this a scene from my dream? No, how did I become the protagonist? Chapter 72. Don't hit me, I'll pay. Chucky. The Meow Meow hammer collided with the laser, and a numb feeling spread to Luo Bing's body. Luo Bing didn't expect that the opponent's attack was still electrified. At the moment, his body was a little stiff. He glanced at the shield temporary base behind him, and the whole person took the destroyer robot and flew into the distance. It is not suitable for fighting here, and it is easy to bring disaster to pond fish. The destroyer armor is huge, about 3 meters high, and has super defensive ability. His lasers can smash any known material, including Asgard's metallic uru. It can also generate a high-temperature flame, which can reach the white-hot level. The destroyer can also be shapeshifting, able to rearrange and modify the density of matter so that it can transform into other different forms, such as solids, liquids, and gases. If it were an ordinary weapon, it would be melted directly by the laser light emitted from his pupils, but the Meow Meow hammer was an artifact after all, so how could it compete in a short period of time? If Odin was at the helm of this armor himself, this armor would be invincible. But Loki and immature are very, he would just go wild and rampage. Chi chi chi. Light cannon landed, leaving large pits in the desert. Dusty and flying sand filled the air. Luo Bing hurriedly shuttled through the desert, and when he saw the opportunity, he suddenly appeared behind the destroyer armor, and slammed into the most vulnerable joints of its body. Clang! 14 sparks flew, and the hammer collided with the body, shooting out dazzling sparks. This guy, such a strong defense. Luo Bing frowned, then disappeared again. When Luo Bing appeared again, golden Susa armor enveloped his body. Under the comparison of the golden Susa giant, the originally tall destroyer seemed to have become a younger brother. Ohm! The golden sword buzzed, tearing through the air, making the sound of Roar's sonic boom. The golden sword collided with the armor of the destroyer. The latter was directly swept away by a sword. Damn, what is that? Loki looked at the golden Susa in front of him with fear and frowned. He used magic to cast his consciousness on the destroyer, and naturally he could see everything in front of the destroyer. He had never seen anything like this in the 9 realms. However, Luo Bing didn't give Loki much time to think, his body accelerated. The golden giant sword slashed across the sky and slashed towards the destroyer again. Advertisement. The destroyer let out a scream, huge amounts of arms detached from the body and were directly chopped off. Damn, you be asterisk 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 D. Loki angered, and the destroyer armor quickly completed shapeshifting with a single arm. A dazzling light cannon shot out from the arm, and the dazzling light lit up the entire desert. Luo Bing teleported backwards to dodge. He wasn't sure if his Susa armor could withstand such an attack, but he was clearly not the kind of idiot who would let local skills hit him on purpose. Luo Bing with teleportation ability is too flexible. The destroyer's palm cannon and the light cannons fired by the twin pupils couldn't effectively hit the golden Susa's body at all. Although that thing has a big goal. After firing hundreds of light cannons in a row, the entire desert was bombed with holes, but the attack never reached Luo Bing once. How to fight this? I can't fight at all. Loki is not the reckless brother Thor. Knowing that the strength of the two sides is not equal, he directly grabbed the arm that was cut off from the ground and pressed it on his body forcibly. Fly into the distance. The legs of the destroyer armor are complete with shapeshifting, and the powerful light cannon jets leave a dream trail in the sky. Want to run? Luo Bing threw the hammer, and the whole person also flew up. The two of them crossed the desert, chasing after me, circling in circles in this desolate land. HMPH. Loki sneered, his whole body turned flexibly, and he flew in the direction of Shield Town in an instant. Compared with the flexibility of the destroyer armor, Luo Bing, who was flying by the traction of the hammer, was too passive, and he was rampant, unable to turn at all, and was quickly thrown behind him. Luo Bing fell on the spot, looked at the direction Loki was going away, and shook his head. Although the hammer in his hand can be lifted by him, it does not have a trace of divinity. It is just a powerful weapon and cannot be called a divine weapon. Luo Bing can feel that the Meow Meow hammer is self-conscious. It's just that the guy doesn't seem too happy to be his master himself. Don't try to run away in front of me. Luo Bing swung his arm. The golden hexagram writing wheel eye in the eye socket stopped spinning, the golden Susa instantly shattered and dissipated, and the whole person instantly disappeared in place. In the sky, Loki's destroyer armor is flying freely. At the moment, he is not relaxed. Looking at the flashing light spots on the ground below him, he knows that he is still within the hunting range of that person. As long as he landed on the ground, the guy would suddenly jump to his side and hit him hard on the neck. How can such a life exist in Midgard, as this guy in Asgardian here? Loki is not easy, but fortunately that guy can't accurately locate the spatial coordinates of the fast-moving. Otherwise the sky would not be a safe place. Thor. Loki's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed when he saw the Thor 5 who had sneaked out again in the distance. As long as Thor is killed, he is the worthy lord of Asgard, and no one is qualified to take the king's position with him. Advertisement. Even if Odin wakes up, he has to admit that he is better than Thor. He has won. It's the destroyer. Fandral looked at the distant roaring sky. Several people were indulging in the joy of escaping from the evil Midgard stronghold, but they did not expect to encounter the destroyer armor head-on. It must be Loki sent to arrest us. What should we do? Hogan asked the surrounding companions subconsciously. Although they have never fought the destroyer, they have no weapons and equipment in their hands, and the chances of surviving facing the destroyer are very low. Fight him. Fandral pulled out the old-fashioned telephone pole by the roadside and prepared for battle. The boom destroyer fired a light cannon before it landed on the ground, directly covering the 5 people on the street. Be careful. Hogan supported Thor, who had lost his power, to dodge quickly, barely dodging the attack of the inverted beam of 780, but left a scorching wound on his waist. The passers-by in the town fled frantically, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. Swish. Luo Bing teleported to the scene. The destroyer armor took a step back subconsciously, and Loki, the manipulator armor, was thinking about the situation in front of him. I think we've misunderstood. I'm just catching Asgard criminals, not Midgard. I represent Asgard and sign a peace treaty with Midgard, Loki exclaimed. Luo Bing spat in disdain. You didn't say that just now. It's too late now. Saying that, Luo Bing raised the hammer, and the Meow Meow hammer triggered the weather changes in the clouds, and the whole person instantly rushed towards Loki in front of him. FK him. Brother, come on. Thor excitedly became a cheerleader. A few black lines hung on Luo Bing's face, who was moving fast. How can it be regarded as the illusion of a tool person again? Then, he stopped and looked at Loki next to him. Loki was about to run away when he noticed that the situation had changed and stopped. Since you just said there was a misunderstanding, how do you want to compensate me? Luo Bing asked, looking at Loki. Huh? Loki froze on the spot. It looks like you don't want to lose? Luo Bing's eyes were cold and aggressive, as if he would rush up to beat the destroyer armor in the next second. Payback. Loki hurriedly shouted. Chapter 73. Remember to use it up, 3/5. What compensation do you want? Loki asked with a frown, manipulating the destroyer armor. For him, it was a good deal to lose something to take out a troubled opponent. Asgard fought in the 9 realms, and the treasure house not only accumulated many rare treasures. He could have dismissed the Midgard with just 1 or 2 pieces. And as long as he kills Thor and becomes the king, isn't he in charge of what's in the treasury? What do you have? Luo Bing put away the hammer and eased his attitude. What do I have? Loki frowned. He thought it was just the Midgard's vision that let him say something casual. Things that might seem precious to him were of no use to him. But I didn't expect that guy to throw the problem to himself again. What should I do now? What if the amount said is too small and the other party is not satisfied? Wouldn't it be a loss for me if I said too much? However, Loki has been a royal family since he was a child, and he has no idea about the baby, so he curled his lips. Don't worry, you can choose one of the things in the Asgard treasure house. There are Asgard's treasures for tens of thousands of years, and many of them are bigger than your hands. The hammer is even more powerful. Oh, Luo Bing was a little moved. But human greed is limitless, so he turned to look at Thor. I heard that you are also a prince. Do you have a baby? You? Loki's eyes widened. He never imagined that the other party would still do such a thing, and now he felt rage in his heart, but he was still abruptly endured by him. Can't be angry, can't be angry. I definitely have. My Meow Meow hammer is still in your hands. As long as you help me take down Loki, You will be the hero who saved the Asgard crisis, and then you can choose 2 treasures in Asgard. Thor is also a prodigal, with a solid foundation, and he speaks boldly. Oh, Loki, right, your brother has bid for 2 artifacts, how about you? Luo Bing looked at Loki slyly. As if at the moment he was the deceitful god of mythology. Loki was speechless. He clearly knew that this was a trap, but he had no way of doing it. The opponent's force was there, and that was a trouble that he could not avoid even using conspiracy and tricks. So he can only increase the chips. Anyway, he never cared about those artifacts in Asgard, what he saw was power and the throne. Advertisement, 3 pieces, Loki said abruptly. Luo Bing looked at Thor again. 4 pieces. Thor reported a number without hesitation. He has been in the 9 realms for so many years, and many of the treasures he found alone have been sent to the Asgard treasure room. He has nothing to panic. 5 pieces. Thor, you're just a piece of shit right now, you don't have any power at all, and your promises can never be fulfilled, man. He's lying to you. He can't even go back to Asgard now, roared, playing side by side with his own thoughts. You fart. When the father wakes up, you will finish Loki. Not only will I regain my strength, but your behavior will also be punished by the father. I will give you 6 pieces. Asgard's treasure trove is free to choose. Thor shouted angrily. Drink. Loki was furious, knowing that wasn't the way to go. The chips between the two are only the Asgard treasury, and the Asgard treasury is the only one. No matter how much they add, neither of them can surpass the other. The Kingdom of Frost, roared Loki. I am the widow of the giants of Jotunheim. I can design to lure the king of the giants of Jotunheim, and then murder him. When the time comes, I will give you the entire Frost Kingdom. You become the king of the giants of Jotunheim, I become the king of Asgard, and then we will share the entire 9 realms. Loki has given Thor a condition that Thor can never do. What, brother? Thor looked at Loki in disbelief. Shut up, yes, I was never your brother, I'm just a baby Odin snatched from the giants of Jotunheim, a proton. 39. Thor, now you finally know why Odin has always valued you and never used me, because I'm not his son at all. Just a tool to threaten the giants of Jotunheim, Loki yelled wildly. As if that's the reason for his crazy behavior. No, it's not like that. Thor, who knew the truth, looked at Loki in distress. There must be some misunderstanding, Loki, Thor yelled. Misunderstanding? Oh, these are all admitted by Odin. Don't be silly, Thor, you're the prince of the 9 realms, and I'm just a giants of Jotunheim bug with blue disgusting skin essence. Why are our fates so different since birth? Loki growled frantically. Loki watched this scene and smashed his tongue. Why did the good, alien invasion war, turn into a bitter family drama? He is not good at meddling in family dramas. Well, don't argue, each of you will give me 5 artifacts, and I will watch from the side. Luo Bing said, walked to the roadside and took a small bench from the stall, grabbed it with one hand, and slowly walked from the side. A bag of melon seeds was caught in the generated small black hole. And then banged up like that. The 2 brothers, who were already full of emotions, instantly calmed down when they heard this sentence. Glancing at each other, intense sparks shot out of his eyes. Advertisement: the destroyer was dispatched, and the 3 Asgard warriors had no ability to resist at all, and 2 were kicked and flew out, spitting out blood. So strong, Fandral frowned and looked at Luo Bing. If they had weapons and equipment at hand, they might not be so embarrassed. Go back, Thor said, walking straight to the destroyer and opening his hands. Thor. The 3 Asgard warriors looked at Thor in embarrassment. Loki, my brother, stop, I can forgive you all, it's not your fault, we've been together for more than 1,000 years, we grew up together, you've always been my brother. Thor smiled bitterly, shows the truth. Shut up, Loki, overwhelmed by his anger, couldn't handle that much. If killing me can free you, then come on, however, I beg you to spare my friends. Thor said, closed his eyes, and waited quietly to die. He did not resist in the slightest. Boom. The destroyer shot Thor directly with a light cannon. Loki sneered. This is not a TV series, he wouldn't be stupid to show mercy at the last second. Thor fell to the ground, looking almost dead. There was no reaction in the body, and the whole person was roasted and smelled. Luo Bing frowned, stopped, Zhao Qian's, and put down the melon seeds in his hand. He found that he actually admired this stupid son a little bit, and it seemed a pity to let him die like this. So, Luo Bing decided to go back to stop all this. It's a pity that before he could react, the Meow Meow hammer lying quietly at his feet flew out. Zzzz. The clouds rolled in the sky, and a huge amount of lightning draped over Thor's body. Thor floated up from the ground, wrapped in thunder and lightning, and radiated pure electric tongue in his eyes. Thor has regained his power. Loki. Thor wielded the Meow hammer, wearing armor, and the cloak behind him flew in the wind. Thor. The destroyer roared loudly, and a distant golden beam of light shot out from his eye sockets. The battle between the two is imminent. It turns out that I'm not the protagonist. This is what I saw in my dream. Luo Bing patted the sunflower seeds and touched his chin. Then, he looked in Thor's direction and shouted, Hey, my hammer is mine, with a certificate, remember to return it after use. Advertisement Chapter 74. If Thor wants to cheat, no one can stop it. 4/5. Hearing Luo Bing's words, Thor stumbled and was almost distracted by Loki's chants. However, Raiden was originally the nemesis of the destroyer machine, not to mention Thor, who was in an explosive state of battle at the moment. After regaining his divine power, he not only returned to his previous peak, but also had some blessings from the power of Odin. Loki is not good at fighting, and the destroyer he controls cannot exert 30% of the strength of Destroyer's armor at all. After more than a dozen rounds, it was directly penetrated by Thor's hammer full of lightning. Chi. Thunder and lightning rage, and the surrounding area of 100 meters was shrouded in a violent electromagnetic field. The surrounding buildings were shaken by the aftermath, and the glass on the house burst one after another. The high voltage line on the side was also directly broken, and the power of the entire town was pulled and consumed in an instant. Boom! The destroyer's charred body fell heavily to the ground. The precise parts that make up the destroyer were violently destroyed by lightning, and the invincible destroyer became a pile of scrap iron. It was now nearly dusk, and the town that had lost its electricity was getting dark. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. have long been attracted by this battle, standing behind Luo Bing, looking solemnly at the fallen destroyer. The power of this group of aliens has surpassed their imagination. 4 or 5 alien visitors will make a lot of noise here. According to the existing weapons and equipment, if the aliens really invade, they will not the 780 leaves room for any resistance. Fury looked solemnly at Luo Bing, who was calmly eating melon seeds. The restless heart finally relaxed gradually. Everything seems to be okay now with him, but if one day he leaves, how will they deal with these alien visitors? Roar, roar, roar. Thor let out a long roar. Just when he was about to die, he felt his father's call, and then woke up from the dream, instantly regaining his divine power. Not only that, Thor at the moment is stronger than ever. He has awakening the power of Odin from his father in his body, which also means that he is transforming into a real Thor, not a hammer god. Good fight. Luo Bing clapped his hands and walked towards Thor, then stretched out his hand. What? Thor wondered. Now he is not hostile to Luo Bing. After all, this human also helped them resist the destroyer for a long time at the beginning. Without him, maybe he and a few friends would not be able to stop the menacing Loki. Hammer, I said you lent it to you. Luo Bing spread out his hands, looking like an honest man. Advertisement, but this is my hammer. Thor, Beffa, looked ugly and was speechless in his heart. I have a certificate. If you don't believe me, look at it. Luo Bing calmly took out the patent book from his pocket. That calm appearance gave everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. a headache when they saw it. You don't mean to hack my hammer, do you? Luo Bing asked contemptuously. It's obvious that you want to hack my hammer, Thor shouted angrily. Now that he has regained his powers, the irritable brother is back online, and Luo Bing is not at all cowardly in his heart. That's right, you also hacked our weapons and equipment, hand them over quickly. Fandral shouted from the side. And mine. The other Asgard visitors stood up one after another, crusade against Luo Bing. Now that Thor is so powerful, and with his big brother backing, how can they weaken Asgard's reputation? I picked up the hammer, and I applied for a patent. As for your equipment, that's the cost of taking you to find your prince. Not only do you not thank me, but you also bite me back. I'm very sad. You aliens are so unreasonable. Luo Bing shook his head and sighed, seemingly helpless. Who is unreasonable? Can we still have a good chat? I really believe in your wickedness. You Midgards are all devils. Impossible. The Meow Meow hammer was built for me by my father himself. I can't give it to you. I'm also a reasonable person. If you can beat me, then. Boom. The 30-meter-tall golden Susa emerged from Luo Bing's body. Layers of armor are covered with the skull frame of the golden giant, and the lines of flesh and blood are clearly visible. The golden giant's sword pointed directly at Thor below, and the immortal black Amaterasu flame spread over the sword body, and the surrounding air began to burn hot. Susanoo almost second stage. Semi-complete. Then what? Luo Bing held his chest with both hands, floating on the chest of the golden giant, and glanced at the crowd below with a domineering look. Gudong. Thor swallowed. Gudong. Gudong. The brothers beside him, including the goddess of war Sif, gulped wildly. Even everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. stared wide-eyed at this scene. They have never seen Luo Bing in this state, although the S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence base has mentioned golden light. Advertisement. But Susa at that time was not perfect, it was just the first time it was used, and it seemed far less intimidating than it is now. This is also the first time that Luo Bing has fully stimulated the power of Susanoo. The half-afternoon fight with the Loki-manipulated destroyer hadn't yet triggered this state. After an afternoon of familiarity, he found that he seemed to be able to induce a stronger state, so he gave it a try. Thor. Are you intimidating me? Well, I am indeed intimidated by you. Ahaha. I want to say, it's normal, so let me change it for you, okay? I'll change it to one of the same level as the Meow Meow hammer. You know, Asgard's treasury is mostly normal items, but I know that the father has his own treasures, and the Odin treasury is full of treasures, no worse than the Meow Meow hammer. Thor laughed awkwardly. Thor at the moment sold Odin very badly. That's fine, but it has to satisfy me. Luo Bing nodded. Anyway, Meow Meow hammer doesn't listen to him, it's not very useful. The matter was settled like this, and the Asgard group of 4 did not dare to mention their equipment. What do you think? Equipment is dead, people are alive. Isn't it just a few pieces of equipment? Life is more important. Thor starts roar shouting Heimdall. A few minutes later, a colorful beam of light was projected. The group, including Luo Bing, disappeared in an instant, leaving a mysterious symbol on the ground. Roar. What's the matter? Fury wiped the sweat from his brow. It's over at last. Phil Coulson shook his head, feeling that he and his party were here to make soy sauce. Recover the robot on the ground, that thing is very valuable for research. Fury waved his hand and instructed the agent around him to act immediately. But at the moment there is no ruin of the destroyer on the ground. That thing had already been taken into the Shenwei space by Luo Bing, the moment he summoned the Susa armor. How did it disappear? Did it disintegrate? Fury looked bewildered, completely confused. Chapter 75. The Powerhouse Appraisal Technique, 5/5. On the top of the mountains, the wind returns to the clouds. The light golden sunlight was cast down from the lingering clouds, and the purple sky was close to the world, as if within reach. The ancient tree like a crouching dragon stood quietly between the sky and the earth, carrying huge amounts of umbrella covers since ancient times. The wind gently swayed the swing, accompanied by the faint snarling of a few fallen leaves, and the old creaking sound echoed in this vast time. Here is Asgard. This is a huge flat land. At the end of the continent that stretched for an unknown number of kilometers, waterfalls burst out from their nests and flowed into the black and mysterious starry sky. Clouds are blue and green and want to rain, and water is dank and smoky. Qianshan is resplendent. The palaces and even the streets here are lavishly carved in gold or crystal. Maybe Luo Bing can't recognize the real names of those materials, but that stuff looks very expensive. If it wasn't for a group of people staring at him curiously, Luo Bing would really like to pry a few bricks and stones under him and put them into the Shenwei space. Middle. It's not that he is poor, it's that he is too poor. If this wealth comparison object is the legendary god's domain. Brother, are you alright? Sif looked at his brother Heimdall, and found that he still had a chill on his body, his face was pale, and the situation was very bad. I'm fine. Loki froze me with casket of ancient winters, but fortunately, I escaped. Heimdall wears golden armor and has golden eyes. That's the all-seeing eye. He could see almost any direction in the Nine Realms, and was also Bifrost's Asgardian, Odin's most loyal subordinate. There were 2 dead bodies of giants of Jotunheim lying not far away. It seemed that the giants of Jotunheim had invaded the interior of Asgard, and the situation was not optimistic. Loki stole the casket of ancient winters. Now the Asgard army is at war with the giants of Jotunheim. Thor, it's up to you. Heimdall looked at Thor, his voice weak. Loki. Thor roared, throwing the Meow Meow hammer and rushed directly to the distant battlefield. For Asgard, the 3 Asgard warriors also rushed towards the distance. Sif glanced at his brother, nodded at him, and then rushed out. Only Luo Bing and Heimdall stared blankly at the scene. Hello, young man. Heimdall looked at Luo Bing in front of him and nodded friendly. Hello. Luo Bing nodded in return. Then the two fell into an awkward silence. Advertisement, is there a tour guide here? Luo Bing glanced left and right and asked politely. Heimdall. It's at war. Young people, did you not have a tour guide during the war? Luo Bing asked again. Heimdall's mouth twitched slightly. What's wrong with this young man? I thought it was Thor's friend, why did he speak so irritatingly? It is said that now is war, life and death, are you here to travel? Heimdall nodded, a little angry. All the soldiers in Asgard are on the battlefield, if you're not afraid of death, maybe you can look somewhere. Okay. Luo Bing nodded and took 2 steps forward. Heimdall frowned, having no idea what the young man was thinking. Seeing him go further and further, Heimdall breathed a sigh of relief and continued to guard Bifrost. As the Asgardian of Bifrost, this is his mission, and even in the event of a war, he cannot leave here half a step. Instead, Asgard is truly in crisis if the enemy takes control of Bifrost. But Heimdall didn't expect that the young man who had just walked a few steps turned around and came over again. Heimdall looked at each other suspiciously, not knowing what he was doing again. Timid? Afraid to die? Excuse me, are there any guides here to lead the way to the battlefield? I'm sorry, they ran too fast just now, and I'm not familiar with the space nodes here. Luo Bing asked politely again. Heimdall. Home, you young man has no end. You did it on purpose. You definitely did it on purpose. Heimdall sighed, very helpless. Asgard is not open to outsiders. Only Bifrost can enter and exit here. This is not a children's paradise at all. There is no guide. Even if there are visitors from other worlds, they are invited by the father of god Odin. For a creature like Luo Bing, Heimdall has lived for so long, and it is the first time that Heimdall has seen it all over the 9 worlds. In desperation, he pointed forward. Asgard is not open to outsiders, but now the king of God is sleeping. You are Thor's friend. You have 2 choices, either stay here and wait for the war to end, or follow this road and go straight ahead. The battlefield is ahead. Now that the 2 countries are at war, I will always observe the movements of the giants of Jotunheim clan, and please don't disturb me. Hamdar was very polite. Advertisement. Even though he was very dissatisfied with this very eccentric young man, he didn't say anything. After living for so long, he rarely showed his personal emotions, which are only things that immature children have. Heimdall is calm and doesn't care about the little things. To him, nothing matters except Odin and Asgard and Bifrost. Then I'll go to sleep. Luo Bing yawned, not treating himself as an outsider at all, and it was nighttime on Earth. He casually summoned a wooden door, lay on it and closed his eyes. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers. Katakana middle. 0. Heimdall froze for a moment, then ignored the odd young man, his eyes glowing golden, and he continued to patrol the battlefield in the home of the giants of Jotunheim. Luo Bing really fell asleep like that. He didn't have any sense of responsibility to help Asgard defend against foreign enemies, he just came to ask for the account. This is not the Earth, and he has no time to meddle in his own business. Some hours later, the alarm on the phone in Luo Bing's pocket rang. Heimdall frowned and glanced, his forehead covered with blue veins, then fell silent again, ignoring it. Luo Bing woke up slowly. This time he didn't have a dream. He slept very peacefully, since he missed opening the lucky halo at 12 o'clock last time and got a breaking ability named Zhong-san. He set it on his mobile phone. The alarm clock reminded him to add buff at 11:59 p.m. Point zero. Luo Bing skillfully turned on the halo. Open black lens bracket. Sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Today's power, Senior White's Pet Squirrel Air's strong identification technique, has been received. Please use it. Dear Heart's content. Open black lens bracket. Ability introduction. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Close black lens bracket. Luo Bing touched his chin and was a little flustered. He was flustered about everything about Senior Bai, but what the hell is a pet? What the hell is a powerhouse identification technique? Luo Bing turned to look at Heimdall, who was beside him, and asked suspiciously, Mr. Heimdall, are you a strong man? Heimdall is staring at the battlefield. At the moment the battle situation has reached the white hot. Before Loki received many giants of Jotunheim through Bifrost, now giants of Jotunheim are attacking the holy city. With Odin slumbering and Thor being entangled with Loki, the situation has been stalemate, but now that the giants of Jotunheim have breached the first line of defense, many Asgard warriors are injured and the situation is not optimistic. I'm just a gatekeeper. The real strong should live on the battlefield. Heimdall shook his head. He also wanted to go to the front if his mission was not important. So, what you said seems to make sense. Luo Bing nodded and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Heimdall frowned suspiciously, looked left and right, the all-seeing eye spread, and he was shocked to see Luo Bing, who was constantly flashing towards the battlefield. Space movement? What does he want to do? Heimdall frowned, surprised. He originally thought that the strange young man was just a low-level magician with a little knowledge of creation magic, but he did not expect that he actually mastered high-level space movement magic. And it doesn't seem to be chanting the spell at all. End. Chapter 76. Feel the greatness of maternal love. 1/4. Asgard Holy City. A large number of giants of Jotunheim are attacking under the leadership of Lof, the leader of giants of Jotunheim. Lof has only one purpose, to kill Odin while he is sleeping. Eliminate this enemy forever. Originally, in Loki's plan, he would lead a Fee to sneak into the palace through a secret passage, and wait for Lof to kill him with the eternal spear just before he starts, and become Asgard's savior. Unfortunately, all these plans were disrupted by Luo Bing, who spoiled the situation. Loki didn't have time to plan so much, and a restored Thor was already on him. The two brothers fought an infighting in front of the enemy. Loki is not as strong as Thor at all, but with Odin's Spear of Eternity in his hand, coupled with his magic, he can also fight back and forth with Thor. Charge. The 3-meter-high Lof gave another attack order and the giants of Jotunheim charged again. Asgard had only 10,000 soldiers, 7 or 80, and the giants of Jotunheim had 100,000 troops. With such unequal numbers, the Asgard warriors fought for hours, losing their first line of defense. Frigga holds a pocket dagger, constantly casting healing magic. She stood frowning on the palace's watchtower, looking at the giants of Jotunheim in the distance and the two sons who kept fighting sounds in the distance. I felt a little nervous. Now that the father of God Odin is asleep and the two princes are in a tussle, Frigga, the mother of the gods, is the spiritual backbone of all Asgard warriors. In the long history, Asgard has never been defeated in the 9 realms. After so many years, the 9 realms are peaceful, Asgard is isolated from the world, and the soldiers are not as powerful as before. The invincible goddess of war also left one by one. Odin spent a lot of divine power in order to seal the eldest daughter Hela, and now Asgard is not as beautiful as it used to be. It can be said that Asgard without Odin is a complete empty shell. No successor. That's why, Odin desperately wanted a king who would stand up and succeed him in protecting Asgard. However, his actions led to Loki and Thor's infighting, and things started to get out of hand. As the father of God, Odin may not even know how to raise his own children. Maybe his training style is more unique. Attack. Frigga commanded the soldiers to defend and counterattack. Advertisement. The ice giant is 3 meters tall and has a burly stature, but in terms of combat power, although Asgard's soldiers are not as good as before, they're still powerful. The swords collided, and the guardian chariot of the holy city released one after another of bright lasers, which firmly resisted the crazy offensive of the giants of Jotunheim. Hiss. The icy cold air spread, and many Asgard warriors were frozen into ice cubes by the frost. Frigga looked anxious in her eyes, but she didn't show it. She can't fall at the moment yet. She tried her best to release healing magic and dispel frost, but her power at the moment was no longer optimistic. Instant. A shadow flashed, appeared above the two armies, and landed on the holy city wall. Hey guys, stop and put down your knives and swords. Luo Bing waved at the city wall. No one pays attention to him, everyone was playing well. Luo Bing frowned, a golden 6-pointed star appeared in his eye socket, and a golden Susa about 30 meters high rose from the sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Whether it was the giants of Jotunheim or the Asgard soldiers, they all stopped fighting, retreated to the formation, and looked at the golden giants who suddenly broke into the city wall with piercing eyes. Who are you? Lof, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim, looked at the city wall with a bad look. For this alien who suddenly entered the battlefield, his attitude was not friendly. Frigga also looked over cautiously, not knowing whether the visitor was an enemy or a friend. Hey, don't be nervous, everyone, I'm just here to test my new skills. By the way, let me ask, who is the strongest here? Luo Bing looked around, glanced at the soldiers on both sides, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. HMPH, what need to ask? The warriors of the Frost clan are all strong. As for you, the brat who came out of nowhere, get out of the battlefield of the giants of Jotunheim warriors immediately. Lof is very proud, for Luo Bing's the question feels very funny. Oh, Luo Bing raised his eyebrows. I don't believe it, but it doesn't matter, just check it out. Luo Bing said, the original golden hexagram kaleidoscope was even more bizarre. A strange energy was transmitted to his pupils. Is the powerhouse identification technique still the pupil technique? Luo Bing was very surprised. The expert identification technique was automatically attached to his eyes. As long as his mind moved, this skill would be activated. So, Luo Bing turned his head to look at the giants of Jotunheim. The six-pointed star riding wheel was slightly rotating and brewing. What is he doing? All the giants of Jotunheim looked at the wall curiously. Advertisement. In fact, one of Asgard's people also looked over, but due to the angle of view, none of the Asgard soldiers could look directly into Luo Bing's eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Bing opened his mouth. What is filial piety? What is love? Feel the greatness of mother's love. Swish. A beam of light quickly shot out of Luo Bing's eye socket, splitting into countless tiny rays, and finally hit the lower abdomen of everyone who saw his eyes. What kind of attack is this? Lof frowned, but before he could think about it, his stomach swelled quickly. Not just him, but everyone who was hit by the light. At the moment, Luo Bing got another message in his mind. Powerhouse appraisal technique. Hit by pregnancy gaze. Effect. 10 seconds of pregnancy experience plus half an hour of childbirth experience. This skill cannot be immune, cannot be resisted, cannot be eliminated, cannot be evaded, and can only be resisted. I wish you good luck. Close black lens bracket. P.S. Only those who resist the powerhouse identification technique are the real powerhouses. Close black lens bracket. Walter. Luo Bing's eyes widened. This skill is actually this thing? Is this the legendary staring at who is pregnant? Luo Bing didn't have time to think too much, and the scene was already chaotic. The tall giants of Jotunheim and a few Asgard soldiers all swelled up. 1 lap in a second. 5.0 for 10 seconds. Everyone looked at their stomachs in confusion. Most of the people present were men. They never thought that if they suddenly became pregnant one day, it would be a magical scene. But now, they experience it. 10 seconds later is the birthing experience. Soon, the entire battlefield screamed again and again, like a pig slaughtering scene. Even a man with a strong will, at the moment, shed tears. That is a special effect of the powerhouse identification technique, which completely allows people to experience a relative pain level of childbirth with the endurance of ordinary women. Among the Asgard crowd, the 3 Asgard warriors who met Luo Bing and the female god of war Sif were also recruited. This kind of magic. It's amazing. Frigga, the mother of the gods, widened her eyes with envy. Chapter 77 Heroes of Asgard, 2 quarters. What's going on? Heimdall, who has an all-seeing eye, naturally did not escape being hit by the expert identification technique. This is a bug. Anyone who can look directly into Luo Bing's eyes can be identified by a strong expert no matter where they are. Ah! The deep Hamdar couldn't help but shouted. The golden armor on his abdomen bulged into a large bag, and the whole person was sweating profusely, and fell to the ground. It just so happened that at this moment, Loki skipped over from a distance and snatched the golden sword from his hand. It is also the key of Bifrost. What did you do? You. Ah. Damn. Lof was sweating profusely. The first time in his life the tough leader of giants of Jotunheim had suffered such a fate. The Asgard soldiers who didn't get hit were stunned, and the weapons in their hands were almost unsteady. This should be scary too. What is this operation? All of the giants of Jotunheim were knocked down in a second. This is sorcery. 14 Fortunately this thing didn't fall on me. The lucky soldier looked at the wailing comrades beside him, and there was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Lof was about to burst. He felt as if there was life coming out of his stomach, but he didn't have that function at all. What could he do with this? What a giant. Many girl warriors blushed, and resisted letting out a humiliating scream. Pregnancy staring only makes one experience what it feels like to have a baby and give birth, but it doesn't really produce life. Luo Bing didn't know what to do if he did give birth to a child. Is he going to be the father of tens of thousands of little giants of Jotunheim? Think about it all in a cold sweat. Luo Bing shuddered and felt the horror of this skill again. The main sources of his current abilities are the bosses of 2 factions. One is a series of 7 generations of Hokage, which is synonymous with madness and coolness. The other is a series of white predecessors, strange, terrifying, symbols of sorcery. Advertisement. What should we do? Take advantage of this opportunity to kill them. A soldier walked up to Frigga and asked in a low voice, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. There are still about 60,000 giants of Jotunheim left on the field, but they all lost their ability to fight, laying on the ground and wailing, and even the mentally unstable ones fainted. Frigga frowned. It wasn't Asgard's style to rush to kill. But there were so many giants of Jotunheim soldiers that even a cell full of Dominion could not hold it. Kill Lof, first imprison these giants temporarily, prepare the magic circle, wait for the Father of God to wake up, and then deal with it. Frigga's expression was still calm, and she made a judgment at the moment. The giants of Jotunheim are a race that values kingship. When Lof, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim, died, all the giants of Jotunheim lost their backbone, and naturally there was no threat. But, are they really pregnant? What if they have a child? Many of us in Asgard were also hit by that strange light. Most of them were men. Do you want to cut your stomach? The soldier wiped his cold sweat again, and asked hesitation. Frigg frowned. She was also very embarrassed. She knows how women give birth to children, but men don't have that function at all. This is how to do. Frigg looked straight at Luo Bing, hesitation for a moment, and walked straight towards the other party. In order to protect the safety of the Mother of the Gods, the soldiers on the side fought hard to keep up. In fact, their calves were trembling unconsciously. Hello, young warrior. Frigga showed a kind smile, beautiful and dignified, and the aura of the Mother of the Gods made people look very comfortable, and she couldn't help but want to get close to her and protect her. Hello. Luo Bing was still struggling with everything in front of him when he saw Frigga come over, put away Suzuo, and jumped off the city wall. Boom. As soon as he landed, the soldier beside him raised his weapon subconsciously. Frigga waved her hand and motioned for everyone to step back, grateful for the warrior who saved Asgard and defeated the army of giants of Jotunheim. Thank you for your help, young warrior. I don't know where you came from, and just what to do with these pregnant people. Will they really give birth to life? Frigga looked at the handsome young man in front of him, and just saw his back from a distance, but when he walked in, he found that this life was very handsome, and he didn't know where he was from the Protoss. Luo Bing was embarrassed, and somehow he became the hero to save Asgard. He was just experimenting with new skills. My name is Luo Bing, I'm from Earth, and Thor brought me here. Don't worry, they won't have children, it's just an experience. Luo Bing stretched out his right hand. Frigg was stunned for a moment, and he stretched out his right hand with hesitation. Advertisement: there is no handshake etiquette in Asgard. What's more, as the Mother of the Gods, it would be very rude to contact outsiders. But Frigga did not resist. After all, he just saved Asgard. He is the hero of Asgard. Are you Thor's friend? Frigg asked curiously. Actually. A friend? Luo Bing hesitation. It seems a little difficult to say that he is a creditor in front of other people's mothers. Thor is really lucky to have a friend like you. You're talking about Midgard, right? Excuse me, are you the Sorcerer Supreme who protects the Earth? Frigg looked at Luo Bing and asked her own question. With such a powerful magic, in Frigga's view, he must be the current Sorcerer Supreme. 780 God Realm actually had contact with Sorcerer Supreme. In fact, Odin and a certain legendary Sorcerer Supreme are still friends. Huh? I'm not. Luo Bing frowned in confusion. He has never heard of the character Sorcerer Supreme. Is there still a magician on Earth? He has never seen it. Huh? Frigg frowned, not quite understanding. If it wasn't for Sorcerer Supreme, how could this young man possess such great magical powers that he could knock out tens of thousands of soldiers at the same time? And the space magic attainment he just came here is also very high. At least Frigga doesn't know this kind of high-level space magic. The two talked constantly, and all the Asgard soldiers relaxed and began to celebrate the victory of the Great War. Just at the moment, a loud bang came from a distance. The person he was with shook his head and looked over. That was Bifrost's direction, and the sound just now came from above Bifrost. Odin suddenly woke up from his slumber, rolled up his divine power, and flew towards Bifrost with unparalleled speed. The King of God has awakened. The Father of God is awakened. Everyone cheered roar up. Frigga was also delighted, but she was still a little worried, not knowing what her husband would do with his youngest son, Loki. Luo Bing frowned. His feeling told him that something bad seemed to happen. Chapter 78 Frigga's Thoughts, 3/4. That night, Luo Bing was arranged to live in a luxurious palace. Asgard's hospitality was very considerate. Not only did he prepare new clothes for Luo Bing, but the palace was also equipped with a small hot spring. He also brought two beautiful girls with exquisite appearance to bathe and change Luo Bing's clothes. Luo Bing wasn't used to this, although it seemed normal to Asgard's people. A hero should be treated like a hero. Their thinking was unexpectedly futile, and the hierarchy was very clear. Frigga arranged all this thoughtfully, but unfortunately Luo Bing refused. He waved his hand and let the two overwhelmed young girls leave the room, lie down in the hot spring and close their eyes. He has great respect for his future wife, although he does not know where she is now. In the evening, Odin and Frigga had a long chat. The destruction of Bifrost is a trivial matter. In Frigga's view, her youngest son Loki, who has been raised for thousands of years, fell into the abyss. Although Loki is not her own child, in these long years, she has long regarded it as her own, and her care for her is not behind Thor. Even because of Loki's mischief, Frigga cared more about the child who would never grow up. The two then chatted about Luo Bing. Thor also told his father and mother exactly what happened on Earth. I'm very worried about Thor. He hasn't grown up enough to satisfy me. Odin looked into the distance, his eyes a little deep. He's still young, we need to be more patient, Frigg comforted. Odin shook his head and looked at his partner, revealing an astonishing fact. I'm running out of time, and Ragnarok has an omen, Odin said. How could this be? Frigga covered her mouth in surprise, with tears in her eyes. Actually, I've thought about that scene for a long time, but unfortunately, Thor can't shoulder that responsibility now, Odin said, showing a slight smile. He had already looked down on life and death, but he couldn't let go of Asgard. After I die, Hela will get out of hell. Maybe this is the retribution for the mistakes I made when I was young. Brothers and legs cannibalize each other, father and daughter are against each other. At that time, according to Hela's character, in order to get revenge on me, she desperate to destroy Asgard. Duh. Odin took a deep roar inhalation, the old man's eyes were very dull. How has she been? Frigg asked boldly. Odin has never allowed her to visit his daughter, nor tell him anything about Hela. Advertisement, she was getting more and more mad. I was wrong, I thought that being in captivity would make her realize her mistake, but I didn't expect her to get worse, Odin said, with a little more tenderness in his words. The goddess of death Hela, Odin's eldest daughter, accompanied Odin to conquer the 9 realms, causing countless countries to fall. Odin realized his mistake and stopped the tyranny of continuing to fight. But Hela has been affected by the environment since childhood, and her ambition has grown stronger and stronger. She wants to unify the 9 realms, even occupy the deeper universe, and become the queen of the entire universe. There were many disputes between father and daughter. Under Hela's continued tyranny and cruelty, Odin reluctantly imprisoned his eldest daughter in Hell. Since then, the female war gods who belonged to the Hela unit have left one by one, and Asgard has become a pampered wasteland. Odin is not pure good, definitely not pure evil. No one is always good, and no one is pure evil. Odin's youthful mistakes were punished, and at the moment Asgard's status quo was his greatest revenge. I want to see her. Please. Frigg wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. After losing her youngest son, Loki, she missed Hela who called herself mother, even more. Although she was brutal and bloody, she made many mistakes. But as a mother, I always subconsciously forget these things, and plead for Hela again and again. Love is selfish. Maternal love is selfish. No, I won't allow it, she'll hurt you. Odin shook his head, rejecting Frigga's request. She won't, I just want to see her once, even if I see her from a distance, I want to talk to her. She's been locked up in hell where there is no light for thousands of years. You have the heart to treat her like this. Frigg glared at Odin, even though she knew it was useless, she said it anyway. I'm probably not a good father, Odin sighed, looking much older. Frigga was silent. After a long time, she raised her head. How do you feel about that young man? Frigg asked suddenly, wiping away her tears. I can't see his fate, he's a variable, and the future universe will change for him, Odin said. Is he really like what you said? Frigg was slightly surprised. Advertisement. She was very surprised that Odin could have such an evaluation, she had never heard Odin praise a person so much. I can't see his future, and I can't see his past, he is like a key, I don't know which door he will open in the future, and what will be the result. But whatever the outcome, it's his choice, but this choice will affect the entire universe. Odin glanced at the starry sky on the other side, and his eyes were a little confused. Frigga lowered her head, as if thinking about something. Before long, she looked up, her eyes glowing. You said, what would happen if Hela betrothed to him? Odin was stunned, and the temple fell into deadly silence. Maybe try. Odin looked at the starry sky in confusion. He owed too much to his daughter. The young man who came to God's domain by accident was a good candidate, and he was quite good looking. It is the hero who saved Asgard, and his character is reliable. Maybe his appearance can change Hela's fate. Can he change the fate of the entire Zhao Asgard? He might not be able to, but if anyone can do it, it must be him. Frigga's words awakened Odin. Many times women are more delicate than men when they think about things. Odin rolled his eyes and glanced at Frigga who was beside him, an idea spread in his mind. Once the seed of thought is planted, the thought quickly becomes unstoppable and grows stronger. Luo Bing woke up in the morning with bad news. Bifrost is destroyed, he can't get back to Earth with this thing. If using a spaceship, he would be in space for at least a few decades. But, fortunately, Odin seems to have other ways to get him back to Earth, but this method seems a little dangerous and not very reliable. He's going through the interspace between Asgard and Earth. Hell. Chapter 79 Odin's careful thoughts, 4 quarters. Luo Bing was a little stunned when he heard the news. The legendary hell actually exists. What is it like inside? If there are all hells, is there also a cycle of life and death? And you are about to go to hell? Thor, who was delivering the message, patted Luo Bing's shoulder hard. Hey, buddy, I know what you did yesterday. Can't believe how you did it, you saved the whole Asgard. Fortunately I wasn't there at the time, otherwise I couldn't believe what it was like to have a big belly. Thor is an optimist, and quickly recovers from the grief that Loki is dead. But when no one was there, the scene from last night would still appear in his head. The king appeared in time to catch him, and his other arm was tightly grasped by Loki. But, after seeing the disappointment in his father's eyes, Loki decisively released his arm and fell into the void. Thor with a big belly. Luo Bing tried to imagine that kind of picture in his mind, inexplicably paired him with the scene of beer and eating potato chips, shook his head and felt a chill. Let's go, you're a hero. The father decided to open the Asgard treasure to you, and you can even take one of his private collections with you, Thor said with a grin. Reward? That's your debt to me? Luo Bing rolled his eyes. You can say anything. Anyway, you will be my Thor's brother from now on. Thor laughed, patted his chest. Luo Bing had a black line on his face. I admire your beard, he said. Why? Thor asked suspiciously. Such a slender beard stubbornly emerged from your thick skin on the city wall. Do you think I should admire it? Luo Bing asked back. Thor stroked his beard and thought. At first he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but then he thought about it carefully. Isn't that saying that he is thick-skinned? Advertisement. After that, Thor looked at Luo Bing with a bit of resentment. Don't hit me like that even if you don't want to be a brother. This is too frustrating. However, Thor quickly put this matter out of the sky, and introduced Luo Bing to the nearby buildings and scenery along the way, so he came all the way to the temple. After arriving at the temple, Thor was called away by his mother Frigga and pulled aside to say something. Thor's expression became more and more astonished, and in the end he was even stunned in place. Fortunately, Frigga blocked his mouth in time, otherwise he could have cried out on the spot. You're here, young man. Odin looked at the handsome young man in front of him, and his heart became more and more satisfied. Mr. Odin, what did you say about going to hell and returning to Earth? Luo Bing was more polite to the elderly. What's more, I don't know how many years this old man has lived. No hurry, I'll tell you in detail later. You saved Asgard when I was sleeping. As a hero of Asgard, you should be rewarded. The treasure house of God's domain will be open to you. Come with me, Odin said, walking slowly ahead to lead the way. Luo Bing was a little puzzled, but when he heard about the treasure house, he immediately forgot about hell and followed Odin to the depths of the temple. I don't know how many secret passages have been passed through, and how many organs have been opened. Asgard's treasure trove finally appeared in front of Luo Bing. What caught the eye was the mountain of gems, gold coins, necklaces, and jewelry. The bright golden light almost blinded Luo Bing's eyes. The colorful gems were embedded in the gold coins, and there were also hundreds of delicate-looking long swords. It seems to have the scale of the dragon's treasure in the comics. No. This is definitely much larger than the scale of the dragon's treasure in the comics. These are just vulgar rubbish, useless, but Frigga likes these shiny things, and I'm also very annoyed. This thing takes up too much space. Odin sighed, with a helpless expression on his face. Gudong. Beffa, Luo Bing swallowed. Behold, see if this is human words. It seems that people are not people at all. Odin originally planned to take Luo Bing directly to the next floor, but suddenly his eyes lit up and he thought of something and stopped. Advertisement, by the way, can you take some of these gems and jewelry? Do you have a girlfriend? Odin asked with a kind smile. No, Luo Bing shook his head. He was only 16 years old, only 17 during Huxia New Year, and has no plans to fall in love yet. That's great. Odin looked surprised. Luo Bing looked at the old man beside him speechlessly with a black line on his face. What do you mean? How do you speak? Cough cough. I mean that's a pity, there are not many outstanding young people like you. As someone who has come here, let me remind you that to people like us, you must be careful in choosing a partner. After all, we have a long life expectancy. How many hails can you live? Human life on Earth is only 100 years. If you choose recklessly, you will only get sadness and sadness after 100 years, so you must choose someone who can be with you for a long time, said Odin. Luo Bing thought for a while and nodded. It was indeed a problem, but he didn't think too much about it. There was always a solution to a problem. Not to mention 100 years, Luo Bing can't believe what he will look like in a year. Just the progress of one ability per day, what kind of ghost he will become by then. I'll ask Frigga to bring you a box and carry some jewels, Odin said, and he was about to call Frigga with the divine power roar. No need. Luo Bing waved his hand, and the entrance to the Shenwei space opened on one side. Just move it in. Luo Bing's mouth rose, he liked the feeling of stuffing things the most. I didn't expect. Your space magic is so powerful that you have your own small space. Odin glanced at Luo Bing in surprise, feeling even more satisfied with this future son-in-law. Then I'll take it. Luo Bing didn't explain his ability, and looked at Odin with a smile. I feel that this old man is getting more and more pleasing to the eye. Take more, Odin laughed. I'll tell you some more secrets. Women like this stuff, even the most brutal women like this stuff. If you meet a woman stronger than you in the future, don't think about anything, just throw jewelry, Odin mysterious said. Luo Bing is ashamed. Why is this old man talking so strangely? That's right. Is that what he did when he was young? Odin doesn't know that his painstaking efforts have been misunderstood. He is now trying his best to find a way to match Luo Bing and his eldest daughter Hela. Definitely not a requirement. As a father, he did everything he could, and even played a little bit of prudence. As for the final result, it depends on the fate of the two children. Chapter 80. Which one do you want? Shenwei space devoured the treasure house in front of him, and Zhao Shan began to lose weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luo Bing was not too embarrassed to take too much, but when he saw that he was about to close his hands in time, the mountain-like dragon treasure shrunk by half. But Odin didn't mind at all. He had absolutely no interest in these mundane things. This is all because of Frigga's favorite collection, and it just looks good. The most precious thing Odin has collected over the years is the artifact he has collected over the years, each of which is rare and rare. If calculated according to game equipment, at least every piece is top-level epic equipment. Odin waved his hand, and the frescoes on the ceiling above his head seemed to come alive, followed by a tremor, and the floors of the entire palace began to descend. This was probably the Divine Realm version of the elevator. The disc under his feet gradually stopped. Odin stepped off the disc, waved his hand again, and the dark basement was instantly lit up with standing lights, and the river lit up. These are all my treasures, I can take them wherever I like. Odin looked at Luo Bing with a kind smile on his face. If these things are given to others, he is definitely not so generous. But when he thought that the other party might become his son-in-law. The more the father-in-law looked at the son-in-law, the more joyful he became, and he could not wait to give him all the good things. Who let his son not live up to his expectations? He can't use these things. What is this? Luo Bing was immediately attracted by the golden gloves in front of him. I don't know what material the glove is made of. It is inlaid with 6 gems of different colors, and it looks very powerful. Ahem. Odin was a little embarrassed. There was a legend in the universe that as long as you can gather 6 infinite gems and put them on a special glove. Then, Odin turned to look at Luo Bing and snapped his fingers. With just a small snap of your fingers, life in the entire universe will perish. Perhaps, you can overthrow this universe and create a new one. Odin smiled mysteriously. He also pursued the whole dream when he was young, but then gave up for some reason. So, the legend is false. This thing is not that powerful at all. Luo Bing asked his question curiously. Advertisement. If it was what Odin said, he would have been invincible, and the gloves wouldn't be stored here. The legend is true, and the gloves are also true, but the infinite gems above are fake. Ha ha ha. This is just a souvenir I made for me by the dwarf clan. Odin smiled awkwardly. When he was young, he asked the dwarfs to make him this pair of gloves that could carry the power of gems. Too bad he only found one tesseract in the end, but because of tesseract, Odin created the magical artifact, Bifrost. It's amazing. Luo Bing looked at the infinity gauntlet and touched his chin. The scene Odin described to him was too grand, which had to make Luo Bing curious about infinite gems. Don't think about that. Infinite gems are too rare. Only 3 of the 6 infinite gems have been found now. Odin shook his head. I got one of them. One was snatched by Thanos, and one was on the Sorcerer Supreme on modern Earth. Oh. Speaking of which, now you have exactly 2 on Earth. One is the tesseract you found that was originally mine, and the other is the Eye of Agamotto of Sorcerer Supreme. Odin suddenly remembered something and touched his white beard said. Tesseract. I know that thing. Luo Bing took a long breath. At one point he wanted to take that thing home for lighting. At the moment is the S.H.I.E.L.D. secret warehouse on Earth. Who is Thanos? Who is Sorcerer Supreme? I heard about it from Ms. Frigga yesterday, Luo Bing asked curiously again. A man who wants to be the overlord of the universe just like me, is a rising star, but his methods are more cruel. No matter which planet he goes to, he will kill half and keep half. His strength is comparable to that of the young me, but now I'm old. Odin shook his head. As for the Sorcerer Supreme, he has actually been living on Earth, responsible for maintaining the magical world of your Earth and preventing the invasion of the Dark Dimension. I used to be friends with several Sorcerer Supremes, Odin said, suddenly walking towards an artifact. This is the Eye of the Sorcerer, an artifact used by the Sorcerer Supreme to detect the future and dispel all illusions and false darkness. It's a good thing, but it's been idle since the more powerful Eye of Agamotto. Katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 0. It was later collected by me, Odin said, showing off his treasure. Advertisement. He introduced the Eye of the Sorcerer, and came to the raging flames covered by a tray. This is the Eternal Fire. The Eternal Fire is the artifact of the Flame Giant Serta, which I took back from the Flame Giant when I fought in the 9 realms. The crown of Flame Giant and the Eternal Fire will become as huge as a mountain when they contact him, and it will be useless when dealing with him. Gave me a lot of trouble. Odin introduced his artifact one by one, each of which made Luo Bing very excited. However, since he can only choose one, it must be carefully considered. Casket of Ancient Winters, an artifact of giants of Jotunheim. This thing once triggered the Earth's Ice Age, and you must know what happened later. Odin didn't explain much. 0 Casket of Ancient Winters also appeared on the battlefield yesterday. This is the Ego Motorcycle Ball, and it is also a treasure handed down from generation to generation by Sorcerer Supreme. It can detect the source of danger and magic in the universe in advance. It is a very good thing. Odin touched the crystal ball-like thing, very is like. Several artifacts from Sorcerer Supreme. Luo Bing was surprised. This old man won't loot the Sorcerer Supreme. The last thing, this thing is called the Life Card. It comes from the Atlantis continent, a civilization that has disappeared from the Earth. It is engraved with the life equation of biological evolution. According to the evolution equation of the Life Card, any user can evolve into the highest level of life with infinite wisdom and super combat power. But, I don't even know the text on it. The Atlantis civilization is an advanced civilization. They have their own language inheritance. It's a pity that they disappeared on the Earth. Odin shook his head. Those are the rest of his treasures. There used to be many, unfortunately either destroyed in battle or a one-off artifact. Or be rewarded. In short, the dozen artifacts in this room were his last possessions, and they were very poor, too poor. If Luo Bing knew Odin's heart, he would definitely vomit blood in depression. You are all poor, so what am I? Which one do you want? Odin asked, looking at Luo Bing. Chapter 81 Reaching Hell, 2/5. Which one do you want? Luo Bing frowned. Everything here looks good. How to choose this? A little tangled, Luo Bing's eyes constantly glanced at these treasures. He didn't need the Warlock's eye. He could also dream and predict the future. The Egg Ball seemed to be exclusively for magicians, and he was not a magician, so he didn't need it. The unquenchable fire is kind of interesting. But Luo Bing has Amaterasu's flame, and its attributes are immortal, so there is a conflict between the two. As for Casket of Ancient Wonders, it's a good artifact, it's powerful, but Luo Bing didn't choose it in the end. Luo Bing put his eyes on the life card. This is the relic of the Atlantis civilization, and this thing feels very mysterious. That's it, Luo Bing said, pointing to the life card in front of him. 780s. Odin nodded. He was not too surprised. Although the life card didn't look like an artifact, its origin was so mysterious that even he didn't understand it. Odin took off the life card and handed it to Luo Bing. It was a bronze-colored brand with strange characters engraved on it. Other than that, there was nothing special about it, as if this thing was an antique and only had collectible value. Luo Bing didn't study it on the spot. He turned it upside down in his hand, feeling the heavy weight, and then put it into the Shenwei space. Come with me, I'll talk to you about hell. Odin coughed lightly, finally bringing up the point. Where is hell? Luo Bing first asked his own question. That's a good question. Odin stroked his beard. If it's someone else, I can't explain it very well, but you have a small space yourself, so it should be understandable. Hell is not in this world, it's like a mezzanine space, but in fact, hell is in the mezzanine space between Asgard and Earth, Odin said. That is to say, hell is a transit station. I will send you in from here. With your space magic skills, you can find a weaker space point in hell, and you can go back to Earth through it, Odin explained. Luo Bing nodded and frowned. What if I can't find the node linking the Earth, or if I can't break that node? I'll be stuck in hell for the rest of my life. That's not true. If you really can't find it, you can try to call me Roar loudly, and I'll take you over. We'll be thinking of other ways then. Odin shrugged helplessly. Advertisement, okay then. Luo Bing took a long breath, and a 3D roadmap appeared in his mind. Let's eat first, Asgard's wine is very delicious. Odin smiled and touched his eyes covered with a blindfold. No, I brought a lot of wine. Luo Bing shook his head. Asgard's meal he had tasted last night, very natural, very luxurious, just no seasoning, all authentic. He is not used to eating. Now that he was desperate to go home, he politely resolved it. Okay then, come with me, Odin said, leading the way. The two came to a place similar to an altar, and Frigga and Thor were also waiting here. Thor looked straight at Luo Bing, wanting to say something but didn't know how to say it. Frigga on the side. He reached Latur's arm, which made the big man quiet. When I release my divine power later, a hole will be torn out in front of you. As soon as the entrance of the cave appears, you must hurry in, you must hurry, and you can't hesitation, Odin warned. Okay. Luo Bing nodded, expressing his understanding. Let's start then. Odin took a deep breath and looked at Frigga. Frigg nodded at Odin. Then, the power of Odin spread, the clouds rolled in the sky, and a 12-level gale suddenly blew. The inhabitants of Asgard all turned to look up at the sky, filled with awe. Zizizi. A space crack slowly opened not far from Luo Bing. Behind the crack is endless silence, without a trace of light. Swish. Before waiting for the hole to expand, Luo Bing teleported directly over. Odin waved his hand, and a large amount of divine power was involved, and the crack became tight again. Roar. Odin gasped, he couldn't do this the same way now. So old. So dark. Advertisement total darkness. This is Luo Bing's first thought. There is no light in hell, even if it is pitch black, you can't see your fingers when you reach out. Writing round eyes. A touch of blood red slowly climbed up Luo Bing's pupils. He calmed down and patiently looked at the blood red world around him. There is something similar to cotton wool floating in the air here, but it is illusory and cannot be grasped at all. One by one, like the elves in the dark night, they swim around in the air. This is hell? Luo Bing looked around curiously. Here is not what he imagined. There is no light, no underworld, and nothing. This is a mezzanine space between Asgard and Earth. But in this hell it is not without any creatures. Luo Bing frowned, feeling that there were more than a dozen pairs of eyes staring at him. Beast's instinct was activated instantly, jumped directly into the air, and summoned a support point with Rashomon under his feet. Buzz buzz. One by one black shadows flashed at Luo Bing's place. His body was pitch black, only two eyes were bright. The head and body are unruly squares, and I don't know what kind of creature it is, but the body structure is the same as that of a human being, with hands and feet. But they were able to jump through space with ease. These things, curious life structures, are simply 5.0 elements of space in the whole body. Luo Bing was slightly surprised. In his spatial perception, the spatial nodes on these creatures are very bright. Similar to the cube of Luo Bing Shenwei space, but a little weaker than that. It seems that they only move in space on the ground, which is not as exaggerated as Luo Bing imagined. After failing to find Luo Bing, they walked out one by one buzzing. How do I find a space node leading to Earth? Luo Bing looked around, fell to the ground. Those Endermen are going away temporarily, if it's not necessary. Luo Bing doesn't want to waste his energy here. The temperature in hell is very cold and makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Let's have a fire. Luo Bing casually started a fire on the ground, and the fuel was the wooden door he summoned. In the darkness, a pair of eyes stared at Luo Bing. Chapter 82. The teased Hela hell is a dead space, but fortunately there is oxygen here. Like Shenwei space, Luo Bing couldn't feel the change of time when he was here, but the time here was still running, but there were no reference objects around him for him to refer to. But that's not a big deal. Luo Bing took out his mobile phone from his pocket. The time hand was 10:20 a.m. The phone is still running normally, and the battery inside is still sufficient. This is a new product that Shi Stark handed him. It can stand by for a month normally and can also be charged by solar energy. But there is no sun here. What a ghost place. It seems that I have to find the space node leading to the Earth as soon as possible. Luo Bing stretched and sat cross-legged on the ground, the spatial perception spread out. Who? Luo Bing frowned, immediately stood up from the ground, and looked in one direction with stern eyes. Just now, he felt the existence of people around him. Giggle. I didn't expect that. Were you also exiled by Odin? So, what have you done? Killed a few planets? Massacred most of the universe? A beautiful woman walked out of the dark corner. She seemed to be in a state of distress. Her hair was draped over her shoulders, a little messy. Her eyes were sharp. She was lazy, but she did not lose the demeanor of a queen. Exile. Luo Bing frowned, not quite understanding what she meant. However, since there are still people here, this makes Luo Bing feel very surprised. From what she meant, she seemed to be exiled by Odin. I'm just passing by. Luo Bing didn't explain much. He is still wearing Asgard-style clothes. The other party judged that he had contact with Odin based on this. Passing by? Giggling, Hela sneered. You were deceived by that old man. If you go to hell, don't even think about going out. Where do you think this place is? As long as the old man doesn't die, we all have to be trapped here. That's the truth, little brother, Hela said, waving her hand, floating in the sky fighting plankton blooming brightly. It lights up the world around it like a starry sky in a dark night. Such beauty can only be seen in hell. Oh, Luo Bing ignored it. Odin didn't deceive him, he was very clear about this. Because his beast instinct never had a warning when facing Odin, but after meeting this woman, he started to move. This woman is dangerous. Arguably one of the most powerful unknown beings Luo Bing has ever encountered. Advertisement: the bright starry sky is dotted with white bones, beautiful and dangerous, exuding a strange light. You don't look bad, giggle. Hela smiled and licked the corner of her mouth. A woman who has been alone for more than 2,000 years is not that easy to mess with. She has only one life here, and ordinary people have long since collapsed. Thank you for the compliment. Please don't disturb me if it's all right. Luo Bing glanced at the woman in front of him, and was not very interested in this kind of queen. Giggle. Hela smiled charmingly and looked at the man in front of her with interest. She had never seen such a handsome man before when she fought in the 9 realms. To be a good, loneliness vent. Hela never thought about men and women, but in the 2,000 years in hell, she was used to being alone, and she didn't have much interest in conquering the universe. There is a little interest in the things of men and women who have never been in contact. Her only goal now is to get out alive, destroy everything Odin holds dear, and become the new queen of Asgard. I'm afraid you haven't figured it out, man. This is my place. Now, kneel down and lick your concubine's toes. Maybe I can spare your life. Hela looked at the man's handsome face recklessly, and felt a little restless in her heart. Oh, Luo Bing smiled unexpectedly. This is not the first time someone has been so arrogant, but it is the first time for a woman. No matter how stupid and arrogant a woman is, she will resolutely put down her air after seeing her, thinking of going to have a good relationship with him. It's a big breath, and immediately disappear from my eyes, otherwise, you will get pregnant. Luo Bing's mouth rose, his eyes were very playful. Well, that concubine wants to have a good experience. Hela licked the corner of her mouth, getting even more excited, and her body began to heat up slightly. She's going to turn this handsome guy into a prisoner in his hell. The days to come may not be so boring. Shish. The light golden light hit Hela's stomach. She didn't resist, and she didn't have time to resist. The light of pregnancy gaze is extremely fast, basically reaching the speed of light. What? Hela frowned. Then, she saw that her belly started to grow in circles. Advertisement, what have you done to me? Ah. Hela looked at the man in front of her angrily, feeling that new life was brewing in her stomach. How can that be? What the hell did this man do? 10 seconds later, Hela slumped to the ground frowning, enduring the pain of childbirth. However, her willpower was extremely strong, and she suppressed herself without making any shameful screams. It's just that the sweat dripping down from her forehead betrayed her, and it could be seen that she was very uncomfortable. He. Nah, Luo Bing walked in front of Hela. He took off his shoes and threw them aside, handing over his feet. Is that what you mean? Fun? Hela was ashamed and angry, with 780 anger burning in her eyes. She tried her best to avoid the feet of the man in front of her, although the feet of the man were beautiful and had a faint fragrance on them. But apparently Hela wouldn't accept it all. She has never suffered such humiliation in her life, and what worries her more is her body. If she does give birth to a child, what should she do? She had absolutely no intention of becoming a mother. There is no experience as a mother at all. Hela used divine power in her hands, trying to destroy the life in her body through her stomach, but it was in vain. Pregnancy gaze doesn't really give birth to life, it's just an experience. It's really cruel. Luo Bing shook his head and withdrew his feet, no longer interested in teasing her. He returned to the fire, closed his eyes, and spread his spatial perception, experiencing the difference of every inch of spatial node. 30 minutes passed quickly. The effect of the pregnancy stare was gone, and Hela's tortured body lost her strength. She raised her head and glanced at the quiet man beside the fire in the distance. While her heart was full of resentment, she also had a hint of surprise. Hela swore that only the man who conquered her was qualified to marry her. But she was so powerful that all men looked disgusting to her, like shit on the ground. But the one in front of me, it seemed to upend her view of men. Chapter 83. It seems that you want to eat my feet again? Luo Bing opened his eyes. He has a new understanding of his strongman identification technique. In terms of fighting alone, Luo Bing may not be able to hurt the woman in front of him. However, the powerhouse identification technique is too overbearing, directly ignoring any defenses and attacking the fragile interior from the human body. Basically, no one is immune to his ability. This is total sorcery. Comfortable? Do you want to do it again? Luo Bing squinted at Hela, who was climbing up from the ground, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Hela was pale. The originally messy hair became even more messy. The experience just now was unpleasant, and she was afraid that she would have a psychological shadow on giving birth to a baby in her life. Let's see, man. Hela didn't dare to step forward, put a harsh word, and retreated into the shadows. Luo Bing shrugged. He had already reviewed 700 space nodes, most of which led to the void, and one of them was connected to the Asgard god realm. At this rate, given him some time, he can find his way back to Earth. Luo Bing got up, changed the area, lit the fire again, sat up cross-legged, and closed his eyes to perceive the space nodes around him. Huh? Luo Bing frowned and opened his eyes. In his perception, a large number of spatial elements are converging towards him. Buzz buzz. The black Enderman who made a strange cry appeared again. But this time it's not just a dozen. A pair of commanding eyes flashed on the densely packed road. Giggle. This is a unique creature in hell. How do you deal with it? Hela hid in the darkness, and the Enderman was brought in by her, just to watch Luo Bing make a fool of himself. But don't be touched by their little fists. That attack can tear space. If you don't want your body and limbs to be separated, it's still valid to kneel down and beg me now. Hela was hidden in the darkness, but her words spread around with special power. You haven't been taught enough. Don't hide. Come and fight me head on. I'm content with, you. Luo Bing frowned as he looked at the Endermen who were constantly surrounding him, jumped into the air, and summoned a glass door underground. Advertisement. Hela is not stupid. It was obvious that there was something wrong with the man's eyes, and when no solution was found, she would not show up rashly. I advise you not to hide in the sky. That's not a good place. Hela giggled, her voice full of laziness and charm. Luo Bing frowned, and soon, he also felt that a large space element was galloping towards this side. Roar. The jet black Ender Dragon spewed flames and attacked Luo Bing fiercely. The Ender Dragon's body was unusually huge, like a small mountain. The flames he spewed out were indistinguishable from enemy and foe. After shattering the glass door where Luo Bing was, it directly ignited the ground below. Many Endermen let out strange screams, and their bodies were burned by flames. It slowly dissipated with a scream, and turned into an illusory cactus-like object in the dark night, becoming a part of this space. So this is how this thing came. Luo Bing flashed to another ground, looking at the scene in front of him. The Ender and Ender Dragon are unique products of hell. If classified, they should belong to a kind of elemental life. It is precisely because of them that this huge interlayer space of hell is formed. Roar. The Ender Dragon roared, and the fiery flames continued to attack Luo Bing constantly. Endless. Luo Bing dodged and left again. These guys are stupid and cute, they don't have any intelligence quotient, they act purely by instinct, but there are too many. Luo Bing can clearly feel that there are 3 or 5 Ender Dragons flying towards here in the distance. The shape of the Ender Dragon is more like the previous pterosaurs on the Earth, about 100 meters tall, covering the sky and the sun. The flame column it spewed out was 10 meters in diameter, and the flame temperature was so high that Luo Bing could feel the scorching heat on his skin from a distance. If you are hit by that flame pillar, it may be very uncomfortable. It's useless for you to hide all the time. There will be more and more of these things. To be honest, I don't know how many Ender Dragons are in this hell. Please, as long as you ask me, I'll save you. Giggling. Hela's charming voice constantly echoes across the sky. Looks like you want to eat my feet again, Luo Bing sneered. He is not hiding, so hiding is not a solution at all. He has no time to find the space node leading to the Earth. Boom. The 30-meter-high golden giant enveloped his body. Luo Bing floated in Susano's chest, grasped in the void, and the golden giant sword appeared in the right hand of the golden Susan. The inextinguishable black flame covered the golden giant sword, emitting a strange light. Oh, Hela watched this scene with interest, and the interest in her heart became even stronger. Advertisement. Shoo. Luo Bing met him head-on, facing the 100-meter behemoth. The knife fell from his hand, and the head of an Ender Dragon was directly cut off by him. Bang. The Ender Dragon's body fell to the ground, and did not collapse and dissipate in the void. Surprisingly, this guy seems to be semi-solid, with flesh and ribs inside, and the white bones on the ground just now may be left by other Ender Dragons. Huh. Hela looked at this scene from a distance and hummed dissatisfiedly. This man is more powerful than he imagined. It seems that he is not only the strange light emitted by his eyes. But, Hela was even more satisfied, admiring the man's heroic appearance like a god of war with interest. Draw the knife. With a quick knife, the corpse of the Ender Dragon fell from the sky. The golden giant sword with the blessing of Amaterasu is more powerful and invincible. Soon, the Ender Dragon was not approaching, and they seemed to be afraid. The Endermen on the ground receded with a buzzing sound, and they seemed to be afraid of Luo Bing, and their instinct prompted them to make subconscious actions. Luo Bing stopped, his eyes swept around and frowned. He didn't find Hela's figure. This woman's secret methods are very powerful. After all, she is completely familiar with the surrounding environment. Luo Bing fell to the ground, and the golden Susa dissipated. He looked at the huge corpse of the Ender, Zhao Qian's dragon, picked up an exquisite long sword from the Shenwei space, and cut its flesh and blood. It seems to be edible. It seems that you don't have to worry about food. Luo Bing nodded, cut off a piece of lean meat from his thigh, and put it into the fire to grill. It seemed that he was going to take a day or two of pure time here. However, Luo Bing was not in a hurry. It really doesn't work. It can also turn on the lucky halo to find the location of the space node. But in this unknown hell, Luo Bing didn't dare to use that thing. It would be bad if the game crashed, and it could be related to his way home. The barbecued meat exudes a tempting aroma. Luo Bing is very capable of cooking, and the aroma quickly permeates all around. Gudong. Hela swallowed. She is a Protoss and can go for a long time without eating, but it doesn't mean that she doesn't need to eat at all. In hell for more than 2,000 years, she has also slaughtered many Ender Dragons, but her cooking methods are not flattering at all. Chapter 84 Escape from Hell. At about 12 noon, Luo Bing enjoyed his own barbecue. Hela emerged from the side, unceremoniously tore off a leg, and gnawed it. You still dare to appear in front of me? Luo Bing was speechless and laughed angrily. Why don't you dare? Do you have the heart to do something to a weak woman? Hela drank the food in her hands without fear. Weak woman. Luo Bing didn't know what to say. This woman provoked herself again, and caused herself a lot of trouble. Now he sits down and shares his barbecue like no one else. What was she thinking? I'm not eating your food for nothing. Anyway, we don't have any big grievances, right? Hela looked at Luo Bing and jumped at the oil stain on her mouth, looking very charming. It's really not big. If I were an ordinary person, I would have been played to death by you long ago. Luo Bing looked at her with a calm expression. But you're awesome, aren't you? There are only two of us in this hell now. I think we need to get along well. After all, it's still a long time. Hela smiled coquettishly. For example, let you eat my feet? Luo Bing had a smile on his lips, looking very seductive. Hela was silent. She didn't want to think about that. It seemed that he was about to get angry soon, but she was immediately put down by her. I can give you a piece of information. Before long, there will be acid rain in hell. That's not ordinary rain. Even your body can't handle it. I advise you to find a cave quickly, but it's not easy to find a shelter in this place. If you treat me better, I might tell you where there's a place to hide from the rain. 780 inches, Hela said while eating the barbecue to herself. Oh, no need. Luo Bing disdainfully picked up the rest of the grilled meat from the grill and devoured it. Stingy man, but I like it. Hela smiled charmingly. Luo Bing's heart froze when he looked at him, but because of the uncertain attitude of the other party, it was not easy for him to attack. This is the truth of reaching out and not hitting a smiling person. Not long after, the dark night sky really started to rain acid rain, just as Hela said. The Ender Dragon corpse that was cut down by Luo Bing in the distance made a rustling sound, and soon it was completely corroded, leaving only a skeleton full of holes. Hela covered her sky with divine power. But it is obvious that her divine power is also limited, and it is impossible to do this all the time. Follow me. It's a pity for a handsome guy like you to die here, Hela said, leading the way. But Luo Bing ignored her. He took a deep breath and covered his head with 100 layers of glass doors, forming a huge amount of sunshade net. Chi. Drops of water pierced through the stone, and raindrops corroded the glass door, leaving holes of file size for each drop of water. Creation magic is useless. Only the special rocks of hell can resist the attack of these acid rains. Hela looked back and laughed. Advertisement. Luo Bing ignored it, and the three-hooked jade riding wheel spun wildly, and a golden, Beffa, colored six-pointed star kaleidoscope appeared in his eye sockets. Amaterasu. The black flames spread, covering Luo Bing's head. The strange raindrops fell on the flames and made a chi sound, and then the whole combustion evaporated. Huh? Hela watched this scene cautiously. The black flame that could burn raindrops made her feel very dangerous. A miraculous man. I really like my concubine more and more, Hela said, and came over to block the rain extremely shamelessly. Withdrew his divine power. I don't seem to have invited you in. Luo Bing looked at Hela with a dark face. You didn't refuse either. Hela smiled slyly, staring straight at the man in front of her, as if she wanted to eat him. Whatever you want. Luo Bing shook his head. Sit down and continue to review the space nodes, looking for traces belonging to the Earth from hundreds of millions of space nodes. Hela just held her cheeks and looked at the man in front of her. She was amused by the useless efforts of men. She has been here for thousands of years. If there was a way to escape, she would have gone out long ago. Odin has banned Odin everywhere, and it is impossible for Odin to go out without death. Time passed slowly, and the acid rain above my head gradually stopped. Luo Bing, who was still closing his eyes, was suddenly disturbed by a burning smell, and frowned dejectedly. Hela got an Ender Dragon's thigh from nowhere, and was trying hard to cook it on the grill. When Luo Bing woke up, he giggled and said, "Give it back, I don't like to owe it. Someone else's stuff." Luo Bing has a black line on his face. Are you sure you want to pay me back instead of trying to poison me? His progress is very fast, he has found the space node of the sun. Now that the solar system has been found, it is not far from the Earth. However, Luo Bing would not jump into the sun rashly, it was purely courting death. Stop thinking, there is no way to get out here, I think you are not bad, why don't we do something more interesting? It's good to pass away the loneliness, Hela said, she seemed to have settled for this man. You can solve it with your own hands, I want to live for a few more years. Luo Bing was puzzled, his body moved instantly again, came to another place, and began to sit down with his knees crossed. Hela is angry, what do you mean by solving it yourself? What does that mean? She was about to go mad, damn it, don't you want this man who sent her to your door for nothing? He said it so hard, he was still sitting on the ground like a log in a daze. But, advertisement Luo Bing is not in a daze, but unfortunately Hela will not understand this. Not long after, Hela found Luo Bing again and threw the barbecue on the ground angrily. I'm bored, fight with me, the woman said. Crazy, Luo Bing had no interest and hit him with a pregnancy stare. Half an hour passed. Hela, who frowned, finally let out a long sigh, swaying profusely. Have the ability to confront me head-on, don't use sorcery, if I beat you to the ground, you will be my servant in the future, Hela said. What if I win? Luo Bing asked jokingly, then I'm your slave girl, do whatever you want. Hela snorted coldly, she was very careful, but she didn't think this man could beat her with real power. Not interested, Luo Bing shook his head and closed his eyes again. You. Hela was about to say something when she watched the man's golden eyes staring at him. You're here again. Shameless. Hela lay on the ground and curled up, but after 1 or 2 times, she gradually got used to it and it didn't hurt that much. But still left a lot of psychological trauma. You'll find out right away that everything you've done is in vain. This is a prison, and it's impossible to escape. Hela grimaced, clutching her stomach, frowning. I found out. Luo Bing suddenly opened his eyes with a smile on his face. Huh? Hela frowned. Okay, my hell trip is over. See you next time, woman. Luo Bing said. The focal length of his eyes was fixed on a certain place. The Shenwei space connected with the space node slowly opened, and the other side of the void black hole was a neatly arranged high-rise building. That's Earth. Luo Bing disappeared in a flash and went straight in. The black hole closed instantly, and Hela, who couldn't react because of her weakness, looked at this scene with a dazed expression. The whole person is directly messed up. However, before she could roar, the black hole opened from the outside again. Luo Bing stuck his head out from the outside, with high-rise buildings in the background. He had mastered the space nodes and he came and went freely. He threw a high-tech mobile phone and threw it beside Hela. It's boring to see you, I'll go first, you may be able to play standalone games to pass the time, I hope this thing can last longer. Luo Bing raised the corners of his mouth, smiling wickedly. After saying this on purpose, the figure slowly disappeared, and the black hole closed again. Hela froze in place, watching this scene in shock. At the moment when the black hole opened, she felt the breath of the outside world, and he really did it. Take me with you. 35. I want to go out. Hela shouted in place, but unfortunately no one responded to her. All she was left with was a sparkling mobile phone. 3 Chapter 85 What did you say? 1/5. It feels so good to be in the sun. Luo Bing stretched and stuffed the phone in his pocket. The reason why he went back and threw a cell phone was not a sudden attack of kindness. He just wanted to go back and be angry with that arrogant woman. Look, brother can come in and go out anytime. Is this what you mean by daydreaming? You, just stay here honestly. Luo Bing has no intention of saving the girl in distress at all. What kind of stubborn woman can be locked in that place? Just me by chance. Luo Bing doesn't have time to take care of other people's affairs. The black hole that appeared out of thin air on the street attracted the attention of many people. Luo Bing has gradually become familiar with the feeling of being watched by people. He waved his hand at the camera, turned around and disappeared in place. Malibu Shore 10,880. Luo Bing first went back to his castle and found no one inside, and then went to Tony's house opposite. Only then did I know that the two women had made an appointment to go shopping. Luo Bing is speechless, no one seems to worry about him. I went to an alien planet, and I almost never came back. $3 billion. In fact, he only disappeared for a day. But this day was really long. He went to Asgard, and somehow became the hero who saved Asgard. Later, he went to Hell, where he also met the Ender Legion and the woman who hadn't cleaned up. It's been a lot on this day. I'm afraid no one will believe it. You're back. Tony was still tinkering with something in the basement. In fact, it is Luo Bing's armor, and it looks very good now. I heard that you went to the kingdom of the gods. How is it? Are there many beauties there? 33 Tony put down the tools in his hand, laughed twice, and poured coffee from the side. Beauty. Okay, but the scenery there is beautiful, Luo Bing replied. Advertisement. Oh, boss, how can you just pay attention to the scenery? Girl is the most important thing, and that's the god of legends. Tony's eyes widened, looking very depressed. If I go to Asgard, I will definitely find 2 Protoss girls to spend the spring night together. That's what a man should do. Tony took a sip of coffee, his face like a playboy. Come on, the little pepper will tear you apart. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and picked up the coffee from the table. Ahem. JARVIS, delete the recording of that paragraph just now. Tony immediately became serious. Are you sure about the relationship? Luo Bing asked with a smile. So, Tony scoffed. It's not like a playboy Tony Stark, Luo Bing quipped. Well, although the forest is good, sometimes it seems lonely, it's better to find a tree to hang it on. Tony shrugged and filled a cup of coffee again. Pay attention to rest, your body won't be able to survive like this, Luo Bing reminded kindly. No way, my brain keeps running all the time, it can't stop at all, those materials are too valuable to be used, and I can't stop all the time. Tony shook his head, he has been relying on sleeping pills to forcefully fall asleep recently. Especially when he learned that there are aliens like gods in this world, he was under a lot of pressure. Oh, by the way, Luo Bing suddenly remembered something, and took out the destroyer armor from the Shenwei space. He didn't understand technology, and it was more appropriate to leave it to Tony to study. Oh my god, is this the guy in the news, so big? Tony stroked the destroyer's metal casing with excitement, like he was stroking a lover. Looks like I'm going to work overtime again. Tony was very pleasantly surprised, he might be able to pick up some new technologies from this alien armor to perfect his Mark series. The inconvenience of dressing has always been a headache for Tony. Looks like I shouldn't have given it to you so early. Luo Bing shook his head and stood up. You take a rest, I have to go to S.H.I.E.L.D., Luo Bing said, took out a new mobile phone from the cabinet, put on the calling card, turned around and disappeared. It's really a quick and convenient super ability, no matter how many times you watch it, it's so amazing. For flowers. Zero watching Luo Bing disappear out of thin air again, Tony shook his head enviously. Advertisement however, he couldn't envy things like super ability, not everyone was blessed. His super ability is his brain. Even as a mortal, ability is better than a god. Sanchu Wing headquarters building. Hey Bruden stretched out, flipping through the documents at hand. Generally, the more important documents S.H.I.E.L.D. will not be used as electronic files, and traditional handwritten reports are still used. After all, in this era of information exchange, the network is not as secure as imagined. Swish, Luo Bing suddenly appeared in front of the black marinated egg, startling him. Fury. It'd be great if you could have a shot at Roar before the next pop, you'll scare me out of a heart attack. Fury's face was dark, but with his complexion it wasn't very noticeable. Don't worry, you are healthy now, Luo Bing found a chair and sat down. So what happened later? I didn't go back to headquarters until noon, and you came over in a while. Fury was speechless. He spent a lot of time on the plane, and it was great to be able to cross several continents in an instant. What's that place like? I mean, the gods? Fury asked with a frown, serious. He was both in awe and fear in his heart for such an unimaginable thing. It's just a group of aliens. They visited the Earth thousands of years ago, so they left some legends. At the moment, their attitude towards the Earth is friendly. After all, I just became an Asgard hero, Luo Bing said, lying on a chair with his legs on the desk. Your clothes. So retro, Fury rolled his eyes. Then he frowned suspiciously. Why are you their hero again? Luo Bing shrugged. I don't know, maybe I made their enemies pregnant. Hearing this, Fury froze in place. For a long time, he rubbed his black and bright head suspiciously. What did you say? And, Chapter 86 Green Hair Girl, Polaris, 2/5. Fury's eyes widened, he didn't understand what Luo Bing said about getting the enemy pregnant. How should I put it, in layman's terms, I have a new ability, whether it is a man or woman, as long as I stare at me, I will get pregnant. Definitely not a real doubt, just a pregnancy and childbirth experience. But this ability is to make human beings feel the greatness of mother's love, and has no other meaning, Luo Bing explained. Black marinated eggs. I believe in you, there is no other meaning. Isn't this just staring at someone who is pregnant? Subconsciously, Fury's eyes were dodged, a little too afraid to look Luo Bing's eyes directly. What would he do if he shot himself? What are you afraid of? Am I like that kind of boring person? Luo Bing was speechless, looking at Fury with a black line. Even if there is a 1 in a million chance, I definitely don't want to understand what it's like for a man to get pregnant. Helu Dan is cowardly, so I don't blame him. Being able to get a man pregnant sounds terrifying. No one is cowardly. Actually, your experience is quite good, and you can deeply understand the greatness of maternal love, Luo Bing's birth suggestion. No. Fury shook his head repeatedly. He didn't want to experience the greatness of maternal love in this way, absolutely not. Okay, you're scared, that's it for the mission report. Are there any other missions? Luo Bing asked aloud. No, go home and rest. Fury waved his hands again and again. Robin Agent is still suitable as a mascot, and it is frightening every time he performs a task. Luo Bing understood, nodded, and disappeared in place. Then, he appeared strangely in SHIELD's secret warehouse and glanced at the sparkling tesseract in front of him. Infinite gems. Listening to Odin, each of the 6 infinite gems represents an ability, so this one is a space gem? Luo Bing looked curiously, finally shook his head and left. 6 are too difficult to get together, not to mention that in addition to the 3 known, the other 3 are still missing. In the vast universe, who knows where these gems will be lost? Come and go freely. Luo Bing is basically undefended anywhere on Earth. He didn't go home directly, and there was no one at home. Sky and Pepper went shopping, and the Stark guy was all in the lab. Advertisement: the Malibu coast is beautiful, but it's too far from the city center and too quiet. Luo Bing first visited the supermarket. Yes, that's right. Superhero also has time to go to the supermarket. However, Luo Bing is not idle and bored. He has too much space for divine power, and it is a waste if he does not make good use of it. Luo Bing purchased a lot of daily necessities, bought in all aspects, and finally experienced the life of the rich. The shop owner followed behind him, watching Luo Bing throw one product after another into his shopping cart. In any case, this store will definitely be popular in the future. After all, it is the supermarket where superhero bought it. How much? Luo Bing started to check out. No money, no money. The shop owner waved his hand immediately. If you don't take money, what's the point of me working hard to earn money? How can you understand that I'm very rich now if you don't take money? But even if he has no money, Luo Bing will not take other people's things for nothing. Not a single point should be given. After a phone call, when he learned of Happy's location, Luo Bing instantly dragged him from 100 miles away. He bought a lot of things, and it was a waste of time to count the bills. This kind of thing is more appropriate to leave to Happy, he is a very good assistant. Walk slowly. Happy recovered from the confusion, and was very excited to be able to work for Luo Bing. Luo Bing waved his hand, put on his sunglasses and turned to leave. Walking on the street, looking at the bustling city, Luo Bing's heart is very calm. He likes to be in such crowded places. Maybe human beings are a kind of social animals. The TV station on the street also constantly reported the news about superhero. Captain America, who has returned from a veteran player, has actually started a side business of shooting promotional videos after gaining a lot of support from old fans. It's not really a side job. After all, he had been selling US debt with the cheerleaders during World War II. This time it is mainly for the education of students who make mistakes. I heard that since the approval of this series of educational videos, many students have made mistakes on purpose, in order to watch the special education of Mr. Steve, the instructor. This can be nerve-wracking for many professors and principals. Advertisement, but this is also normal, because of the novelty. It won't take long for this craze to gradually recede. Luo Bing strolled on the pedestrian street. He didn't have it for a long time and he walked and stopped easily. The boys and girls who came and went by the road seemed to constantly remind Luo Bing that he should find a company. Luo Bing shook his head, wandered around and came to a remote alley. This is 3rd Street in Queens. But now this is a no man's land, and SHIELD's finishing work was done very quickly. The bodies on the street have been cleaned up in a day, but there is still a lot of blood left on the ground. The surrounding area was tightly blocked with barbed wire, and a danger sign of severe infection was erected. There are still people inside? Luo Bing raised his eyebrows. His spatial perception could detect strange changes in space. There are several groups of people in there. One of the girls seems to have a very strong magnetic field on her body. Luo Bing walked over through the barbed wire without hiding his figure. Before long, he was surrounded by a group of boys and girls. Most of those people are children. They look like 13 or 14. The youngest is only about 5 years old, a little girl with blonde hair. One of them was a very conspicuous girl with green hair standing in front of Luo Bing. Her face was cold. She looked like the eldest sister of the group of children. Hey, this is a forbidden area. Outsiders can't enter, the girl said. You don't look like the staff, Luo Bing replied with a smile. We are orphans, and they left a lot of supplies when they evacuated here. You know, for people like us, this is paradise, the woman said, stating the facts without emotion. There are many homeless people like them. In the past 2 days, there have been many homeless people living in Queens 5.0. Aren't you afraid of infection? A lot of monsters have died in this area, and the environment is easy to breed viruses. Luo Bing frowned. He was also an orphan since he was a child, but he was very lucky to live in an orphanage and grow up, but the orphanage was limited after all, and there were countless children living on the streets. Especially after the disaster in Queens, the orphanage has been crowded. There is simply no ability to raise so many children. We are more afraid of starvation, sir. If it's all right, please leave. You don't look like someone here, the woman said, looking directly at the man's eyes with sunglasses. What's your name? It looks very special, Luo Bing asked with a smile without leaving. The girl hesitated for a moment, seems to feel that the man in front of her is not malicious, and opens her mouth. Polaris. Advertisement Chapter 87. Night and Polaris are more compatible, 3/5. Polaris? Luo Bing raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised, and nodded understandingly. Generally, many orphans do not have their own surnames, which is normal. Even their names are given by themselves, which have special meanings. The woman in front of her was very beautiful, and the electromagnetic waves on her body also meant that she was not as ordinary people. However, although her tone is cold, there is no doubt that she is indeed a kind-hearted woman. No one will protect a group of young orphans in this chaotic land. For everyone, that group of kids is a big drag. Are you a former Queens resident? Luo Bing asked. For the survivors of Queens who all moved out of the city a day after the disaster, it was not only a place of contamination but also a place of heartbreak. Luo Bing gradually remembered something. It was not the first time he had seen this girl. He saved a lot of people that night, too many to count, and there seems to be a shadow of this girl among them, but because the situation was too chaotic, Luo Bing didn't care what kind of people he saved, and many people were saved by him. Luo Bing was completely unimpressed. Do not know why. Polaris felt an indescribable feeling emanating from the man in front of him. She was willing to talk to him. Yeah, the girl nodded with hesitation. I also have a younger brother and sister, but they are all missing, they should be dead. Her expression was a bit lonely, but she was a strong girl, and she quickly shook her head, forgetting those unpleasant things. Luo Bing did not speak. He looked at the child in front of him. The faces of those children were still covered in mud and ashes, and their confused eyes dared not look at themselves. The brightly dressed Luo Bing seemed out of place for them. It's like people from two worlds. These children have low self-esteem, and after losing their family, they are helpless, and it is Polaris who takes care of them. Do your brothers and sisters have any characteristics? Maybe they are still alive, or maybe they are just separated from you, Luo Bing asked aloud. Wanda, Pietro, one of them has red hair, the other has silver hair. Polaris shook her head. She herself had looked for traces of her brother and sister, but unfortunately, she found nothing. When rescued by the Black Knight, they were scattered in confusion. Luo Bing thought about it carefully. He saved many red-haired and silver-haired residents in his memory, but most of them didn't have much impression. Advertisement: not everyone is as conspicuous as Polaris' natural green hair. But what kind of talents are their parents? They can actually give birth to 3 children with colored hair. This is definitely not an ordinary family. At least Luo Bing felt a strong electromagnetic tick on the girl's body. This girl is very special. She may have super abilities that are beyond ordinary people. My name is Luo Bing, and I have been an orphan since I was a child. Can you show me here? I am now a trainee reporter, in charge of post-disaster research work, Luo Bing said, miraculously taking out a pocket-sized computer from his pocket. Camera. Luo Bing, your clothes? Polaris frowned. The man dressed like a reporter. I bought it from Chinatown. I'm a Huxia. I didn't expect you to call me by my name. Luo Bing smiled, somewhat surprised. He smiled very nicely, like a gust of wind blowing. Oh. The girl hesitation, as if thinking about something, looked at the child behind her. She was still wary of strangers. Maybe after I report the situation here, someone with good intentions will adopt them. It's a good thing, isn't it? Luo Bing asked with a smile. Polaris thought again and nodded. Since awakening her super ability that night, she is not afraid of anyone now. Even a reporter man, who looks strong, she can easily defeat him. Luo Bing followed Polaris to visit their temporary accommodation. It was a small supermarket. The valuable goods on the shelves have been removed, but the remaining materials are also abundant, enough for their daily food and lodging. In fact, this nearly destroyed city has almost become a homeless paradise, an unsupervised area, and all the materials left behind are theirs. Queens was also a prosperous city before, and there are countless treasures here. Every mall is a treasure map. The water source here is polluted. In addition to the precious water, there are many supplies here, so there is no need to worry about starvation, Polaris said. I don't know if there is pollution here, but there is no better place for us here. If it weren't for those disgusting robbers, this would be heaven. Polaris handed a bottle of drinking water from the shelf to Luo Bing. Rest assured, vacuum-packed items like this are safe. Thank you. Luo Bing glanced at the drinking water in his hand, unscrewed the cap and took a sip. What did you just say about the robber? Luo Bing asked. They were gangsters, and they gradually formed gangs and robbed everything like crazy, explained Polaris. Advertisement, but don't worry, I will protect you. The girl glanced at Luo Bing, and the eldest patted Luo Bing's shoulder in a graceful manner. Luo Bing sneered. It was the first time he was treated like this. This small supermarket was transformed into a large residence. The empty shelves were overturned on the ground, covered with cardboard and the quilt from the supermarket, which is also a bed. There are about 17 children here. The oldest is 14 years old, like a little man, very sensible, responsible for taking care of the younger brothers and sisters. They looked at Luo Bing curiously, and after getting acquainted again, raised their hands one by one and asked to take pictures. Luo Bing, to meet their requirements, leaving a smile on the camera. Luo Bing spent the whole afternoon here very relaxed. As the sun went down, Luo Bing and Polaris lay on the rooftop and looked at the site of the ruined city, which was unique. Why does 793 always wear sunglasses and can't take them off? The girl asked curiously. Until now, she has not seen the true face of the man. My eyes have been hurt recently. I'm afraid to scare you, Luo Bing casually lied and perfunctory. Polaris blinked and looked at the sky quietly. Look at that. She pointed her finger in one direction. It won't be long before the brightest star in the world will appear there. Well, that's Polaris, it's beautiful, Luo Bing replied with a smile. The girl was stunned for a while, not knowing whether the man who said beautiful was referring to herself, or the stars. But she didn't think much about it, she already had a place in her heart. I like the dark night. Girl tidied up her long green hair and took a deep roar in elation. Why? Luo Bing turned to look at each other. Because my hero often haunts the dark night. And night goes better with Polaris. The girl is Weichun, with yearning and longing for love on her face. Luo Bing feels amazing, the hero in the dark night. Who is it referring to? The world seemed to be so quiet, the two enjoyed the evening breeze, and the fatigue of the day was slowly washed away. But this beautiful scene doesn't last long. Not long after, a scream came, and a group of angry homeless people appeared at the door of the supermarket. In their hands, they also grabbed a child who ran out to play. Chapter 88. Leave it to me. Next, 4/5. There are about 30 or 50 people in a group, and they are the largest group developed in the nearby area. One by one, wearing the most fashionable clothes, wearing gold chains, the Rolex in his hand covered his entire arm. They were lucky to find a jewelry store that had not been evacuated and looted almost everything in that store. On the morning after the disaster, the US government organized survivors to move their finances, but many residents had already died, and those things had become unowned. Some of the more precious items were raided by the troops, but there were still many omissions that were hidden under the ruins. The leader was a black man with dreadlocks on his head and tattoos in the shape of a wolf's head on his arms and neck. The younger brother on the side was looking forward to him. This guy doesn't seem like a good character to get along with. Where is the person in charge here? This brat dares to steal from our black wolf gang. I'm really tired of living. The black man shouted loudly, watching the small supermarket in front of him just about to move. They have collected a lot of items, but it is rare to see such well-preserved supermarkets, and they are drooling when they see the dazzling array of goods. This is an unsupervised area, everything is unowned, and if you rob it, it will be yours. Polaris looked gloomy and hurriedly jumped off the rooftop. She landed on the ground smoothly with the help of the air conditioner box on the balcony, and her skills were very strong. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and jumped down. Let go of that child. Polaris looked angry, and she felt very cold when she was angry. Like a 1,000-year-old glacier. Oh, such a delicate beauty. The eyes of the black man with dreadlocks lit up instantly. In this no man's land, women are rare, especially such delicate beauties. This is simply a gift from God. The younger brother on the side was even more unbearable, looking up and down the Polaris in front of him presumptuously, and his mouth was about to flow out. I didn't steal anything from them, I didn't know it belonged to them, the child yelled, tears streaming down his face. I'll say it again, let go of that kid. Polaris' eyes were cold and his fists clenched fiercely. This is not the first time. She has also been harassed by homeless people before, who thought she was just a woman and showed her ugly nature. That was the first time she killed someone, and she vomited for an hour that day, but since then, Polaris seems to have changed, and her temperament has changed drastically. The US government doesn't care about these homeless people at all. For them, it couldn't be better to use these worms to experiment with radiation levels in Queens. Anyway, they are some worms at the bottom of the society, and they are left to fend for themselves. Advertisement after a year or two, it will be determined that there is no harm in this place, and then we will solve it uniformly. Little beauty, I think you look good, how about being my gunbed? The man with dreadlocks laughed, and the younger brother on the side also whistled to suit the occasion. Humph! 35 Polaris snorted coldly, with killing intent in her eyes. She beckoned, all the kitchen furniture on the supermarket shelf magically flew over, floating beside her, the bright kitchen knives reached their hearts, as if they were being targeted. The picture is very weird. The dreadlocks man was also taken aback by this scene. Super ability. The dreadlocks man was shocked. Super ability is no longer a secret. I didn't expect this girl to be the legendary super ability person, damn it. Hey, we have no ill intentions, put down these ghosts, and we will leave immediately. The black dreadlocks raised their hands, facing the mysterious and weird super ability, and they were terrified in their hearts. Let the baby go, Polaris said coldly again. A haze flashed in the eyes of the dreadlocked black man, and he smiled as he glanced at the dozen or so children hiding behind Polaris. Everyone has weaknesses. This woman cares so much about these children, that is her biggest weakness. The man with dreadlocks was suddenly no longer afraid, pulled out the pistol from his coat, and pressed it firmly on the child's head. I'm the most disgusting group of you monsters. What do you all think you are? You are an outlier, and the world becomes so ugly because of the existence of people like you. Now, put those things down obediently, or I'll kill this child immediately. The dreaded man sneered and turned off the insurance. The child pointed at by the gun closed his eyes in fear and did not dare to move. Even at a young age, he knew what that meant. Polaris' face turned ugly. The awakening super ability she used just now was not that handy, and right now, a line of blood was silently flowing down her nostrils. Ha 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 ha. The dreadlocks black people were even more excited when they saw this scene. His eyes turned to the girl in front of him again, his eyes full of evil desire. What would it feel like to be able to hold this proud black swan under you? Sister Polaris, leave me alone. The little boy who was pointed at by the gun suddenly shouted. He overcame the fear in his heart and slammed into the arms that were trapping his body. Tilda operator ah. The bitten little brother screamed, and he let go subconsciously. The little boy got out of trouble and ran towards Polaris with all his strength. Advertisement. The dreaded black man raised the gun in his hand with a gloomy face and pointed it at the younger boy of the little boy. Go to hell. He yelled, a gunshot came, and the little boy squatted down and covered his head. However, the bullet stayed strangely in midair. Polaris was pale, and more blood was flowing from her nostrils. She knelt on one knee on the ground, and there was no trace of blush on her face. Ability is constantly developed to become powerful. Polaris has never tried to stop a high-speed flight bullet. She did it, but for this, she also paid a small price. At the moment she was very weak. Whoosh, with a wave of Polaris's hand, the bullet returned at super high speed, but was less than accurate, only bruising one arm of the dreaded black man. Damn monster. The dreaded black man screamed, and the younger brothers around him, Zhao Nuahao, took up the weapons in their hands and pointed at Polaris. Some are shotguns, some are daggers, more are icy machetes, fire axes. Take them away, leave it to me here. Polaris turned his head and roared at Luo Bing. This stubborn woman intends to face it all alone. Luo Bing was unmoved, and he was ready to do it the moment the gun rang, but what he didn't expect was that Polaris actually blocked the bullet. Her ability should be to manipulate metal, Luo Bing thought in his heart and walked forward. Why not go, Polaris complained, now is not the time to be masculine. Those people have weapons in their hands. What the hell are you doing as a reporter? Luo Bing stretched, took off the $30,000 worth of sunglasses, and threw them aside. I'm not a man hiding behind women. Thank you for your protection. Leave it to me next, Luo Bing said. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing a charming arc. Chapter 89. Kendo Master Dubu's implicit way of flirting with girls, 5/5. When the man took off his sunglasses, Polaris was stunned. The group of children next to him were also stunned. They all recognized the man, the Night Knight who saved their lives in the night. Batman. The black dreadlocks naturally recognized the man in front of them. Luo Bing just made a trick roar in front of the media, and then criminals all over the world remembered that face, that handsome and terrifying face. Tell me, how do you want to die? Luo Bing's expression was flat. These little characters don't even deserve to let him know their names. He slaughtered a lot of such people. If not enough, these people will never be killed. They are like a disease. This disease cannot be eradicated at all. There will be such an existence in every era. Unless the earth develops like a god's domain one day, and the resources are so rich that everyone can live and work in peace and contentment, this phenomenon will always exist. Don't kill us. We know we were wrong. Please forgive us once, please. The more than 30 little gangsters who were still vicious just now fell to their knees on the ground in fright, and the stench of urine dripped on the ground. The biggest difference between me and other leather warriors is that I'm never soft-hearted. Luo Bing smiled, but the smile seemed so piercing in the eyes of the enemy. 793. Forgive you is a matter of God, and my task is to send you to see the old man. Luo Bing said, and elegantly reached out into the black hole on the side, and pulled out a delicate and slender gorgeous sword. The handle of the sword body is inlaid with exquisite purple gems. Asgard's collection is just such bells and whistles. But, killing people with this kind of sword is also very beautiful. Luo Bing swung the sword lightly, the sword wave rippling, sending out a void slash. That is Space Division. Luo Bing has become more and more comfortable to use, and can even be released with weapons. In just 1 second, more than 30 people fell to the ground forever. That picture is not conducive to the mental growth of children, but Luo Bing did not deliberately cover up this scene. For these orphans, care is not the best way to nurture them. They have to deeply realize the cruelty of this world, because only they can protect themselves. The Shenwei space on the side has not been closed yet. Luo Bing turned around and stuffed the gorgeous sword whose name was unknown. He has a lot of this kind of thing, although it can't be called an artifact, but it is sharp enough. I don't know what metal material was used to hammer it out. I'm sorry I lied to you. I'm not a journalist. Looking back at Polaris who was standing still, Luo Bing smiled apologetically. Polaris was dumbfounded, a little overwhelmed. The blood from his nostrils dripped on his clothes and didn't notice it. Luo Bing took out a handkerchief from his body and patiently wiped the blood from her nose. Advertisement. You're not very skilled in using your super ability. You just started awakening, right? Luo Bing asked aloud. Polaris suddenly seemed to be a shy girl, and her face flushed a bit. I don't know if it's because my body has recovered or because I'm suddenly shy. Maybe both. Batman. Batman hail. Night Knight hail. The children ran over in surprise and surrounded Luo Bing. For children, superhero or something is simply a dream, and being able to see superhero in person is more pleasant than anything. Even at this time, they didn't pay attention to the corpse lying on the ground. Hey, don't squeeze. Don't squeeze. Hey, you guy, don't learn how to hug your thighs. Luo Bing is helpless by a bunch of kids. Polaris couldn't help but burst out laughing at this happy scene. Luo Bing was attracted by this smile and looked at her. The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere was very ambiguous. After agreeing to come back to accompany her to train with her super ability tomorrow, Luo Bing said goodbye to everyone. He had no reason to take them away. After all, they had only known each other for a day. Back in the castle on the coast of Marbury, Sky seemed to have known the news of Luo Bing's return, and was busy in the kitchen early. Her culinary skills seem to have improved a bit. Beffa. The little peppers on the other side are always asking her for advice. I'm back. It's quite fragrant. Luo Bing sat down at the dining table to eat unceremoniously, in a good mood. Sky also discovered this and joked with a smile. I am so happy today. Did I find money, or did I meet someone I like? Luo Bing shrugged. Maybe, I met a nice girl today. I think she's pretty good, very loving. Sky froze in place. She just asked a question casually, but this guy really responded. Something is wrong. Sky pulled an emergency warning in his heart. Recalling the knowledge Xiao Chili gave her, the whole person was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. How to do? What to do? I'm done eating, go to bed early. Luo Bing patted his stomach contentedly. He didn't have the self-consciousness to wash the dishes after dinner. Advertisement Sky was still messy in the living room. She immediately called her close comrade in arms Lil Pepper, and the two discussed tactics on the phone. After Luo Bing returned to the room, he picked up his phone and looked at it. Before he left Polaris a phone number and the two added a face. Are you home yet, Miss Polaris? Luo Bing looked at the flashing avatar, didn't know how to reply, and then. My name is not Robin, and, soon, Polaris sent a new message. Thank you for today, Miss Polaris. Luo Bing scratched his head, he really didn't know how to reply to girls. Then, my name is not Robin, I'm always a jerk. Luo Bing began to complain about himself and rolled his eyes helplessly. Sure enough, he didn't know how to chat with girls at all. I'll make you something delicious when you come over tomorrow, Miss Polaris. Okay, I'm not called Robin. It seems that Luo Bing's high coldness made Polaris over there embarrassed to interrupt anymore. The two sent a message of, see you tomorrow, and then the phone went silent. Luo Bing let out a sigh of relief and lay down on the bed. This, Kendo Master Dugu's subtle way of flirting with girls, doesn't work either. Pitgoods. No wonder you were lonely. Luo Bing was speechless. He pulled this single dog ability into the blacklist in his heart. He was about to send his phone, but the phone rang again. Huh? Luo Bing frowned, seeing that a person named Queen sent him a friend request. Who is it? Luo Bing is puzzled, not many people know his face number. Then, he clicked the agree button. Ding ding ding. The phone vibrated and the Queen sent a message, get me out, Queen. Luo Bing frowned, his face serious. Where are you? What happened? I'm not Robin. Hell, Queen. FK, Chapter 90 New Ability, Fantasy Realization, 1/5. Named Queen, and now people are in hell? Luo Bing's eyes widened. Is someone playing a prank? Is it really the woman in hell? What's your name? I'm not Robin. Hela, don't talk nonsense, come and save me, Queen. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. It was Hela. Fortunately, I don't know it shouldn't be that woman in hell. And many more. I don't even know what that woman in hell is called, Luo Bing frowned, thinking that this is impossible, now the Wi-Fi is connected to hell? If he said that the woman used the mobile phone he left behind and happened to see his face number, he would still think there was a possibility, but with Wi-Fi in hell, no matter how he thought about it, he felt weird. Do we know each other? Luo Bing frowned and edited the message and clicked send. Although he already had 7% confidence in him, he was still not sure. After this message was sent, there was no reply for a long time. Luo Bing shook his head and threw his phone aside, what seemed to be a coincidental prank. Maybe he thought too much. It is. How can it be possible to connect to Wi-Fi in hell? Isn't this nonsense? In the dead silent hell, Hela looked at the phone in front of her that lost the signal again. She was so angry that she wanted to smash this thing. Before she finally got through, Luo Bing left and forced her divine power to penetrate a small hole. Her energy could not penetrate. She studied for a long time and got a weak signal from the earth. After that, she studied the mobile phone for a long time, and then she got in touch with Luo Bing. This is already amazing. It's a pity that the space healed too fast, and the weak connection she opened up after abolishing the power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers healed quickly. This means that she has to spend most of her divine power again to impact that space node. But Hela was not discouraged. Time is the least valuable thing to her, and that man is the only hope to get her out of here. Luo Bing was bored playing the league to pass the time, and now the outside world is very peaceful, maybe because the roar of superhero is so loud these days, the criminals are hiding. Occasionally, a few Lengtuching are also cleaned up by the good neighbor Spider-Man. 12 o'clock in the middle of the night came slowly. Advertisement Lucky Aura on. Open black lens bracket sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Today's copy of the ability, Imagination Realization, has been delivered. Please enjoy it. Imagination Realization. Create real objects in reality through fantasy power and spiritual power. The more complex the real objects are, the higher fantasy power and mental power are required. Warm reminder. Too greedy will burn your brain. This is from the universe tips for the first beautiful girl horse monkey Soju. Void creation. Luo Bing thought of this magic for the first time. He had heard it in Asgard, but normally, void creations rely on unique magic spells to imprint a single thing or item. For example, the simplest generation of water, fire, lightning, and wind, which contains magic elements, but also the ingredients of void creation. The most intuitive thing is that Luo Bing's, Rashomon, has always been mistaken by Odin and others as a creation of the void. What the hell is horse monkey Shochu? How could anyone name themselves that? Luo Bing was speechless. Spiritually, he understands a little bit of the general meaning. Luo Bing's spiritual power is different from that of ordinary people, which may also be due to the reason of his immortal body, as well as his supernatural powers, each of which seems to strengthen his spiritual power. For example, Beast's instinct, and another example of Shanyan, these are all honing his mental power all the time. But imagination is too illusory, isn't it? It can't be grasped or touched. But in general, this time it is a 4-character ability, which should not be bad. Luo Bing sat upright and began to test his new ability. First, he visualized the item he wanted in his mind, then concentrated and silently triggered the skill. Beep. 35 a $1 coin hung on the ground with a crisp sound. It doesn't seem to be difficult. Luo Bing looked at the coin in his hand eagerly, showing a look of joy. Sure enough, this guy's first thought after getting this ability was to manifest money. But, I can directly show what money can buy. What do I need money for? Luo Bing silently complained about his behavior. Then he closed his eyes again, this time imagining a slender sword in his mind. Crack. The metal sword fell to the ground with a thud. Interesting. Luo Bing picked up the rapier and found that it was exactly the same as he imagined. Even Luo Bing engraved a pig's head on the handle of the knife when he visualized it. There is also a little pig's head present. What an amazing ability. Looks like I won't be able to sell tickets for my Magic World tour. Katakana middle dot 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 zero advertisement. Luo Bing muttered to himself twice, and he didn't have any strange feeling after realizing the two things. Perhaps these two things were too simple and didn't waste much of his mental power at all. Okay. The next one will be infinite gems. Luo Bing clapped his hands and began to visualize in his mind based on the appearance of Tesseract. Danger. Danger. Beast instinctively gave a timely warning, as if reminding Luo Bing not to do stupid things. Luo Bing. 6,699. Well, not really, the realization of infinite gems seems too naive. Maybe I can do it later. Luo Bing wasn't disappointed either, because he didn't have much hope, he just tried it out. How far can I do it now? Luo Bing's eyes were suddenly attracted to the mall in the game. Why'd I limit my imagination to reality? The items in the game should also be materialized, right? This ability has no logic at all, it is magic, and it is still very high level magic. Although Luo Bing uses any ability without consuming mana. Just like Rashomon, he can summon all day without stopping. At the beginning, there was a cooling time limit, but as he became more and more proficient, this ability was directly mastered by him. Including Shirinyan, although Luo Bing got the most basic version, it seems that after long-term use and proficient use, you can also get a high-level version? Even a cracked version? Luo Bing stared at the small blue bottle in the alliance, closed his eyes and painted in his head, including his own understanding of the small blue bottle, such as the attribute of rapid energy recovery, which was also added to it. Crack. The blue liquid wrapped in the crystal bottle fell to the ground and shattered immediately, filling the room with a magical smell. Even Luo Bing's head, which was somewhat cloudy because of the realization of this thing, gradually became sober. It's broken if I'm not careful. Luo Bing rubbed his head, feeling a little depressed. But, it seems that there is a bug again. I realized that this thing is just a little heavy, but it recovered immediately after smelling it, which means that this thing can also restore mental power. Isn't that? Do whatever you want. And, Chapter 91 Hela's Magical Operation, 2/5. Well, in the end Luo Bing didn't do what he wanted. He only manifested 5 vials of the little blue medicine, and the pain in his brain couldn't stand it anymore. Although the situation improved a lot after drinking a bottle, I felt full of energy, but my head was still a little drowsy. Although it was not so exaggerated, there was always a feeling of drowsiness. Luo Bing hasn't felt this kind of mental problem for a long time since he got the immortal body. It's a very magical experience. Obviously the body is not full. I feel that the pore of the whole body is sucking in the roar, but the head still can't help but feel drowsy. It seems that this thing can only achieve the effect of refreshing and restoring energy, and cannot restore spiritual power at all. Maybe I can materialize a drug that restores psychic power? 3. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Luo Bing pondered for a long time, but after all, he didn't think how to realize this idea. The fantasy, 793. Now needs a reference. Whether it is in reality or in the game, mental power is a very vague term. What's more, the idea of using the same amount of mental power to materialize more mental power recovery medicines is a bit naive, which doesn't seem realistic or magical at all. In a drowsy state, Luo Bing fell into sleep. That night, Luo Bing had 2 consecutive dreams. It may be due to the sequelae of the drowsy head and the chaotic dreams. Luo Bing is not sure whether it is a precognition dream. In his first dream, he saw a leather-clad warrior on a skateboard fighting a little Spider-Man over a rundown of Queens. It is possible that this dream was a precognition dream. After all, a familiar character appeared in the dream. The second dream was a bit cloudy. He saw a middle-aged white man with white temples climbing Mount Everest. This is kind of weird. What does climbing Everest have to do with his foreknowledge? What's on Mount Everest? Isn't it Snow Mountain? Luo Bing, who woke up in the morning, didn't think about it so much. Anyway, what should happen will always happen. Thor, he thought he disrupted the development of precognitive dreams, but he didn't expect it to coincide in a clever way. What Luo Bing saw was just a fragment. This clip contains too little information to know whether the future will be good or bad. But Luo Bing didn't bother so much. Soldiers came to block people, and water came to Tuan. He once saw a black hole burst open on the top of Stark Building's head, and a large number of aliens ran in. So what should I do? Tear down the Stark Building? None of these things can solve the problem. Luo Bing is a power supremacy. As long as he is strong enough, everything is a turkey. Taking out his mobile phone, Luo Bing sent a message to Peter, asking him to pay attention to the figure flying up to the sky on a skateboard in his daily life, which may cause him a lot of trouble. Advertisement. Peter also just got up to brush his teeth and wash his teeth, and inexplicably replied, "Brother Luo, aren't you the one who flew to the sky on a skateboard? You used to skate on glass rails a lot, and the glass was transparent, so it looked like you were flying on a skateboard." Luo Bing. All right. It looks like he has inadvertently inspired some kind of genius who wants to die. But Luo Bing can't bear this pot. Peter has become more reliable now, and Luo Bing believes he can handle this problem. Glancing at the phone, there are still more than a dozen unread letters on the social software. It was sent to him by the guy with the ID Queen. The signal was interrupted just now. Damn, Queen. Let me out, come right back and lick my toes, I can still forgive you, Queen. Damn, are you listening, Queen? Did you get the message, Queen? The guy sent a lot of messages, and from his hot-tempered attitude and details, Luo Bing had already decided that this guy was the woman he met in hell. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. There are so many magical operations of the boss, and he can even surf the internet in hell. He didn't pay attention at all. Luo Bing didn't show any pity in the face of such a wicked woman. Just leave that woman in hell. Hell suits her. It's just that Luo Bing, who saw the last few articles, immediately laughed unkindly. The woman named Hela also seemed to sense that she was begging in a low voice, so she began to speak kind words. Brother Robin, please help me, people are bored here. The acid rain is coming again, I was wrong, it's so cold, so lonely. Brother Robin, are you here? I want to eat the barbecue you make, I swear I will never yell at you again, come and take me away, Queen. For some reason, Luo Bing felt a little relieved when he saw the woman begging him in a low voice. So he edited a text message and replied, why, we don't know each other, I'm not Robin. Advertisement. After sending the text message, Luo Bing laughed out loud. He just wanted to be angry with this woman, who made her proud like a swan. You deserve it, you still have the face to call my brother? Who knows how many thousand years old you are, not scary. After sending the message, Luo Bing received a reply instantly, thinking that this woman had been standing by her phone, afraid that she had not slept at all and had been waiting for him all night. For these big guys, going without sleep for a few months is nothing at all. You're alive. Come and take me away, Queen. Is this woman a repeater? Is this word over and over again? Luo Bing ignored it, and just wanted to put the phone in his clothes pocket, but the other party sent another message. However, this is a picture message. Hela in the picture is unexpectedly tender, with big eyes and watery eyes, which is a good expression pack. I don't know how much determination she made to get the courage to take this photo. Luo Bing ignored it, he wouldn't be moved by a simple picture. But after the next few pictures were sent, Luo Bing really couldn't stand it anymore. This is so special. Who taught her? 5.0 even sent fruit photos to himself. Shit. Definitely, not the full fruit, but the half-covered one is more exciting to watch. Especially Luo Bing, a young man who had never experienced a relationship between a man and a woman, immediately reacted when he saw this scene. 6635, I'm not Robin. Demon girl. Luo Bing murmured secretly, and backhanded one to save it locally and report it. Not long after, the system robot prompted the other party to be banned for 3 hours for posting bad photos. Luo Bing's ears were clear, he felt refreshed throughout his body, he concentrated and calmed down. The good buddy returned to normal. He took a cold shower and put on a black trench coat. Although the Wusho immortal body does not need to take a bath, I still feel unaccustomed to it. Open the space door at will. He and Miss Polaris have another appointment today. Chapter 92. Maybe you can move in with me. 3/5. Dilapidated Queens. Polaris exerts his ability under Luo Bing's attention. She can control metal. To be more precise, she should be able to control the surrounding magnetic field, but because of the ability of awakening, her ability to controlling magnetic field is still very weak, and currently she can only pull some metal products to fly. Such as small flying darts, like yesterday's situation is a potential explosion. She successfully stopped a bullet. The super ability of Polaris is very potential. In this era of hot weapons rampant, when she becomes proficient in the future, she will be very terrifying when she encounters the army or war when she masters the magnetic field ability, and she can completely defeat 10,000. Drink some water and rest. Luo Bing snapped his fingers, a glass of watermelon juice fell out of nowhere and was caught by him firmly. Luo Bing did not have the magnetic field ability originally, and his training process was more about controlling the situation and preventing accidents. He spends more time familiarizing himself with the realization of his fantasy. Thank you, Polaris blushed, not sure if he was tired or what. She took the watermelon juice from Luo Bing's hand and took a gulp from the straw. 14. Sweet, Polaris narrowed his eyes comfortably. Luo Bing's phone rang. He has been putting this thing in his clothes pocket, but not in the Shenwei space, because there is no signal in the Shenwei space. Happy called and Luo Bing asked him to contact the orphanage where he used to be yesterday. In fact, Luo Bing is so greedy for money for a reason. He used to secretly send the money from his summer job to the orphanage. With more money, Luo Bing directly funded the renovation and expansion of the former orphanage. Now orphanages can accommodate more people and have the best facilities and resources. The dean even hung his picture on the wall and gave him the status of an honorary dean. But Luo Bing doesn't care about this, he is not for honor, he is just to repay his kindness. He is a person who attaches great importance to feelings, and he will remember those who treat him well. Things are arranged, those older children are reluctant to go to the orphanage, but those who are too young can be taken care of by yourself. Sending to the orphanage is the best choice, Luo Bing said looking at Polaris. Thank you so much. Polaris nodded slightly, thanking him. She really didn't know how to thank Luo Bing, after all, she saved her life, and it was twice. Advertisement for Polaris, Luo Bing is his hero. At lunchtime, Happy landed in the ruined city with his special plane. Polaris's cooking skills can't be said to be top-notch, but it also makes Luo Bing very satisfied. At least this girl is very careful when she cooks any dishes. If Sky knew Luo Bing's mind would collapse. I'm also very attentive. Why don't you see me complimenting me? In fact, the reason for this is very simple. Luo Bing and Sky are so familiar that they don't need praise at all. Sometimes it may be like this, the more familiar people feel, the less polite they are, and sometimes there are occasional quarrels. Humans are really strange animals, and emotions are even more troublesome. Harvey took 13 young children away, and only two 14-year-old boys expressed that they did not want to go to the orphanage at all. Polaris was a little worried, but also to say goodbye, Luo Bing accompanied her to fly to Chinatown by plane. In fact, Luo Bing has not been on a plane for a long time after obtaining the space ability. Definitely, he also hasn't been back in Chinatown for a long time. As soon as he got off the plane, the dean greeted him warmly. The construction team that Happy hired was building very fast, and the orphanage was different from what it used to be, and its population was almost 5 times larger than before. This is nothing to be proud of. This means that the world is not peaceful, and the number of orphans is gradually increasing. In fact, the surge in population in the past few days is due to the last biochemical lizardman crisis in Queens. All orphanages in New York are basically full. Otherwise, there will be no orphans living on the streets. Luo Bing, I sincerely thank you for everything you have done to the orphanage. Your child has grown up in an instant and has become a superhero. It really brings glory to our orphanage. The dean is an old man over 70 years old, and he is probably the only one in this world who is qualified to talk to Luo Bing as an elder. This is what I should do. Luo Bing smiled shyly, feeling somewhat praised. Isn't there any trouble in Chinatown recently? Luo Bing asked aloud. No, it's just that there are a lot of tourists, and they keep coming here to learn what kind of kung fu of the Celestial Dynasty. The old man sighed. Not every celestial person knows celestial kung fu. Advertisement. Seriously speaking, Luo Bing is going to take the blame again. Oh, by the way, one more thing. Do you remember the #1 bust in Chinatown? The old man asked aloud. Tang Ren. That guy who claims to be a detective? Luo Bing asked with a frown. He wasn't very impressed, he just thought the guy had a strong ability to be funny. He really made a name for himself recently and solved a big case, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that it is the credit of his distant cousin. The old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. That guy hasn't found a serious job yet. Luo Bing was speechless, and then stopped paying attention. Polaris said goodbye to the children who had gathered in the past 2 days. After seeing the people and things in the orphanage, she was completely relieved. 2 older children who were reluctant to stay in an orphanage were sent to school by Happy. If nothing else, they will become an employee of the Stark Group in the future. 793 Polaris was alone, and suddenly relaxed, carefree, and a little confused. Just move in and live with me. I also have a roommate. The house is too big to live in. Queens is still a bad environment. Even if there is no pollution, the infection rate of heat death is very high. Luo Bing looked at Polaris in front of her, her green hair very nice. Well, but what can I do for you? Polaris opened his eyes wide and looked at Luo Bing. If the relationship between the two is closer, maybe there is no need to think about it so much. But now, their relationship is nothing but good friends. Maybe you can join my logistics team. Another roommate of mine does this. Luo Bing made a random excuse. In fact, he couldn't figure out what he was thinking, but he just felt that doing so was in line with his mind. Then, well, maybe I can use my super ability to fight criminals like you do? Polaris' eyes lit up. Great idea, maybe we can become a duo or something, Luo Bing nodded. In school, little Spider-Man, who wanted to be a duo with Luo Bing, shed tears of sadness. How are you doing this? So sad, it's not fair. Chapter 93 Eliminate Hidden Dangers, 4/5. In the evening, Malibu Shore 10,086, Tony and his family gathered at Luo Bing's castle. Pepper looked at Sky beside him. Sky looked at Polaris beside him. Polaris looked at Luo Bing. Luo Bing looked at Tony and shrugged. You, take out the bomb fragments in your heart as soon as possible. Even if you're wearing steel armor, this cool girl by my side can wave your hand and kill you right away. Luo Bing isn't a threat, it's a fact. Polaris' ability just beats Tony. Tony had a bitter look on his face. He wasn't a timid dead man. On the contrary, he never feared death, but it doesn't mean that he is willing to lie on the operating table and let others decide his own life and death. If that person is someone he trusts, that's fine. Tony never trusted those doctors, which kept him from making up his mind. It's a pity that the most famous doctor in the world, Dr. Strange, had a car accident. His hands are already disabled and he can't do any surgery. He is now running all over the country to find a doctor who can heal his hands. I heard that the guy has used up almost all his property now and has started to sell cars and houses. If Polaris had never appeared, Tony might not have realized it for a long time, but now, the sudden appearance of the pretty girl with green hair was bad news for Tony. If there is one, there will be a second. Who knows if there will be people with controlled magnetism in the future? If there is, bad luck or an enemy, isn't he dead? Tony didn't like the feeling that fate was always in someone else's hands and turned off. He was in such a bad mood that he couldn't even eat the delicate dinner on the table. Is there any safe way? Pepper bit his lip and looked at Tony miserably. Yes. Luo Bing nodded, and naturally caught a crystal bottle filled with bright red liquid from the air. I knew you had a way, love you. Tony grabbed the bottle excitedly and confessed aloud. Luo Bing had a black line on his face. The little pepper next to him silently rolled his eyes. How do I use this thing? What is this? Is it an alien product? Tony looked at the crystal bottle in his hand curiously. Under the refraction of the light, the crystal bottle was crystal clear, and the red liquid inside was emitting a streamer, which looked like a very extraordinary. This thing allows you to quickly heal wounds and replenish vitality. You only need to let Polaris quickly pull out the fragments in your heart, and then you can drink it. Luo Bing explained. He has already done experiments. This little red medicine has greatly supplemented Luo Bing's lack of medical treatment, and it is very effective. He used this medicine during the day to cure an old orphanage worker who had a broken leg. Advertisement, amazing. Is this thing vampire blood? Tony jumped up in surprise. He asked because the decoration in Luo Bing Castle was very vampire. The black bat, the knife and fork with blood, not only does not feel depressed, but has a mysterious style. Vampire? Fart. Have you ever played games? Do you know about the blue returning medicine, the blood returning medicine? Luo Bing asked in an easy-to-understand manner. Huh? Is there such a thing? Tony's eyes widened. Similar, almost. I have tried the effect of this thing. I used it to cure an uncle who had been in a wheelchair for 10 years during the day, Luo Bing said relaxedly. Then can't we start a pharmaceutical company? It's a miracle drug. Tony got excited. How bad do you think this thing is? Luo Bing looked at Tony with a black face. If he really wants to mass produce this thing, he guarantees that his brain will be burned out. I knew you were the best for me, haha, Tony laughed, holding the bottle in his hand carefully, lest one accidentally knock it over. It's better to start now, the shrapnel in the body is always a hidden danger, Luo Bing said, looking at Polaris beside him. Are you sure? Well, I can feel the shrapnel in his body. Polaris nodded. She had a task to do as soon as she came here. She was very happy, and felt that she did not live up to Luo Bing's expectations for her. Wait, give me a break. Tony took a deep roar. It's simple to say, but the shrapnel is very close to his heart, and he needs a lot of courage to complete the operation. Pepper, take the medicine, and pour him into Tony's mouth as soon as the shrapnel is taken out. We will strive for a one-time success. Luo Bing gave a serious order. Okay. Little Pepper nodded earnestly, and immediately did as Luo Bing said, took out the red crystal bottle from Tony's hand, and carefully unscrewed the cap. When the lid was unscrewed, a special gas floated out. It smelled very intoxicated, and the pores all over the body relaxed. Wait, what does it mean to strive for a one-time success? I can't last twice in this situation. Tony had a black line on his face, inexplicably panicked in his heart. Don't talk nonsense, just lie down and lie down. Luo Bing didn't explain much, and no one knew about his time ability. Okay. Tony shut his mouth honestly, he trusted Luo Bing very much. Do you need an anesthesia needle? Pepper asked nervously. I think I might need. Tony was sweating coldly, although he could bear the pain, but it wasn't necessary at all, and it wasn't that he couldn't afford anesthesia needles. Some special operations are not allowed to use anesthesia, but now this is not an operation. I'll have Happy deliver it right away, Pepper said, looking up and calling Roar Friday. It doesn't need to be that troublesome. Luo Bing waved his hand. He didn't even have a physical anesthesia needle. He patted Tony's neck lightly, and the physical anesthesia was used. Thor rolled his eyes and fainted. Advertisement, let's do it now, Luo Bing said, making room. Little Chili wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This is really not troublesome. Polaris walked up to Tony, his hands glowing with greenery. He first manipulated the magnetic force to draw out the small energy device in Tony's chest, then closed his eyes and carefully perceived the metal shrapnel in Stark's chest. Tilda operator puff puff. Everything came so suddenly. The shrapnel shot out of Tony's chest instantly, hitting the ceiling above his head. A lot of blood splattered the little Pepper. Without Luo Bing's command, Xiao Chili quickly poured a whole bottle of blood recovery medicine into Tony's mouth. A miracle happened soon. The blood that was originally spurting out of the shrapnel stopped instantly. Shortly afterward, Tony's pitted wound glowed green and began to heal quickly. It looks like I don't need a second chance. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. The little Pepper on the side watched anxiously. Soon Tony opened his eyes and looked like he was okay. How do you feel? Luo Bing asked. Except for a little neck pain. Everything else is fine. Wait. The operation is over. Stark's eyes widened, not expecting everything to happen so quickly. Zhao Nuo good. Even the hands on the wrist turned for less than a minute. It seems to be alright. He can still feel the pain in his neck. Xiao Chili breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt relieved. Polaris and Sky on the side also played with a sigh of relief. The situation just now was too tense, and the blood was sprayed 1 meter high. Fortunately, they were far away, otherwise they would definitely be splashed like a small pepper. But the little Pepper doesn't care about that at all. What surprised her was that the small red bottle that Luo Bing took out had an amazing effect, and even the big hole in Tony's chest was filled, which was simply a magical scene. Did I just get hit? Tony touched his neck and looked at Luo Bing with a black line on his face. I don't know, you may be hallucinating. Luo Bing shook his head. The three women beside her smirked and shook their heads. Tony rolled his eyes, looked at the blue lit reactor on the table beside him, and looked at the shrapnel on the ceiling above his head, and let out a long breath. This is not the end of Iron Man. For Tony, this is a new beginning. Chapter 94 The Establishment of Avengers, 5/5. The Malibu coast is thoroughly buzzing. To welcome the arrival of Polaris, also to celebrate Stark's new life, Tony threw huge amounts of parties here with Luo Bing's approval. Definitely, he only invited some common acquaintances over. Outsiders, including the media, do not know the real residence of Tony and Luo Bing. The sky is full of firework blooming in the sky. Steve looked at the rising firework in the night sky in confusion, not quite used to this scene. But for an old man who has been frozen for 70 years, his mentality is already very optimistic. At least he won't be curious about what this is and what that is. In the past 2 days, he secretly supplemented a lot of knowledge. I also went to the hospital to meet my old friend Carter for the last time. The other party was very calm and did not seem to blame him for being 70 years late. It's just that Steve is very confused. The dance he promised may never be realized in this life. Cool, little Spider-Man swings on the cruise ship. He's never been to such a great party. As a high school student who couldn't drink yet, he held a big bag of popcorn in his hand and looked enviously at the group of people drinking together below. Occasionally it's good to get together like this. Luo Bing raised the goblet in his hand, even though he was also a minor. But, what about 793 him? Right, last time I was in Queens, I said it was a dinner party, but it's not too late. Stark raised his goblet angrily to clink glasses with the people around him. My name is Barton, sorry I didn't join you last time. Barton raised his goblet and drank it down. Natasha Romanoff stared wide-eyed at Polaris, then at Sky. Obviously she didn't expect that guy Luo Bing to be a treasure in a golden house. Or two. The girls gathered together and didn't know what they were talking about, while the boys were drinking happily on the side. But obviously with Luo Bing's physique, he won't get drunk. Basically everyone came that day, but unfortunately Luo Bing didn't find Matthew. Daredevil doesn't seem to like this kind of group activity. I think it's better to have this kind of party alone in the future. It's better not to bring women along, Tony muttered in a low voice, as if he was thinking something bad again. I tell you, this month's cover girl looks really good, Tony vowed. Tony. Pepper yelled from the side. Tony shrugged helplessly, turned around and smiled apologetically. Advertisement, ha 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 ha. A group of people laughed. Now the media has given us, Beffa, a group of people a lot of team names. I think we really need to discuss a name as soon as possible, or we'll all be led astray soon. Tony put away his Playboy style and changed the subject with a cough. First of all, the Iron Legion is impossible. Luo Bing rejected Tony's idea in one sentence. Veteran Roar is even more unreliable, Tony's face darkened. Justice League is pretty good, but it always feels a little inconsistent, Steve said seriously. It's a little inappropriate to talk about justice all day, Luo Bing nodded. Where's the Spider Family? Where's the Spider Family? Peter fell on the swing excitedly. Eat your popcorn, you're just a reservist. Luo Bing slapped little Spider-Man mercilessly. Little Spider-Man shrugged helplessly and continued eating his own popcorn. Today everyone is not wearing their own gear and is very casual. I predicted the alien battle in New York, which may be inevitable. In that small clip, I saw a lot of pictures, but it seems that our partners are not only these. There's also a green fat man, who initiated the "it's scary to be crazy." Luo Bing hesitation said the future he saw. Although he only saw a small part, it wasn't comprehensive, and he didn't know how that happened, and he didn't see how it ended. But one day it will come. Warriors of Earth need to be mentally prepared. What kind of aliens are they? Steve asked seriously. They knew more or less that Luo Bing had a predictable super ability. Steve also only recently learned about the concept of aliens. It looks strange, a bit like a bug, stepping on a flight device and holding a weapon that can emit lasers, Luo Bing recalled carefully. Tony frowned. If only I knew the exact time. Luo Bing shook his head. He also doesn't know when this will happen. Maybe in a year or two, maybe in a few months. Everything is unclear. It is because of this unknown that it is often more worrying. Luo Bing accurately described what he saw, including the location and quantity. The crowded alien army frowned upon hearing that. I saw an interesting team name from Fury's plan, maybe we can apply it, Luo Bing said. What is it? Captain America asked curiously. Advertisement. Avengers? Barton had heard Fury say it, and he was part of the plan early on. I don't like S.H.I.E.L.D. we do it ourselves, and we leave all operational logistics to our major shareholders. After all, he's richer than me now, and I work for him all the time. Tony looked at Luo Bing. Luo Bing shrugged and said that he didn't care. His own original purpose was to set up an independent team, and he did not need anyone to supervise it. I agree, little Spider-Man was the first enthusiastic sign up. I'm fine. Steve nodded, and after learning of the crisis he would encounter in the future, he also felt that one person couldn't deal with those monsters, and he still needed a team. What about you, Barton? Luo Bing looked at the silent Hawkeye. But, I'm the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, he said with some hesitation. Who is not? Me too, but this is not a conflict, it should be a superhero club, but our responsibility is to resist the invasion of alien species, Luo Bing explained. Okay, I'll join. Barton, absent from the hesitation, raised his right hand. Okay, why don't you think about the name Iron Legion? I think it's super cool. Tony pursed his lips aside. Luo Bing has a black line, this guy just wants to show off? Why don't you say it's called the She-Stark Legion? Tony smiled awkwardly and raised his right hand. the Avengers are here. The crowd seemed to have forgotten Natasha Romanoff on the side during the discussion, but she was later added in the announcement. The current members are Luo Bing, Tony, Steve, Barton, Natasha Romanoff. Reserves have Little Spider-Man and Polaris. Both of them still need a lot of exercise to get acquainted with their super abilities, at least they haven't really grown up yet. But one day will come sooner or later. When he was at night, all the rising Avengers lay on the ground except Luo Bing and the Zero-transformed Steve, without exception. Even the ladies drank happily and looked intoxicated. Alas! If only I were drunk, can I really count on these guys to save the world? Steve shook his head aside. Looking at the mess in front of him, Luo Bing silently helped his forehead. The boy was fine with him, he pulled it onto the sofa and finished. What should the girls do? Chapter 95 The Pretend of Comfort. Look at the drunk unconscious ladies in front of you. Just when Luo Bing was frowning, there was a sudden sound in my head. Open black lens bracket, sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket, today's ability. Super invincible sobering technique of the secret of Bacchus Wang Liangqin's cup not getting drunk has been delivered. Please enjoy it as much as you like. Luo Bing. 55. Is it 12 o'clock at night so soon? It's over. I had so much fun today that I forgot to turn on my lucky halo. Why doesn't the phone alarm clock go off? Oh, by the way, the original mobile phone is left in hell, and the current one hasn't had time to set the alarm clock. Luo Bing was speechless, and wasted another ability position. The number of broken words refreshed today is so long, you can tell just by looking at the ending. This is another bad skill. But, it's quite fitting. I'll take these people out, and the lady will leave it to you. The sea wind here is too strong, you will catch a cold, Steve said, carrying two on one shoulder, and walked towards the lounge of the cruise ship. Okay, Luo Bing agreed. With this sobering technique, he doesn't have to mind so much, let the lady sober up and handle it by herself. As for those big men, just faint when they're dizzy. Luo Bing came to Sky and patted her head with his hand, using the sobering technique. But, Sky just murmured, but there seemed to be no sign of waking up. Is this skill bad? Luo Bing thought to himself. He came to Polaris again and patted her on the head. Polaris rolled over and didn't seem to be waking up either. Have you seen the ghost? Luo Bing's ability has never been in such a situation, and the introduction of the ability clearly says, let the drunk sober up. He walked over to Natasha Romanoff suspiciously and patted her on the head. What the hell, this ability really doesn't work. Luo Bing didn't believe in evil, and patted Xiao Chili on the head again. Well, the headache is gone, it's so relaxing. Pepper woke up with a yawn. Advertisement. Luo Bing looked at the three people who were still pretending to be drunk with a dark face. His face was speechless. Is it fun to pretend to be drunk? It's not that there is something wrong with his own abilities, it's that these three people are pretending to be drunk. They all drank a lot of alcohol, and I guess they all slept until noon tomorrow. Well, I'll settle Ms. Natasha Romanoff. You can send these two back to the castle. Little Pepper stroked her long hair, her eyes rolled and she didn't know what she was thinking. Alright. Luo Bing didn't reveal it either. He put his hands on Sky's and Polaris' shoulders, and the three of them disappeared instantly. Roar. Little Pepper let out a long breath and patted his chest. Natasha Romanoff woke up tactfully resentful. What did you say they were going to do tonight? Natasha Romanoff asked, rolling her eyes, somewhat appetizing. Haha, how'd I know? Anyway, that's all I can help Sky. I hope that guy Luo Bing can give some strength. The relationship between them is about to pierce the layer of window paper. Little Pepper is a sensible person, shrugged. But the three of them, Natasha Romanoff was speechless. No way, it doesn't matter to me anyway. Pepper shrugged and smiled wickedly. I don't think that guy is taking advantage of someone's danger. Natasha Romanoff shook her head. She hadn't been drinking too much, she just pretended to be drunk. This wine doesn't work. Why don't you feel anything at all? Natasha Romanoff asked suspiciously. Me too, I was a little drunk at first, but now I'm sober all of a sudden, probably because of the sea breeze. There is a room on the cruise ship, you can find a place to rest. I'll take care of Tony, that guy doesn't know how drunk he is, Pepper said, and left the deck. Natasha Romanoff glanced at the sky in the distance, not knowing what to say. Luo Bing is not a virtuous person. What's more, he knew in his heart that these two girls were not drunk at all, and he had no idea what to do. Luo Bing threw the two of them on a bed, covered them with the quilt, yawned and went to sleep. He didn't even think about making fun of such a boring thing as the two girls. Go back to the house and fall asleep. Sky and Polaris were embarrassed. The two were facing each other, pretending to be drunk. Roar's hot air splashed on each other's faces, and they were very embarrassed. But pretending to be drunk and embarrassed to be sober can only continue to pretend like this. The next morning, when Luo Bing woke up, he saw two women sleeping soundly, hugging each other like octopus, shrugging his shoulders with a helpless expression. Watch out for sleep, girls. Luo Bing went out for a morning run and happened to bump into Natasha Romanoff, who was stretching on the beach. You woke up so early? Luo Bing made a move. Roar. Advertisement. His morning run was 10 laps along the coast. Luo Bing never slackens his physical training. After 10 laps, it is basically an hour. After all, the sea is too big for ordinary people, let alone 10 laps. I am afraid that one lap will take a whole day. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers. Katakana middle. 0. I'm not as leisurely as you. I still have a task, I'll be leaving soon. Natasha Romanoff glanced at Luo Bing unexpectedly, her eyes slightly subtle. Where are the two girls? She asked casually. I'm still asleep, like a pig. Luo Bing shrugged, his eyes helpless. Yesterday was a good opportunity, you didn't do anything? Natasha Romanoff laughed wickedly, as if joking. Do I have such a bad impression in your mind? Luo Bing was speechless, with a black line on his face. Natasha Romanoff laughed, the two chatted for a moment, and ran around the coastline together. Roar roar. I can't do it anymore, you are a monster. Natasha Romanoff lay lazily on the golden beach, the sun rose, the morning light fell on her, and the crystal sweat reflected the bright light. Drink a bottle of water. Luo Bing snapped his fingers and handed over a bottle of beverage. Gudong gudong. Natasha Romanoff took the water without hesitation and drank it. If only every day was as comfortable as these 2 days, the woman murmured while lying on the beach, looking at the dawn on the other side of the water and sky. There will be that day, Luo Bing shrugged, he is different from others, he has never worried about the wonderful tomorrow, he is just looking forward to what he can do. Well, sure, but we'll all be out of work by then. Big local tyrant, you may be able to support me by then. Natasha Romanoff joked. If you eat too much, I will never raise you. Luo Bing looked serious. Ha 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 ha. Natasha Romanoff laughed without being a goddess at all. Luo Bing pursed his lips and smiled, looking at the dawn in the sky. At this moment his heart was also very relaxed. It's good to slow down the pace of life occasionally. But, all this is just an illusion. In the silent space of nothingness and death, Black Dwarf, one of the 5 obsidian generals holding a giant axe, looked at the man who fell from the air in front of him, frowned, and then woke him up, waving the axe around his neck, above. I'm not dead? Loki opened his eyes in confusion. HMPH, you're lucky, Odin's son. Black Dwarf curled his lips and immediately reported the matter to the leader, Thanos. On the other hand, Doctor Strange really embarks on his journey of redemption and... Chapter 96 2 Mails. Mr. Luo Bing, there are 2 emails sent to you, do you need me to read them? Friday's sweet voice echoed in the castle. After the morning run, Luo Bing took a cold shower and heard the news as soon as he sat down. Email. Luo Bing poured a cup of coffee, and then there was some surprise who would send him an email. Okay. Mr. Luo Bing. The content of the first email is, Brother. Is the picture sent to you good yesterday? People think you can't sleep, come and accompany me. Friday used Sweet the artificial intelligence voice said. Crack. Polaris and Sky, who had just woken up to take a shower, shattered the toothcups in their hands, and they all took out their heads and looked at Luo Bing strangely. Shut up. Luo Bing cried out in exasperation. Zizzy. The operation stopped on Friday, and the entire, 793, hall instantly dimmed. We didn't hear anything. Sky shook his head and smiled kindly. Luo Bing was silent instead, not because of the embarrassment just now. Rather, he found out that his shut-up ability could even stop the AI? What kind of weirdness is this? 10 seconds passed in a blink of an eye, Friday returned to normal, and the entire hall instantly lit up. Sorry sir, I didn't expect this to violate your privacy, would you like to read the next email? Asked again in a sweet voice Friday. Read it, definitely have to read it, I guess there will be something interesting to happen, right? Sky looked at Luo Bing with interest before the bubble burst down. Polaris kept her head down and said nothing, though she was just curious. What's there to read? That guy is a crazy woman I know in hell, and now he's harassing me all day and asking me to save her. It's that simple. Luo Bing was speechless. It was an absolutely stupid decision for him to leave his cell phone to a woman. Hell? Is there really such a place? Is there a ghost there? Polaris asked curiously. A man's mouth is a liar. Sky rolled his eyes dejectedly, feeling more and more that there was something tricky about it. Continue to the next one. Luo Bing was helpless, there was nothing to hide. Okay, Mr. Luo Bing, Friday's obedient response. Advertisement. The email that followed was strange, definitely not the kind of weird thing Sky was expecting to hear. The content is only 1 line of address, and the coordinates are Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal, a place called Kamar-Taj, which is close to the largest mountain range in the Himalayas. It is a prosperous but vicissitudes of life city. Did you send all the rendezvous locations? Sky rolled his eyes and spat out a few words between his teeth. I said that the woman is in hell, and the 2 emails were not sent by the same person at all. Kamar-Taj I heard about Odin, it seems to be the headquarters of Earth Magician. Luo Bing frowned. After hearing about Magician from Asgard, he also curiously searched for it with the 10th level agent authority. But obviously, he never got any useful intel from the SHIELD database. Definitely this time is no exception. In a simple conversation with Odin, Luo Bing learned that the Earth Magician is mainly responsible for maintaining the peace of the magical world, and several of the Sorcerer Supremes have been friends with Odin. But, why should this term Sorcerer Supreme contact himself? Hasn't the magic world never matched reality? Does the other party think he is also a magician? But, Luo Bing's bizarre ability looks like a magician. Don't ask questions, I'll take you to hell another day and you'll know. That woman is a lunatic, Luo Bing said, and the Shenwei space slowly opened. He needs to go to Nepal to really see what Kamar-Taj is. I don't want to go to hell, come back soon, Sky called. Understood. Luo Bing made a perfunctory sound and slowly disappeared into the vortex. As ability became more and more proficient, he had abandoned the method of summoning wooden doors to pass through. The combination of Shenwei space and Professor Du's teleportation would be more convenient for quick access. The power of space has many complementary aspects. Kathmandu. This is the most prosperous city in Nepal, no one. Nepal is a country with frequent riots, and the current situation has created the chaotic status quo of the country. Even in the most prosperous city, there are many low-rise prefab buildings. There are a lot of people here, and people of all colors and skins are constantly busy with their day-to-day lives. Advertisement. Relatively speaking, the technology here is relatively backward, but it is the birthplace of many myths and stories. It is definitely indispensable. There are many temples here. It can be said that there are basically temples everywhere. The local people here believe in different gods, and there are almost hundreds of gods, with names and historical stories. Luo Bing was walking on this quaint street, but no one around him recognized him. Flocks of pigeons are flying in the streets. If it weren't for the chaos, this would definitely be a great place for a sightseeing tour. So what I saw was not Mount Everest, but the Himalayas, Luo Bing muttered, looking up at the snow-capped mountains in the distance and shrugging. Well, this isn't the first time he's admitted something wrong. He had mistaken the diamond before. Who made this kind of thing look the same? The shaggy-faced performer was climbing the Himalayas. Maybe Kamar-Taj was at the top? 35. Luo Bing frowned, looking at the vast mountain in front of him. For a while he couldn't recognize which one it was. I always feel like each one is alike. Hello, do you know Kamar-Taj? The man in sackcloth with tangled hair constantly asks like every passerby around him. Luo Bing's ears moved, and even though they were far apart, he heard the keywords, Kamar-Taj. He turned to look, then his eyes lit up, a little surprised. The man not far away was exactly the guy he saw in the prophecy dream. It's just that his current dress is not so 5.0 performance art. At most it is just a little down. If every prophecy I make is a story, then this guy must be the protagonist this time. Luo Bing slowly followed. Maybe this man could take him to the legendary Kamar-Taj. Hey, hand over all your money. In the alley, Dr. Strange looked at the ferocious robbers in front of him, and raised his hands in panic. No, I'm out of money. I have to spend all my money on plane tickets. It's a very familiar scene. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and sighed. Wouldn't the criminals in this world change their lines? He stepped forward. At the same time, a young man wearing a special robe and a hood also walked over from the other side of the alley. Chapter 97. Are you sure you're not eating my tofu? It happened very quickly. Just when Strange was about to be beaten, the black-robed man appeared in time and dealt with the group of people. Luo Bing watched with interest. Is this a local homegrown hero? Or is it magician? Hello, Mr. Luo Bing. We finally meet. Moro ignored Strange's thanks, walked to Luo Bing in 2 steps, and nodded slightly. Please give me an accurate positioning before sending an email next time. There is no such place as Kamar-Taj in my navigation, Luo Bing said angrily to the other party. This is our negligence. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Moro smiled embarrassedly, scratched his head, and took off his magician hood. Wait, you're a night-night. I know you, Strange suddenly screamed excitedly. In fact, during these times of car accident medical treatment, although he has been busy all over the world treating his hands, he definitely knows something about the superhero who report on the Daily News 14. I heard you were looking for Kamar-Taj? Mordo asked Strange, turning his head back. No more, that. Mr. Robin, do you have any way to heal my hands? I'm Strange, used to be the best surgeon in the world. In fact, I've been looking for you. It's a pity I don't have any way to contact you. Strange looked at Luo Bing admiringly. If there is a person in this world who can heal his hands, it must be the man in front of him. And the image of superhero is tall in everyone's heart. Compared with the illusory Kamar-Taj, Strange is more willing to believe in the hero in everyone's heart. Mordo frowned, which was different from what Sorcerer Supreme said. If Strange had his hands healed, wouldn't Sorcerer Supreme's plans be disrupted? Oh, I think I heard Stark say your name. It's really unfortunate that a legendary doctor like you lost both hands in an accident. But don't worry, I just happen to have a cure for your hands. Luo Bing smiled. For him, it was just a little effort, and the other party was his fan, so it was fine if he didn't meet him. Since the other party made a request, he could also help himself. Great, Strange exclaimed excitedly. He was waiting for this day. Wait, Mordo exclaimed. Advertisement afterwards, he came to Luo Bing's side with a settled expression and whispered something. Luo Bing frowned, looked at Mordo, and then at Strange who was excited in front of him. He shook his head at Strange in hesitation. This magician friend beside me said there is a better way to heal your hands. Magician friend? A better way? Strange didn't doubt what Luo Bing said, but was a little shocked by what he heard. He, who has been dealing with technology all day, never thought that there would still be magicians in this world. It's all messed up. Modu sighed, feeling helpless in his heart. Originally in Sorcerer Supreme's plan, teaching and leading Strange was a huge project. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Let's go to Kamar-Taj with me, Modu said, and nodded towards Luo Bing. Although it was different from the expected picture, the result was acceptable to him. He subtly left all kinds of clues to guide Strange to the magician holy place. Judging from the results, his goal was still achieved. Moro led the way ahead, walked to a very inconspicuous house, and opened the door. It seems that this is the space gate. Luo Bing walked in without hesitation. Although Strange was at a loss, with Luo Bing by his side, he didn't feel any nervousness and followed him in. Outside the door and inside the door are completely two worlds. After passing through the door, Luo Bing felt the transformation of the spatial nodes, and he was already at the top of a mountain in the Himalayas. You are here. Ancient One magician sitting at the tea table smiled kindly and looked at the three people in front of him. Mordo bowed and nodded. Sorcerer Supreme's place in his heart was noble. Sit, Ancient One said, and two chairs automatically flew behind Luo Bing and Strange. Is this magic, or a mechanism? Strange looked at the chair behind him in disbelief and sat down hesitation. It seems that you are the boss here. Luo Bing lay down on the chair without any hesitation, with his legs on the wooden table in front of him. Don't be disrespectful to magician. Mo Du saw this scene, his expression changed immediately, and he roared. Pa! Luo Bing snapped his fingers lightly. Advertisement. Mo Du, who was about to say something, immediately closed his mouth tightly together, and could no longer make any sound. Nice magic. It doesn't seem to be as simple as keeping people's mouths shut. It seems that I didn't find the wrong person. Ancient One smiled gently, not minding Luo Bing's rude behavior at all, and waved his hand. Mo Du, who was beside him, was reluctant. Back down. Hello, Luo Bing magician, my name is Ancient One. I am the Asgardian of the magical world on Earth at this stage. In fact, I have no ill intentions. This time I invite you to come here to ask for your help. Luo Bing spread his hands. You may have misunderstood. I am not a magician, and I have nothing to help you. Ancient One smiled and shook his head. Although you don't have a magical aura, what you cast is magic. Then she turned to look at Stellan 793 Chi, who was beside her, nodded and smiled back. Strange didn't know what all this was about, and nodded shyly in return. Snapped. Ancient One placed a light palm on Strange's body, and suddenly, a soul that ordinary people could not see emerged from Strange's body. What happened? Where am I? Who is this guy? Strange looked at his hands in disbelief. His body floated in the air involuntarily, and asked, pointing to his body under him. Ancient One smiled apologetically at him, then looked at Luo Bing. I want to invite you two to see something. Don't resist, I won't hurt you. With that said, Ancient One slapped Luo Bing lightly again. Then, why did he fall asleep? What are you doing? Luo Bing frowned at the strange bald man in front of him. Huh? How could this be? Ancient One frowned in confusion. Did her spell fail? Please wait for a moment. The Ancient One, who did not believe in evil, used the magic power of his whole body and slapped Luo Bing with a fluttering palm again. Luo Bing. 6695. I thought nuns, monks and the like, are not masculine. Are you sure you're not eating my tofu? Chapter 98 Supreme Space Magic Book. Luo Bing looked at the old woman in front of him, who had a decent face, but touched his chest twice. What are you doing? It seems. My magic won't work on you. Ancient One looked embarrassed. She had never encountered such a thing. Oh, Luo Bing nodded and finally understood. He just said, this old nun doesn't look like that kind of person. The Wusho immortal body method does not invade. Luo Bing is also the first time to experience this kind of function. Please wait a moment. Ancient One left in a hurry, not knowing where to go. Hey, can you see me? Mr. Robin? Mr. Robin? Strange floated in front of Luo Bing, waving his hands vigorously. Luo Bing frowned subconsciously, as if he sensed something, but there was nothing in front of him. Wacky place, Luo Bing murmured secretly and continued drinking his tea. Not long after, the Ancient One came back wearing the magician artifact Eye of Agamotto. Luo Bing's eyes lit up instantly. He knew it was one of the infinite gems, but he didn't expect to see the second gem so quickly. Please allow me to try again. Ancient One nodded to Luo Bing. Luo Bing agreed. He also wanted to see the function of this infinite gems. Ancient One chanted a spell. The Eye of Agamotto slowly opened, and a green light illuminated the entire hall. The Eye of Agamotto increased her magic power, and then, she slapped Luo Bing's chest again with lightning speed. Cough cough. Luo Bing choked on the tea he hadn't swallowed. How is this possible? Ancient One's eyes widened. Her holding the Eye of Agamotto was useless. Just say what you want to say. Don't do these bells and whistles. Luo Bing's face was black, and no one would be in a good mood if he was patted 3 times on the chest for no reason. What's more, this old nun is at least 100 years old. If it wasn't for respecting the old and loving the young, Luo Bing would have returned with a slap earlier. You are such an amazing person. Ancient One shook his head and looked at Luo Bing with incredible eyes. Okay, I originally planned to take you to see it for yourself, but if you can't do it, then it's fine. Ancient One said, waved his hand, and drew a few spells in the air. The Eye of Agamotto closed, and Sturt Lanky's soul was stuffed back into his body again. What the hell is going on? Was I in a soul state just now? Strange slowly woke up and asked in surprise. Advertisement. Luo Bing frowned and listened to the doctor's words, as if something had just happened that he didn't know. Yes, since I can't take you to a real experience from a magical perspective, then I will explain it to you in a scientific way. Ancient One waved his hand, and a magical projection suddenly appeared on Luo Bing and Stellan, in front of Chi. Without the aid of any virtual projection equipment, this place doesn't look like it's going to be that high-tech. Well, this is not scientific at all. Strange looked at this scene in amazement. It's a huge group of galaxies that are constantly spinning. There are many galaxies in this universe, you must all know, but in addition to galaxies, there are many dimensions. Along with Ancient One's narration, the picture began to change in front of Luo Bing and strange in a kaleidoscope fashion. Among the many dimensions, there is an evil elemental being who constantly grows himself by assimilating other galaxies, and his next target is Earth, Ancient One said. So far away. What is he doing on Earth? Why are all the monsters fighting for Earth? Luo Bing asked with a frown. This doesn't seem reasonable. It's actually for me, to be precise, it's for the magician on Earth. The origin of Dormammu is very complicated. Originally he was a white magician, just like us, but from time to time he constantly fell into the abyss of dark magic, and even turned himself into an elemental life. Only when more white magicians are converted by him can he become more powerful, Ancient One explained. Luo Bing nodded. Strange on the side was listening to the story and nodded in confusion. In the future I see, you and Strange may be the key players in dealing with Dormammu. I have seen 200 endings, most of which will be destroyed by Dormammu, and only the two of you can save the planet. Ancient One looked at Luo Bing seriously. I'm just an ordinary person, and I even have both hands disabled. Dr. Strange shook his head in confusion. I will teach you magic practice, and you will become my disciple, but how far you can reach in the future, whether you can become the character I see, or not, depends entirely on you. And Mr. Luo Bing, as a superhero, you don't want to watch the Earth be destroyed, right? Ancient One smiled and looked at the two of them. I don't know how to deal with magical creatures, I'm not a professional, Luo Bing shrugged helplessly. Don't worry, Holy Place's magic library will be open to you. You can learn all the magic you want to learn here. With your magic ability, it shouldn't be difficult. Ancient One opened his mouth and looked at Luo Bing. I really have no magical ability. Luo Bing was ashamed, only he knew his secret. Advertisement, okay, I'll give it a try. In the end Luo Bing nodded and agreed. The Earth is his residence, anyway, Luo Bing does not allow anyone who wants to destroy the Earth. That's it. Strange, who was eager to try, and Luo Bing, the first two big ones, were brought down by Magician. That afternoon, Luo Bing looked at the boring magic book and sighed speechlessly. He still doesn't know most of the text above, learn the magic of a fart. Strange loves to study all kinds of words, and Ancient One did not misunderstand anyone. This guy has a very high magical ability, and is simply a wizard of magic. He quickly fell into the magical world in the book. Look at a ghost. Luo Bing lay in the library, covered his face with the magic book in his hand, and took a nap. How could I have hope for this kind of guy? Magician really sees the wrong person. Mordo, who was Strange's early stage instructor, looked at Luo Bing who was sleeping in the library, and curled his lips in disdain. Time flies by. I did it, I really did it, in just half a day, Strange had mastered the magic power of the elementary level magician. He looked at his hands in disbelief, and he was now able to use his 10 fingers flexibly. Good job, Strange, you are a genius. Mordo nodded with admiration on his face, applauding Strange. Zhao Nuo good. Then he glanced at Luo Bing who was still taking a nap beside him, snorted, turned his head and stopped paying attention to his play. Snapped. A magic book accidentally landed on Luo Bing's head, knocking him awake. What? Luo Bing woke up with a frown. Beast's instinct didn't warn of danger at all. This book? Seems a bit special. Luo Bing frowned and looked at the magic book in front of him. That thing seemed to have life, constantly jumping on him. This. The Supreme Space Magic Book, it appeared again. Moro on the side stared wide and looked over in disbelief. There are many artifacts in the Magician Holy Place, including flying cloaks and staffs that can emit beams. The most mysterious of them is this Supreme Space Magic Book. The supreme magic recorded on it gives it its own life. It often hides in space, and only those selected by it can read the knowledge above. Why did you choose him? Mo Du was indignant, looking at Luo Bing with a bit of jealousy. Chapter 99 Luo Bing's Fantastic Journey. Luo Bing already has a good space ability, and he said that the space ability he inherited was perfectly integrated by him. The Supreme Space Magic Book perceives the active space elements in Luo Bing, and circles around him excitedly. This book has become refined. Luo Bing stared at the book that circled around him with a black face, and reached out and grabbed it instantly. It's not a creative prank to interrupt someone's nap, believe it or not I set you on fire. Luo Bing stared viciously at the magic book in front of him. Just now, he was gradually falling into the state of precognition dreaming again, and he was all disturbed by the book in front of him. Swish, Luo Bing felt the space in his hands fluctuate. The book suddenly disappeared from his hand, and fell on his head like a hat. You broken book, get off my head. Luo Bing was no longer sleepy, and he was also a little curious about this teleportation book. Swish. The Supreme Magic Book disappeared again in an instant, and appeared on the magic bookshelf not far away. When the book was opened, it turned out to be blank sheets of paper. The pages were constantly shaking towards Luo Bing, as if it had its own small temper. It's like sticking out your tongue. Luo Bing has never been so provocative by book. At the moment, his body also teleported and disappeared in place, landed on the bookshelf and grabbed the naughty book. 793 Swish. 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 Mo Du stared at a book that was constantly teleporting in the library, and his disdain for Luo Bing completely turned into shock. What a powerful space magic, you don't need to chant a spell at all. How did he do that? Mordo looked at all this in shock, and Strange on the side also looked at it curiously. Boom boom. In the process of you chasing and fleeing, Yishu overturned many bookshelves, and a large number of precious magic books were scattered on the ground. The scene was very similar to the scene of being patronized by thieves. Enough, don't destroy it casually here, Mordo yelled angrily. But soon, his mouth was tightly sealed by the gag skill. Running very fast, let's see how you can run now. Luo Bing grabbed the naughty book tightly, and the twisted black hole around him ripped apart the surrounding space nodes, and this area instantly became a forbidden place for space. The little magic book was still struggling. It gathered a lot of space elements, and instantly got into Luo Bing's magical space. Little darling. You've really thrown yourself into a dead end. Luo Bing laughed, and then his shadow gradually disappeared in the library, and the whole person was completely integrated into the Shenwei space. This is my place, advertisement. Luo Bing relaxed the magic book, and Shenwei space directly banned all space elements. As the controller of this space, Luo Bing can easily do all this. The humming magic book is constantly struggling. The phantom is constantly compressed and solidified by the space. It is best to lie down in Luo Bing's palm. Let me see how amazing you really are. Luo Bing flipped through the pages of the book, and suddenly there were tadpole-shaped strange words on the blank pages. What language is this? Luo Bing had never seen such a language. It's not like a language on Earth, it's more like the power of law. Luo Bing frowned and looked at the first page. Although he didn't know the words, he could understand it unexpectedly. It was as if everything recorded on that page would be directly imprinted in his mind. With just one page, Luo Bing was suddenly enlightened, and his understanding of space reached a new level. This is simply a book that Luo Bing cannot understand. What the hell is it? Just when Luo Bing wanted to continue flipping through the second page, the strange magic book radiated golden light. Buzz. The magic book burst into golden light, and instantly disappeared from a space node in the divine power. What's so special? He actually broke through my divine power space. This space node. Where is this? How come I've never seen it before? 35. No, this is not the original space node, it is generated by itself? Luo Bing frowned, and using his latest understanding of space ability, followed the path of the magic book and drilled in. If it was before, he could not, teleport in such a long distance, even with the help of Shenwei space. Tear-like pain constantly came from all over Luo Bing's body. Open black lens bracket danger. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket danger. Close black lens bracket beast instinctively issued a warning. Luo Bing couldn't take care of it anymore. He felt as if he was crossing a long, far distance. His body exuded a gleaming divine light, and the Wusho immortal body was running with all his strength. Roar roar roar. Luo Bing finally arrived at a certain space node. Drilled out of the wormhole, he gasped heavily, looking at the world around him curiously. Advertisement, this is Kamui space? No. Why isn't this my Shenwei space? Whose Shenwei space is this? Where is this special? Luo Bing frowned and looked at the cubes around. The environment here is exactly the same as when he first obtained the divine power space, but all the space nodes have become unfamiliar. Looking at the space node when he just came in, Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. From the current point of view, he doesn't have to worry about being trapped here and can't go back, at least he can leave anytime, anywhere. Although I still have to endure the pain of tearing my body again. What the hell is this place? Luo Bing opened a space node at random and drilled in. He didn't see the book that opened the space node. That thing completely disappeared. Forests, giant trees, green spreading thousands of miles, endless as far as the eye can see. The mountains and rivers in the distance are beautiful, and the insects and birds are singing all around. This environment is particularly unfamiliar to Luo Bing. This is Amazon jungle. Luo Bing frowned and looked at everything in front of him. No, this tree is too big. Where the hell is this? Another mezzanine space? Luo Bing felt everything around him and was very curious about the scene in front of him. It looks like someone is fighting 10 kilometers ahead. Luo Bing, whose spatial perception has fully evolved, instantly discovered a scene not far away. Luo Bing no longer hesitated, his body disappeared in place in an instant, ready to grab a local native to find out where it was. Roar. Huge amounts of red chakra roared to shred the surrounding magic mirror ice crystals. Shui Wuyubai was thrown far away. The eyes of the boy in the khaki sportswear exuded scarlet light, huge amounts of chakra energy spread around him, and the little friend beside him fell unconscious on the ground. Naruto. Sasuke. The girl with pink hair shouted and ran over. On the other side, Hitaki Wuwukai's strength exploded, and he became passive and active. He stubbornly suppressed the ghost man and then kicked him out. What am I? Naruto, this is the world of the 7th Naruto boss. Luo Bing was startled and froze in place. Who are you? Stay away from those 3 children. Kakashi panted heavily, without chasing after him, looking cautiously at the young ninja who suddenly appeared in front of him. He looks so weird. Chapter 100 Naruto boss is a little frustrated. Luo Bing is now dazed. He knew that his powers came from all realms. But I never thought that I would come here by coincidence. The Japanese they speak. Is this Japan? What does the earth in this interface look like? Luo Bing thought to himself. He once obtained the junk Japanese proficiency ability and Korean proficiency ability before he didn't consider developing his own new Oriental beauty salon group. To be a translator was his ideal at that time. Oh, FK. I actually came here. What the hell is that book? Luo Bing looked at the scene in front of him speechlessly. This feeling was even worse than when he went to hell. Why don't you talk? You are a wandering ninja. A samurai. Where's your forehead guard? The uncle with silver hair and a three-go jade eyes shouted towards Luo Bing. The reason Luo Bing thinks this is the world of Naruto bosses. It is because of this single writing wheel eye. No one is more familiar with this stuff than him. Are you Naruto boss's basic friend? Luo Bing frowned and asked uncertainly. Naruto boss? Friend? Kakashi's eyes instantly turned into a pair of dead fish eyes, looking at the guy in front of him inexplicably. Sounds like he knows Naruto. But Naruto is the nine-tailed man Julie hidden in the village. This is the first time he has been out of the village to perform a mission. How could he know such a strange person? Could it be he is a spy from another ninja village? Not right either. No one would reveal their identity so stupidly. Who are you? Where do you come from? Kakashi secretly shook the kunai in his handshake, stabilized his mind, and asked with a frown. My name is Luo Bing. I come from. You can't understand it. Anyway, it's far, far away. Let me ask you, where is this place in Japan? Luo Bing asked back. Weird guy. This is the country of waves. As for the Japan you mentioned, I have never heard of it, Kakashi replied with a frown. While the two of you were asking and answering, a large group of men and horses ran over from across the bridge, holding swords in their hands and looking fierce. Useless waste. Even a ninja and three little devils can't solve it. Kill them all and blow up this bridge. Kato strolled over surrounded by everyone, and squinted at Zabuza, who was covered in injuries. Bai snorted coldly. Please help take care of those children. Kakashi looked at Luo Bing, and then looked at Zaifu with a gloomy face not far away. Advertisement ugly Mao Shen. Chidori. Thousands of birds chirped, and a bright thunder light appeared on Kakashi's right hand. He looked at the wandering ninja in front of him and rushed over instantly. Ah! A group of Joker jumping beams were directly pierced by Chidori in the chest, screaming and dying. This. Kato looked at Kakashi who was rushing over, and felt a little flustered in his heart, and quickly instructed his subordinates constantly to attack. Don't cut. Why are you still standing there? Stop him, Kato yelled. It's a pity that Zaibujan in the distance didn't pay attention to him at all. He took a close look at Luo Bing. Just now, Kakashi turned his back to this direction, but he saw the strange appearance of the other party, and quickly disappeared in place with Bai. Kakashi resolved the battle with utter destructiveness. Naruto had been in a coma and had not woken up yet, but Sasuke, who was beside him, slowly opened his eyes. The gleaming jade writing wheel in his eyes flashed away. But it was captured better than Luo Bing. Luo Bing walked over curiously. Judging from his age, it seems that this is a good friend of the 7th generation boss. Luo Bing looked at the golden-haired boy who was sleeping in the past. The energy that this guy just burst out was not low. He was indeed the 7th Hokage. But not what he expected. It seems that the 7 generations of this era have not yet reached the level of a big brother, and even his good friends are only in a state of jade. Big brother. So handsome. Sakura's eyes flashed with love. The mind of a little girl in this grade is incredible. Totally the age of an idiot. He looks so handsome that he can't walk, let alone Luo Bing. I have medicine here to heal my injury, Luo Bing said, throwing out 2 small red bottles. Who are you? Sasuke looked at the man in front of him vigilantly. From the aura, he felt that this man was very strong. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Ying took the small red bottle, unscrewed the bottle cap, and poured it into Naruto's mouth while passing it to Sasuke with the other hand. Don't hurt. Sasuke. Naruto rubbed his eyes in confusion and slowly woke up, the wounds on his body constantly healed. Advertisement katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot 0 seeing his friend wake up. Sasuke nodded gratefully to Luo Bing, and drank the potion in his hand. Soon, the wound on his body that was pierced into quill by thousands of books gradually healed. It's a magical world. I'm going to stay here for 2 days. Luo Bing looked at Kakashi who had finished the battle in the distance. The power of the world that the other party used just now made him very curious. Kato was stabbed in the heart by Chidori and lay on the ground unwillingly. Kakashi is obviously not a soft-hearted person, and he has not let go of this behind-the-scenes mastermind. Luo Bing. Right. We are ninjas from Konoha village, the land of fire. The potion you just took out is amazing. You are a medical ninja? Why do you know Naruto's name? Kakashi walked away came and asked. He was just looking at Luo Bing's actions while he was fighting. Although it was confirmed that the young man did not seem to be malicious, he was still worried. I'm not a ninja, I'm just a ordinary doctor. As for the name. Luo Bing pointed to Sakura. This girl just called out. Sakura, who was pointed at it, blushed instantly and lowered her head shyly. Strange guy. Kakashi covered his wheel eye with his forehead guard. He obviously wouldn't easily believe Luo Bing's nonsense. I'm actually a traveling doctor, and I like to travel around various countries and look for special medicinal herbs at the same time. Can I visit Konoha village? Luo Bing smiled, harmless to humans and animals. Kakashi hesitation, then nodded. He is very confident in Konoha's defensive power. Even if this guy has some ulterior secrets, he will never cause any trouble. Kakashi-sensei, run away with that girl, Sakura said, trying to attract Luo Bing's attention. So be it. Kakashi took out the ration pill from the ninja bag and stuffed it into his mouth, quickly recovering his chakra. Naruto looked at Luo Bing curiously. The 6 beards on his face were very funny. Luo Bing nodded and smiled kindly. The Naruto boss is a little frustrated. Not what he imagined. The clothes are dirty and the hairstyle is also dirty. If you change his hairstyle yourself, it should look much better. Chapter 101 When did I have a little brother? It is precisely because this is Naruto's world that Luo Bing subconsciously wants to stay for 2 days to get acquainted with this new world. If this is the world of Senior White's boss, Luo Bing will run away without saying a word. No hesitation at all. As the 2 major manufacturers of Luo Bing's ability, Luo Bing's understanding of Naruto's boss is not comprehensive. I only know that his base friends are very powerful. After all, his Sharingan came from him from the very beginning. Oh yes, one more point. Naruto's painting ability is very outstanding, and his mischievous painting is even more first class. Because of the above relationship, Luo Bing has a good impression of Naruto and Sasuke. If there is a protagonist in a plane, then Naruto, who is still wiping his nose, and Sasuke with a tsundere face may be the protagonists of this world. Luo Bing felt that his guesses were almost inseparable. As for Sakura on the side, I'm afraid she is a character like the 793 Bamboo Horse heroine. Luo Bing was not interested in little Loli, but glanced at Kakashido, who was beside him. The universal ability in this world should be ninjutsu, and this white-haired uncle seems to be a very strong ninja. And this group of children can constantly jump up and down on the big tree. Almost as strong as 5 unshielded Steves. Luo Bing still remembers the mighty sound of 1,000 birds chirping in unison. Kakashi curiously looked at Luo Bing behind him while he was on his way. This guy is full of strangeness all over his body. There is no sign of chakra flowing all over his body, but he can leap through the forest like them, and his speed is not slow at all. Although the speed of the team was not very fast because of the relationship of the 3 genin. But, who can do this without chakra? He should have strong physical skills. Although the country of waves is not far from Konoha village, the country of fire, at this speed, one afternoon is far from enough. At night, Kakashi chose a relatively safe jungle and stopped, and Naruto and Sasuke were working overtime to continue their training during the rest. Climb trees, tread water. Kakashi cautiously placed traps around. Brother Luo Bing, shall we catch fish? Xiao Ying ran over and looked at Luo Bing by the river, shy like a small quail. Advertisement, okay. Luo Bing looked at Sasuke, who was standing steadily on the water, and Naruto, who fell into the water from time to time because of the waves, and nodded subconsciously. Xiao Ying, how did they do it? Would you do that too? Luo Bing turned to ask Xiao Ying, who was beside him. Definitely, Sakura nodded shyly on the surface, and her second personality roared. Being able to express herself in front of the handsome brother. This is simply awesome. Saying that, Sakura let out a long sigh, spread the chakra smoothly on her little feet, and walked to the river step by step. The water was rippling, and Sasuke in the distance was a little unsteady, but Sakura still stood firmly, very comfortable. You were amazing, Xiao Ying. How did you do this? Luo Bing looked at the group of children in front of him and asked his own question. Just put the chakra on your feet, uncle, you can try it too, Naruto giggled. It feels so good to be watched by others. Brother, you idiot, brother Luo Bing is not an uncle, Kakashi-sensei is an uncle. Boom. Sakura smashed Naruto's head with a heavy punch, instantly smashing him into the water. Sasuke with cold sweat. Solution Kakashi, who came back from setting up a trap. Gudong gudong gudong. Naruto floated up with a big bag on his head, spitting bubbles. Luo Bing's face was ashamed. It seemed that Naruto's childhood life was very unsatisfactory. Ahaha. Xiao Ying scratched her head embarrassedly and looked at Luo Bing shyly. It's over. It's all because of stupid Naruto. The image of a cute and quiet girl has been destroyed. Let me try, Luo Bing said, concentrating and covering the energy in his body on his feet. Although he does not have chakra, he still has energy in his body. The immortal body of Wushu will generate new energy every day. If it weren't for this, Luo Bing would not have been able to fight for hours in a row. Although not many, but the quality is really top. Water treading is just a small skill to use energy. Luo Bing mastered this skill in an instant and stepped on the water smoothly. If it wasn't for his inconvenient exposure, he didn't even need to ask, just watching the flow of chakra in other people's bodies could replicate the same technique. It's amazing. Sakura's adoring eyes flashed with stars again. I still don't have any chakra, how did he do it? Kakashi didn't know when he put down his forehead guard, but with the 3-hooked jade riding wheel eye, he couldn't find the secret of Luo Bing's energy at all. Dinner was simple, grilled fish without any salt. Fortunately, Luo Bing is not a picky eater, and he did not materialize some things. For this world that is still under observation, Luo Bing doesn't want to reveal too much of his ability for the time being. Advertisement at 12 o'clock in the evening, the ability refreshes as usual. This time Luo Bing set the alarm clock in advance and added a buff to himself on time. Open black lens bracket, sign in successfully, close black lens bracket, today's ability, Batman's little brother Zhao Shan's Speed Force 1.0 concise version. Introduction to abilities. Infinite approach and speed of light speed, healing factor acceleration, speed control max, close black lens bracket. What the hell? When did I have a little brother? Little Flash. I don't know. Luo Bing frowned, or, this Batman is not himself at all. Or is it someone else? Just the code name is repeated? This ability gave him 3 abilities, the first being the speed of infinitely close to the speed of light, the second is the ability to restore the body, and the free speed control. Luo Bing slept contentedly. On this night, he predicted the picture of the big toad prophesying his sleeping prophecy. G shit. In short, one person and one toad are dreaming and predicting each other's dreams. At noon the next day, Luo Bing came to the place where Naruto grew up, Konoha. Please wait a moment, I will report to Hokage-sama and go through some procedures for entering the village 5.0, Kakashi said, and quickly jumped towards the distance. Luo Bing waited patiently, looking at the people around him curiously. Likewise, the people around him looked at him curiously. Luo Bing, who is dressed in fancy clothes and looks super handsome, stands out from the door. Brother, when Uncle Kakashi comes back, I'll treat you to ramen. Konoha's ramen is super delicious. Naruto excitedly received his quest bonus at the quest handover at the door, and waved at Luo Bing. Okay. Luo Bing nodded with a smile. The heart is secretly calculating. 7, 8, 9. There were 12 masked guys staring at his every move in the dark. This made Luo Bing's impression of Konoha instantly discounted. Special medicine. Danzo, with a bandage on his face, listened to the report from his subordinates, and secretly made an abacus in his heart. Chapter 102. Just an ordinary person in the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiazan nodded after listening to Kakashi's mission report. It's oddly dressed, and he doesn't have chakra on his body. His clothes are a bit like some new clothes that are popular recently, but they are better than those clothes. Hiruzen Sarutobi knocked on the table. The technology tree of Naruto world is very strange. When Naruto got married, everyone wore suits, and the Five Shadows conference was still a video conversation. In the era of bloggers, the whole technology has developed, and there are high-speed rail TV stations. That's it, Sarutobi decided in his heart, waved his hand, summoned the Shadow Guard, and removed the secret surveillance of Luo Bing. Not that they were too careless. It is because in this era of ninja chakra, people who do not have chakra in their bodies really make them uneasy. No matter how good taijutsu is, what can you do? No ninjutsu is still a waste, this is the consensus of everyone. This mission was done beautifully, Kakashi, but in the future, the review mechanism of the village mission will be strengthened. It is not so lucky every time. That subordinate will retire first. Kakashi nodded and disappeared in place in an instant. 14 Sarutobi glanced at the place where Kakashi left, it was a flower shop. He knew in his heart that the child was going to the Konoha cemetery to pay homage to his friend again. Thinking of this, Sarutobi sighed. He is too old, and it is almost time to abdicate. Sarutobi understands this in his heart, but unfortunately the young Konoha generation does not have a suitable candidate in his heart. Konoha will never have a second Namikaze Minato again. On the street of Konoha, Luo Bing, who got the certificate of entering the village, was taken by Naruto to visit the prosperity of Konoha. In fact, from a certain point of view, it is really prosperous here, but for Luo Bing, who is a good young man in the 21st century, the biggest feature of this time besides the antique charm is low. Fortunately, Konoha Street is clean, which makes Luo Bing very comfortable to watch. Here it is. This is Hela ramen. It's delicious. Naruto pointed to the signboard in front of him and said to Luo Bing next to him. In fact, not only Luo Bing, but the shy Sakura and the cold-faced Sasuke were also brought over. For Naruto, Tai Hanhan, it is the coolest thing to invite friends to eat ramen after getting the task reward. And he is now a genin, and the usual quest rewards can barely fill his stomach. Boss, 4 big bowls of ramen, Naruto shouted loudly roar. Okay, just a second, the owner of Hela ramen shop is an uncle whose eyes will be fascinated when he smiles, and he looks very friendly. I can guarantee that Ichiro ramen is definitely the best food in the world, you can see it, Tibeo, Naruto said with promise, and gave a thumbs up. Advertisement. What the hell is that weird fetish? Cut. Just ramen noodles. Sasuke pouted in disdain. He and Naruto seemed to be uncomfortable without bickering for a day. Wrong. It should be said that Naruto took the initiative to argue with him. Sasuke never liked to talk to Naruto, but after the last incident, the relationship between the two became more and more unclear. Maybe this is what it feels like to live and die together with Wheel and Woe. Even if he didn't admit it, Sasuke gradually recognized Naruto as a tough guy. The noodles are here, please enjoy. Without waiting for a long time, the smiling girl next door, Ayame, served 4 large bowls of ramen. Kacha. Naruto split the disposable chopsticks in half, with stars in his eyes, suddenly clasped his hands together and shouted, I'm starting. Then, he slammed the ramen into his mouth like he hadn't eaten in hundreds of years. I'm done. Please boss, another bowl. 35 Luo Bing hadn't even taken out his chopsticks. This guy should have drank so much that he didn't even have any soup left. What should I say? Is it worthy of being a 7th-generation boss? Why does it feel more and more wrong? How on earth did he become a boss? Luo Bing had a few black lines on his forehead. He didn't say something like, I'm starting, before eating. He wasn't used to that. The entrance of the ramen is very glutinous, and the deliciousness of the soup is completely integrated into each ramen. With some small ingredients such as delicate pork bone meat and barbecued pork, the mixture produces a very wonderful chemical reaction. Nice ramen, commented by Luo Bing. Then definitely, this is the best ramen in the world. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Unlike Sarutobi, who didn't care, Danzo had a little interest in the outsider. However, he is not very interested, mainly because of the medicines in his hands that can heal people's injuries. Danzing himself has a laboratory. When dealing with Orochimaru in the past, many of his subordinates became scientific researchers. For these people, a bottle of medicine that can restore their injuries is very important. Advertisement: if the ingredients of this bottle of medicine can be perfectly replicated and mass-produced, the future Konoha compatibility will be greatly improved. Definitely this is only one aspect, this drug has more research value. However, this is just news. Danzing has not seen the authenticity and efficacy of the drug with his own eyes, so he just asked his subordinates to buy a bottle, and his attitude was not particularly strong. When a gloomy man approached Luo Bing and offered to buy medicine, Luo Bing decisively refused. Danzo, who heard the news, was very unhappy. It's convenient to do anything in the shadows, but this is the only thing that makes Danzo angry. No one knows what his Danzo is, no, even if his name is reported, few people know him. Bring him here. Danzo gave the order. He wouldn't care about a doctor with no chakra. Someone wants to see you, please come with me. 793. Luo Bing, who had just walked out of the ramen shop, ran into a rude person wrapped in black. Is it Anbu? Strange. What are the people from Anbu looking for, brother Luo Bing? Xiao Ying looked over curiously. No, it's not Anbu. Sasuke, who was attentive, found the abnormality keenly. Compared with these two people, Naruto on the side was not so polite, pointed at the person who came and yelled. Who are you? A guy dressed so strangely looks like a badass. The person from the route simply ignored Naruto's questioning and stared at Luo Bing with cold eyes, without a trace of emotion. Luo Bing frowned. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, he didn't want to get angry about this kind of thing. Besides, this is Naruto's village, and it would be rude to get angry casually. Therefore, Luo Bing followed the person in front of him and went deeper and darker. Why does it feel like a rat's nest? Luo Bing frowned deeply. Compared to the clean streets above, the environment below is a symbol of clutter. After walking for a long time, just when Luo Bing's patience was about to wear off, he finally came to a decent place. Are you the outsider? Danzo sat high on the throne and looked at the person in front of him with contempt. Certainly no chakra. Just an ordinary person. Advertisement chapter 103 FK, old man, you are green. What's the matter with me? Luo Bing raised his eyebrows impatiently. He didn't have a good impression on the mummy in front of him. This guy looks sloppy, and those who don't know think he owes him money. It's a young man with a personality. I've seen a lot of hairy young people like you, but their end is not perfect. Danzing was not angry because of the other party's rudeness. People who have achieved his position are used to being proud of the world. How can ordinary people make him angry? If you have a fart, let it go. Luo Bing frowned speechlessly. Why did this make the other party pretend? Danzo, 35. I have to admit, he seems a little p***d off. No one has ever treated him so disrespectfully. The root members on the side asked him to take down this guy who dared to be disrespectful to the leader, but Danzo waved his hand and stayed where he was, like a puppet. Old man, why are you acting like an MLM organization? Luo Bing looked at the scene in surprise, feeling that this old man didn't look like a good thing. Haha. Danzo smiled again. His laughter was so gloomy that children could cry horribly when they heard it. I forgive your ignorance. I heard that you have a potion that can heal wounds? Hand it over, and I can spare you from dying. Luo Bing was stunned on the spot. No, let's talk about this. Why are you pretending to be more powerful? Luo Bing couldn't understand whether this guy was really brainless or really wise. Danzo frowned. He sometimes couldn't understand what the boy said, but it still didn't affect him pretending to be forceful. Young people, maybe you don't quite understand it at this age. You have to know that in this world, tall people are usually holding umbrellas. I read that when you are an outsider and ignorant, I am a very generous person. Hand over the potions and formulas, work for me, and I will treat you well. Danzo said the words and looked at the young man in front of him with interest. And to his surprise, the guy walked directly in front of him. Just when Danzo thought he was going to kneel down and bow his head as a minister. Luo Bing is on the right hand, and the height of the two is compared. Speechless. Why do you think you are so middle school? Have you watched too many cartoons? With your head, you can't even reach my neck when you stand up. Group possession. Although Luo Bing was only 16 years old, he was 1.85 meters tall. Danzo, who was already old and began to have muscle atrophy and a hunchback, even sitting on a chair, looked like a dwarf. Advertisement, enough. Danzo yelled. Even his shrewdness couldn't stand this repeated provocation. Give me obedient surrender. The kaleidoscope of Shishui spun slightly in Danzang's right eye socket. The power of the gods radiates through the body. Uchiha Shisui was once the most talented young man in the Uchiha family, and his eyes were full of kaleidoscopes and abilities of other gods. The left eye is a permanent other god, which can change a person's will at one time, but it can only be used once every 10 years, while the other god of the right eye can be released continuously and constantly, changing a person's will in a small amount, Although the duration is short, it is also a bug-level illusion. A hint of green chakra light emerged from Danzo's arm and the bandages on his eyes. The power of the kaleidoscope is too powerful. Even if Danzo transplants the intercolumnar cells of the entire arm, it cannot suppress the brilliance of the riding wheel eye. What are you doing, old man? FK, old man, you're green. Luo Bing was taken aback. He had never seen someone who made him green while chatting. Obey me. Danzing opened his mouth and shouted, and the power of Tiantian came out through his body. Are you sick? Luo Bing frowned and almost slapped Roar over. Danzo. Huh? What's going on? He's used the power of the kaleidoscope once or twice before. How could it not work this time? How can that be? What's more, the other party is just an ordinary person. Danzo once again increased the strength of the other gods, and he did not doubt the power of the eye he had captured. To be honest, if this thing is fully motivated, it can completely change the thoughts of shadow-level powerhouses. You are greener. Are you all right? Do you want to go to the hospital? Luo Bing looked at the strange old man in front of him inexplicably. He could feel the familiar kaleidoscope breath. But he didn't take it to heart. He also thought that the kaleidoscope was the basic operation of the inhabitants of this world. Damn. What's the matter with you? Danzo cursed loudly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. I'm really fine. You have a problem. You're all green. Luo Bing reached out and grabbed the green energy that came out of the old man. That's a good amount of energy, maybe even better with a different color. Danzing looked gloomy, and he also felt that something was wrong with his kaleidoscope. He didn't think the young man in front of him was immune to the ability of the kaleidoscope. Advertisement even he never thought about it. Take him down. Danzing gave an order, and the surrounding roots surrounded him, forming a circle. What do you mean? Do you have to start after a good chat? Does this mean you want to fight me? Luo Bing pursed his lips. Fighting? He hasn't lost yet? Shadow imitation technique. Nara Shikata quickly formed marks with his hands, and a dark shadow spread from under his feet to Luo Bing's feet in an instant. Success. The enemy has been taken, Nara Shikata said without emotion. Luo Bing. It seems that this place is not the only one with a problem. It's all neuropathy. Take the ghost. You never met me. Very good. Danzing nodded and looked at Luo Bing with disdain. I said, in this world, only tall, Zhao Nuahao, can hold an umbrella. Do you understand now? Luo Bing. At 99 something so wrong. If you want to get an umbrella, then go get it. Go get it. 1 is not enough. 10 is not enough. Behold your virtue. Who the rich and powerful still hold their own umbrellas? A bunch of neurotics. I'm leaving. Luo Bing mumbled to himself, turned and left in the direction from which he came. Nara Shikata. Danzo. What's the situation? Take him. That kid is weird. Danzo's brain finally reacted, and he gave orders to his subordinates again. Suddenly, a group of hidden weapons flying darts threw them towards Luo Bing. Luo Bing frowned. Originally, he didn't want to bother with the neuropathy, but he's stomping his nose on his face. I think it's really hard to keep a low profile. Luo Bing sighed. His body instantly reached the speed of light, and he rushed up to play. Chapter 104 Danzo with a bow on the head. When a person is infinitely close to the speed of light, all the sights in front of him will slow down. Luo Bing from at the moment has a deep understanding of this. He casually walked over to the roots and slapped them. In the infinitely slowed time, the face of the person who was hit twisted into an exaggerated arc and moved slowly. It's just that the speed of this movement is basically indistinguishable with the naked eye. Several shuriken floated quietly in the air. Luo Bing picked it up and looked at it, feeling that it was meaningless and threw it aside. He just walked straight to Danzo. The strange old man was still giving orders with his mouth open. However, in the infinitely slowed down time, his speed was as slow as a tortoise that was slowed down 10,000 times. It's just that his expression began to change slightly. It seems that his kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes suddenly sensed the speed at which Luo Bing disappeared in an instant. However, even his shocked expression changed very slowly. During this process, Luo Bing untied the bandage on his head and circled it 2 or 3 times, curiously looking at the difference between his kaleidoscope and his own. There is also a magnifying glass from the research room on the side. When he went to the laboratory, Luo Bing took time to wash an apple and peeled it with a knife. Luo Bing took a magnifying glass and looked at it carefully for a long time. This Wan 793 fountain is in the shape of a 4-cornered flying darts, but unfortunately it is also a single one. What? Luo Bing seems to have found something strange. Everyone in this world likes to have a riding wheel in one eye? What a weird hobby. That white-haired Kakashi is, and so is this Danzo. But soon Luo Bing's face changed greatly. He was disgusted by the rows of riding wheel eyes on the old man's arm. Shit. This is really a wicked eyeball lover, putting the 3-hook jade on an arm. The speed force slowly receded, and Luo Bing returned to normal time. What do you think? Don't you feel scared when you sleep at night with the 3 guyu on this arm? To be honest, I was taken aback by myself the first time I looked in the mirror with my shaker. Boom. All the root members flew up, blood spattered, and their teeth were knocked out one by one. Damn. What kind of weird ability is this? Danzo, whose bow was swaying constantly, looked at Luo Bing in disbelief. Spiritual art. Bang. Advertisement. A cloud of white smoke was bubbling up, and huge amounts of nightmare taper appeared in the drowsy basement, and instantly swallowed the ball and drilled into the ground. Want to run? Do you want to use the power of space? Luo Bing sneered, waving his hand, Beffa, to restrain the space. After flipping through the first page of the Supreme Space Magic Book, his space ability has reached a strange level. Not good. The reverse psychic technique failed. Danzo broke out in a cold sweat. He had already anticipated what kind of existence he had provoked. Run was his only thought at the moment. Sarutobi, save me. Someone invaded. 35 Danzo desperately fled towards the ground above. Luo Bing was chasing after him leisurely. Have a look. How embarrassing is this old man? Why don't you take an umbrella? Continue to dress up. In his heart, he did not stop the old man from calling for help. Luo Bing was never afraid of anyone, but he wanted to understand, what role does this guy who is secretly doing human experiments play in this village? Boom. Huge amounts of nightmare taper smashed the streets of Konoha, and Danzo, who was wearing a wheel-shaped eye, appeared in the sight of all residents while riding the nightmare taper. That's sharing eyes. How could it be? Sarutobi, Asma, Red Bean and his party were eating these 3 color balls at a roadside stall. I was suddenly startled by the scene in front of me. The crystal ball, which observed the village's movement in real time, lit up, and the scene seen by the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiazan was instantly transferred from the elderly bathing center to Konoha Street. Danzo. How dare he? Sarutobi Hiazan was furious. Danzo not only had the existence of Sharingan, but also the cloned cells of his teacher Senshu Hasuma. That was the evil human experiment of his disciple Orochimaru. The entire Konoha Street was instantly chaotic. The alarm sounded in the village, and more ninjas gathered around. I need an explanation. Danzo. The 3 generations looked at their former teammates angrily, and the little tolerance left in their hearts disappeared without a trace. Sarutobi, I have a secret. I'll talk about this later. You have to believe me, I'm all for Konoha. That alien brought over by Kakashi is the enemy. He wants to destroy Konoha. Danzo yelled. Luo Bing walked out of the passage that the dream taper knocked out, digging his ears. Why are you talking nonsense with your eyes open? When did I say I was going to destroy Konoha? It's you, the old man who made himself green and became angry and shot at me. 35. Luo Bing has a lot of ninjas around, and there are 3 generations of Hokage on the side. Advertisement. He knew this old man because his head was exaggeratedly carved on the Hokage rock beside him. Compared with the rock carvings, he looks much older. Big brother Luo. The 3 of Naruto who heard the movement in the street also ran over. That's sharing eye. Sasuke's eyes widened, and he was dumbfounded. Those are the eyes of the Uchiha family. Why does it appear on a strange old man? Who is that person? Why? It was he who tried to destroy Konoha, and was discovered by the old man to kill and kill. Sarutobi, save me. This man killed all my men in an instant. Danzing was eloquent and roared loudly. Hearing his remarks, the Jonin and Sarutobi Hiazan involuntarily looked at Luo Bing. Even Naruto and the others on the side turned their heads and looked over. No, big brother Luo will never do this, Naruto shouted, but no one paid him any attention. For the villagers, he is the incarnation of the demon fox, and there is no trust in his words. Luo Bing frowned. The old man really didn't change his face when he lied. I didn't kill anyone at all, okay, I just fainted. But he didn't have the mood to explain, and chuckled lightly. I found a lot of laboratories in the underground base of this old thing. He is doing human experiments with children, do you all know? Following Luo Bing's words, everyone present once again focused their attention on Danzo. The writing wheel on the arm, the kaleidoscope in the eye socket, and the sickly white arm are all sins that he will never be able to explain. Sarutobi looked at his former teammates. He usually knew his little actions, but he usually acquiesced. This is not the first time Danzo has done such a bold thing. But this time, Danzo really touched Sarubi's bottom line. Danzo, as Hokage, I will strip you of the status of the leader of your roots. 35. Take these 2 people and send them to Konoha prison. Sarutobi gave an order, and all the joinin present rushed towards Luo Bing and Danzo. I don't want to go to prison. Luo Bing pouted, not feeling any favor for this place in his heart. A touch of blood slowly climbed up his pupils. In an instant, a 30-meter-high golden giant appeared on the entire Konoha Street. The problem of this place can be solved by the ability of this place. A smile appeared on Luo Bing's mouth, and the golden giant sword was instantly condensed in Susanoo's hand. Chapter 105. The Death of Danzo. What is that? The Konoha crowd looked at the golden giant rising from the ground in an instant, and their mouths grew in disbelief. That day, Konoha's people finally remembered that the Konoha people didn't recall anything. This golden giant is also the first time they have seen, but Sarutobi Hiazan is different. He knew this thing was Susanoo. According to legend, only Uchiha clansmen with 2 pairs of eyes that are kaleidoscopes can summon Susanoo to assist him in battle. The man who used this trick is called Madara Uchiha. This guy. Who is? Sarutobi Hiazan's eyes were alert, he bit his fingers, and his hands were sealed. Boom. A cloud of white smoke exhaled. This situation looks very bad, old man, the monkey said, frowning at the golden giant in the distance. Ah. I'm going to fight for my life. The 3rd generation nodded and lifted the Hokage robe on his body, revealing his thin body and delicate fishing net combat equipment. It's coming. The three generations roared, and the monkey next to him turned into huge amounts of gold hoop sticks. Swish it, golden cudgel, ice. Lo, no, how can people in this world be so secondary? Even if they are secondary, why are you still infringing? You are also called the golden hoop rod? Clang, 39. The golden hoop rod and the golden giant sword collided and made a sound of gold and iron symphony. Huge amounts of dazed ninjas on all sides. Team attack. Use the fireball technique together. All the ninjas began to form seals, and a large number of ninjas came from all directions. Because they did not know the specific situation, they subconsciously locked the target on the golden giant in front of them. Si Wei Shen Hai Wu Yin. Yuri's red cheeks bulge. There are hundreds of ninjas around her just like her. On the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Konoha had such a joint attack. For large monsters, ordinary ninjutsu cannot break the defense at all. Oh, shut up, don't try to spit on me. Luo Bing snapped his fingers, and the silence command spread around a kilometer. Advertisement as he used more and more times, the range of this skill began to gradually expand. No. The huge and powerful fireball was destroyed before it was released. Can't open my mouth. How to unleash the fireballs. Sarutobi Hazan was also shrouded in the range of ninjutsu, his brows furrowed, his golden cudgel swiping at the golden giant did not cause any damage at all. On the contrary, my old buddy can't stand the collision again and again. You guys are so weak, Luo Bing complained silently. He was just passively beaten, and he hasn't even fought back until now. It's just that he doesn't know that illusions are ineffective for him, and secret techniques are also ineffective for him. Ordinary physical attacks can't break Susa's body bones at all, so. Konoha worked for a long time and didn't hurt him at all. Danzo on the side was forgotten instead. He smiled grimly, his hands quickly knotted. Wind escape, vacuum wave, wind escape vacuum continuous wave. Wind escape vacuum jade, wind escape vacuum Dayu. Wind escape shuriken, roar. This monster, what defense is this? Danzing gasped for breath, but the golden monster got bigger and bigger, from a height of 30 meters to 50 meters, and even put on some armor. Boom. The huge Dingzu flew out lying on his back, overwhelmed the house next to him, and lay down around Danzo. It can't go on like this anymore, Danzo decided in his heart, and his eyes aimed at Naruto and his group who were surrounded by Chunin in the extreme distance. The kaleidoscope rotates slightly. Kaleidoscope can control tailed beasts, I should too. Danzo rushed over, injured several Chunin, and pulled Naruto's clothes off in Sarutobi's anger. Gossip seal. Solution. Roar. Huge amounts of red energy soared into the sky, and the tyrannical chakra of the Nine Tails tore Naruto's skin to pieces. His eyes instantly turned into vertical pupils, and the nine-tailed chakra on the entire body almost condensed into substance. Advertisement: a tail. 2 tails. 3 tails. 4 tails. Naruto gradually lost his sanity, but just when he was about to tear open his seal and release the 9 tails, the breath on his body instantly weakened, and he fainted in place. A gentle man with blonde hair appeared in his inner world. How could this be? Danzo was shocked. He didn't understand why the 9 tails, who were about to get out of trouble, were forcibly suppressed by some mysterious force, but just when he was about to mobilize the other gods, a golden sword pierced through him. His body turned back and split him in half. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot 0. Danzo. Dead? Do not. Luo Bing could feel that he wasn't dead. The space around him changed slightly, and Danzing walked out of a twisted space, safe and sound. What power is this? Back in time. One eye on Danzo's arm was permanently closed. This is Izanagi. This technique converts all unfavorable factors, including death, to a dream in a very short period of time, and at the same time, all events that are beneficial to the practitioner, such as attacks, are converted into real ones. An art that can freely convert between dreams and reality is an illusion. The price is that the eye after the procedure will be permanently blinded. Danzo had quietly cast this perfect illusion before. I'll play with you every time I'm interested. Luo Bing put away his joking attitude and turned serious. The golden giant, who had been passively beaten, turned passive into active, and instantly took control of the battlefield. With one punch, one kick, like swatting a fly, Konoha's ninja was directly slapped with blood by Julie and flew out of the battlefield. Luo Bing still showed mercy, and did not use the giant sword. The houses around him collapsed, and a lot of cracks appeared on the street. The golden giant was too destructive. The serious Luo Bing is very dangerous. With the blessing of the Speed Force, all the people involved in the battle flew out heavily in less than a second. The golden giant disappeared. Peeved. Danzo's neck was suddenly thrown 3 meters away from the ground, blood like a column. Luo Bing appeared on the spot, patiently looking at his subtle changes. Sure enough, the surrounding space began to have faint spatial fluctuations again. Luo Bing appeared directly, slicing his head. There's something wrong with the eye on his arm. Luo Bing frowned slightly, entered the Speed Force directly, cut off his arm the moment Danzing appeared again, and gouged out the right eye in his socket. Puff. Everything came quickly, and in the state of the Speed Force, Danzing didn't have time to resist, and the whole person fell into a pool of blood. Finally dead, Luo Bing shook his head and glanced at the disgusting arm in his hand. As for the one eye in the right eye socket that has evolved into a kaleidoscope, Luo Bing didn't know what to do with it. It seemed inappropriate to burn it, and then put it into a glass container and threw it into the Shenwei space. After that, he glanced at the Konoha crowd lying on the ground, shook his head, turned and left. Chapter 106. The trip ends and returns to Marvel. What happened? Kakashi came in a hurry, and was directly frightened by the scene in front of him. All the ninjas here, whether they were Chunin or Shangnin, even the three-generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hyozan, lay miserably on the ground. He's too fast, Sarutobi Hyozan sighed helplessly. He staggered up from the ground, the golden cudgel beside him turned into an ape again with a bang, with a slight bloodstain on the corner of his mouth. That man didn't have any murderous intentions at all, otherwise we would all have died. Ape Demon wiped the corner of his mouth with a look of awe. Konoha is temporarily blocked, and everyone has issued a password. Sarutobi Hyozan immediately made a decision. Although he knew that this information could not be concealed much, but during this period, Konoha must not suffer heavy losses again. What about the Chunin exam in a month? Turning to bed, Xiaochen coughed the blood of 793 in his mouth. She wasn't shot, it's just that he was bitten to the tongue by the ban. There are still some slurs. As usual, the third generation gave the order. He turned his head and glanced at Danzo's body. A trace of sadness flashed before his eyes, but soon his heart was filled with anger. Danzo is really going too far this time. Midogate Yan stood up, clutching his waist. Come here, seal the route. I want to know what else he has done. Sarutobi commanded the Konoha ninja who could stand up from the ground, and the whole Konoha instantly became busy again. Did that man named Luo Bing have the intention to kill? Most of the Konoha ninjas were only slightly injured, and a few were seriously injured, but none of them died. It seems that we misunderstood him. Post-war statistics. Except for the ninjas who had a mission to leave the village, Konoha's ninja army could even hurt the man with his skin. Even in that incredible second, they were all defeated. Is this really something that human power can do? I am responsible for this matter. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. If he could have been more rational at the time, presumably this unwarranted disaster would not have happened. No. There is nothing wrong with your decision. That guy is too strong, and he has no weaknesses at all. I really can't imagine anyone in this ninja world who can stop him. Nara Shikahisa shook his head. His shadow secret technique and Haii's mind turning technique couldn't have any effect at all. Even the huge Dingza was kicked away by the golden giant. The trio of pigs, deer and butterflies in the three battles were abolished in less than a second. Advertisement. This result is unbelievable, but it is the truth. This incident is over. Today's events are all Danzo's fault. We can't be the enemy of that young man. Hyozan Sarutobi shook his head and made a decision. With such an enemy, maybe I can't sleep well. I really don't understand why a strong man like him has never been heard of in the ninja world. Nara Shikahisa shook his head. Konoha's group of high-level officials worried about the situation in front of them. What happened today was a big blow to Konoha. However, there are both bad and good sides. At least everyone now is full of desire for strength. Especially Sasuke. He didn't understand why the high-level Konoha had the Uchiha clan's shaman. This matter, he remembered, perhaps, the night of Uchiha's genocide was not only caused by that guy Itachi. Luo Bing's speed is very fast, he is like light, and in an instant he arrives at the coordinate point that he has already memorized. Magic. The golden hexagram turned slightly. Luo Bing got into the Shenwei space, but the owner of this Shenwei space is not him. There are people in this ninja world who have the ability of divine power. Luo Bing doesn't know who the other party is, but this does not prevent him from entering directly. The empty cubes fill the entire Shenwei space. The Shenwei space here is exactly the same as when Luo Bing first opened the kaleidoscope. The owner of the space seems to have never thought that someone can come and go freely in his Shenwei space. At the moment's Obito, one duplication body is in the Kamui space, and the other duplication body is projected in the real space, which seems to be fighting someone. Luo Bing frowned at this scene. It seems that this guy has mastered the special usage of Kamui space. Only, it's too dangerous. Even a 3-year-old can easily pierce his heart with a dagger at the moment. Luo Bing didn't pay much attention to this person, looking at the butt that kept twisting and twisting, leaving a string of black lines on his forehead. There are so many mental illnesses in this world. Luo Bing kicked in the past, turned around and got into the space node opened up by the Supreme Magic Book. Advertisement, not bad. Nagato, Pen's 6 paths abilities are getting better and better, ha ha ha. I have seen the moment when we are about to realize our dreams. Uchiha Obito's body with a swirl face mask fell in midair, wandering around in the courtyard, pretending to beep. Not that he wanted to pretend, mainly to disguise Madara Uchiha's attitude. HMPH. Even so, I can't hit you, Madara. Suradao of Pain's 6 paths said expressionlessly. The corners of Obito's mouth under the mask rose slightly. Ahahaha. That's normal, after all I'm Uchiha, ouch. Nagato cast a curious gaze, and ripples appeared in the sky-blue Samsara eyes. No. It's all right, I'm old, I flashed to my waist, and today's training ends here. Obito said in a cold sweat, and he immediately returned to the body and divine power space. Looking at the empty Kamui space, Uchiha Obito took off the mask on his face, and his crimson writing wheel scanned everything around him. Is it an illusion? How does it feel? I got kicked. Obito subconsciously looked at his A. At this sight, cold sweat covered his whole body. There's an extra 43 on his A. There's also a V logo in the middle of the shoe print. Obito's heart beat fast. 5.0, inch by inch, began to search the entire Shenwei space. Present world. In a giant tree with green shade formed by paper dungeons, the skinny Nagato opened his eyes, and behind his back were more than a dozen black sticks made of the power of outsiders. The training is over? Xiao Nan thoughtfully handed a glass of water. I discovered the secret of that spot today, and I may know his true identity. Nan, we will covertly investigate this man Uchiha. Ouch, maybe this is the true identity of Madara. Nagato said, taking the water glass and taking a big mouthful to replenish the water. Conan nodded, secretly remembering what Nagato said. Uchiha. Ouch. It hurts, it hurts. Luo Bing urged this immortal body with all his strength, and the whole person shuttled through the nodes of time and space, like being pierced by thousands of needles. Chapter 107. The Kirita Legion Invasion. Stark building, looking at the monsters constantly flying down from the sky in the distance, Tony's heart is inevitably anxious. Where did the boss go at this critical time? 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. A lot of things have happened in these 2 months, the most urgent of which is the current invasion of the Kirita army. Although the Avengers were mentally prepared, when that day did come, everyone was still in disarray. Especially when they thought they had succeeded in catching Loki, the mastermind behind the scenes. An accident happened. They were easily influenced by Loki's scepter and quarreled directly on the SHIELD aircraft carrier. The controlled Hawkeye attacked the aircraft carrier. The mothership was destroyed, Hulk ran wild, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Even Mr. Phil Coulson lost his life on the spot in the chaos. Damn. Is prophecy really unstoppable? Tony landed on the Stark building, the Mk7 disengaged, and brand new accessories constantly flew towards Tony. The latest Mk8 armor has long been out of the stage of needing mechanical wear, and even Thor has perfected the automatic splicing technology of the armor. He implanted a specially developed sensing device in his body. Arms, breastplates, and finally, masks. 14. Roar. Thor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but fortunately there was nothing wrong with the Mk8 this time. Look at the scene in front of you, what a magnificent scene. Loki sat comfortably in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the Stark building, admiring the view in front of him. Beside him, Black Dwarf with a metal axe looked at the chaotic city in front of him with disdain. He didn't have the slightest interest in this weak planet. He was just doing the will of the Thanos chief. Black Dwarf is a giant of nearly 3 meters, and he wears many decorations all over his body, which are all his trophies, dug up from the corpses of the enemy. Among them, the ribbon on the waist is very conspicuous, somewhat similar to the style of Captain Marvel. Enough, Loki. Stop all this. You will pay for it. Thor's feet spurted flames, breaking through the glass and entering the interior of the building in an instant. Wait a minute, I didn't know you had a friend. Tony swallowed and looked at the Black Dwarf in front of him, who looked even fiercer than Hulk. HMPH, flying bugs. Black Dwarf led his axe and charged towards Tony in an instant furiously. Crack. The Mark 8 was directly lifted off and fell into the Stark building. Advertisement, Stark, we're at your 3 o'clock, heading northeast. Natasha Romanoff's voice came over Tony's communication system. At the same time, a Coon-style vehicle loaded with the Avengers came from a distance in an instant. Did you go to buy takeout? Tony complained with a black line on his face. Go to Parker Street and I'll lure them in for you to target. The Mk8 soared into the sky, and more than 20 missiles were ejected from the shoulders in an instant. While killing a large number of Kirita soldiers, it also attracted the pursuit of many Kirita soldiers. Ordinary people on the streets of New York ran wildly screaming. However, the Avengers, who already knew that there would be an attack here, built a lot of shelters here, and at the moment Parker was constantly swinging in the air, clearing the Kirita soldiers while protecting the crowd from orderly fleeing. Are you calling me? Peter Parker was stunned for a moment, and was almost hit by the laser scans of the Kirita soldiers. Hey, don't be distracted. An arrow passed Peter and hit a soldier not far away. It was Barton who regained consciousness, although at the moment his head was still a little groggy after being calibrated by consciousness, but it didn't affect his actions at all. The sharp arrow made an explosion, and the Kirita soldier who was about to pull the arrow out of his neck was directly killed by the blast. His whole body lost its function, and his eyes gradually dimmed. Thanks, buddy. Little Spider-Man pressed the cobweb launch button, made a move to Hawkeye roar, nimbly swinging in the air. One after another Kirita soldiers were tied into Zongzi by him. Leave this to me. Captain America jumped off the Coon style, holding up his shield, and rampage, knocking many Kirita soldiers to the ground along the way. However, Captain America's lethality was limited, and the Kirita soldiers who fell to the ground were not in serious trouble. A dozen Kirita soldiers surrounded Captain America and fell into a state of fighting. Loki. Thunder flashed in the sky, and the man who accompanied the thunder and lightning landed on the Stark building. I'm only looking for my brother, as for you, go away. Thor pointed at Black Dwarf, with lightning flashing in his eyes, and threw a hammer at it. Humph! Black Dwarf raised one hand in disdain, wanting to catch the Meow hammer. Boom! Meow hammer's huge amounts of power took him directly through the 3 buildings, and then flew back into Thor's hands. Turn off the Tesseract or I'll destroy him, Thor yelled at Loki. You can't do it. Loki raised his eyebrows with interest. Once this thing is turned on, it can't be stopped, you can't stop it, Loki said, His body was transformed into golden light, and the armor with divine power was finished wearing. Now only. War, 39. Come on then. Thor raised his hammer and confronted his brother again. Advertisement. Damn Asgard. Black Dwarf roared loudly, his entire body furious. He grabbed the car parked on the side of the road and smashed it towards the top of the Stark building in a fit of breath. It's a pity that the head was almost on the spot. Thor easily dodged, and the car smashed into the crowd in an instant. Stop for me. Polaris's hands glowed green as he stopped the car firmly in midair. Buzz. Sky released Vibe in her hands, and the large crowds of Kiritas were shaken to powder by her. That's right, Sky has awakening her ability now. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call her Daisy now. Vibe Girl Daisy. Protect the crowd, Natasha Romanoff shouted roar, joining the group of 3 women. Air roar howls. 793 Another female Mark armor flew over from a distance. It's Small Peppers. This is the rescue armor that Tony Taylor made for her. The damage ability is far less than the Mark 8, but the protection ability is first class. I'm here, Tony. Pepper yelled into the communication device. What? Evacuate. This is not the place you should be. This is a man's battlefield. Red laser cutting lines were released from Tony's arms, and a large swath of Kirita's body was cut in half. A man's battlefield? The 4 women snorted coldly and gathered around back to back. Their fighting power does not have to be weaker than men. Boom. An old motorcycle stopped in front of Black Dwarf with the sound of the accelerator. The people who got in and out of the car took off their protective helmets, looked at Black Dwarf not far away, and swallowed. I need you, Hulk. Quick. 35, HMPH, stupid bug. Black Dwarf threw out the axe in his hand like Thor. Boom. Dr. Banner was smashed into the building again and again. The Hulk roars. Earthquake. Hulk strikes. The 2 giants scuffled together in an instant, and the incomparably exaggerated strength was quite astonishing, destroying the city houses around them all the way. The 2 monsters are on a par. It seems that the situation has been stabilized by the Avengers, but this is only a superficial phenomenon. More and more Kirita soldiers have drilled out of the black hole. Chapter 108 Roar is called Captain Marvel. We have to find a way to close the wormhole in the sky, otherwise we will never be able to kill these monsters forever. Captain America solved the dozen or so Kiritas beside him, jumped up to the roof with a run-up, and did a 720-degree fancy twist to kill the thought Kirita soldiers who were going to attack Hawkeye from behind. Speaking of monsters. OFK. Look at the wormhole. Hawkeye's voice suddenly appeared in the communication device. I told you, Barton, be civilized. FK. Steve looked up at the monstrous Kirita beast, stunned for 2 seconds, then frowned. Stark, do you see what's over your head? Digesting. Tony frowned. I'll take it to the uninhabited streets. This guy is doing too much damage to the city. What about Hulk? Isn't the battle over yet? 35. Wow. Hulk growled, and Black Dwarf was rubbed against the surface of the building. Who? Black Dwarf roared, and Hulk was rubbed back. The 2 big men fought uncontrollably. The building tilted and collapsed, and many civilians ran for their lives frantically downstairs. I need a higher position, Barton yelled. He doesn't have the advantage of a bow sniper on the ground. Catch you. Little Spider-Man used his net bag to catch a few civilians who jumped off the building, gasping for breath. Mr. Barton, I'll take you up here. Little Spider-Man stuck to Barton and quickly sent him to the top of the building with the help of the cobweb. Captain. Madison robbed bank number 42 and trapped many civilians. Understood. I'll go now. The whole city was lit up, restless and panicked. Human voices, car roars, screams, cries, gunshots, cannons, explosions, intertwined into a hodgepodge. SHIELD headquarters. The council is online. Hill looked at Fury beside him with a serious expression. The previous SHIELD mothership was destroyed, and many agents were in a half-abandoned state. Now not only personnel, but even Coon-style fighters are left. The current situation is very serious. Fury frowned and subconsciously touched the idiosyncratic communication device on his waist. That was left to him by Captain Marvel, who can only call for help in the most urgent of circumstances. Advertisement. How many civilians are not in the shelter yet? Fury asked, frowning. About 20,000. Hill frowned. The 3 streets where the Stark building is located are now a circle of war. Civilians further afield have been rushed into shelters. Chucky. Tony burrowed into the belly of the beast, and the red laser cut line cut the beast of Kirita in 2. But it's a one-time item, and the stock Tony's carrying has run out. Thor. Isn't flirting enough? Stark yelled at the communication device. Sorry. Thor clutched the wound on his chest and pulled out the dagger in it. He was tricked by Loki again. Thor swung his hammer into the sky and landed on the top of a tower-shaped building, holding the meow hammer in his hand. Rumble rumble. A large amount of lightning slashed down, pointing directly at the Kirita army in midair. Directly hit by lightning, part of the Kirita army fell like raindrops. Nice job. Tony spewed flames from the soles of his feet and charged overhead again, constantly condensing energy cannons in his palms, sweeping away the enemies in front of him. Send them all down. Loki waved, riding his Kirita chariot. Moment. A full 5,000 or 6,000 meter long giant beasts once again poked their heads out of the dark void. There's more to come. That's not good news. We're closing that hole. There's no way to kill this thing. Stark said over the communicator, turning and dashing towards the Tesseract again. No, I tried it, that thing can't be destroyed with weapons. Thor looked at everything in front of him. The anger in his heart burned completely, he swayed his divine power recklessly, and the two Kirita giant beasts were directly penetrated by the power of lightning. Tony shot a laser on the Tesseract, the beam of light returned, and the force was ejected on him, and the Mk8 flew far away. The doctor was also hit by this force, his head was recalibrated instantly, the color of his pupils changed, and he regained consciousness. Advertisement. He was about to say something when the black dwarf in the distance was thrown by Hulk and smashed him into patties. More and more Kiritas poured in from the darkness, and more troops jumped from the Kirita behemoth. It seems that the ones just now are just the vanguard of this huge army. We won't last long. Polaris and Sky's nostrils were dripping with blood. The wing part of the pepper armor on the side was also completely destroyed. Natasha Romanoff had blood on her forehead and was scratched by a stray bullet laser. New York's armed forces and police were completely incapable of fighting back against the Chirita army. The sound of explosions echoed in the three streets. With the addition of more Kirita troops, this storm has a tendency to spread to other areas. Immediately, use the nuke. The council has been thrown into chaos, even worse than what happened last time in Queens. Wait. There are tons of civilians there. No, 35. Fury was furious, looked at the special button in his hand, looked at the situation in front of him, and pressed it decisively. Captain Marvel's logo appears on the contactor in Fury's hands. Zhao Nuahao, in the starry sky far away from the Earth, the blonde girl looked at the contact equipment in her hand, her body instantly turned into a comet, and she rushed towards the distant hometown with all her strength. Roar is finally back, right at the moment. Luo Bing crossed the time and space nodes and returned to the Himalayas. What about the people here? Looking at the empty library, Luo Bing frowned. The spatial perception was released in an instant, and the entire Himalayas was empty, only some apprentices. Strange, what happened? Luo Bing came to Strange in an instant. At the moment, he was fully dressed and ran towards the space door with all his strength. You're back. You disappeared for 2 months. Now aliens have invaded New York, Strange shouted in surprise. Luo Bing frowned and disappeared instantly. Play. Chapter 109 Heroes Return. Damn. Where the hell did that B*************** D go? Why hasn't he come back? Sky cursed angrily. The vibe energy in her body was used to the extreme by her, and her whole body was aching slightly. Boom boom. More and more Kirita giant beasts emerged from the black hole, and from a distance, it seemed that there were 10 giant beasts soaring in the sky. At the moment, the Avengers are running out of time to manage the portal, and everyone is caught up in an intense battle. What's more, they have nothing to do with indestructible portals. The only doctor who knows how to shut down has become a puddle of bolognese. Stark. Can you hear it, Stark? Hold on. Rescue will be here soon. Protect the civilians now. Fury yelled into the comm. How many civilians are still on the run now? Stark didn't ask who the rescuers were, he didn't have time to ask so much in a hurry. The situation is getting more and more serious, and there is not so much time left for him to think. With lasers constantly passing by his body, Stark is already busy dealing with these enemies. 20,000 more. Hold on, Fury gave the death order. As long as Captain Marvel arrives, everything can be saved. Communicator Tony and Fury's conversation reached everyone's ears, and everyone's Avengers' faces became even more gloomy. 20,000 civilians. I don't know how long I will survive. Facing the tens of thousands of Kirita army, even they almost lost their ability to protect themselves. There are too many. Just at the moment, the familiar voice of the communicator reached everyone's ears, an array of light instantly lit up in the hearts of all the Avengers. Hey guys. Heard I disappeared for 2 months, did you miss me? Luo Bing's figure appeared in the sky above the city. FK. Where have you been, boss? Tony's tense nerves almost collapsed, and his tone was full of ecstasy. Brother-in-law, you're back. Thor yelled from the spire. Sister. Brother-in-law. Everyone was taken aback by Thor's name Roar, their eyes constantly jumping between the two figures. Sky and Polaris, even Natasha Romanoff's faces darkened instantly. What brother-in-law? You should call me Roar. Luo Bing almost fell from the sky. Where did this brother-in-law get the name Roar? He didn't know the complicated relationship of the Odin family. Great. You're back, Robin. Now there are 20,000 survivors. Fury breathed a sigh of relief, and even the members of the council let out a sigh of relief, and slumped on the seat. Luo Bing is undoubtedly more reassurance in everyone's heart. 20,000. Give it to me. Advertisement. Luo Bing instantly entered the Speed Force. His figure was walking back and forth on the 3 streets, and time slowed down around him. It's all just because he's so fast, it has reached an unimaginable level. In the DC Comics unconventional universe, Flash moved 532,000 people to a mountain 35 miles away in 0.00001 microseconds. Calculate roughly. That's 9.99 trillion times the speed of light. But it was a universe that was broken by the author, and it can't be regarded as the normal speed of the Flash. In comparison, Luo Bing is still tens of billions of light years away, but he is so, and his speed close to the speed of light at the moment limit is extremely exaggerated. Just 3 seconds, 20,000 civilians were safely brought into shelters. Solved, Luo Bing said to the communicator. What just happened? Steve asked incomprehensibly. Not only Captain America, but everyone else can't understand the current situation. Faced with an almost identical scenario, Fury slumped completely to the ground. It was the same last time. That time in Queens, Luo Bing single-handedly saved tens of thousands of people, but that time it took half an hour. But now, this speed was directly reduced to 3 seconds. Second, what happened during this period, Beffa? Actually, even I was a little surprised at my speed, but this state won't last long, it's already reached its limit, Luo Bing said, and was kicked out by Speed Force. If you run fast enough, he can even turn back time, go back in time. Then, guys, it looks like we have a tough battle to fight. Luo Bing threw out a bottle of blue rejuvenation medicine. After receiving it, everyone did not hesitate and instantly fell into their mouths. Tony took off the mask and drank it too, feeling full of energy all of a sudden, but this thing can't solve the energy problem of his Mark's armor. In the more than 20 minutes of fighting, he almost ran out of energy. Advertisement, Thor, I'm charging, Stark yelled at Thor. Come on. Thor's wound healed quickly after drinking the potion, and even the divine power in his body gradually became abundant. Zzzz. A lot of lightning was draped on the MK8, and the energy charge was 300%. I could play all day and night, Steve yelled, pumping up all his strength. Barton held a small pistol helplessly, his arrows have long been exhausted. Sharpshooter. Half useless. Next, Luo Bing waved his hand, and a large number of special arrows piled up into a small mountain and fell behind Barton. Wow. That feels so good. Roar. Black Dwarf pressed the green fat to the ground again and hammered. Roar. Green Fatty got angry, turned around and pressed Black Dwarf to the ground again. The two have never stopped, and their strengths are comparable. The ground is handed over to you. The golden Susa armor rose from the ground, and the 100-meter giant was covered in armor, with a golden sword lying in his hand. The big sword stared even more, as if it were real. Susano. Complete body. The golden light shines everywhere. Luo Bing instantly appeared in front of the kilometer-long Kirita giant beast and slashed it down. Brush. The sword light flickered, and the monster's head was chopped into pieces. But within 20 seconds, all the beasts above their heads lost their skills and fell from the sky. Awesome. All the MPs in Parliament went crazy roar. It's great to have him in this world. Senator Chin slumped on the chair. Guys. Here's the Daily Bugle. Yes, you read that right, Batman is back. Our hero has appeared. 39. Oh god, I just love him to death. Give me the camera and I'll shoot it myself. 99. Big Mouth James's blood boiled. All the civilians surrounding the TV broadcast shouted the name of that person loudly and excitedly. Their hero came back. Luo Bing turned around and rushed towards the black hole like a god. This battle must end first. The source of it must be destroyed. Chapter 110. The death of Luo Bing. The golden light rushed to the time-space wormhole, pierced the darkness, and killed the starry sky on the other side. Flight is no longer a problem for Luo Bing, who now has the super space ability. Wusho Immortal Body's domineering can allow him to survive in the harshest environment in the universe. There's an alien mothership ahead. Luo Bing plunged into the black hole, and in front of him was a dense army of Kiritas. Compared with the tip of the iceberg of the army on Earth, here's the glacier hidden under the sea level of the Titanic route. In the abyss of the starry sky, a steel battleship is constantly swallowing Chirita soldiers. It is about 150,000 meters long, 60,000 meters wide, and 20,000 meters high, covering an area of nearly 900 square kilometers. Like a small planet lying in the abyss of the starry sky. At the moment, in the large central control room of the integrated ship, a curved virtual display panel 500 meters long and 100 meters wide suddenly lights up, and a large number of data streams start to refresh at a rate of dozens of screens per second. After a few seconds, the display screen is divided into nearly 1,000 virtual small screens, and each small screen displays the various function parts of the mothership and related data. There are also green lights that go off and on constantly, each signal representing a Kirita soldier. However, this is only one unit of Thanos Legion. Fortunately, the space gate is too small. With such military power not far away, the Earth can't hold back. Luo Bing was secretly shocked. Luckily he didn't come too late. When Luo Bing rushed out of the gate of space, a large number of Kirita soldiers rushed towards him frantically, and the giant beast opened its mouth and devoured the starry sky. The densely packed Kirita Legion quickly guarded the mothership, and a powerful firepower net covered the entire void in front. Tens of thousands of laser beams hit Luo Bing. Luo Bing didn't dare to be careless. He teleported dexterously and landed directly on top of the mothership across hundreds of kilometers. The 100-meter-high golden giant is like an ant on the mothership. The golden giant sword swept across, and after crushing the small ants in a circle, it slammed directly into the thick defensive shell of the mothership. Clang! The golden giant sword wrapped in Amaterasu's black flames cut a hole in the belly of the steel behemoth, and Luo Bing jumped in. Boom boom boom. Luo Bing is not stupid enough to fight the mothership directly outside. That would be irrational. On the contrary, instead, this big guy's abdomen is the weakest part of his body. The golden giant started to slaughter. He broke through the defensive gates one after another. With the silence strike effect of the silence command, Luo Bing was invincible. His body flickered wildly inside the 900 square kilometer mothership, destroying one terminal after another. System. Zizizi. Many Kirita soldiers lost their skills all over their bodies, and their eyes fell darkly into the depths of the universe. Kirita soldiers have a fatal flaw, then all their physical functions and mobility are provided by the mothership. If the mothership is directly destroyed, no amount of soldiers will have the ability to resist. And Luo Bing keenly observed this, frantically destroying the electronic control terminal inside the mothership, and clouds of fireworks rose from the tail of this steel behemoth to the head. Over a distance of 900 square kilometers, Luo Bing didn't know how many times he swung the giant sword, and his silence skill CD was used again just after the end. The anti-void engine can overturn the conservation of energy, as well as the conservation of dark energy. Advertisement: the Kirita soldiers were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, completely powerless to resist. It seems that your biggest mistake is not letting the Avengers close the space portal in time. Luo Bing sneered. He had come to the most central area, and several top scientists in Kirita who were wearing white coats had no power to restrain chickens, and roared at him like a bug. Luo Bing's kindness is never left to opponents, and Amaterasu's flames continued to burn constantly. The dimensional slash from the golden giant sword split the muscles of the inch steel behemoth into all directions of the universe. Luo Bing did not leave behind the idea of pulling the mothership back to Earth for research. He can't. Not to mention, if the mothership is not destroyed, the Kirita army will not disappear. It seems that I should have come to the energy area from the beginning. Luo Bing shook his head, but that's all. Amaterasu climbed directly onto the void engine, and the fiery black flame ignited the entire spaceship like a fuse. Luo Bing drilled into Shenwei space and appeared very far away. Blazing flames swept through the void. The power of the mothership's explosion was beyond Luo Bing's imagination. That mighty impact spreads all around, rushing towards the wide-open space channel. Crap. Luo Bing frowned. Boom, dragon. The violent explosion seemed to want to destroy everything, roaring like a hell dragon. It was just the aftermath of the explosion that flew thousands of Kirita soldiers who had lost their body functions and floated in the void. The huge amount of fireworks was like the end of the day, and a small planet not far away was directly ignited and turned into bright fireworks in the universe. If this energy is allowed to rush into the Earth, the consequences are unimaginable. Luo Bing carried the Kirita behemoth to block the edge of the space passage. Under this impact, the heavy Kirita beast was directly crushed into a pile of fly ash. Damn. Luo Bing's Susa armor disappeared after holding on for a while. Wusho immortal body exudes a dazzling golden light, and the huge divine power blooms from every cell of Luo Bing's body. That terrifying power, even the surrounding time has been distorted. Luo Bing couldn't find time to look back at all, and he couldn't do it either. Stark. If there is any way, close the space passage. Luo Bing firmly held the edge of the space passage. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Zero. The terrifying explosive force was split under the shroud of his divine power, turning into two parts, one up and one down, and rushing behind him. Earth. At the moment the battle is over, and the surviving Kirita army has also lost their bodily functions under the destruction of the mothership. Black Dwarf was finally defeated by the Avengers, and was shattered by Thor's mighty hammer. Loki was trapped in a cobweb. The scepter in his hand was snatched by Natasha Romanoff. They have already asked Loki how to close the space door, and now they're just waiting for Luo Bing to come back. Advertisement: Stark. If there is any way, close the space channel. The golden figure blocked the space passage, and his tiny body was enduring the power of Wan Jun. A familiar voice resounded in everyone's communication. What are you going to do? Stark yelled at the sky, shooting flames from the soles of his feet, charging straight towards the void. Leave me alone. Quick. After saying this, Luo Bing's clothes started to burn, and the communicator was overwhelmed and burned directly. Luo Bing stimulates the divine power of the body, and the power of the explosion is stronger than the wave. He can't stand it anymore. Close the space door. Stark was repelled by the heat wave, clenching his teeth and shouting loudly. He needs to make a choice. He can't have any more hesitation. At the moment the sky of New York has been burned to fiery red. Everyone watched this scene. Looking at the man who resisted the end of the space passage with his own strength comparable to that of a god, his eyes suddenly became moist. Natasha Romanoff. Close the door to space. 39. Natasha Romanoff's eyes turned red, then sharpened, and pressed the scepter directly on the space door. Boom. The gap in the sky healed quickly. Luo Bing's power is almost exhausted. Glancing behind him, he wanted to use the power of space in his entire body to escape. It's just, the surrounding space has been distorted by the heat wave. His divine power space was only close, now he has only one end. Or, getting into the distorted space of the void, I don't know where to exile, I don't know if he can survive in the turbulent space with this remnant body. Or, depleted of divine power, destroyed by this horrific destruction. Luo Bing has already made a duel, however, at the moment. A streak of golden light approached Luo Bing at a speed that was incomparably close to the speed of light, hugging his half-naked body and flying into the distance. That is, a teenage girl with blonde hair and a perfect face. Surprise. End. Chapter 111. Robin dies, Black Knight lives forever. The space channel is closed forever. War ended. There is no roar, no ecstasy, everyone looks up into the air expectantly. The miracle of the supplicant. At the moment, Earth humans all over the world are staring nervously. The sky of New York is like fire. Massive cumulonimbus clouds boiled, burned, and then fell in a downpour under the onslaught of heat. The Avengers stood silently in the rain, their eyes still fixed on their heads. Reporters, rescued civilians, survivors after the war, stared at the top of their heads. Even the child realized what was going on and began to cry. No miracle is born. No hope of staying. That man, that golden god, seems to have disappeared from this world forever. The sad mood of July 93 inches infected New York and swept the world in an instant. Damn. Tony slammed his fist on the concrete floor. His armor had been damaged beyond recognition, leaving traces of blood on his arms. The Avengers were silent, their eyes red. Sky and Polaris stayed where they were, 2 lines of tears running down their cheeks. Even the resolute captain had red eyes and a gloomy complexion. Little Spider-Man cried the most sad. As for Natasha Romanoff, she looked at the scepter in her hand. She can never forgive herself. No, it's impossible. I can't accept it. I absolutely can't accept it. The president of the Daily Bugle 35, James, shouted as if his faith had collapsed. Not only is he, all the inhabitants of the world who are staring at the TV broadcast cannot accept this scene. God also bleeds. God will fall too. When the criminals discovered this scene, conspirators all over the world began to ecstasy. Advertisement they are celebrating, and more people are mourning. This downpour covered everything, dissipated. Perhaps. The rain is the best cover for tears, perhaps. Under this natural cover, they can cry indulgently. Senator Chin held his head in his hands with dim eyes, very painful. Pierce was like everyone else. No, he was more exaggerated, his muscles were shaking slightly. Is this sad? This is the excitement? This is the surprise? He was almost unable to control the slightly raised corner of his mouth. He buried his head deeply, not letting others see his expression. It was a hideous face. The legend is dead. This means the era of Hydra will finally come. Hail Hydra. At noon the next day, the Avengers attended Legend's funeral in black suits and Batman blindfolds. On the street, children and young and old people wear Batman blindfolds and black capes. All dressed in black, wearing Batman blindfolds, standing silently, meditating. They are mourning, saluting, in remembrance. Humans all over the world hold this special funeral for Batman. He's not dead, he's still alive. The young man couldn't accept this fact and roared and ran into the distance. The parents on the side wanted to chase, but were stopped by the old man beside him. The white-haired old man shook his head slightly. That kid was right. He's alive. Black Knight is alive. Robin is dead. Black Knight lives on. 2 suns dotted the sky, radiating fiery light. Advertisement. Those were 2 red giants that were about to burn out. This is a planet rich in exotic pearls, and colorful pearl rivers meander. Young beautiful mermaids frolic and play by the river. There is no sorrow here, no sorrow. Silver bells of laughter constantly come from afar. There is only joy here. This is a planet made up of beautiful dreams. Countdown to system repair, 29 days. Luo Bing opened his eyes in a shell room. He looked at the surrounding environment strangely. His impression only stayed in the golden light that struck. Are you awake? Carol handed a colorful drink and looked at the young man curiously. You rescued me? Where is this? Luo Bing frowned, took the drink, took a sip. The strange taste bloomed in his taste buds. He couldn't say what it felt, but it was fresh and very good drink. No, it's not me. It's you who has a protective film around your body, so I can't put on new clothes for you until now. Carol smiled, looking curiously at the strong man muscle. Luo Bing looked at his body, feeling a little embarrassed. His clothes were almost burned, and there was only a rag left in his private place. He quickly took out a set of clothes from the Shenwei space and put them on, embarrassed smile. When I found you, half of your body was destroyed by the power of the explosion. What kind of power made you recover? Carol asked curiously. Even the gods of the universe will die at that level, let alone recover. Luo Bing knows that this is the biggest reason for system repair. Perhaps it protected itself at the most critical moment. Luo Bing shook his head and didn't answer. My name is Carol. I used to be an Earth warrior. Now I travel between planets. They call me Ms. Marvel. Thank you for protecting the Earth with your life. Carol said, fluttering her long golden hair. She was wearing a red and blue combat uniform with a golden octagonal emblem on her chest. Luo Bing replied. Then he frowned suspiciously. I've never heard of you on Ground 5.0. Captain Marvel nodded awkwardly. It's normal, few people know about me, but you should know Nick Fury, right? Luo Bing nodded. I usually call him one-eyed black marinated egg. Captain Marvel. To be honest, his eyes were still injured because of my incident. I received his contact signal before and went through 3 wormholes towards the Earth, but I smelled the smell of the Earth on the way, waiting for me to get there. By the time you arrive, your war will be over. I didn't expect that there are more and more heroes on the Earth now. Even without me, you will be safe and sound. By the way, this is the Gulf Star, located on the cantilever of the Carl Rust region of the Andromeda Galaxy. To get back to Earth, we have to go through 3 wormholes. Can you? Chapter 112. Do you want to get pregnant? Can you? How can a man say no? Luo Bing didn't want to answer this question with a dark face. He was a little hungry, actually very hungry. The drink he had just drank aroused his appetite. Fortunately, Luo Bing usually has a good stockpile. He took out a bunch of snacks from the Shenwei space and put them in front of him and started eating. Ah, it's potato chips. It's been a long time since I've eaten this stuff. Carol was not polite at all, opened a bag of potato chips, put it in his nose and sniffed it contentedly, picked it up and put it in his mouth, making a crisp chewing sound. You should try the specialties here. The mermaid's food is very strange, Carol said, continuing to eat his own chips. What kind of mermaid is it? Is it delicious? Luo Bing asked while nibbling on the canned luncheon meat. It's not of any kind, and you can't eat it. You've seen the movie. It's the kind of mermaid that's half human and half fish, Carol explained. Mermaid? Is there really such a thing? Luo Bing was very curious. Definitely, there are many unimaginable lives in the universe. Let's go, I'll show you. The mermaids here are very friendly. This shell house is provided by them, Ms. Surprise said, put down the potato chips in her hand and stood up. Stand up. Luo Bing followed her out of the shell house. The two red giant stars above are not so hot, but warm, and it feels really good to be illuminated by the sun again. There's only one dark night here in half a year, but the duration is also very short. It's really a beautiful planet. The 4 seasons are like spring and the products are rich. Ms. Surprise stretched, and her figure was very graceful. Even the mermaids in the distance can't match her. Luo Bing looked at everything around him curiously. If it wasn't for the Hokage trip, this was his first time out. At several beautiful girls ran over and said something. Advertisement. Luo Bing didn't understand at all, and Ms. Surprise on the side wanted to chat with them happily. You speak many languages? Luo Bing asked suspiciously. Oh, by the way, I forgot to give you this, Carol said, taking out a delicate earplug from her butt and handing it over. Where did you stuff it? Luo Bing's face was black. The biggest feature of the leather soldier is that he has no pockets. It's inconvenient to pack things. And the lady in front of me turned out to be from? Don't get me wrong, that's the space storage technology, and this earplug. With it, only you can understand more than 100,000 languages of the universe. Basically, the languages of known life in the universe have been recorded, and your words will also be heard. It was automatically converted into a language the other party could understand. Carol rolled her eyes. But, why put the space storage technology on the A? Luo Bing still didn't quite understand. Koror. 6699. That's not the butt, it's the waist. That's my belt. It's just on the back so that it's not easily damaged during battle. Ms. Surprise's face was black. Oh, it's your butt that's too big. Luo Bing nodded, took the earplugs and put them on his ears. Captain Marvel. My A** is blaming me. Carol's cosmic language converter for Luo Bing is very small and delicate. There is no protruding place at all. There is no strange feeling after it is all inserted into the ear. The file size is like earwax. Well, although this description is not very accurate. But that's roughly it. You shouldn't have a girlfriend, right? Ms. Marvel asked, raising her eyebrows. Why are you asking this? Luo Bing looked at her suspiciously. Unfortunately, this group of mermaids have fallen in love with you, decided to keep you here, and agreed to give me a lot of pearl currency, Carol said. Luo Bing. Several beautiful mermaids glanced at Luo Bing shyly, and lowered their heads shyly. The face is so pretty. Advertisement A. It doesn't even have a lower body. Luo Bing has no idea about fish. He doesn't like to eat fish bones when he eats fish. Soon, with Luo Bing shaking his head and refusing, several mermaids left sadly. However, soon after, they came over with a shell of exotic pearls. Shouldn't you have sold me before? Luo Bing had a dark line on his face, looking at Carol who took the pearl, and had a bad feeling in his heart. What are you talking about? How come you are a fellow from Earth? Will I betray you? This is food. A specialty of mermaids. Ms. Surprise rolled her eyes at Luo Bing, put a pearl in her mouth, and chewed it with satisfaction. It looks like a good mouth. Luo Bing frowned. Although he didn't know what the pearls were, he took one out of curiosity and put it in his mouth. It melted in the mouth, and the sufficient energy instantly replenished his hungry stomach. With just one piece, Luo Bing even felt full. The taste of the pearls is also very strange, similar to the previous colorful drink, and he can't describe the taste of it. This kind of thing is very popular in the universe, but the number of 793 is very small. The geographical location of this planet is very hidden. This pearl energy can not only be eaten, but also can be extracted into a high-quality energy for the operation of the spacecraft. Mermaid girls don't have the ability to protect pearls. Generally, this planet will be robbed after being discovered by cosmic robbers. Young and beautiful mermaids will also be pulled into slave markets. Their fate is very tragic. Because the previous Big Bang scattered many celestial nebulae, that's why I discovered this place, Carol said, looking up at this beautiful planet, her eyes deep and blurred. The previous explosion will attract a lot of people. Maybe there will be cosmic robbers coming here soon. We have to stay and protect them for a day or two. After a day or two, the stars here will resume operation, and the probability of being discovered will be small. Maybe we can take the opportunity to rob a spaceship. Ms. Marvel has a wealth of cosmic survival experience, which is beyond Luo Bing's reach. You can figure it out. Luo Bing stretched. He really wanted to take a bath now. The colorful Pearl River in the distance looks great. However, just as he was about to rush towards the Pearl River, he was pulled by Ms. Surprise beside him. Are you trying to get pregnant? Carol asked with a smirk. Chapter 113 Transforming the Shenwei Space. Luo Bing was speechless. He was so speechless that he even wanted to give the blonde girl in front of him a pregnant stare. Looking at Luo Bing's speechless expression, Carol laughed and explained, "That's not an ordinary lake. You have to know that there are no males in the mermaid family. They rely on the water in the lake to give birth. Although I don't know if this water has any effect on other beings, but you may also give it a try. Maybe you're lucky enough to get caught and give birth to a baby." The blonde girl covered her mouth and chuckled, with a strange brilliance in her eyes. "Do you believe I can get you pregnant?" Luo Bing asked with raised eyebrows. "Oh, don't hit me with men's bad thoughts, I'm very powerful." The blonde girl fluttered her long hair coldly, looking very charming. "Would you like to have a fight? Let me see how good you are." Luo Bing pursed his lips and asked with a smile. "Come on, I don't want to fight with you guy, we'll scare these mermaids." Carol rolled her eyes, and then her body rose into the sky, golden light flashing, and she didn't know where it flew. Luo Bing could fly, but not as fast as her. He didn't care where the woman went, and wandered around this beautiful planet alone. There are mountains and waterfalls, there are forests and swamps. Mermaids seem to be distributed only in this place near the bay. Other places are full of plants and animals that Luo Bing has not seen. This planet is very small, but it has a lot of mass. Its gravity is similar to that of the Earth, but only slightly lighter than the Earth. Luo Bing took a cold shower in the waterfall, calmed down, and sat on the top of the mountain, recalling the scene before the explosion. The Shenwei space was cowardly at the critical moment, and it could not be opened, very hurt. To rewind time, you need to move the pointer with one hand. Luo Bing couldn't pull out his hand at that time, and the time around him was distorted, so he didn't know what time point he would rewind to. Or, at that time, it was still a question whether it was possible to go back in time. Tay 7. Really mean. Luo Bing underestimated the power of the alien mothership explosion. After all, he had never seen that thing before. After all, he was just a native of the Earth. Except for Stark's tools, he had never seen any high-tech. Space ability still has room for development, and my Shenwei space should be well built. Luo Bing thought to himself. As the master of Shenwei space, his Shenwei space seems too desolate. Advertisement in the past, there was no ability to change, but now, Luo Bing, who has improved the space ability, has a certain strength to change all this. And his hunch told him that as long as the Shenwei space is getting bigger and bigger, the construction land is getting better and better, or even a life is born one day, then he is equivalent to bringing a small world in his body. The chain will not fall off at the critical moment. Do it if you think of it, and the beauty of the small planet in front of you is a good template. Luo Bing's body was illusory and pushed into the Shenwei space. He waved his hand, and the sundries he had stored were gathered in one place first. There are gold coins, real objects, jewelry, famous swords, and bells and whistles. Luo Bing even collected the complete corpses of more than a dozen Kiritas. Contains all types of troops. First of all, there must be light. This is a good solution. Luo Bing's eyes focused on the highest space node. The Amaterasu flame constantly burned, converging into a big black-red fireball that never went out. It's a bit rudimentary, but let's make do with it. In the future, Tony can use thermonuclear fusion to build him an artificial sun. Then, Luo Bing constantly carries dirt in the inner world and the outside world. Coupled with the power of fantasy, Luo Bing successfully filled the Black Land into a 10-kilometer foothold. At this time, the role of embodied fantasy is fully exerted, and almost anything imaginable can be embodied by Luo Bing. And after the last big explosion, his mental power also stared at a lot. It should be the special change brought about by the body after breaking through the limit. Wugo immortal body is still in the process of growing up, and it will increase Luo Bing's divine power reserve every day. Even Luo Bing can directly fly and fight with the help of divine power. In the past, he just didn't know how to use it. After learning the specific way of using energy in Hokage, Luo Bing now discovered more abilities that he had missed before. Water the soil and sprinkle seedlings and seeds. Luo Bing didn't know if this thing could survive and grow. After all, the Amaterasu fireball was not the real sun, and the Shenwei space had no ozone layer, so it couldn't carry out photosynthesis at all. This world has no wind, no matter, it is a dead space. It is somewhat similar to the environment of Hell. However, there is acid rain in Hell, and it has its own unique life. And many more. Luo Bing took out a slate from his junk pile. Advertisement: this is a life card from the Odin vault. It is said that it comes from the Earth civilization of the last era and is the relic of the disappeared Atlantis civilization. According to the biological evolution procedure described above, the user can evolve himself into a higher order life, or even a god. But even Odin couldn't understand this thing. As for Luo Bing, he was even more confused. Since he got this thing, he has not studied it well. Maybe it is more suitable for Stark to study it, but now there is no genius Stark by his side. Luo Bing looked at the tadpole rune above and shook his head helplessly. He's not a researcher at all. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Or maybe, it's not a scientific question at all. What would be the effect of using divine power? But, Zhao Nuo is good, Odin should have tried it too, right? Luo Bing condensed a trace of golden divine power and carefully penetrated into the life card. Humming, the quaint tadpole text suddenly came alive. They gathered in the air to form a magical interface. Kind of like, phone unlock password. Luo Bing looked at the words, like a 9-square grid of numbers on the earth. He was at a loss. Obviously, this thing made him enter the password, but Luo Bing didn't even know the characters, so he typed it like a ghost. But this is obviously not a problem at all. Luo Bing made a bold attempt to turn on Triple Lucky, which reflected the number 9 grids on the phone, and began to click randomly. 9220 footed. The life card exudes an indescribable light, lists a large number of magical characters, and rushes into Luo Bing's head. Chapter 114 Friday's Super Evolution. What is the mystery of the universe? What is the origin of life? What are the ways of evolution? One after another esoteric and incomprehensible equations rushed into Luo Bing's mind. For a time, all the wisdom from the lost civilization of Atlantis was implemented in his mind. Luo Bing's head was a little dazed for a while. The huge message was too many words and couldn't understand, but he just went through it in his head and gave a general picture, like the instruction manual in the catalog, and then reread it, back to the life card. However, Luo Bing miraculously understood the text of Atlantis in the process. Isn't this a tablet? Luo Bing looked at the life card in front of him speechlessly. That's right, the life cards assembled with the Atlantis civilization are similar to an iPad, but there is no LCD screen or specific buttons on it, only runes similar to tadpoles. The dense text, as long as Luo Bing enters the question he wants to ask, the answer will be updated on it. The biggest difference between him and the Earth iPad is not so much bells and whistles at 793, but this interface is too cumbersome. Luo Bing doesn't like it very much. Detected defective artificial intelligence. Is it connected to load? The runes of the tadpoles changed, transposed each other, and formed a sentence that floated in front of Luo Bing. Huh? Defective artificial intelligence? Is it Friday? Luo Bing frowned. His clothes were almost destroyed before, and the communication bracelet on his body was also broken, but it was not completely burned, and he was thrown into the Shenwei space by him. Luo Bing pressed the confirmation button, and it was something that looked like a horse monkey. Operation successful, connecting. There was no progress bar and no more prompt information. Luo Bing waited with his chin up. About 3 minutes passed. The operation was successful, and the artificial intelligence is being transferred. Mr. Luo Bing, I'm Friday, now your exclusive butler of Atlantis civilization. It's a pleasure to see you again. Friday's sweet voice lingered in Luo Bing's ears. Is this okay? Luo Bing was very surprised. He had seen Friday's ship before, and it had been burnt so badly that he didn't expect that it could be repaired. Beffa. Mr. Luo Bing, found the local area network. Do you want to connect? The sweet voice asked again. Connect? Luo Bing nodded. Advertisement. I have to say that it is much more convenient to have artificial intelligence. Everything does not need to be explored by him at all. It is still the original Friday style, and the function is even more powerful. But are you sure this place has a LAN? Isn't this a primitive society? Soon, Friday's sweet voice came again. Loading local area network. The loading is complete. The intellectual brain storage has been updated. 485 unknown creatures have been found, and 12,308 unknown substances have been found. The extraction of biological cells has been completed. The biological gene chain has been cracked, and the special species, mermaid, has been found. It is recommended to store and store it. If high-quality energy crystals are found, it is recommended to store and store. If river water with special energy is found, it is recommended to store and store. Luo Bing. It wasn't like that Friday, and it's changed so much. I have to say that the image of Atlantis civilization instantly grew taller in Luo Bing's heart. Is this civilization a product of the Earth? How do you give a great feeling? But why did it disappear? All of these are unsolved mysteries, and even the life card was originally unknown. Its existence is to store all knowledge and search for a higher-level evolutionary route. Don't collect it yet. On Friday, tell me, what can I do to provide a good living environment for these plants? Luo Bing asked. This is his purpose today. Calculating. A total of 646,003 methods have been found, among which the fastest method is on this planet. This planet's unique water of life can provide all the energy the plants need. Only 3.5 liters of water of life can irrigate the front 10 kilometers. Land, replied Friday in a sweet voice. Luo Bing. 600,000 ways? He doesn't know any of them? Luo Bing got hit, but it doesn't matter. Science has never been his forte. But 3.5 liters of river water can activate 10 kilometers of land. Is this really science? Well, maybe the end of science is theology. Advertisement. After Luo Bing knew the answer, he was a little distressed. The solution to the problem was in front of him, and only 3.5 liters were needed. However, Luo Bing's plan is to transform the entire Shenwei space, and 3.5 liters is far from enough. At present, if you want to make the entire Shenwei space full of vitality, it will take at least a few tons. It is best to dig a lake in the Shenwei space and store a few thousand tons. Not too many good things. Just a few thousand tons is not too much for the huge pearl lake, but it is the treasure of the mermaid family. What should I exchange for it? Luo Bing is not a robber. He has his own principles in doing things. At the very least, he dislikes those who bully the soft and fear the hard. If this planet is inhabited by a group of ferocious gangsters, Luo Bing would not say anything about killing it all and taking it all away, without hesitation at all. You can let him have the cheek to snatch and steal a group of mermaids who are helpless. He hasn't been so devastated yet. Maybe I can materialize something to exchange with them. Luo Bing nodded to himself, body blur, and left the Shenwei space directly. Boom boom. More than 30 star warships came from the sky in a mighty manner. A golden figure flickered back and forth between the gunfire, and one mothership after another was exploded into firework. That's Ms. Marvel fighting cosmic robbers. It seems that things don't need to be so troublesome. Luo Bing's mouth rose, and a smile appeared, and the 100-meter-high golden giant rose from the ground, and instantly teleported towards the center of the battlefield. Shish. Luo Bing appeared, passed by the blonde girl, and destroyed a starship battleship with one sword. This is the slaughtering pirate group, the most disgusting force among the pirates in the starry sky. They even despise their brutal behavior. You came just right, and our spaceship has fallen. Carol chuckled, the starry sky in front of him. Pirates are not in her eyes at all. Go down to protect the mermaid, don't let the wreckage of the battleship destroy this place. The pirates give it to me. Luo Bing turned his head and shouted. So confident? The blonde girl narrowed her eyes with a smile. Confidence? Luo Bing smiled mysteriously. This is not confidence. Chapter 115. The last time I was beaten to death was called Tony. The golden giant sword crossed the clouds, and the situation changed suddenly, and the space was interlaced. The transparent space slash smashes everything, unstoppable. The blonde girl frowned at this scene. The space slash was quite strange. I saw the golden giant above his head waving the giant sword in his hand, and the galaxy battleship dozens of kilometers away directly split into two sections and fell towards the ground below him. Weird picture, and there was no explosion. Carol didn't know how he did it. She was also a little shocked when she saw the golden giant armor for the first time. But that's not really shocking. Golden giants appeared out of nowhere in every corner, waving the golden sword in his hand, making a terrifying sound, and Roar's rumbling roar whistling was constantly heard in the air. 1 second is in the east, the next second is in the west. Warships are constantly destroyed wherever the golden giants pass. Only 30-star warships are not enough to kill. The slaughtering pirate group fled frantically, and their interweaving net of firepower could not form any effective attack at all. FK your A. Unfortunately, Luo Bing did not give them the right to escape. The golden giant sword shone with deadly light, leaving beautiful streamers in the sky. Has the level of the earth reached this point now? The blonde girl was a little dazed. She knew that this man named Luo Bing was not a simple character. But I never thought he was so easy. Luo Bing left a complete starship battleship, and the rest turned into the wreckage under his golden sword. Roar. Nice warm-up. The golden giant disappeared, and Luo Bing landed beside Carol. You call this a warm-up? Carol shook her head without comment. This guy is a lunatic. Perhaps the title of Slaughter was more appropriate for him. However, in the face of pirates in the sky, especially the notorious Slaughter Pirates. Advertisement 0. It's not too much anyway. You're quite caring, thanks to you letting me take precautions below. Otherwise this beautiful place will be covered up by the steel ruins. Carol stretched her body. She had just dispelled a lot of spaceship garbage, and slaughtered there are many survivors on the ruins of the ship. The battle is over. The enemy has been wiped out. Friday's sweet voice resounded in Luo Bing's ears. The life card can penetrate the Shenwei space. Luo Bing is not so fussy anymore, but he is very curious that the surprised lady next to him doesn't seem to have heard any sound. Maybe he's the only one who can hear Friday's voice now. Seeing that we have protected this place, you can discuss with those mermaids. I need several thousand tons of lake water. Luo Bing said his request without being pretentious. Carol looked puzzled. What do you want that thing? Are you really going to have a baby? Luo Bing rolled her eyes at her. One day she would let this woman experience the consequences of pregnancy staring. But at least not now. After all, they had just saved themselves, so it seemed a little unkind to attack her at this time. I have other uses, just ask for it. Luo Bing did not explain much, and the less people know about some of his secrets, the better. Actually, I have inquired, as long as you are willing to marry the princess of the mermaid family, the entire planet is yours. Wouldn't it be great? The blonde girl smiled sweetly, her eyebrows full of ridicule. I like to eat fried crispy fish, sweet and sour fish, braised fish, chopped pepperfish head. Please help me and ask them if they can accept it. Luo Bing replied with a black line. Ha ha ha. Carol laughed, exuding the charm of a mature beauty. It's just a joke. Carol doesn't think this man will really stay on this planet for the rest of his life. No matter how beautiful things are, you can get tired of looking at them, right? Just like her, she likes to wander between various cosmic civilizations and experience every different scenery. It was a success. In order to thank Carol and Luo Bing for their life-saving grace, the mermaids not only donated tens of thousands of tons of water of life, but also sent a lot of pearls, probably tens of thousands. This thing is in the Universe Alliance. Pricing can be very high. Perhaps for these mermaid natives, Ms. Marvel and Luo Bing, who can fly in the sky, are the gods they understand in their minds. Perhaps hundreds of thousands of years later, there will still be myths and legends of two people circulating in this place. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers. Katakana middle. 0 advertisement just like the Earth at that time. In order not to cause damage to the planet's ecological environment, and to prevent the starship battleship from having any hidden positioning signal transmitters, Luo Bing recovered these starship wrecks at noon that day. It's not for petty cheap. As for those strange corpses, they were used as nourishment for this land. Luo Bing has no hobby of collecting dead men's corpses, except for Kirita soldiers, who are more similar to artificial life and have high research value. Complete weapons. Luo Bing got a lot of weapons. It seems that all standard weapons in the universe can fire lasers. Lasers of various colors. Luo Bing doesn't need this kind of thing at all. Let's pack it to Stark first. By the way, my battlesuit should have been completed long ago, so be sure to remember to get it back next time. I always have a bad feeling, and I can't explain why. Ms. Surprise frowned and looked at the top of her head. She had a strong sixth sense, and that thing seemed to be not much worse than foreknowledge. There are other star pirates? Luo Bing frowned and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, his golden kaleidoscope rotated slightly, and his seven-colored meteorite burst from the sky. Oh, mother fake, I forgot to turn off luck again. Luo Bing wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly turned off the lucky halos one by one. What? Carol turned her head curiously. It's nothing. Luo Bing wouldn't even admit that it was his own fault after being beaten to death. Boom. The colorful meteorite entered the atmosphere, making a deafening sound. The ozone layer was constantly burned, and a lot of flames burned on the surface of the meteorite. Not good. The blonde girl rose to the sky in an instant, facing the meteorite. The guy who got hit like that last time was Tony Stark. Luo Bing sighed. It was not a good memory. Tony in Meatloaf is not that cute. My bad problem. Why'd I forget to turn off luck every time? This problem can be cured, and Chapter 116. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Captain Marvel is clearly not going to be as tragic as Tony. Although she was very embarrassed, her face was disgraced, and the clothes on her arms were on fire, but at least she was alive. This time the meteorite is bigger than the last time. Last time, Luo Bing, the guy composed of Vibranium, could easily carry it, but this time, it can be called a pocket planet. This is a big guy with a radius of 100 meters. This is still the volume left over after all the way flight burned. If it weren't for that, Captain Marvel wouldn't be so embarrassed. She was gasping for breath, her golden fever had curled slightly, just now her eyes shone with golden light, and her whole body was wrapped in golden energy, like an Oscar statuette. The energy slowly faded, and Carol rolled her eyes at Luo Bing, seemingly complaining why he didn't help. Luo Bing shrugged and gave a helpless expression. 793. You don't know, it doesn't hit me with this ball. Since you don't hit me, why should I go up? If you're really crushed to death, I'm going back in time. So, what kind of baby is this? Luo Bing didn't need Friday's reminder and subconsciously asked Carol beside him. Meteorite drops baby. This is already basic operation. If it weren't for the destructive power and uncertainty, Luo Bing would rather have a lucky halo every day. How do you know it's a baby? Carol's depressed mood was instantly thrown out of the sky, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. This thing is called Domoragan. You may not be familiar with this name. I said a keyword to me, and you must know it. That's money. Yes, this thing is the most popular currency in the universe. My god, such a high-quality Domoragan. How did it come about? The universe is so big, it's amazing. Carol shook his head in admiration. Superhero also loves money, not to mention that this thing can be used not only as money, and can be used as a reserve energy source. But no one has such luxury. I'm so lucky today, lucky to discover this planet, lucky to get a rare mermaid pearl, lucky to drop such a big Domora gold. I'm afraid I've used up all my luck in my life. Carol breathed a sigh of relief, even her mood was calming down for a long time. Are you lucky? Luo Bing pouted in disdain. Advertisement? What's the matter, could it be you? The blonde girl glared over. Whatever you think, a girl's family can't spend so much money, so do they keep their hair? 91 points. Luo Bing shook his arm, looking like he wanted to use space cutting to cut this thing open. Jui, are you sure? This thing seems to be carried by me. The blonde girl was very dissatisfied. I summoned this thing. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, his expression seemed to say, it would be nice if I could share it with you. Summon? You? Are you talking in your sleep? No, 5 to 5, the blonde girl snorted and said relatively fairly. Luo Bing nodded. 5-5 is 5-5, anyway, there will be more activities like this in the future. Afterwards, Luo Bing issued a space slash, cutting half of the unextinguished meteorite center, expanding the entrance of Shenwei space to the maximum, and finally pushed the big guy in. Captain Marvel frowned as he looked at the half of Domoragan in front of him. This stumped her. Her space storage equipment is only 1 cubic meter, and the pearls before can't be stuffed much. As for this thing in front of me? Forget it, unless she's carrying it all the way. Perhaps moving to a spaceship would be a good choice, but something like a spaceship might explode at any time, so it's not safe at all. In the end, she reluctantly looked at Luo Bing, because she found that this guy's dimensional space seemed to be infinite, so she was dissatisfied with it. Not long ago it was stuffed with a lot of pearls and tons of river water. Forget it, we're so familiar, I won't charge you for hosting fees anymore. Luo Bing pursed his lips and smiled, and directly swallowed the other half of Morrigan into the Shenwei space. It sounds nice. Can things that go into Shenwei space be spit out so easily? Even if you can spit it out, it didn't eat or drink in one hemisphere in the Shenwei space. After coming out, it must not be hungry and lose weight to lose weight? Thank you. The blonde girl threw a wink, and Luo Bing took it with a smile. Young woman. Pay for a lesson. Luo Bing and Carol continued to stay on this beautiful planet for 2 days. Luo Bing almost vomited after eating pearls. He wants to go back to Earth to eat meat. Animal meat on this planet is too sour. Fortunately, the planet's natural self-satellite gradually returned to orbit, and the entire planet became safe again. Advertisement in the reluctant eyes of the mermaid. Luo Bing and Carol are officially on their way home. 1 second before launching the spacecraft. I really don't plan to stay here and be a concubine. There are no male creatures here. You are absolutely rare. The blonde girl sat in the driver's seat and asked with a mocking smile. Stop talking nonsense. How long will it take us to reach the Earth? Luo Bing, who was sitting in the co-pilot, refused to answer this ridiculous question. Cut. No fun. Carol Danvers teased her long blonde hair, gave Luo Bing a white look, and pushed the lever. Boom. The engine continued to accelerate, completing the space jump after leaving the atmosphere. The surrounding galaxy constantly rewinds backwards, and the scene resembles a time tunnel. 3 wormholes. Soon, I passed by there when I left, but if my luck is not good, I might fall into the devil's footprints. The blonde girl answered Luo Bing's question. Devil's footprints? Luo Bing frowned. Normal people would not choose to burrow into a black hole casually. Do you know the origin of the devil's footprint? 33 Carol asked. Where do I go to know? This is my first real outer space travel. Luo Bing looked black. Carol looked at Luo Bing with a mysterious smile. It's not a big problem. The devil's footprint is actually a route, created by a man named Red Devil. Once, a man in fiery red clothes declared to the whole universe that there is a place of miracles called the Rainbow Sea in the depths of the black hole, where gems are everywhere, gold flows in the river, and the sky is 5.0 across the sky. A huge rainbow of thousands of colors. Anyone who gets there can achieve whatever he wants. In fact, who knows if there is a place like the Rainbow Sea? All I know is that all the people who tried to find it got lost in the route. This is the headline news in this century. Be more fashionable and pay more attention. The blonde girl rolled her eyes, the spaceship jumped over, and stopped in front of the black twisted wormhole. For normal flight, we have to drift for at least a few decades. If we want to go fast, we can only rely on this shortcut. Don't worry, it's not a big problem, I've been there. Carol smiled and controlled the spacecraft to drill into the wormhole steadily. After half an hour, the woman's brows gradually wrinkled, and she looked at Luo Bing with a dry smile. That's what you said, it's no big deal, we're so lost. Chapter 117 The Talking Rabbit. Looking at the desolate universe in front of him, Luo Bing had one head and two big. The guarantee that this woman keeps saying is not a big problem. The results of it, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful it is. This old saying is true. This is not right. Why? Carol himself was stunned. She walked through this passage last time, and there was no accident at all. What happened this time? What the hell is wrong? The black hole tides don't change so fast, Carol muttered to herself. The environment in front of her was also very unfamiliar, and she had never been to this place in her impression. Maybe I really ran out of luck these 2 days, Carol finally concluded. Don't worry, I'm familiar with the universe. Find a civilized planet to ask for directions. There's no problem at all. Don't worry, Carol assured again. But Luo Bing won't believe her nonsense this time. He contacted Friday, who gave the identification of the unknown area and made a map to the civilized planet. Follow the route I say, Luo Bing directed Carol. The spaceship accelerated, the space engine jumped, and the entire external landscape was once again like a time tunnel. Not long after, the pirate ship appeared out of thin air in front of a huge amount of fire-red planet. This planet looks similar to Jupiter in the Milky Way, but it is several times larger in size. There are red vortexes around it. The entire planet is shrouded in a fiery red vortex. It should have been a star ring, but I don't know why it has become a vortex. And the most astounding thing is that the entire planet's route is full of spaceship wreckage, which is cosmic garbage, and I don't know that many spaceships are destroyed here. There are many small planets around the planet. Among them, the feedback from the scientific and technological civilization planet is on the 3rd planet next to it. Alert! A spaceship is approaching, Friday's sweet voice echoed in Luo Bing's ears. Boom! A daring beetle-clad spaceship collided directly with the carnage where Luo Bing was. Radish! How many times have I told you, don't scratch the king's ears? A rabbit shouted loudly. The beetle-shaped spaceship has only a man, a woman and a rabbit. Advertisement not very old, about 12 to 13 years old. The boy was dressed like a monkey, and the girl had long purple hair and looked like a noble princess. The spaceship collided, but fortunately it slowed down in time, and there was no major damage, only a small part of the engine failed. Space Pirate logo. It's a space pirate, oops, gudong, get ready for battle, shouted Roar, the boy in red with the hairstyle like a monkey. Fight a radish, this king's spaceship has no weapon system, run, the rabbit with the crown shouted. The whole spaceship turned and was about to escape from this area. Look, 2 people got off the ship, shouted the girl with the emerald gem on her head. Wow, they can actually fly in space. McDonald's eyes widened in admiration. You're a radish. That's a pirate, run for your life. The rabbit hurriedly pulled the joystick, and the spaceship turned slightly. Luo Bing and Captain Marvel moved from far to near like bolides, landed in front of the cockpit of the small spaceship, and knocked on the window. They don't seem to be malicious. Rabbit straightened the crown on his head, coughed, and opened the hatch. Luo Bing and Carol walked in. Ahem. I'm King Gudong, these are my 2 followers. What's your purpose? Rabbit pretended to be serious. Oh, a talking rabbit? Luo Bing glanced curiously. Isn't the loon family a rabbit? The rabbit jumped angrily. Oh, a rabbit who says he is not a rabbit, I ask you, where is this? Luo Bing did not change his name roar. It's obviously a bunny. The universe is so magical, the rabbit can be the king. The rabbit snorted angrily and turned to look aside. Luo Bing pursed his lips and lifted his ears. Hey, radish, let go of this king's ears. The rabbit kicked his legs impatiently. Don't get me wrong, we snatched the pirate ship, little sister, we got lost during the trip. Can I ask where is this star territory? Ms. Surprise smiled. I have to say, she has a very special kind of intimacy with her long blonde hair. Here's the Dueling galaxy, Gani Star, Dia said softly, looking at the two adults in front of him curiously. Fortunately, I said, small problem, ahahaha, it's not too far. The blonde girl smiled awkwardly. Advertisement. Luo Bing put down the rabbit and learned that Carol knew this area, and his heart calmed down a little. How far is it? Luo Bing asked curiously. It's estimated 7 or 8 wormholes. The blonde girl scratched her head embarrassedly. Soon, I passed through 3 wormholes more than half an hour ago, don't worry. Luo Bing is helpless, the journey is getting farther and farther. Indigo Galaxy. Ah. Damn. Looking at the two children in front of him, Luo Bing looked at the girl with purple hair curiously. To be precise, it is curious to look at the emerald green gem decoration above her head. That thing has a lot of space fluctuations, it seems to be a good thing. 793 Dia was looked at by the strange man, he bowed his head in embarrassment, and a blush quickly climbed on his face. You're so rude to the king. Rabbit was still complaining, his mouth pouted. The monkey-haired boy in the red costume on the side switched between Luo Bing and Carol curiously, stretched out his hands enthusiastically, showing kind teeth. Hello. My name is McDonald. Hello, little devil. Luo Bing glanced at him with a pair of dead fish eyes, obviously he was not in such a happy mood at the moment. Well, so, let's go to a nearby planet to make corrections, and by the way, change to a better spaceship. Carol broke the embarrassment and rolled a glance at Luo Bing. That look is very strange, as if to say that this guy actually likes little girls. Luo Bing was misunderstood, he's just interested in the gem on a girl's head. It's a coincidence that you guys came here. The 5-yearly Storm Famia contest will start tomorrow, and I'm also a contestant. McDonald laughed, not feeling embarrassed at all. Watching the game? Luo Bing nodded disinterestedly. Reaching out to hold the void, the slaughter, which was parked in the distant space, was taken in by Shenwei Space. The pirate ship is too conspicuous, it is better to put it away. Huh? Radish, damn it, your spaceship has been stolen, Rabbit shouted. Chapter 118. What a terrifying killer move. Luo Bing turned Kakashi's dead fish eyes, ignoring the screaming rabbit. Why should he explain anything to a rabbit? He walked straight to the co-pilot, put his legs on the driving instrument, and yawned lazily. Friday. Log in. The lights inside the spaceship with the outer shell of the beetle flickered, and suddenly a sweet girl's voice came. Okay, Mr. Luo Bing, the login is complete, and we're heading to Ganesh. Afterwards, the entire spacecraft ran at full speed and headed towards the destination. What kind of radishes are these two humans? Ji Yudong looked at the black-haired man with Erlang's legs crossed on the co-pilot, and the blonde woman who was communicating with Dia, with 2 big carrots in his heart. Then the rabbit turned and looked at McDonald expectantly. For Ji Yudong, although his cook usually looks silly, he is most reassuring at critical moments. Okay. Storm Famia. Here we are, McDonald smiled brightly, as if he didn't care that there were 2 more unfamiliar passengers on the spacecraft. I'm looking forward to a carrot from you, Gary Starr. This is a planet similar to the Earth. The original products of the planet are not rich, and all the goods here need to be transported by other planets. There is a major development of tourism here, bringing together people from all planets. Luo Bing met many races along the way, those with horns on their heads, those with small wings on their backs, blue-skinned Cree people, red-skinned gorillas, all kinds and many kinds. Meow, look at that handsome man, he's the Prince Charming in Ben Meow's mind. On the way Luo Bing was missed by a talking cat, this was what he had never thought of. Carol, we want to buy some food, does this place accept Domora gold payment? Luo Bing asked, they just got a small Domora gold planet of about 200 meters, the money is not needed, I'm worried. Stupid human, the currency here is U-coins, what kind of radish is Domora gold? Ji Yudong shook his ears and took out a dozen gold coins with a proud face. Become this king's bodyguard, how can a handsome king not have 2 powerful knights? Follow this king, and make sure that you are both popular and spicy, and you will not have to worry about it all your life. Rabbit is talking to himself, but no one cared about him. Well, the geographical location here is too remote, and generally the low-level currency such as gold coins is still used. But it doesn't matter, any planet has a currency exchange office, we can go to the exchange office to exchange some. The ratio is about 10,000 U coins per gram, and a gold coin is 100 U, Carol explained. Advertisement? Gold? Is it this universal gold coin? Luo Bing swiped the space, and the dazzling gold coins instantly piled up into a small mound, burying the self-talking rabbit below, revealing only a rabbit's arm. Equals. V equals underscore equals hash. Wow, a lot of money, McDonald's eyes sparkled with stars. Radish, what's pressing on this king? The rabbit angrily ripped off the weight on his body, and then the two rabbit eyes couldn't move for a moment. Are you also a prince? I knew we were traveling together. Prince Bing Bing. Add your contact information. Rabbit looked at the gold coins with a fortune-telling eye, and took out something similar to a mobile phone from his pocket. Dia on the side smiled awkwardly. Prince Bing Bing? Ha 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 ha. Carol laughed without any scruples. The laughter made Luo Bing's head full of black lines. If you can't find something delicious tonight, just eat rabbit meat. Luo Bing put away the gold coins and raised the rabbit ears with one hand. Radish, don't eat this king. McDonald, come and save this king. The rabbit rubbed its teeth and kicked its feet. Let go of Ji Yudong, come to me if you have anything. The boy with the monkey-like hairstyle looked directly at Luo Bing, his eyes full of seriousness and unwillingness to admit defeat. It looks like the two are going to clash like this. But what Luo Bing didn't expect was, after all, I'm the best at making bento. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. McDonald smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. Dia on the side smiled awkwardly, she was used to it. Luo Bing had a black line on his forehead, the corners of his eyes jumped, and finally let go of the rabbit speechlessly. Why does it feel like it's mixed in with other dimensions, and the brain circuits of cosmic people are different? Market center, a lot of ingredients I have never seen before. Fantastic. McDonald twisted his butt, which was a mood that others didn't quite understand. Good cooks meet good ingredients. Luo Bing invested the money, but he wanted to see what kind of cooking skills this little guy from Blue Star had. I've inquired about it. The prize for this Storm Famira competition is a hyperspace engine. This is good news. We can stably travel through the black hole with it. Carol smiled and fluttered her long blonde hair. Advertisement, I said it's a small problem, don't worry, we'll be back to Earth within half a month. But now there's a problem, they won't sell it. This thing is a prize for the Storm Famira competition, maybe we can try to win it back, Carol said. It's so troublesome, just grab it back. Luo Bing had a black line on his face, and was very unfamiliar with the game. It's not good to grab it directly, we will be wanted. This is the jurisdiction of the Interstellar Alliance. Besides, you are a hero of the Earth, not a robber. Carol rolled his eyes. Obviously, she wouldn't make that kind of direct grab. Whatever you want, I'll go get the qualifications for the competition, Luo Bing said, walking towards the front alone. Two burly-looking people with white faces and dark circles have been arguing there since the very beginning. But from their conversations, they seem to be the contestants of this competition. Blame me? Blame me? Some people are really unreasonable strange repeaters, just like the two guys in front of them, their quarrels are so weird. Hey, give me the qualifications in your hands. Luo Bing walked over, Zhao Nuahao, expressionless and indifferent. Huh? Super Chestnut Brother turned his head angrily. That ferocious expression was enough to frighten many children to cry. Are you going to shoot? Dia looked at the mysterious man curiously. She could feel that he was very powerful, but she didn't know what the definition of power was. Well, it seems that the super ability that I still have hidden is about to be used. Luo Bing frowned. Until the critical moment, he really didn't want to use this trick. After all, this is money ability, after a minute. Thank you for your patronage, thank you for your patronage. The Super Chestnut Brothers left with a silly face holding the gold coins. Luo Bing was calm, holding the competition certificate in his hand, and helplessly raised it in his hand. Carol. Dia. Hundreds of homes play. What a terrifying killer move. Chapter 119 I hate named squads the most. Several people separated. The cook and the rabbit were shopping in the mall to buy ingredients, while Luo Bing and Dia Carol came to the registration site to register their identities. No, this gentleman, if you sign up, you need 3 people to form a team. You only have 2 people. If you haven't formed a 3-person team before 6 o'clock, you will not be able to participate in Storm Famia. The staff kindly said, smile. On the other side, the King and Squire team that Dia applied for has been successfully submitted. 6 o'clock, Luo Bing frowned and looked at the big clock in the center of the registration square. It's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and there is still an hour before the registration deadline. Where to find another teammate? We are not familiar with this place, why don't we just join one? Carol frowned, she forgot to ask the registration rule when she was inquiring about the news. It's really unreliable. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, very helpless. Who said we didn't have a third teammate? Well, did you see that invisible guy next to me? Oh, yes, it's invisible, you can't see it. Anyway, it's our third teammate, nicknamed Invisibility Strange. So, hurry up and register 793. Luo Bing shook his hand, opening his eyes and talking nonsense. Carol. Dia. Can this still be done? The staff on the side was also very embarrassed, looking at Luo Bing tangled, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, here, a white-haired uncle wearing a mink came over. If that's the case, then there's no problem, you can register. Uncle Bai Mao smiled and gave Luo Bing's appearance a full score, looking like he had the right to speak. If such a handsome face does not appear in the live broadcast of the universe, it is really a loss to the competition. Should attract a lot of traffic. The staff next to Mr. Medici nodded respectfully and saluted. Medici, a legend in the Jalan Galaxy, built a media empire and expanded the entertainment business to every planet. This time, Famia was the one who managed the storm. This is an old man who has lived for more than 2,000 years. Advertisement: it is famous in several nearby starfields. There are many boring people in this universe, such as Collector who likes to collect antiques, Gao Tianjun who likes to hold beast fights and parties, and Medici, his hobby is to hold various competitions. At the same time, he also has a quirk, that is, he always talks about his own evaluation of others. Oh, you are the official of this event. Let me ask you, your super space engine is really not for sale? Luo Bing asked. If money can solve things, why raise so much trouble? Medici smiled and shook his head. Money is nothing to the old man, what I want is a wonderful game, work hard, young man, I am very optimistic about you. As he spoke, he walked away slowly, with two intelligent robots with display heads beside him. As expected of Mr. Medici, a group of farts boasted. Luo Bing was speechless. These living older people have a common problem, that is, they will pretend to beep while chatting. Have you thought about our team name? Carol really didn't mind the other party's arrogant attitude. For her, as long as the goal could be achieved, it didn't matter. I hate thinking about team names. Luo Bing pouted. Their Avengers are copied from Fury's ideas. Well, it's an indifferent title anyway. Carol nodded and looked at the staff beside him. Register. Our team name is called, I hate to think about the team name, okay? Carol asked. Work, Beffa. Staff on the side. All right. After so many storms, Famia is the first time I've seen such a weird team name and player. However, there are no special conditions for the team name. Even if it is very speechless, the, I hate to think of the team name, team has been successfully registered. Crew. Black Knight, Ms. Marvel, and the Invisible Monster. Both of them chose to use their own codenames and use the trumpet when they go out. This is the basic operation, and it came from the mouth of the great man Lu Xiaobu Nicholas who died for a long time. Dia let out a long sigh of relief. She didn't care that she had another opponent. She just ended the call with the senior official of the Star Alliance, and the other party said that the red eye had been found in Mingwangxing, and the arrest would be carried out soon. The shadow technique on McDonald's is saved. Dia smiled. Nothing was more important than saving her friend's life, even though she paid the last thing her parents left her for this. Advertisement Gold Rubik's Cube. The legendary Rubik's Cube with the complete coordinate route of the Devil's Footprint. It can lead people to the mysterious Rainbow Sea. Hey, little sister, I've always wanted to ask you, what is the gem on your purple hair? Is it convenient for me to study it? Luo Bing stretched out his big hand and rubbed the girl's hair. It felt very soft, like silk. What's your look? Is that blue hair? Carol looked at Luo Bing speechlessly. If you want to take advantage of other people's little girls, let's just say it straight, why don't you make such a clumsy excuse? Perverted lowly control. Dia's face was flushed. It was the first time she had ever been in such close contact with a man. Her parents were always busy. But, they're all dead. It's obviously purple, right? Luo Bing frowned, looked closely, put it in his hand and lit it in the sunlight. The more he lit it, the more he couldn't tell the difference. I'm afraid you're colorblind. This is blue-violet, a type of blue. Carol was speechless, turned around and pulled Dia and walked out of the hall. Follow my little sister and ignore this perverted uncle. Luo Bing. Have to. His judgment was wrong again after Diamonds and Snow Mountains. Am I really colorblind? Impossible. Luo Bing frowned and muttered, following the pace of the two women. No, why am I struggling with such a boring question? Little sister, lend me your card to study. 5 Luo Bing chased after him. Chapter 120 People who believe in miracles are as amazing as miracles in the first place. In the end, the kind-hearted Dia did not refuse Luo Bing's request. Inside the Beetle spaceship, McDonald's was full of enthusiasm and busy with the ingredients in the kitchen, full of energy. Several people did not find a hotel in the local area and lived in the spaceship. What a strong space element, little sister, don't lend this precious thing to others easily in the future. Luo Bing looked at the light and observed the gemstone in his hand, and the spatial perception force constantly penetrated into it, patiently appreciating the uniqueness of the gemstone. Space law. This is a rainbow stone, Di Ya explained blushing. If it was a normal person, she wouldn't be stupid to hand over the rainbow stone, but Luo Bing and Carol gave a very reliable feeling. Especially Luo Bing, with his immortal body, he always exudes a faint charm. This kind of charm is basically irresistible to girls. Rainbow stone? Is that the stone from the Rainbow Sea? Luo Bing looked at Di Ya suspiciously. Isn't that place a legend? Does it really exist? Dia nodded. Her dream with McDonald was to reach the Rainbow Sea, and she wanted to fulfill her wish and revive her family. Do you believe in the legend of the Land of Miracles? Many people have disappeared. Carol joined the chat between the two. His misunderstanding about Luo Bing was cleared up. This guy. Well, look up to him, he's just interested in gems. People who believe in miracles are just as amazing as miracles from the beginning, right? Dia smiled, and a peaceful smile rippled on the girl's face, very innocent and dreamy. Even Carol on the side was secretly admiring. She's so pretty when she's so young, how can she be so good when she grows up? But, Luo Bing was still looking at the blue-green gem in his hand. This should be your equipment, can you show it to me? Luo Bing made a rude request. It's rude to ask someone about ability or something, but Luo Bing never cares about the details. However, Dia was still willing to accept it. For her, once she agrees with someone, she doesn't mind sharing some secrets. Advertisement, space contract, exchange, swish. Shoo. The positions of Luo Bing and Di Ya exchanged, and each other's position appeared. Oh, Such a usage. Luo Bing suddenly realized. As if I could do it too. With a thought in his mind, spatial perception locked on Carol, and the two instantly switched positions. Eh? How did you do it? Dia looked at Luo Bing curiously. The blue-green rainbow stone was quietly sitting on her head. She didn't understand how this mysterious big brother did not use gems do this. The identities of Luo Bing and Carol are becoming more and more mysterious in her eyes. Haha, it's very simple, it's just that I didn't think of doing this before. The corners of Luo Bing's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sunny smile. This guy has the power of space, don't look at his unreliable appearance, he is actually very strong, Carol interjected. Hey, you feel your conscience and speak well, who is it? If it weren't for you, I would have returned to Earth long ago. Luo Bing's expression turned cloudy and gloomy in an instant. Ahahaha. Ms. Surprise smiled awkwardly. Dia also burst out laughing, her laughter was like a silver bell, very cute. Look at other people and laugh as well, you can kill an ant. Luo Bing fondly touched Dia's head, the more he touched it, the more addicted it became. Dia's face was getting redder and redder, she hadn't felt so warm in a long time. Haha. Carol sneered, then ignored Luo Bing and walked towards the kitchen alone. Rabbit and Cook are busy in the kitchen. Add carrots to him, yes, yes, yes. Add more la, and let him bully this king. Ji Yudong grinned and instructed McDonald's. McDonald was very embarrassed, it turned out that the purpose of Gudong's help was this. No wonder it works so well today. Ji Yudong, this time it's not a bento. No matter how many carrots you add, everyone will eat it together, McDonald explained. Radish la. This king doesn't want to eat with his servants. Ji Yudong's ears drooped down, his mouth pouted, and his face sunere. Advertisement Carol came over and sniffed his nose intoxicated. It tastes good, I can't see that your kid is still a big chef. That's definitely, my servant is the best, and the food he cooks is the best in the world. Rabbit was very proud, and the crown on his head shone with twinkling rays of light. You must have been a human kid before, but you were turned into a rabbit by magic. The blonde girl stared at Ji Yudong, and then looked at McDonald's, who was busy. Katakana middle dot 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 0. Boy, your state is not right. You must have been given black magic. I'm afraid you won't live long. Gudong and McDonald fell silent at the same time. McDonald continued to cook, as if it wasn't him who was about to die. The idea of McDonald's is very simple. In the last period of time, he will help his partners get the first place in the competition and send them to the Rainbow Sea. The reason why he bought so many ingredients is to stay up late at night and make them all. In order to make partners not hungry in the future. McDonald's is such a simple person. A fool who only pays without any scheming. McDonald's got a red eye scatter. Rabbit's eyes instantly turned red, with tears flashing. Although he kept talking about servants and didn't care, but in his heart, he had already regarded McDonald's as an existence like his brother. I don't know much about magic, maybe you should go and find that uncle with facial paralysis, he may have a solution. Carol pointed to the direction outside the kitchen, and justice began to flood again. Really, Ji Yudong's eyes brightened instantly, and he ran out with his calf kicking. The running rabbit was so fast that it didn't even have time to break, it hit Luo Bing's thigh and hugged him tightly. Prince Bingbing, I heard that you have a way to save McDonald's. Seeing that you are also a prince, please do me a favor. Ji Yudong anxiously forgot to bring his own words. Luo Bing has a black line on his face, he is very resistant to the title of Prince of Bingbing. What, big brother, do you really have a solution? Dia also looked at Luo Bing expectantly and hugged his arm. Luo Bing frowned. He had already discovered something was wrong with the monkey-haired boy, but he never asked. He was generally not interested in interfering in matters that did not concern him. Carol, who has no brains, always finds trouble for herself. But, Luo Bing's impression of these three people is also very good, and he can help with a little effort. Okay, but I'm just trying, but I didn't say that it can be solved. Luo Bing nodded reluctantly and snapped his fingers. It has come out and now. Chapter 121 Solving the Shadow Scattering. What is this? Dia and Gudong looked curiously at the crystal bottle that appeared out of thin air. The crystal bottle shimmers with a transparent liquid, which is very mysterious. Potion that purifies all negative states. Theoretically, he can solve your troubles. But it's not easy to get this thing out. Rabbit, what should I do if my head hurts a little? Luo Bing said jokingly, looking at Ji Yudong beside him. No problem. King Gudong, the most authoritative massage master in this century, is here for you. You just lie down. Look at this king. 35 Luo Bing took advantage of the situation to lie on the co-pilot, with his legs resting on the dashboard in front of him. Ji Yudong also changed his equipment in an instant, and with a very serious look, he gently massaged Luo Chi-Ju-san's head with his fleshy little paws. I have to say, the soft properties of rabbit paws are really awesome for massage. Dia also slapped Luo Bing's leg with her pretty face blushing. She secretly looked at this miraculous man. For some reason, she didn't have the slightest skepticism about what he said. After massaging for more than half an hour, Luo Bing threw the medicine in his hand to the rabbit with satisfaction. Bang bang bang. Ji Yudong panicked 2 or 3 times in the air, and then he held it in his arms nervously. There's only one bottle, should you drink it or give it to your servant? Luo Bing looked at the rabbit with a very unfriendly smile. Although the talking rabbit is Sunere, it is still very cute, and I can't help but want to tease it. It's definitely for McDonald's. Ji Dong didn't have any hesitation. At this moment, McDonald came over from the kitchen with stacks of delicious food. Full of color and flavor. What a good cook, top cook. McDonald, quickly drink this thing. Ji Dong jumped up and ran to McDonald's, holding the bottle of potion carefully in both hands. This is what he paid for half an hour of hard massage. Hope it works. McDonald's, drink it and try it to see if it can remove the red eye spread shadow technique. Dia also looked over expectantly. This is. McDonald looked at the crystal bottle in Gudong's hand, and looked at the expectant partners, and was very moved. It is good. McDonald unscrewed the cap and poured it into his mouth. Advertisement. A white halo enveloped his whole body, and McDonald could clearly feel that the things in his body that had been bothering him disappeared. Surprisingly, he removed the bandage on his arm. Really? All the special tattoos left by the shadow manipulation have also disappeared. Great. You don't have to die. Woo woo. Rabbit cried while hugging Ji Dong's thigh. That's great. Dea let out a long breath, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She really didn't want to lose any of her partners. At the same time, she looked at Luo Bing gratefully. The man who suddenly appeared in outer space. Miracle. Maybe he is the miracle. Haha, well done. The blonde girl fluttered her long hair and showed a satisfied smile. Even she didn't expect Luo Bing to solve the problem so quickly. The man who guarded the space passage to death was indeed a reliable guy. I don't have to die. McDonald looked at everything in his body in disbelief. During the daytime today, his shadow spread technique attacked once. He knew very well that he didn't have much time left to live. Even he was ready to leave his last words at night. I didn't expect. The miracle came so fast. He looked at Luo Bing gratefully. He knew it was this man who saved him. Let's have dinner. People who believe in miracles are just as amazing as miracles, aren't they? Luo Bing smiled mysteriously and didn't say much. For him, it was just a little effort. Yeah. Let's have dinner. Dia nodded in agreement, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Those were tears of joy. Drip drip. At this moment, the communication device in her hand lit up, and Dia's hesitation directly clicked to connect. I'm sorry, Dia, the operation failed. The red eye is stronger than I expected. I am not his opponent. I suggest you transfer the golden cube to the Star Alliance first. Don't worry, the Star Alliance will try its best to help you catch the red eye. Tang Wu gasped and looked very embarrassed. Advertisement, no need, thank you all. Dia directly hung up the communication. The shadow manipulation was gone, and the problem had been solved. However, the high-level officers of the Star Alliance are so unreliable. Dia shook her head and looked at Luo Bing. Still, this big brother has a sense of security. Let's start the meal. Prince Bingbing, eat more of this. This is delicious. Ji Dong happily sandwiched the dishes. Who said to put radishes for me just now? Luo Bing asked with raised eyebrows. His hearing has always been good. No, I said that I like to eat radishes. I like to eat radishes. Rabbits like to eat radishes. It's not normal. Ha 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 ha. McDonald laughed heartlessly. Ha ha. Inexplicably, everyone laughed. This is a moment worth smiling. Luo Bing pursed his lips, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he looked at the distant sky. T. 5.0 very soon, not sure what's going on there now. Hydra's secret base. Report, the initial phase of the experiment is over, and only 2 test subjects survived. Dr. List listened to his subordinate's report, frowned and cupped his eyes. Only 2 survive. Yes, they're twins, and it seems that super ability was born. One has great speed, the other has great magic. Dr. List nodded and looked at Loki's scepter beside him. Very good, it looks like this experiment is going in the right direction. The power of scepter can activate human potential. Continue to capture more experimental subjects. Chapter 122. They're gone. Early the next morning, the group went to participate in the competition. The fiery storm Famira gathered tourists from all over the world. In addition, the entire event was broadcast live to the outside world, which can be said to be huge. This year's storm formula is hotter than usual, the horned audience sighed in the stands. Definitely, I heard that the prize this time is a very rare superspace engine. This kind of engine is not even available in the Interstellar Alliance. It is a treasure that Mr. Medici accidentally obtained. Another audience member replied. With thousands of fireworks in full bloom, the attention-grabbing storm formula finally begins. The audience cheered roar, and with the constant announcement of the host, the whole stadium gave out bursts of warm applause. Let me introduce the rules of the first game this year. Superspace Racing Contest. The players of each team are provided with the most basic universe racing cars from this venue. Definitely, players can also bring their favorite racing cars. 39. The total length of the track is 100 kilometers, with a total of 100 teams divided into 4 competition areas. The top 5 players are competed in each arena, that is to say, there will be 20 players approaching the next round, and the remaining 80 teams will face brutal elimination. Okay, without further ado, let 14 introduce the players at the scene for you. The large screen began to be divided into 100 small areas, and there was a specific large screen in the center, which was almost a kilometer high. Now what we see is the king and his entourage team. They are assigned to the B area. All the members are King Gudong, Ramen Kid McDonald, blue-haired Princess Dia. Radishla. They are all looking at me, dear people. I love you. Ji Udong waved his hands, and then the camera did not focus on him at all, and the focus was all on Dia. Wow, what a beautiful girl. The audience at the scene let out a startled roar, and some even whistled. It seems that the field control is very understanding, only these handsome guys and beauties can arouse the emotions of this group of people. Dia was in a good mood and smiled slowly at the camera, causing a mad roar again. As for McDonald, at the moment he was holding the back of his head and laughing. Okay. Next. Our last defending champion, Sugar Cube. That's right, your favorite Aurora is back on the field again. So is he the champion this time? Haha, looking forward to him bringing us more great shots? The host touted it a little. There was a louder roar shout from the scene. Lord Aurora. Wow, so handsome, Lord Aurora. The girls let out a scream that pierced their eardrums. Advertisement, okay. Next is the King's Knights team. The members of the team are Miss Loshiki, the princess of the Oort Nebula country, Mr. Joe Rivereye, the prince of the Oort Nebula country, Mr. Woskin, the prince of the Oort Nebula country. They are also divided into B area. Let us look forward to the performance of these princesses and princes. 35 The host's voice is high, but unfortunately the response at the scene is very dull. For these strange-looking princes and princesses, the audience isn't very impressed. However, they don't seem to know it yet. Meow, I can't stop taking selfies before the victory. Princess Cat kept taking selfies with her mobile phone. HMPH, it's me who got the most hits. Prince Mushroomhead was also taking a selfie. Gorgeous filters are the stunt to get attention. The fat prince shook his hair, gave himself a top view, and snapped his fingers to discharge towards the audience. The arena was silent. The host coughed awkwardly and continued to introduce, next, our Fire Alliance warriors, fight Angel Alita and her team. I don't know what the heroic Fire Alliance warriors will bring us in the arena. Such a style, they were assigned to Zone C. Next person. The host was long-winded for most of the day and whetted the audience's appetite. Just when Luo Bing was impatient, he finally heard his name from the scene. Okay, last one. The team name is... I hate the team with the team name, Captain Black Knight. The team has surprises. Invisible monsters. Well, that's something we haven't heard of the team, especially one of their team members, is invisible. The host embarrassedly read the script. He didn't even know what to say, and couldn't understand why Lord Medici arranged for this team to appear last. But then, the cheers of the audience let him know the purpose of this arrangement. Very handsome, so handsome, I love you. OMG. I want to marry him, 35 feet, how can such a handsome man exist? Woohoo. Lord Jigwang, please forgive me, I betrayed me. No, I want a refund, I shouldn't have brought my wife to watch the game. A male creature protested firmly. The excited roar of the girls almost broke through the sky, and the chaos gradually subsided under the constant comfort of the host. As for what? Ms. Surprise wiped her cold sweat silently. Brother, come on. Dia waved happily. Old Gao, who was standing beside him with a pouting mouth, whispered, this king was so handsome before. The Fire Alliance warrior Alita looked curiously in Luo Bing's direction. The team they were in happened to be in the same area as herself. Advertisement, cut. Jigwang darkened his face in depression. Meow, my Prince Charming is also a contestant. Princess Cat's eyes blushed with excitement. Backstage, Medici touched his chin proudly. Everything was as he expected. The handsome man really shocked the audience. His judgment was not wrong. Make use of it. Luo Bing is very calm, holding his chest with both hands, competition or something. No fun at all for him. Okay, don't talk nonsense about 810. The race starts in a minute. Please get on the racers. Countdown. 10. 9. Luo Bing leisurely got on the motorboat, which is the car provided in the arena. Carol, who was beside him, also got on a motorboat, spreading his divine power over the racing car. Luo Bing smiled. It seemed that she thought the same as herself. Contest. It's so boring, just end it quickly. 3, 2, 1. Game start. Boom. A golden light flashed, and Ms. Surprise burst out with divine power, rushing to her death like a ray of light. Huh. Luo Bing's spatial perception instantly locked the endpoint, and disappeared instantly together with the person in the car. Dwang. 35 The magic crystal at the end was instantly broken by both of them. At the same time, the big screen in the arena displayed a number that shocked all the audience, including the contestants. 0.01. 0.01 is the game over. The host's microphone fell on the ground, and it took a long time to react, and the big screen locked the two people who came out of the finish line. Appeared. Fastest speed ever. I hate naming squads the most, OMG, it's amazing. How did they do it? They got F***ed. Chapter 123 Get the engine and return to Earth. UQ's silent auditorium seemed to be activated with the voice of the host's microphone. But layers and layers of heat waves roared into the sky. You must know that there are still many players who have not left the track at this time, but it's all over. How the hell is this done? What's up? If Captain Marvel's golden light flashed and they still had an impression, then Black Knight's swish appeared at the end and they really didn't understand. At the moment, even Medici's face darkened. He never expected such a thing to happen in his game. Isn't this an obvious way to form a team to win prizes? Billy. Medici answered the phone, and after listening to the report on the other end of the phone, his face instantly became more gloomy. That woman turned out to be Captain Marvel. Damn, how could she be in the Indigo Starfield? One of Medici's eyes flashed red, and his hands were folded, thinking about something. The other side. Radish. How did they pass the finish line? Ji Dong was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out. We're going to speed up, Gudong, use monster noodles, McDonald commanded. We're more than a radish. It's impossible to win. Ji Dong gave up immediately, drooping his ears, and jumped off the motorboat. That's right. There is no need for a competition, we can't win against my brother and them. Dia shook his head and got off the motorboat. In fact, they are not the only ones who have this idea, many people who are not strong enough consciously withdraw from the game. But, McDonald bit his lip, and finally jumped off the motorboat. The engine may be thinking of other ways. It can be seen that brother Luo Bing also wants this engine, so give it to him. Anyway, he can't compare it. Life is no longer in danger, and McDonald's has no such desperate thoughts. Damn, what the hell is that team? Jigwang drove a super cool racing car and roared towards the finish line roar. At 5 minutes and 30 seconds, he passed the game and ranked first in Group A. But, this result, compared to 0.01 seconds in Group C. Advertisement, it was simply appalling. The second place in Group C is the Fire Alliance team, with 5 minutes and 32 seconds, only 2 seconds slower than the first place in Group A, but obviously, this is a problem with the car. Aurora has the best racing car. You guys are very strong. Alita stepped down from the race car and looked at a man and a woman in front of her with big eyes curiously. As a Fire Alliance fighter, it was the first time she felt that someone was threatening her so much. The teammates on the side stepped down from the racing car and patted her on the shoulder. Let's go, number 99, our mission has to continue. In space, the blue-eyed fleet is approaching at high speed. And further afield, the soldiers of the Fire Alliance were hiding on a small planet. The Star Alliance Legion is about to move, and Storm Famia, as its name suggests, has become the eye of the storm of many forces, and an unknown conspiracy is brewing. It's so boring. Luo Bing lay on his back in the driver's seat. The first day of the race was over. The next game was scheduled for tomorrow, and a planet venue was also changed. Why don't we just pass through the black hole directly? If I use Lucky Blessing, it should be fine, Luo Bing said with a frown. A little patience. Anyway, there is only one game left, and getting the engine is the safest way. Carol rolled her eyes, although she didn't understand what Luo Bing said about driving luck, but she'll give your own advice. If there is an accident next time, it will waste more time, won't it? Okay. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly, turned around and burrowed into his own divine space, and continued to transform his own little world. Under the methodical management on Friday, the interior of Shenwei space has completely changed its appearance. The green mountains and green waters are flowing, and all kinds of vegetation are working hard to grow. The fountain of life of the mermaid family has a special power that can speed up the growth of crops. Luo Bing once again embodied a lot of things, making Shenwei space more perfect. Well, it's becoming more and more like a small world. Luo Bing nodded and smiled, looking at a space node somewhere. That's the way to Hokage. This thing has always existed. I really don't know what the hell that mysterious space magic book is. Take a shower, go to bed, it's a brand new day. Welcome to Storm Famia. Day 2 is a scramble, 35. We have a total of 20 teams, but the rule in the second round has changed slightly. In order to balance the strength of each team, we use the captain exchange rule. There is a strange pearl from the mermaid race in the most central area of the field during the competition. The squad leader who gets it wins the final victory. Advertisement. After the host finished broadcasting, Luo Bing looked at his new teammate. Firefighters, Alita, and Bill. Carol in the other is assigned a new captain, Aurora. Speaking of which, our other teammate is really an invisible man. Aurora frowned and looked around, but in the end he didn't see anything. So he is invisible. Carol nodded very seriously. Aurora frowned, but he didn't dare to ask more. He knew that the woman beside him was very strong, but he didn't admit defeat at all. He would use all his strength to get the engine. Meet again. Alita looked coldly at the new captain in front of her and nodded as a move roar. Are the eyes so big that they can't get into the sand? Luo Bing asked with great interest. Alita. Okay. Let's announce the start of the game. The host shouted loudly while holding the microphone. Swish. Luo Bing disappeared in place, picked the pearl from the 300-meter high tower, and raised it in his hand. Okay, I declare this stupid game over. Aurora, 55. All contestants. It's so special, brother, you are here to win prizes. Then, in the silent gaze of everyone, Luo Bing jumped to the referee's bench and threw the pearl in his hand in front of Medici. Where's the engine? Medici's eyelids twitched wildly, but he finally calmed down and smiled. No problem, that's your honor. This farce seems to have ended just like that. Luo Bing got his own engine, installed it on the slaughtering pirate ship, left a space mark on DIA's space stone, and said goodbye to each other. Then he and Carol both flew to the road back home. Haha. Medici sneered. Picking up the telephone instrument on the side, he said in a deep voice, they're gone, let's start the show. Drag. P.S. A lot of people suggest going back to Earth. The subscription is all over the place. Then I won't write so long-winded, and go back to Earth directly. Here, we will dig a hole first, and then we will go to Earth in the next chapter. The remaining 2 chapters will be written during the day. The copy is disrupted. I will replan the plot. Look to the sky. Chapter 124 Earth. I'm back. Earth, 15 days later. Okay. What you are watching now is the global live broadcast of Brother Asan's moon landing plan. I have to say that the third brother once promised to launch a Chandrayaan-2 spacecraft to land on the moon in front of Chang, E3 in 2011, but the result has been delayed again and again, and it has been a full 8 years. This year, our Chang, E4 has reached the far side of the moon, and here, we also celebrate the success of the Indian side. Military enthusiasts in various countries are paying attention to this scene. This is crazy. I have to say that this is a bold move by the Indian people. If it can be successful this time, it means that India's technological level will reach a new level, said British commentator Ferrier in high spirits. Yes, the spacecraft has carried out a total of 5 Earth orbit changes and 5 lunar orbit changes, plus 2 deorbit maneuvers, a total of 12 orbit changes, which is a 46-day trip now. They are only 2 kilometers away from landing on the moon, Washington Express commented. All the Indians watched nervously at the pictures sent from outer space, and even the President of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, came to the command site and watched this scene nervously. Can India do it? Can he do it? Let's witness the miracle. Oh my gosh. Here's what happened, a 360-degree roll. Oh, shelt. The 810 went out of control and it hit the moon. Well, it seems that it still can't complete its mission in the end. We admit that India has made greater progress in spaceflight, but this is obviously not enough. Shaking his head. It's just a small game, and now the United Nations is envisioning the Space Force's plans. After the Battle of New York, several permanent members of the United Nations have achieved rapid development of science and technology, and now they are fully deciphering and learning. And the current node landing on the moon, Asan. Everyone is just thinking about watching juggling in their free time. After all, there were previous world records for motorcycles and trains. Okay, the live broadcast is over. Thanks for the live broadcast provided by Mr. Stark. Hey, Mr. Stark is waving to us in space on the moon. It seems that how to deal with these space junk will become another trouble for him. Thanks to these heroes for being there, it gives us doubly reassurance and reminds us of the great Mr. Black Knight Luo Bing, who has been with us for 17 days, but everything feels like yesterday. Beffa. Tony Stark landed on the lunar surface with a headache and began to clean up the cosmic junk. Since the Battle of New York, alien technology has brought rapid development to every country on Earth. Meanwhile, more space junk was sent into Earth orbit. This seriously affected Stark's space deployment. Since the last incident, Stark has been wandering in the Earth's orbit, and his daily flight distance can almost circle the Earth. No one knows what he's up to, only fellow Avenger Dr. Banner knows a little bit of his plans. Advertisement: he is ready to arm the entire planet with steel. Roar. This is really a huge project. Stark took a deep breath of Roar's oxygen. The oxygen supply of his steel armor was still sufficient. I will never let the last tragedy happen again, Stark swore secretly, red blood in his pupils. After this failure, I hope some countries will realize something, and don't cause me any more trouble, Stark muttered helplessly. The purpose of this live broadcast is this. Through the last wormhole, Carol looked surprised. After a long journey, they finally returned to their hometown. Thank God, Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. He probably won't be traveling with Captain Marvel for the rest of his life. No wonder she hasn't come back since she left Earth. Everything is there for a reason. These girls are idiots. Finally home. The slaughter completed the last jump and came to the solar system. The blazing sun was so bright, Luo Bing couldn't wait to hug the big guy and kiss him. Earth. I'm back. Luo Bing at the moment is very excited. After being away for so long, those guys on Earth are afraid to kill him. At the moment. Global live footage. Look, what is that? Oh bye. The alien spaceship is here again. 35, damn it, it's really an alien spaceship. All the inhabitants of Earth put down their work and crowded around the big screen nervously. Stark's live broadcast action instantly made the whole world see this scene. Again. Tony frowned and clenched his fists, although I didn't think it would be like this, but, it's just right. JARVIS, open the barrier defense, advertisement. Avengers, assemble. Let this group of aliens know how good we are. ZZZ. With Tony's order, more than 500 satellites in Earth's orbit flickered with strange light, and the satellites marked by the Stark group suddenly released a large number of drones. The drones are densely scattered on the surface of the Earth, and at the same time, they are connected in pairs, forming a bridge with the large satellites on the side. That's it. The surface of the Earth has opened a defensive net that emits a blue light. The key nodes of more than 500 satellites just form a huge amount of bat shape, which is a gift from Tony to his best friend. Black Knight Defense Field. Black Knight has never disappeared. He's still fighting alongside the Avengers. That's Tony's philosophy. Time is not enough. This technology still needs to be improved, and now, it can only be barely turned on. It's all thanks to the energy provided by the extraterrestrial meteorite and the various alien technologies Tony has thoroughly researched. Soon. Whoosh whoosh. The 3 steel spaceships passed through the defensive barrier and came to Tony's side. It was full of Avengers in silver-white special combat uniforms. This time. Never pull the battlefield to Earth. Solve all the enemies in outer space. Roar. Hulk roared. And the green giant jumped in from the hatch and landed on the lunar surface. Hulk was dressed in battle armor, with a steel helmet specially developed by Tony on his head, which was tightly wrapped. Hulk is furious now. With big eyes, he looked directly at the slaughter, which was flying slowly in the distance, and made all preparations for combat.